Thank you very much. Let me take this off. I was just trying to find a video to watch. Oh, holy shit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Holy crap. Uh, I was gonna.
With tragedy,
I'm gonna watch some videos for a little bit.
in the years to come. But there was still plenty of time for some classic records, some unlikely new television heroes, and the second coming of the happiest place on earth. We're going to talk about the news, culture, sports and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 70s. This is Timeline.
This is the year I was born.
One crime of the century and the beginning of another, because this episode, we're talking 1971. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. Then let us know in the comments below why the 1970s got your mojo rising. Now time to give all those other years the hairy eye and get down with 1971.
It marks, as we like to say, the end of an era.
The ban on television and radio ads for cigarettes, signed by President Nixon the previous year, went into effect on New Year's Day, bidding a fond farewell to the days of Fred Flintstone taking long, flavorful drags off a carton of Winston's.
President Nixon started the war on drugs. That's how long that war has been going on.
Better idea. Let's take a Winston break. Winston's got that filter flame.
4 days later, former heavyweight champ Sonny Liston was discovered in his home by his wife Geraldine. Although his death was ruled an accidental overdose, there were signs of a possible struggle, and questions about what may have really happened remain to this day. A legendary figure in boxing, ironically, Liston's most famous fight was a 7th-round loss in 1964, when the heavily favored champion lost his title to an up-and-comer named Cassius Clay.
Well, it's probably going to start on Schedule 1.
Get up there, Joe! Get up there! Get up in the ring!
From Television City in Hollywood.
Boy, the way Glenn Miller played.
Songs that made the hit parade.
Guys like us, we had it made. Those were the days.
Charles Manson and 3 girl members of his so-called family all were found guilty of murder in the first degree.
The end of January closed the book on one of the 20th century's most notorious crimes, when Charles Manson was convicted of his involvement in the Tate LaBianca murders on January 25th. Manson and 3 of his followers, Susan Atkins,
Oh, I'm
Patricia
on it.
Krenwinkel,
Whatever.
and Leslie Van Houten, were sentenced to death for the brutal slayings that took the lives of 6 people. But their sentences were reduced to life in prison following a temporary ban on capital punishment in the state of California. Manson famously...
All right, I'm going to play some Schedule 1 here.
...on the lyrics to the Beatles' song Helter Skelter. Wonder how hard he took the Fab Four's breakup. A similar fate awaited Manson's 4th co-conspirator later that year, when Tex Watson was convicted of 7 counts of first-degree
I'm
homicide
probably going to
on
hop
October
into
12th.
Subnautica
Watson
later,
had been
too.
tried separately after fleeing to Texas and fighting extradition for several months following his arrest. Tex is currently serving a
I'm
hard
actually curious
sentence.
how many streams I've
Elsewhere
actually
in Crime and
done.
Punishment, NYPD officer Frank Serpico was shot during a bust on February 3rd. Despite being severely
I know you're one of my
wounded,
earliest
fellow
viewers.
officers refused to radio for help, and a random civilian called the
I think
ambulance
you're
and
actually the
ultimately
first
saved his
person
life.
to ever
Serpico had gained notoriety as a whistleblower
comment
calling out police corruption, and his
on my,
shooting became a national news story as
my
details
stream.
came out suggesting Serpico's fellow officers tried to off him in retaliation. It
You're
became
also
such
my
a
first
story that it was made into a
subscriber.
movie 2 years later, starring Al Pacino
Yeah, you
as
got a lot of
cop.
firsts, man.
Frank, how was I supposed to recognize you?
Believe it or not, J.C. Penney was a real guy, and he kicked off the affordably priced bucket on February 12th. James Cash Penney founded the department store chain in 1902 in Kemmerer, Wyoming, and stayed involved with the company until his passing at the ripe old age of 95. According to popular legend, he once personally trained a young employee the most efficient way to gift wrap packages. The employee's name? Sam Walton, the future founder of Walmart. Vice President and future Nixon fall guy, Spiro Agnew injured 2 people after hitting 2 tee shots into the crowd during a golf game the day before Valentine's Day. Agnew was playing a foursome with pro golfer Doug Sanders, screen legend Bob Hope, and baseball great Willie Mays. More on Willie later. The Vice President sliced his first shot of the day and struck an elderly man and his wife. Then he teed up his second shot and sliced again, this time hitting a woman in the ankle and sending her to the hospital. Agnew managed to play the rest of the game without injuring anyone else. But nailing 3 spectators with 2 consecutive tee shots is admittedly kind of impressive. This incident of weaponized vice presidents wouldn't be topped until 34 years later, when Dick Cheney shot a 78-year-old lawyer in the face during a hunting trip. Luckily, the man's injuries weren't serious, because no one could agree on how much beer had been present at the time of the incident.
Butterfield, are you aware of the installation of any listening devices in the Oval Office of the President?
A day after the golfing incident, Nixon had a secret taping system installed in the White House. Nixon had grown increasingly paranoid and demanded constant surveillance of every conversation that took place in the Oval Office, his executive office, and his office at Camp David, as well as several phone lines. It was the beginning of the Watergate scandal, which will continue to play out in the next episode. No spoilers.
The Watergate scandal became a whole new ballgame.
Moving into March, the Doors frontman Jim Morrison left the United States for the last time on March 11th. Morrison packed his bags and left for Paris. The Lizard King was trying to avoid a Miami jail sentence stemming from his indecent exposure conviction the previous September. The story of one of rock's most iconic performers.
He died later
began
that
just
year.
A few short months later, when Morrison passed away.
Thank
in the
you.
city of
Thank you
light
very
on
much.
July 3rd at age 27.
Thank you.
To the infamous 27 Club. Morrison's official cause of death was heart failure, although no autopsy was performed. 2 weeks after Morrison left on his ill-fated trip, Late Night King Ed Sullivan aired the final episode
Like
of
a
his
buddy
hugely
being all buddy.
influential variety show.
By the reception here, you've been fine. Now get home safely. Good night.
The final episode of the Ed Sullivan Show went out over.
I had to move his chair out here
Sullivan helped launch
next to mine because he didn't like being in the other room.
Including Elvis, the Beatles, and Michael Jackson. Not a bad run. You can only have held out for Billie Eilish.
When did you people start getting so interested in black folks?
How many men were in the ambush?
You all were pretty good news to me slapping up on some white cops.
I want them, do you hear? And I want them now.
We'll be right back.
What are you doing here?
I'm going to take your picture.
I can't come down. I'm studying.
Well, that's okay. I can take it from here.
The new Kodak Tele-Instamatic camera.
National Public Radio, or NPR, aired its first broadcast a month later, on April 27th. The not-for-profit radio news organization was created by Congress's in 1967, which the public interest for the government to encourage
Thank you very much.
development of non-profit informational, educational, and cultural broadcasting. Just a few weeks
sip of
later,
coffee.
NPR broadcast the first episode of its flagship newscast, All Things Considered, which still airs to this day, Monday through Friday.
You know what I think I'm going to do then? Just for the hell of it. Tell me. I'm going to take this right foot, and I'm going to whop you on that side of your face.
Really?
Really?
On May 21st, Marvin Gaye released his landmark album, What's Going On? The soulful concept album is told from the point of view of a veteran returning home from the Vietnam War to a country rife with intolerance and injustice, and featured hit songs like Mercy, Mercy Me,
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
and the title track, What's Going On? The album was partially inspired by letters Gaye received from his brother Frankie, who was drafted at age 25. What's Going On has been hailed by both critics and musicians alike as one of the best albums ever recorded.
I will check that out later.
A few short months after watching the vice
in a little
president
bit.
devastate some unsuspecting voters at a golf game, baseball legend
Yeah,
Willie Mays hit
I'll
his
spark here in a sec.
638th career home run with the San Francisco Giants.
There's a swing, long drive to deep left field,
Setting the National League record of 1,950 runs scored on May 30th. Mays had turned 40.
I'm probably even going to play Diablo 2 later.
Back in 1951, but his time in San Francisco and in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, Julia was
the New York Mets, where he
there at
finished
the
out his
beginning. She was
iconic
one of my
career
first
a
ones,
year
but I'm pretty sure you were there first.
Music, about 1,000
You were. I
Grateful
know
Dead
that you
fans
were at
drank
least the
apple cider
first person to
with
comment,
prestige
to
in
say
their concerts on
anything.
May 31st. Whoopsies. And presumably took a long, strange trip to the venue's bathroom. A little over 30 concert goers got themselves checked out at a nearby hospital, but no one was hospitalized.
It was a long time. You were like
So
the only
if Ben
person I was
and
talking
Jerry
to.
is watching, they might get an idea for a new ingredient to spice up Cherry Garcia.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm Jerry.
And LSD ice cream is very powerful stuff.
Where are my manners? I didn't even introduce myself to you gentlemen. My name is John Shaft. Freeze.
The day after Independence Day, President Nixon ratified the 26th Amendment, which lowered the legal voting age from 21 to 18. The amendment was partially in response to criticism of the Vietnam War, in which the average American serviceman was 19 years old. The slogan, old enough to fight, old enough to vote, became a popular chant for activists leading up to the amendment. The following day, music legend Louis Armstrong passed away at age 69. After a career spanning nearly 50 years, the jazz
I walked into the wrong place. Sorry.
singing voice remains one of the most recognized in the history of popular music. And his signature hit, What a Wonderful World, is still in regular rotation. Ironically,
It's still 15 minutes until that's done, so I
moving
gotta.
into August, the summer came to a close with the death of SeaWorld's flagship performer, Shamu the Killer Whale. In case you
Oh, she got a sub?
yourself, SeaWorld's famed mascot Shamu isn't one impossibly elderly killer whale.
Yeah, she should check her Twitch page.
Over the years. The original Shamu
Because
captured as a
he just
juvenile
gave 25
at
subs, and I
SeaWorld
think one went to you.
but Shamu experienced a rapid and shocking decline in the months leading up to her death. On April 20th, Shamu attacked a SeaWorld employee named Ann Godsey during a televised stunt, grabbing the woman in her jaws and repeatedly dragging her underwater. It was a harrowing incident that would be echoed decades later. In February 2010, when SeaWorld trainer Dawn Brancho was attacked and killed by a 12,000-pound orca named Tilikum during a performance. The attack was the basis for the 2013 documentary Blackfish. Just over 2 weeks later, prisoners seized control of the maximum security Attica Correctional Facility outside of Buffalo, New York. Over 1,200 inmates captured an exercise yard and held 39 guards and prison employees hostage for 4 days, until Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller finally instructed state police to retake the prison by force. When the dust
Yeah, I
settled,
think they divide them up against amongst people that are actually watching.
were slain by police gunfire, and 89 others were injured.
The 4-day insurrection at New York's Attica.
I remember reading about them, but I didn't pay that much attention. I was actually researching
On the same day as Attica,
about
former
getting
Beatle
partnership.
John Lennon released his
Whoop.
album Imagine. The album was both a critical and commercial hit, earning the #1 spot on the Billboard charts and a double platinum certification, selling over 2
Come on.
million copies. The title track would go on to become Lennon's best-selling song as a solo artist, and one of the most celebrated pop songs of the past half-century. 2 days later, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev passed away. As the leader of the Soviet Union during the first decade of the Cold War, Khrushchev attempted to adopt a policy of peaceful coexistence with the United States, which did not earn him much love back home. Although he did famously bang his shoe on a table at a meeting of the United Nations to get everyone's attention, surely that deserves some love. Khrushchev was forced to resign
He threatened to bury us.
after the embarrassment of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and spent the rest of his life in disgrace and isolation.
No, usually we meet in the lobby. We discuss the film there, and I record their comments. That's all.
Oh, you do it in the lobby?
Yes.
Oh, fine.
Heading into October, the happiest place on Earth opened its doors for a second time, when Walt Disney World officially
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
in Orlando, Florida on October 1st. The resort opened with just the Magic Kingdom, but half a century later, the assorted parks and attractions cover almost 25,000 acres of Florida.
Thank you very much.
The very first guests to be admitted to Walt Disney World were the Windsor family, who were given a lifetime pass for free admission. The cost of a ticket back then was $3.50 for adults and $1 for kids under 12, compared to $109 per day in 2022. Those lifetime passes turned out to be a pretty sweet deal.
Hey there and welcome aboard. You're right on time for another super slick ride on the Soul Train. We'll get rolling with the exciting stylistics right after this communication.
We'll be
The only reason I really played Schedule 1 is because it was already what was up on my Twitch page.
Press the button. From within the tomb, the mummy speaks.
All right, Popeye's here. Get your hands on your head. Get off the bar and get on the wall. Come on, move out. All right, come on. Face the window. Move. Face the wall. Turn around there. Turn around. Move.
Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice's famous musical Jesus Christ Superstar debuted on Broadway October 12th. The musical is a loose retelling of the gospel as a tongue-in-cheek rock opera, so it didn't generate any controversy whatsoever. Before they became the two biggest names in musical theater, Webber and Rice were unable to secure funding to produce Jesus Christ Superstar.
Thank you very much.
So they released it as a concept album that generated enough buzz to finally land them on Broadway. The show was a smash hit and held the record for the longest-running musical in London's West End until it lost the title to Webber's 1981 musical.
That's right.
Cats.
Yeah, okay.
Game 4, the first night game in World Series history.
In a surprising first, the first ever night game of the World Series was played on October 13th between the Baltimore Orioles and the Pittsburgh Pirates at Pittsburgh's Three Rivers Stadium. Night games had been a thing for several decades at that point, so why did it take so long to bring the World Series to prime time? In short, like with most decisions in Major League Baseball, it was a question of tradition. Bucking that tradition paid off. The game had 63 million viewers.
I think we're still watching 1971.
Nighttime sporting event.
I'm not going to remember any of this stuff. I won't. My earliest memories, I'm going to say, is 1976. I do have other memories when I was a child, but I'm not sure how old I was or what year it was.
Collided with a truck. The title and artwork of the Allman Brothers Band's 1972 album "Eat a Peach" is
But
to a quote from Duane Allman and
the earliest memory I have, where I know when it was 1976, and it was my birthday and that summer.
Not far from the site of Duane Allman's accident.
Thank you very much. But yeah, it was that summer. That was, I remember that, and I know when it was. But I do have earlier memories than that. I don't know what year it was.
The team went on an epic 2-month tear.
But the only I remember is 1976, as that was the the bicentennial, the 200-year anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And we're coming up on 250 this year.
It was an undeniable smash that revived her career as a solo artist. Gypsies, Tramps,
We've been
and Thieves shipped over 1 million
We've been a country for a quarter of a century.
Certification and making it the best-selling single in the history of MCA Records.
Thank you, sir.
Sticking with music, British rock group Led Zeppelin released their 4th untitled album, generally referred to as Led Zeppelin 4, 2 days later. In addition to being the band's highest-selling album,
damn it.
Led Zeppelin 4 is notable for containing Stairway to Heaven, the group's signature hit and one of the most famous classic rock songs of all time.
Like, you gotta check out
Myers wasn't allowed to play it.
No, all these strains I got.
3 days later, counterculture icon and godfather of gonzo journalism.
And they're all from just OJ, the OG Kush. I haven't even upgraded my seeds yet.
Rolling Stone magazine. The serialized novel, which follows Thompson on a drug-fueled bender while attending a race on assignment for Sports Illustrated, is a chaotic blend of fact and fiction that also serves as a post-mortem of the hippie movement of the 1960s. The book was a hit, and while several attempts were made to adapt it into a film over the years, a movie wouldn't be released until 27 years later, when surreal filmmaker and Monty Python alumnus Terry Gilliam successfully adapted Thompson's work into the 1998 film of the same name, starring Johnny Depp as Thompson.
Wait! We can't stop here. This is that country.
One of the most enduring mysteries of American crime went down the night of November 24th, when a man calling himself D.B. Cooper hijacked Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 305, heading from Portland to Seattle. Shortly into the flight, Cooper gave flight attendants a note.
Wow, the guy in the basement, the apartment below me has an unbalanced load in his washing machine, and he's just letting that fucker ride.
Cooper parachuted out of the rear of the plane mid-flight and was never seen again. More than half.
I can't blame him. I do the same thing.
Been conclusively identified. Maybe he was just really freaked out about going home for Thanksgiving.
We'll be right back.
The French have their Roquefort, the Dutch their Edam, but in America, the cheese is Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel brand cheddar from Kraft.
Moving into December, the Soviet space probe Mars 3 became the first spacecraft to soft land on the surface of the red planet on the 2nd of December. For reference, a soft landing is essentially the opposite of a crash landing. The probe touched down on December 2nd in the middle of a massive dust storm. 9 days
Hey,
after its
thank you
sister
very
probe,
much.
Mars 2 crash landed on the planet. Although the lander failed shortly into the mission, the Mars 3 orbiter continued to circle the planet and transmit data and images back to Earth for the next 8 months. 8 days later, musician Frank Zappa failed to achieve orbit when a deranged fan shoved him off the stage during a performance at London's Rainbow Theatre on December 10th. Zappa was in the middle of a cover of the Beatles' I Want to Hold Your Hand when the fan rushed on stage and threw him off. He suffered serious injuries that left him confined to a wheelchair for over a year. Recalling the incident in his 1989 autobiography, The Real Frank Zappa book, Zappa wrote, "The band thought I was dead." Just a few days earlier, a fan fired a flare gun during one of Zappa's performances and set fire to the Montreux Casino in Geneva, Switzerland. The fire inspired Deep Purple, who were performing with Zappa that night, to write their signature song, Smoke on the Water. On the same day as the Zappa attack, an unknown filmmaker named George Lucas unwittingly made history when he founded his production company, Lucasfilm, in San Rafael, California.
Oof.
Before it became known as a workshop of dreams beloved by every adolescent action figure collector, Lucasfilm was a decidedly small operation. At the time, the creator of Star Wars and Indiana Jones had only the dystopian sci-fi film THX 1138 under his belt, and was still a few years away from changing movies forever with his blockbuster space opera. Flash forward to 40 years later, when Lucas would sell Lucasfilm to the Walt Disney Company to the tune of $4 billion.
I think I should take the bed out of the hotel room.
And that's how 1971 came to a close, with a Droog and a Jedi giving us a glimpse of the new wave of movies about to strike Hollywood. 1972 was on its way with an exciting new hobby from a video game
Oh my
company,
god!
and the most
You alright, Shoujo? What's going on? Hey!
Century. Also, a certain
Do you guys hear that?
leading man would
I
make us
can't
all
believe
we couldn't refuse.
a
But
tiny
that's
little
for
animal can make a
next
noise
year.
that loud.
Coming soon, 1972. So what do you think? What
Oh,
did you
this
like
is
about
supposed to-
1971? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other timeline videos.
Hiya, Cass.
Hiya, John.
How you doing?
Fine and Andy.
I'm great, too.
I didn't ask you how you doing.
Pop culture was out of sight in 1972. TV saw the beginning of a New Year's tradition and the premiere of one of the most popular dramas of all time, Radios and record stores received several funky new albums that would continue shifting popular music from
Yeah, I don't know. I think
into
she's in
fresh
Heat.
new territory.
I didn't think she would, she's not even a year old yet. I didn't think it would be this soon, but...
Once by an exciting new generation of athletes, and one of the greatest...
Not all day. I'm only playing this for a little while because, I had to run to the gas station this morning to get milk, which I didn't want to be late for the stream, so I didn't have time to change my thing, so I started playing this just because it was already up there. But I could play something else. Yeah, I could play something else. I just gonna
settle in for some historic news.
Did I just save? I hope so.
1972. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what you would like to bring back from the 70s. Now, it's time.
You know what? I'm just gonna switch my category to just chatting.
The year would start off with a fox.
Hello, police. I want to report a robbery. How many men?
And if anybody complains about that, I'll just tell them to shut up.
No, if that's it. Were they colored?
Yeah, white.
Mid-January would have a surprising new footnote to the Second World War, when a Japanese soldier was discovered hiding out on
What
Guam
game should I play?
3 decades after Japan's surrender. When U.S. forces recaptured the island from Japanese control in 1944, Sergeant Soichi Yokoi had disappeared into the jungle rather than surrender. And there he remained, living off the land for 28 years. When Yokoi was discovered by locals and given the long overdue news about the end of the war, he returned home to Japan as a national hero. On Sunday, January 30th, 13 unarmed demonstrators in Londonderry, Northern Ireland, were cut down by British Army paratroopers in an incident that would become known as Bloody Sunday. The demonstrators were part of a march protesting the British government's policy of arresting and imprisoning anyone suspected of being an Irish nationalist. The government declared the march unlawful and sent the army to confront the demonstrators.
And YouTube, I don't even label. YouTube just comes up as Trader Rekt is an asshole. Hey, that's what I should play. I should play 7 Days to Die, because that's originally what I started streaming.
Canadian folk rock musician Neil Young released his signature album, Harvest, on the 1st. Harvest contains collaborations with a number of major artists like Linda Ronstadt,
There we go.
Crosby, and James Taylor, and went on to become the best-selling album of the year and the biggest of Young's career. The lead single, Heart of Gold, sold over 1 million copies and remains Young's only #1 hit in the U.S. Now that Harvest for the soulful.
This was Germany in the early 30s. This was Sally Bowles in the early 30s, full of life
I love parties. Doesn't my body drive you wild with desire?
and love.
I may have my tongue.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Damn it, I'm gonna have a...
All right. Birthday's turning out pretty good.
It really matters as long as you're having fun.
Every night at the Royale Theater, the 50s come to life. Grease.
The musical Grease opened on Broadway for the first time on Valentine's Day, starring Barry Bostwick and Carol Dennis.
Thank you very much, man.
The musical received 7 Tony Award nominations and ran for nearly 4,000 performances, featuring notable replacement actors like Richard Gere, Patrick Swayze, Adrienne Barbeau, Peter Gallagher, and John Travolta. Travolta would
thank you very much.
Version, which hit theaters 6 years later, on June 16th, 1978. The film
Well, this is taking a long time to load, man.
Travolta and his co-star Olivia Newton-John. Shifting gears from the world of hot-rodding teens to the world of sports, Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain became the first NBA player to score 30,000 points on February 16th. Ironically, despite his legendary status as a scorer, though on and off the court, Chamberlain only put up 10 points the day he made basketball history. 5 days later, Richard Nixon became the first U.S. president to visit the People's Republic of China on February 21st.
We seek an open world. A world in which no people, great or small, will live in angry isolation.
Nixon's visit was hailed as a strategic move to drive a wedge between China and the Soviet Union, which had been more heavily supporting North Vietnam during the Vietnam War.
We found paradise in America, had a good trade, made a good living, police protected you, and there were courts of law. I want you to rest well, and a month from now, this Hollywood big shot's gonna give you what you want.
Too late. They start shooting in a week.
I I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
Coming back to Nixon, the president's administration had former Beatles frontman John Lennon and his wife Yoko Ono served with deportation papers in mid-March. The Nixon administration argued that Lennon was in the country
we'll start a
illegally.
brand new map.
Immigration's policy has always been not
Boop,
to
boop,
split
boop,
a
boop.
family. So they're saying that seeing as Mr. Lennon is not eligible because I was bussed in England in 1968, planted by
well,
better get out.
But because Nixon is gonna Nixon,
game name, we're
deportation
gonna
order more to do with the singer's criticism of the Nixon administration and America's involvement in the Vietnam War. A number of celebrities and public figures wrote statements petitioning the Immigration and Naturalization Service to allow Lennon and Ono to remain in the country, including Bob Dylan, Joan Baez, John Updike, Joyce Carol Oates, and Tony Curtis.
That's fine.
70s
I'm gonna deal with
heartthrob
that.
Burt Reynolds created what would
Go to
become
advanced
one of the internet's
generation.
most famous images for the April 1972
Default
issue of
size is fine.
Cosmopolitan
I want a lot of
magazine.
towns,
The
a lot
man
of
who
point of
defined
interest.
macho for an entire generation kicked back on a bearskin
Everything
rug wearing
equaled
nothing
out.
but a twinkle in his eye. And that world
That's
famous
how I like
mustache.
to do it.
Reynolds claimed he had been drinking the morning of the shoot and was, in his own words, plastered by the time he posed for the legendary photo. No word on how much the bear had to drink.
We'll be right back.
Holy, she makes me hot and thirsty. This is a job for Kool-Aid. Hey, Kool-Aid!
Oh yeah, Kool-Aid's here, bringing you fun. Kool-Aid's got thirst on the run. Get a big, wide, happy ear to hear Kool-Aid's mine. Yeah, 'cause the biggest smile is
Oh my God.
Your friend's cool. My friend's Kool-Aid.
Mobster Joe Gallo was gunned down in the middle of his 43rd birthday party at a restaurant in New York City's Little Italy neighborhood on April 7th.
At least 14 persons witnessed the killing.
Dude, I remember growing up.
The bride of 3
I'm
weeks.
trying to. I remember the
Gallo,
kid's
an
name was
alleged
Bill.
member of
I
the
can't remember what his
Colombo
last
crime
name
family,
was.
had gained a reputation as
We
a
didn't hang
liar,
around with him a lot,
earning
but
him the
every
nickname
time I
Crazy
saw him, he
Joe.
had that
Notorious
Kool-Aid ring
mob
around his
enforcer
mouth.
Frank Sheeran, aka the Irishman, later claimed responsibility.
We used to
for
call him
wrecking Gallo,
Kool-Aid because
but
he
his
always
claim
had
has
it.
been disputed by some investigators and witnesses.
He was kind
To
of a
this
fat
day,
kid,
Gallo's
too.
murder officially remains unsolved.
He wasn't real fat,
although
but he
Sheeran's
was like
version of
70s
events was
fat,
depicted in
70s,
the
80s fat.
2019 Martin Scorsese film The Irishman. Moving into May and the other side of the law, famed FBI boss and future Leonardo DiCaprio facial prosthetic J. Edgar Hoover passed away.
J. Edgar Hoover was one of the giants. His long life brimmed over with magnificent achievement and dedicated service to this country, which he loves so well.
Hoover served as director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation for nearly 50 years. But Hoover became a controversial figure toward the end of his career, in particular for his widespread surveillance of American citizens suspected of being communists or communist sympathizers. Congress passed a law requiring all future FBI directors to be approved by the Senate and serve no longer than 10 years. Speaking of controversy, Alabama Governor George Wallace was seriously
Yeah,
wounded
there
in an
were
assassination
definitely a
attempt on
lot
May
less
15th.
fat people
Wallace,
back
who
then.
staunchly opposed desegregation and famously
Like,
stood on the steps
when
of
I
the
grew
enrollment
up, we were
office
only
at the
like
University
20
of
years
Alabama, blocking
like
two black students
out
from
of
entering when the school
looking
was
at fat
racially
people in
integrated
freak
in
shows.
1963. Wallace was
So
attending
yeah, there weren't a
rally
whole
in
lot of
rural
like.
Maryland,
I
where he was
remember,
shot by
like,
21-year-old
you
Arthur
saw
Bremen,
somebody that was like
leaving Wallace
300,
permanently
350
paralyzed
pounds.
from
You
the
were
waist
like,
down.
Jesus
Wallace was
Christ, dude,
reelected
how
as
the fuck
Alabama's
do you get
governor
like
2
that?
more times. Finally ending
No,
his
that's like
political
commonplace,
career in
man.
1982
I don't
as
get
one
it.
of the longest-serving governors in American history.
That's a
The
pretty good map,
Philadelphia
man.
Phillies' Greg Luzinski pulled off a historic shot of his own a day later.
I kind of
when he
don't like
belted a
how
home
deep
run
you
on
got to
a
go into
Phillies
the
veteran
burnt forest.
stadium that struck the replica Liberty Bell atop the bleachers in center
But that's
field.
all right. I'm
The
gonna
bell
live.
was parked
I'm
at
gonna
the
live
highest
with it.
point of the stadium, some 500 feet away from home plate. No wonder Luzinski
All right,
was
let's go into the
nicknamed
new game.
Bull. The end of a different era was underway 2 weeks later when
Basic.
White House plumbers first broke into the
Nope,
Watergate
I'm gonna put it
complex in
online.
Washington, D.C.
So if
on May
anybody wants
28th.
to
These plumbers
join me,
were a group of ex-FBI and CIA led by
up to
former
16
FBI
people.
agent G. Gordon Liddy, who broke into the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate complex to plant recording devices.
blood moon frequency.
That would help Nixon
That's
in
gonna
his
be.
upcoming re-election campaign. We'll see in a minute how the president couldn't
It's
leave
gonna be every
well enough
5
alone.
days.
David Bowie's groundbreaking album,
64
The Rise and Fall of Ziggy
enemies.
Stardust and
They're
the Spiders from Mars, was released
not even
9
gonna
days
get a
later
warning.
on June 6th. The concept album, loosely telling the story of an extraterrestrial rock star messiah who let fame go to his head, Ziggy Stardust was part album and part performance art.
I wanted to define the archetype Messiah.
Thank you very much.
That's all I wanted to do. And I used the trappings of kabuki theater, mime technique, fringe New York music, like my references were Velvet Underground.
Bowie created a Ziggy alter ego.
There we go. I'm going to put the AI. They're going to walk, except when they detect me.
And is considered to be among his finest
I'm
work,
going to give them
as
feral
well as one of the
sense.
best and most influential rock records of all time.
The Democratic National Committee is trying to solve a spy mystery. It began before dawn Saturday when 5 intruders were captured by police inside the office.
Mark airdrops, I want that on. Biome progression, we'll have that on. Storm frequency at 50%. That's fine.
Serving as the security coordinator for Nixon's
I
re-election.
like how that damage is set up.
With burglary tools, recording equipment,
Thank you
cameras,
very much.
and actual tear gas guns, in case they needed
Nothing,
to take out
nothing.
Spectre, I guess.
Creative
However,
mode off.
President Nixon announced that a White House
Whoa,
investigation
holy
had
shit.
determined that no part of his administration had been involved with the break-in, and that the men
Dude, they're doing some work outside, and wow, they just shook my power lines. So if I lose power,
the responsibility to run the campaign.
sorry, it's not my fault.
His version of the
They're
story was
replacing
one
the
challenge.
sidewalks in my
More on that in a bit.
on my street,
Electrical engineers Nolan
which
Bushnell
kind of sucks
and
because
Ted
usually I
Danson took
park
the
like
first
literally
step
right
toward
outside the
booming
door,
productivity of
but
future
for the
generations.
last week I had to
They
park
founded
like a block away.
June 27th in Sunnyvale, California. Bushnell and Dabney had recently designed
Alright,
the first
the
arcade
multiplayer.
game, Computer Space, in 1971, and were looking to continue producing electronic games. The
I'm gonna
company's
leave it
name
kill
comes from the Japanese word Atari, which Bushnell selected because of its use in the ancient board game
Alright,
Go.
I'm gonna do kill
4
strangers
days later,
only.
The first official UK Gay Pride rally
Just
was
in
held
case,
London on July 1st. The date was
people
chosen
join
to
up
mark
and we
the
wanna do
anniversary of the
teams.
Stonewall riots, which had
All right.
ignited after police raided
We're
the
ready to
popular
go.
gay club, the Stonewall Inn in New York City on June 28, 1969. Approximately 2,000 people attended the rally. Today, Pride in London continues to run annual festivals celebrating diversity in the LGBTQ community as one of the largest and longest running Pride events in the world. In the world of sports, tennis icon Billie Jean King won her 8th Grand Slam singles title at Wimbledon on July 7th. It was one of 3 Grand Slam singles victories King earned that year, which probably had something to do with Sports Illustrated naming her Sports Person of the Year, alongside college basketball coach John Wooden in their December 25th issue. King was the first woman to win the award. Later that month, a staggering 57 homicides were committed in New York City over a 7-day period that ended at midnight on July 20th. That staggering number was a record for the city at the time, which had reported an average weekly homicide toll of 31 the previous year. Investigators theorize that a combination of a sweltering heat wave, payday, and random chance may have contributed to the unusually high number of homicides, which included 26 stabbings, a genuine mob hit, and an incineration. Yep, you heard that one right. That was a bad week to be awake in the city that never sleeps.
We'll be right back.
What's this stuff? Some cereal. It's supposed to be good for you. Did you try it? I'm not gonna try it. You try it. I'm not gonna try it. Yeah. He won't need it. He hates everything. He likes it. Hey, Mikey.
When you bring life home, don't tell the kids it's one of those nutritional cereals you've been trying to get them to eat. You're the only one who has to know.
I remember those commercials. Those commercials ran for years.
Why do you go on this trip so weird? I like my life, Louis. Got a nice job, a nice house, nice kid. Make that sound. Oh, shit, Louis. Why do you go?
Sticking with crime, Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein published their
No, I'm
first
playing
article
vanilla.
investigating the Watergate scandal on August 1st.
I gotta be
The
honest
pair
with you,
reported
dude.
that a check for $25,000 originally
The
intended
game's
for
pretty
Nixon's
perfect the way it
re-election
is.
had been deposited
I mean, if I did play any mods, it would mostly be cosmetic mods.
Considering
Or
Nixon had emphatically stated that no one in
like
his administration
map
had any
creating
knowledge of
mods.
the break-in, the deposit was admittedly part of
Like
the
where
scheme.
I could affect how many big cities are. Because I think it would be cool is you could turn the map into one big city and just separate parts of the city are different biomes. That would be badass.
Lennon and his wife Yoko
But I don't know.
mostly performed
I'm not
songs from
100% sure the
latest
program
album
could handle
sometime in
something
New
like
York.
that.
But the rascally Beatles snuck in a Beatleless rendition of Come Together, as well as his signature hit Imagine. Paul McCartney had been invited to attend as well, but ultimately turned the offer down.
This is a CBS News special report. Terror at the Olympics.
Just 6 days later, members of a Palestinian terrorist group known as Black September laid siege to the Olympic Village apartment of Israeli athletes competing in the 1972 Summer Games at Munich. The terrorists murdered 2 athletes and took 9 others hostage, demanding the release of over 230 Arab prisoners incarcerated in Israeli jails. All of the hostages were slain in a shootout at the Munich airport, along with 5 of the terrorists and a German police officer. Rather than canceling the games entirely, the decision was made to suspend competition for 24 hours to hold memorial services for the Israeli athletes. In response to the siege, the Israeli government sent a team of Mossad agents to track down and eliminate the Black September terrorists responsible. Flash forward 33
And see, that's what I'm
years,
talking about.
when Steven Spielberg's
Israel
film
has
Munich,
Mossad,
a dramatization
which are
of the
like
siege and the subsequent revenge
fucking like
mission,
Jewish
was released on
ninjas.
December 23rd, 2005.
Why aren't they sending those guys into Gaza to find Hamas? Right, you know, send Mossad in there, kick in the right doors, cut the right throats. You don't have to fucking level the place, but take care of the problem, man.
Big important thing in your career that's happened to you? I mean, with this kind of
aside from
exposure?
Grease was the musical that I
Right.
did on Broadway, which sort of led to Maude, and Maude's the first television thing I've ever done.
I've heard about you. I've heard about your love making.
That's nothing.
That's what I heard.
Then hold it, Carol. Come on, honey. Can't you put a little more pizzazz in it? I mean, this is a tribute to burlesque, not the Walden.
Quiet down now and get some sleep. Good night, Dad. Good night, Elizabeth.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Kim Bob. Good night, Kim Bob.
Good night, Kim Bob.
At ease, man.
McIntyre.
Yeah.
What's in here? Soot, sir. Be the judge of that.
Heading into October, Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571, carrying the old Christians Club rugby team and several of their family members and friends, crashed into the Andes Mountains. The survivors were stranded in the freezing mountains for the next 72 days, huddling in the plane's fuselage for shelter and melting snow for drinking water. To not starve, survivors were forced to consume the remains of those who had perished during the crash or later succumbed to the elements. The group began to lose hope as their numbers tripled until December 23rd, when rescue helicopters finally arrived. The story of the team's incredible ordeal, spending over 2 months in the frozen wilderness, was the inspiration for the 1993 film Alive, starring Ethan Hawke and Josh Hamilton, who are extremely not from Uruguay.
Paper covers the rock. The rock crushes the scissors.
Is not playing a child's game a waste of time?
In games, children teach, sometimes more than books. Calm. Instruct an old man.
We now go to Miami, where Polaroid unveiled the world's first truly instant camera on October 26th.
And now, a compact, folding, electronically controlled,
3 rocks.
single-lens reflex camera, capable of focusing from infinity down to 10 inches.
The SX70 reduced the development process to a single step. Just click the button to take your shot, and the camera took care of the rest, spitting out a square photograph that developed in seconds right before your eyes. The square
I'm
images
doing
in the
great.
development process have since become synonymous with the phrase taking a Polaroid. On the same day of Polaroid debut, National Park Service began the first guided tours of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary, the infamous maximum security prison located on San Francisco's Alcatraz Island. The prison still operates as a museum and tourist attraction to this day, and several former guards and inmates alike have worked there. Although there were a handful of attempts, nobody ever successfully escaped the island in the
Thank you very much.
It operated as a federal prison, except for Sean Connery.
Welcome to the Rock.
Richard Nixon was re-elected as the president of the United States.
Buddy was just laying by me, and I think Shoujo's going into heat. I haven't gotten her fixed yet because I'm lazy and I thought she was still too young for that. But apparently she's in heat, so you'll be able to hear her every so often. She's been meowing pretty much nonstop. Actually,
Nixon wouldn't be able to enjoy the sweet.
Wait a minute, Buddy's there in the tower.
He just earned another
If you look on the cat cam.
Commander-in-Chief, his days in the
He
White
just
House
started
were
ringing the little bell. I don't know where Shoujo is.
We'll be right back.
I can hear him meowing in the other room.
Intimate by Revlon. Diamond Facet Spray Mist. How'd you know? An intimate teddy bear. He looks just like you. Basket of intimate. Did he give me intimate because I like it? Or because he likes it?
I want a little more stone.
Give her something in it. It's really a man's fragrance. Intimate by Revlon.
5 short months after starting the company, Atari co-founder Nolan Bushnell released the revolutionary video game Pong at the end of November. Essentially, a
all right, this time I'm going to do something different.
Was initially designed by Atari engineer Alan Calicorn as
this
an
time I'm going to just take over a house
in Sunnyvale, California,
and
Pong
build my base from there.
The game is credited with launching the video game industry, making it
let me finish all my quests.
For a new timeline episode. These video games do not play themselves. The coldness of December would hit on the 7th.
Oh, I
as
gotta.
First Lady of the Philippines and noted shoe
Not
collector
that.
Imelda
This.
Marcos was stabbed in an assassination attempt. Marcos was presenting awards for a national beautification campaign when a man emerged from the crowd and attacked her. The assailant was taken out by police on the spot, but Marcos suffered severe damage to her arms and hands and had to be flown to a hospital
he was
to recover.
he literally 30 seconds ago he was awake, but I guess he's sleeping now.
Martial law in September.
I signed proclamation number 1081, placing the entire
He'll do that. He'll sleep. He'll sleep for a while, and then he'll come over by me and sleep for a while.
Until February 26th.
And then I'll have to. Yeah, he's a super chill cat.
Palace in Manila after trying to overturn election results. Evidence of the president's widespread corruption.
Shoujo's the
emerged,
psychopath.
including the embezzlement of billions from the Philippine economy. Hey, 3,000 pairs of shoes ain't cheap.
Triumphant Miami Dolphins returned from Super Bowl VII. A throng of thousands gave a winner's welcome to the
Shoujo is the kind of cat that will sit like on my desk and stare at me until I make eye contact with her, and then she'll knock something off the desk.
16th, when they became the first team to finish the regular season with an undefeated record of 14-0, with a roster including
Though Shoujo's just a psychopath. She's a troublemaker.
the Dolphins would continue their undefeated
She has a
streak
lot
to
of
the
fun, though.
playoffs and into Super Bowl VII, where they triumphed
I play
over the
fetch with her.
Washington Redskins 14-7. Sticking with sports, the greatest, maybe it happened play in football history occurred 1 week later, when the Pittsburgh Steelers faced off against the Oakland Raiders on December 23rd. Quarterback Terry Bradshaw launched a pass towards running back Franchi Fuqua. Oakland's Jack Tatum collided with Fuqua, knocking the ball into the hands of Pittsburgh's Franco Harris, who ran the ball 60 yards for the game-winning touchdown. The play was dubbed the Immaculate Reception, but remains controversial. Sadly, the good vibes felt by Pittsburgh sports fans wouldn't last when Pittsburgh Pirates all-star right fielder Roberto Clemente tragically perished
where
in a
is it?
plane crash on December 31st.
Well, it's a half a mile that way,
Clemente was
huh?
on his way to personally deliver relief supplies to Nicaragua, which had been struck by a devastating earthquake the week before. Unfortunately, the plane was in disrepair and overloaded, and it exploded just after taking off from Puerto Rico's international airport. The National Baseball Hall of Fame amended their eligibility requirements to posthumously induct Clemente the following year, and renamed its annual Commissioner's Award to the Roberto Clemente Award. 1972 came to a close with the first ever broadcast of New Year's Rocking Eve with Dick Clark. Surprisingly, the inaugural broadcast was actually titled Three Dog Nights New Year's Rocking Eve, and was hosted by members of the psychedelic rock band rather than Clark, who served more of a field reporter's position covering the ball drop ceremony in Times Square.
Let me wish you a Happy New Year, fellas. If you think it's wild out there, it's beginning to pour here in Times Square.
The show was a success and became an annual television tradition for the next 40 years. Clark only missed one broadcast in 4 decades, hosting his final installment on December 31st, 2011, before passing away the following April at age 82. And so 1972 came to a close, with one icon taking flight for the last time and another counting down.
Yeah, I'm going to do something different today, man. I'm just going to take over a building. I want to get one near
bringing more of the classic flicks, righteous tunes, and freaky-deaky
the grouchy guy,
decade unique.
so that I could do quests quick.
Coming soon, 1973.
Need some of that stuff.
So what do you think? What was the best or worst thing from 1972?
All right, he's right here.
Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it,
That building's kind of big.
Other timeline
What is this
videos.
over here?
1973.
That's a nice
started
house.
off
I'm
with
taking
some
over that nice
much-needed
house.
good vibes.
Should I take over the
The end
nice
of a
house or the
long
gas
and bloody
station?
war was finally in sight, and America took the space race to a stellar new level.
I'm taking the
there were
nice
some
house,
seriously
man.
nifty records to spin. But by the end of the year, everyone was running on fumes. Literally. We're going to talk about the news, culture, sports, and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 70s.
Yeah, I did
This
start a
is
Discord
Timeline.
server. It's at the bottom of the screen.
Settle in for some historic news because today we're talking 1973. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel and let us know in the comments below what you would like to bring back from the 70s. Now, I'll see you on the dark side of the moon, or the end of the episode, whichever comes first. This is 1973. The year
Yeah,
would
it's
start
down
off
at the
with
bottom
a
of the
little
screen. That's my
schoolhouse rock.
my X or my Twitter. I have a Facebook page and Discord.
Elvis made history with his Aloha from Hawaii concert.
Though
event
I
on
really
January
don't
14th.
do much
The
on my
hour-long show was
Facebook because
broadcast
really
live
old
via
people,
satellite
mostly
from
old
Honolulu
people use
International Center,
Facebook.
today known as the Neil S. Blaisdell Center, to approximately 36 countries in Asia and the Oceania
Is the
region.
door frame
The
still on there? I
concert was
can't
the
tell.
first live satellite broadcast
I don't want to
featuring
ruin
a
this
single
thing.
performer.
Let's see if I can put
It
a
also
door
held
on
the
there.
record for sweatiest human on television until Jimmy Swaggart gave his infamous "I have sinned" speech 15 years later.
I have sinned against you, my Lord.
The very next day, President Richard Nixon announced the United States had suspended all offensive actions against North Vietnam. The announcement
I don't have
came
my
just
picture
weeks
on it.
after Nixon bombarded North Vietnam with a 2-week bombing campaign, during which American forces dropped over 20,000
I like the little
tons of
windows so I could
ordnance
look
on
out there and
Haiphong
see the
Hanoi.
zombies trying to
2
knock
weeks
down my
later,
door.
The U.S. signed the Paris Peace Accords with North Vietnam, the Viet Cong, and South Vietnam on January 27th. The agreement called for an immediate ceasefire across Vietnam, and for the
What
United
is
States
that?
to begin
A
withdrawing
rope?
its forces and dismantling its bases. In return, North Vietnam agreed to release their prisoners of war, including every captive American.
Today, the largest contingents of repatriated prisoners so far, 60 men, were flown from Clark to Travis Air Force Base, California.
It was effectively the end of the U.S.'s involvement in the Vietnam War.
I'm gonna give you 4 hours to get away, and I'm coming after you. 4 hours. Don't waste any more precious time.
Lean, mean, knockout-producing hitting machine George Foreman defeated heavyweight champion Joe Frazier at the Sunshine Showdown in Kingston, Jamaica on January 22nd. Foreman, the 3-1 underdog, took the undefeated Frazier off his feet 6 times before the referee stopped the fight. 1 minute and 35 seconds into the second round.
It is over in the second round. George Foreman is the
All right, thank you. I will.
champion of the world.
I'm going to try to keep up to date with that. I try to check it every day before I start streaming, then I look at it after I'm done
On
streaming.
the same day as Foreman's victory, the U.S. Supreme Court reached its landmark decision in the case of Roe v. Wade, deciding that the
But,
American Constitution conferred
I'm
the
still
right to
learning
have
a
an
lot
abortion.
about how to
The
use it
7-2
properly.
decision argued that a woman's right
But
to
I
abortion
will
was
eventually
protected
start
by the
doing
privacy
things on my
rights
Discord server
guaranteed
too.
in the 14th Amendment. The court relied upon the 1965 case of Griswold v. Connecticut as precedent, which established the right to privacy with respect
I
to
may
intimate
eventually
practices. The decision
have
would stand
somebody
for nearly
work on
50
my
years until Roe v.
social
Wade was
media
overturned
for
on
me.
June 24th, 2022 in a 6-3 decision.
But it'll probably
The
end up
Supreme
being
Court
somebody
in
I know a
Dobbs v.
little more on a
Jackson Women's
personal
Health
level so that
Organization
they would
overturned Roe
be
v.
able to
Wade
do it better.
and returned the issue of abortion rights to individual states on June 24th, 2022 in a 6-3 decision. Not to be outdone by Foreman or the Supreme Court, former President Lyndon Baines Johnson
I hate
also
that they
made
put a
headlines
safe
on
in here and
January
there's nothing in
22nd
it.
when he passed away. Johnson initially entered the White House as John F. Kennedy's vice president and was famously sworn in as commander-in-chief on board Air Force One after Kennedy's death on November 22, 1963. Despite popular successes with the Voting Rights Act and Civil Rights Act, Johnson received harsh criticism for his inability to achieve victory in the Vietnam War, and many of the changes under his presidency were undone by his successor, Richard Nixon. Speaking of Nixon, at the end of January, Watergate burglars G. Gordon Liddy and James McCord were convicted of conspiracy, burglary.
Is there no zombies in this house? I find that very difficult to believe.
Burglars, including Liddy's fellow
All right, first thing I'm gonna do, we're gonna knock out this block.
Had already pled guilty earlier in the month. With convictions and guilty pleas secured, Judge John J. Soraka began threatening them with severe prison sentences unless they spilled the beans on their co-conspirators, namely President Nixon. Stay tuned to see how this whole Watergate thing shakes out. Just a few hours north of D.C. that same day, makeup-loving band Kiss played their first ever show at the Coventry Club in Queens, New York, for a crowd of less than 10 people. Kiss would go on to enjoy huge success as an arena rock band for much of the decade. They slapped their painted faces on every piece of merchandise imaginable, including comic books, a pinball game, toys, condoms, and even the Kiss casket. Moving into February in the world of music, Iggy and the Stooges released their third studio album, Raw Power. Boasting
what
a
is this,
crashing
just an
hard
office,
rock
right?
sound, the chaotic vocals of frontman Iggy Pop, and a mix by none other than the Thin White Duke himself, David Bowie, Raw Power became
before I started streaming, I put a notice on there that it was my birthday stream. I'm gonna start putting news on there and stuff like that.
Vietnam on February 12th. 142 of 500.
I will start. I will be getting better at this. I guarantee that. I promise you that. That's my promise to you. Is to become a better streamer.
Just over a month later, on March 29th. Speaking of notable releases, pop group Tony Orlando and Dawn's hit single, Tie a Yellow Ribbon Round the Old Oak Tree, was released 1 week later on February 19th. The song told from the point of view of
so this is my house.
From prison and asking his love to tie
we'll come back to that later.
In front of her house.
Let's go do a quest or two.
Hit the top 10 in 10
get some experience.
The catchy melodramatic jam is notable for being referenced by Nicolas
I want
Cage
this tree out of my way, though. That's for sure.
We'll be right back.
We're gonna have to make a nice little path between the house and the trader.
In late February, members of the controversial group, the American Indian Movement, began a 71-day occupation of Wounded Knee, South Dakota, on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Around 200 people participated in the occupation in protest of the U.S. government's failure to honor tribal
Slip
treaties.
in through the back door.
Tribal chairman Richard Wilson and his alleged.
Hey, what up, dude? Long time no see. Thanks for the shovel.
Gunfire was exchanged between protesters and federal officers.
I'll go dig this up for you. Give me a minute. Where's it at? Where's it at? It's over there.
Surrender on May 8th.
The occupation of Wounded Knee ended yesterday. Only 15 of the occupants were arrested. The others were allowed to go free.
Moving into March, Pink Floyd began a 736-week occupation of the Billboard 200 with the release of their landmark album, The Dark Side of the Moon, on March 1st. The concept album was a mega hit, selling over 45 million copies and going platinum 14 times in the UK. The Dark Side of the Moon's album art has become one of the most recognizable images in music. If you sync up the album to play alongside The Wizard of Oz, well, just do it. See what happens. The next day, 8 members of the Palestinian terrorist group known as Black September took control of the Saudi Arabian embassy in Khartoum, Sudan, taking 10 diplomats hostage, including officials from America, Belgium, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. In exchange for the hostages, the terrorists demanded the release of several captive Palestinians being held in Israeli prisons, as well as the release of Sirhan Sirhan, the man convicted of assassinating Robert Kennedy in 1968. Tragically, the terrorists ended 3 of the hostages after negotiations stalled, before ultimately surrendering to Sudanese authorities 3 days later. Turning to sports? Well, sort of. New York Yankees pitcher Fritz Peterson and Mike Kikich each called bizarre press conferences on the 5th of March to let the world know that they had traded their wives. And not just wives, they had traded their entire families, including their children and even their pets. Thanks for the update, guys. How'd it work out?
Fucking weird.
Expected. While Kikich and the former Mrs. Peterson broke up rather quickly, Peterson and the former Mrs. Kikich are still together at the time of this video airing, almost 50 years later. 11 awkward family dinner dates later, Queen Elizabeth XI opened a new London Bridge on March 15th. The new bridge was actually the 3rd London Bridge. London Bridge II stood for roughly 600 years. It
Till
was
it fell down.
A oil tycoon named Robert McCulloch, who had the bridge taken apart and rebuilt in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. A popular rumor suggested that McCulloch purchased the old London Bridge by mistake, thinking he was actually buying the way groovier Tower Bridge. But the tycoon denied this until his dying day, 4 years later. Over in Hollywood, Marlon Brando refused to accept his Best Actor Oscar for his role as Don Vito Corleone in The Godfather on March 27th. Native American actress Maria Louise Cruz, also known as Sacheen Littlefeather, spoke on the actor's behalf, reading a statement written by Brando explaining that he was declining the award in protest of the portrayal of Native Americans in film.
And he has asked me to tell you in a very long speech, which I cannot share with you presently because of time.
Brando was the second actor to refuse an Oscar in as many years. George C. Scott had declined to accept his Best Actor award for his role as Patton in 1971 because he objected to the idea of a ceremony that pitted actors against each other. Good point, George. Heading into April, a notable first. The first mobile phone call was made by Motorola employee Martin Cooper on the 3rd. Cooper made the call on a shoebox-sized prototype that weighed 2.5 pounds. Who did he call? A rival employee at AT&T, who was busy working on his own prototype. Can you hear me now? Because that dunk was deafening. The next day, we head to New York City, where the World Trade Center opened its doors.
Hang on, are the zombies even turned on?
At the time, the Twin Towers took the top spot from the previous record holder. Another famous New York City landmark, the Empire State Building.
Because usually after that quest,
hold the record before losing the title to the Sears Tower the following year. We were really into the tall building race in the 70s.
No, they're not. That's why there was no zombies.
In the 1976
wow.
remake. Apparently, that's
all right.
Skyscrapers in New York City. Speaking of high art, the massively
I thought it was weird.
Painter Pablo Picasso packed away his mortal easel on April 8th. Picasso was a co-founder of the Cubist movement, an abstract art style found in many of his most famous works, including this 1937 masterpiece. The master and his wife were in the middle of dinner with friends when he collapsed, succumbing to heart failure at the age of 91. 12-year-old Carolyn King took the field as the first girl to play Little League Baseball on May 10th, defying the organization's long-standing rule that disallowed girls from playing. In response, Little League Baseball...
It's going to change my housing situation, but that's all right. That's all right. I can deal with it.
King and the city of Ypsilanti filed a discrimination lawsuit. And though the lawsuit was dismissed, Little League Baseball eventually dropped its boys-only rule in 1975. America's first space station, Skylab, was launched on May 14th. Skylab was 118 feet tall and weighed 77 tons.
There's a zombie. There, I feel better about this now.
Skylab housed its first three-man crew 11 days later, when astronauts boarded the station to make repairs and conduct experiments for the next 28 days. Over the next few years, the station would house 3 separate crews for extended periods of time, collecting vital information about the sun and the effects of living in space on the human body. 2 weeks later, City Councilman Thomas Bradley defeated incumbent Sam Yorty to become the first black mayor of Los Angeles on the 29th of May. A former LAPD officer who retired from the force to practice law, Bradley would go on to be re-elected to an unprecedented 5 terms and made 2 unsuccessful bids to become governor of California. Turning the dial to music, Paul McCartney and Wings released their only good song, Live and Let Die, on June 1st. The song was the theme to the James Bond film of the same name. Although it was far from McCartney's biggest single, Live and Let Die nabbed an Academy Award nomination for Best Song, as well as a Grammy nomination. Not bad for a tune that sounds like it was about his former bandmates. Sticking with music, just 2 weeks later, crooner Marvin Gaye released his mega single, Let's Get It On. An emotional anthem about love and doing the dirty, the song became one of Gaye's signature hits. It remains one of Motown Records' most successful recordings of all time, selling 2 million copies in its first 6 weeks of release alone.
We'll be right back.
I gotta do the machine gun. I always do the machine gun.
Almonds?
Almonds? Yeah.
Really love almonds.
I do.
I'm gonna turn this down.
You'll love the Mars Almond Bar. You get an almond in every bite.
Heading into July, millionaire heir John Paul Getty III was kidnapped
What's up?
in Rome. Getty's grandfather...
How's it going? I'm doing all right.
J. Paul Getty Sr. refused to pay his teenage grandson's ransom of $17 million.
Let's see.
Of $3.2 million, but only after the kidnappers mailed their hostages severed.
I want to do some closer ones.
But the ordeal doesn't end there. We'll find out more.
It's going all right. I decided to play 7 Days to Die because this is the game I started streaming on.
Lee had been in Hong Kong to discuss his upcoming film, Game of Death. The actor had previously been diagnosed with cerebral edema.
Yeah, that guy's pretty grouchy.
After collapsing in Golden
that's alright.
recording some dialogue for Enter the Dragon. The cause of Lee's death has been the subject of intense speculation, blaming everything from a gangland assassination to an evil curse. The curse theory would gain more momentum 30 years later, when Lee's son Brandon was fatally shot in a freak accident while filming the action movie The Crow. Moving into August, musician Stevie Wonder fell into a coma after suffering a head injury in a serious car accident on the 6th of August. The singer was being driven to a radio station by his cousin to promote his latest album, when their car crashed into the back of a flatbed truck. Wonder remained in a coma for 4 days. He even temporarily lost his sense of smell, which, come on, universe, don't do that to Stevie.
Hey, you're supposed to be the best thing in the valley, man, but that can't be your car. It must be your mama's car. I'm sort of embarrassed to be this close to you. Well, I'm not surprised.
September would start out with some sad news, as Lord of the Rings author J.R.R. Tolkien set sail for the Undying Lands at age 81. The Lord of the Rings has sold more than 50 million copies to date, and has been translated into roughly 30 different languages, including the Black Speech of Mordor, probably.
Bridge, this is the captain. What's happened? 2 Romulan battleships, Captain, and they're heading right for us.
Elsewhere, Wonder Woman's transparent plane carries the Super Friends seaward.
I wish I could join you in Aquaman.
Thanks, Batman, but this operation is best handled by...
Buffalo Bills star running back O.J. Simpson slashed his way down the field for a record-breaking 250 yards on September 16th in the Bills' 31-13 win over the New England Patriots. The Heisman Trophy winner narrowly beat the league record of 247, set by Willie Ellison 2 years earlier. Simpson would finish out the year as the first player to rush for over 2,000 yards in a season. He went on to be inducted into the NFL Hall of Fame in 1985, and found some success as an actor, until, well, you know. Sticking with sports, decorated tennis pro Billie Jean King defeated former champ Bobby Riggs in a much ballyhooed exhibition match dubbed the Battle of the Sexes on September 20th. The 55-year-old gambler and hustler Riggs began challenging female players earlier in the year, goading his potential opponents with rants like, "Women belong in the bedroom and kitchen," in that order. Riggs was no match for the 30-year-old #1 ranked female player, King, who walloped him 3 games in a row to win the match in front of 30,000 fans at the Houston Astrodome, and an estimated 90 million more on television. The 5th of October saw the release of eccentric ivory-tickling rock star Elton John's 7th album, Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. Goodbye contained a number of hit singles, including Candle in the Wind, Benny and the Jets, Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting, and the title track. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road has sold over 30 million copies worldwide. The very next day, Syrian and Egyptian forces launched a coordinated attack on Israel, with the aim of reclaiming territory lost during the Third Arab-Israeli War in 1967. Dubbed the Yom Kippur War, the attack was specifically intended to take Israeli forces by surprise, as it occurred on the holiest day of the year in the Jewish faith. Although the armed conflict only lasted a few weeks, with a ceasefire going into effect on the 25th of October, the fallout was further reaching, particularly for Israel and its allies. Elvis and Priscilla Presley divorced after 6 years of marriage on October 9th. The two had begun seeing each other when Priscilla was 14 and Elvis was 24.
Yikes.
Rock indeed. Although the king frequently slept with other women, and Priscilla had begun an affair with her karate instructor that nearly resulted in
Jailhouse Rock, more like jailbait rock.
This place was amicable, and the two remained close for the rest of Elvis's life. Sticking with
I don't think I'm the
music,
first to make that
country
joke.
Music legend Dolly Parton released her fan-favorite single, Jolene, on the 15th of October, scoring her second #1 hit as a solo artist. The song is Parton's most recorded tune, with everyone from Olivia Newton-John to the White Stripes doing their own covers. Parton later claimed in an interview that she wrote the lyrics to Jolene on the same day she penned the words to another song that would become a massively popular cover, I Will Always Love You.
We'll be right back.
Magnavox presents Odyssey, the electronic game of the future.
Oh my God.
Odyssey easily attaches to any brand TV, black and white or color, to create a closed-circuit electronic playground.
The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, or OPEC if you're nasty.
Any brand TV.
I had one of these.
We'll be right back.
Magnavox presents Odyssey.
I had one of those and I had an Odyssey too.
Odyssey easily attaches
Also,
to any brand TV, black and white or color.
there was an Odyssey and an Odyssey 2.
Electronic playground.
The Organization of Petroleum
I had one of those.
Countries, or OPEC,
It was like my first at-home gaming unit.
17th of October. The embargo punished the United States and several other countries for their decision to assist Israel by reducing its exports by 5% per month until Israel withdrew its forces from the contested territories. By December, oil exports had been reduced by over 75%, leading to one of the worst energy crises in modern history. Gas rationing in the U.S. saw high prices and long lines that sometimes stretched for miles. President Nixon asked filling stations to refrain from selling gasoline on Saturday nights or Sundays. In some cases, cars would be restricted to buying gas on odd or even numbered days, depending on which type of number was the last digit of their license plate. And in the UK, people were encouraged to only heat a single room of their homes during the winter. On the topic of Nixon, Tricky Dick ousted Special Prosecutor Archibald Cox and accepted the resignations of Attorney General Elliot Richardson and Deputy Attorney General William Ruckelshaus on October 20th. The culling became unofficially known as the Saturday Night main house at the Justice Department was a desperate attempt to conceal his involvement in the Watergate scandal, but it didn't quite pan out for the embattled commander-in-chief. The public was outraged by Nixon's behavior, and 21 members of Congress began calling for his impeachment.
Hey, Fish. Who loves you, lady? Beautiful.
Moving into November, beloved comedian David Stringbean Aikman and his wife Estelle were gunned down by burglars in their Nashville, Tennessee home on the 10th. Aikman was a popular fixture at Nashville's Grand Ole Opry, as well as a main cast member on Hee Haw. The murderers, cousins Marvin and John Brown, had heard Aikman kept large amounts of cash on hand, so they broke into his cabin and waited for him to return home, ambushing him and Estelle as they walked through the door. The Browns each received 2 life sentences, and while Marvin died in prison, John Brown would eventually be paroled after serving 41 years in 2014. Nixon delivered his infamous quotes to a crowd of journalists at Walt Disney World in Orlando, Florida on November 17th, saying the infamous,
"People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got."
Your attention, please. We will soon be landing at Westworld, the ultimate resort. Each resort is maintained by reliable computer technology.
Abducted Getty heir John Paul Getty III was finally freed by his captors on December 15th. The kidnappers dropped Paul off on the side of a stretch of road in the middle of a downpour. Getty never fully recovered from the incident. He developed a serious drug addiction that resulted in a tragic overdose in 1981, which left him paralyzed and unable to speak. He passed away at age 54 in 2011.
Must have left my wallet in my door. Don't hand me into that crap. You better have the money, and it's going to be all around Chicago and get well. You won't be able to get a game of jack.
And that's how 1973 came to a close, with a sting and a hint of pea soup. 1974 was grooving up over the horizon, bringing with it the end of the Watergate scandal, the crowning of a new home run king, and the abduction of another wealthy teenager that would go in a shockingly different direction. But that's all for next year. Coming soon, 1974. So what do you think? What was the highest high or the lowest low of 1973? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other timeline videos. 1974 was the year everything changed.
Personally, figured I was watching something that somebody else would never see again in the world.
Americans learned the president wasn't untouchable, or even that trustworthy, causing a ripple effect of disillusionment. But the year also saw a microbus full of classic shows, movies, and music make their mark on pop culture history. And 2 sports heroes made the most dramatic statements of their careers. We're going to talk about the news, culture, sports, and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 70s. This is Timeline. Get ready for an abrupt turnover at the White House like you've never seen before, because today we're talking 1974. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel. And let us know in the comments below what 70 records you like to spin. Now strap into your rocket cycle and get ready to jump all the president's men. This is 1974. The year would start off as an important moment for nerddom, as the fantasy role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons made its debut in January. Initially developed by Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax, and published by the group's homegrown company, Tactical Studies Rules, D&D borrowed heavily from miniature wargaming and Tolkien's Lord of the Rings to become the first tabletop RPG. While it initially frightened mothers around the world, resulting in a brief satanic and a quaint movie starring a young Tom Hanks,
I have spells. I'm going to fly.
D&D has hung around like a lich in a tomb for over 40 years, giving creative nerds around the world a groovy new social outlet. Decidedly ungroovy, President Richard Nixon signed the emergency highway.
A whole gaggle of them, huh?
Second day of the year, creating a national limit of 55 miles per hour. The OPEC oil embargo enacted the previous year. Was meant to force more fuel efficient, and it stayed on the books until 1995, nearly 20 years later.
Most people do travel over 55. Most people that travel interstate go 60, 65, or 70 anyway.
Speaking of music, The Joker by Steve Miller Band. The Meta Stoner Anthem.
They're hard to, the fat ones are always hard to take down.
Has sold over 5 million copies in the U.S.
I got one arrow back. That was awesome.
Outside. Hey, we'll talk right here. Well, it's kind of personal. Oh, personal, yeah. Hey, Vivian, go out and find me a porn star, will you? Back in 5 minutes.
I don't have a watch.
Hey, count one, Mississippi. She's got great lips.
What's the worth of a man? For Steve Austin, it's $6 million. Steve Austin is the $6 million man, and he's worth.
I used to watch that show when I was a kid.
In late January, Ray Kroc threw down a few stacks of his McMillions to buy MLB's San Diego Padres. Kroc, who had retired from running the Golden Arches the previous year, made quite the steal purchasing the Pods for a cool $12 million, preventing a move that would have relocated the Padres to Washington, D.C. Heading into the 1st of February, 21-year-old University of Washington student Linda Ann Healy vanished from her apartment in the early morning hours of February 1st. Healy's remains were discovered by forestry students on Taylor Mountain in Sonoma County, California, a year later. Although nobody knew it yet, Healy was the first documented victim of Ted Bundy. Bundy was not done wreaking havoc. More on him to come later in the 70s. The next day, pop icon Barbra Streisand scored her first #1 hit with The Way We Were, which hit the top spot.
I'm kind of hoping they finish that sidewalk outside today.
Emmys, Grammy, Oscar, and Tony, was already an established singer and actress. In fact, The Way We Were was the theme song of the 1973 film of the same name.
You think you're pretty smart now, don't you? Here's your pay, Einstein.
The 70s were good to bad. 2 days later, 19-year-old heiress Patty Hearst was abducted from her apartment by the Symbionese Liberation Army on February 4th. The leftist terrorist organization dragged Hearst, who was millionaire publisher William Randolph Hearst's granddaughter, into the car in a hail of
Name's not important. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job done.
Mr. Hearst wants to save his daughter. Each Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for 4 successive weeks, each person with one of the listed cards can go to publicized stores.
Am I going the right way there? My house is over here.
Attempted to comply, but the kidnappers didn't release Patty. Something much more unexpected happened. 2 months after her abduction, a surveillance camera caught her helping the SLA rob a bank in San Francisco. She then released a statement declaring that she had willingly joined the organization.
I've been given a choice of 1, being released in a safe area, or 2, joining the forces of the Symbionese Liberation Army. I have chosen to stay and fight.
Playing out next year.
Right back.
You are about to witness the most amazing man-made jewelry ever created. The original multicolor mood ring. This is the ring that senses your deepest feelings. Scientifically developed, the incredible
remarkable chroma stone senses thermal changes deep within your body, reflects all your mood changes in a fascinating kaleidoscope of color. Discover the mysterious powers of the multicolor mood ring in elegant gold or silver tone settings. Dare to wear the original multicolor mood ring with the fascinating color supplies last.
Boy, is he strict.
Oh, he dropped a sack.
Hey, boys! Look what I got here! Hey, where are the white women at?
TV star, you got to be a real natural. My husband James used to have slow blood. Thanks to Vita Bright Health Tonic, my blood is fast, fast, fast. Vito Bright is dynamite.
Jaws made a bodacious splash in the world of shark fiction on the 10th. The best-selling thriller, written by first-time novelist Peter Benchley, caused a feeding frenzy among Hollywood executives. The film rights to the story were sold before it even hit bookstores. Producers at Universal Studios hired an up-and-coming filmmaker named Steven Spielberg to direct the movie version. We'll see if that film did anything next year. Speaking of buzz, Army Private Robert K. Preston buzzed the White House in a stolen helicopter on February 17th. The 20-year-old soldier led police helicopters on a chase through the National Mall before the Secret Service opened fire on him, forcing him to land on the White House's South Lawn with minor injuries.
His intention was to fly the aircraft directly into the White House.
Preston later claimed that he had joined the Army hoping to become a helicopter pilot and was upset that he'd been made a mechanic instead. Well, that's one way to show him what you got. Preston ultimately served 2 months in prison and was dishonorably discharged. Bummer. Speaking of broken dreams, Cher split from Sonny Bono on the 20th, ending the musical power couple after more than a decade in the spotlight. As a duo, Sonny and Cher released their #1 hit, I Got You, Babe, and hosted a popular variety show featuring their playful bickering.
One you would have been great for, The Wizard of Oz.
Apparently, that bickering wasn't all that playful. The two were already living in separate homes by the show's 3rd season, and were officially divorced 1 year later. Jumping ahead to late March, a group of Chinese farmers digging a well just outside of Xi'an discovered an underground chamber containing 6,000 life-sized terracotta warriors on the 29th. The famous terracotta army was revealed to be guarding the tomb of the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, who ruled back in 21 BCE. The site turned out to be a sprawling 20-mile complex containing a palace, a burial pyramid, offices, and 2 other pits containing even more terracotta warriors. Heading into April, Swedish pop group ABBA won the Eurovision Song Contest on the 6th with their song. It was the first Eurovision victory in Sweden's history, and it turned out to be the breakthrough moment the band was looking for. Waterloo became an international hit, made ABBA superstars, and the group remains one of the most popular and best-selling acts of all time. Speaking of all-time moments, turn to sports as Hammer and Hank Aaron broke Babe Ruth's career home run record 2 days later.
What a marvelous moment for the country and the
I wonder if the place has got a basement.
man is getting a standing ovation in the Deep South for breaking a record of an all-time baseball idol.
In the 4th inning against the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Braves' star right fielder spanked his 715th ding.
Oh, holy shit, that, oh my god, I don't know what they're running out there. Oh, dude, it just made a crazy noise and it scared the crap out of me. Well, mostly because it kind of sounded like it was coming in from my apartment at first.
3 months after abducting Patty Hearst, the symbiote...
But yeah, it was a super weird noise. Whoa! I can't see nothing in there. Is that a fat chick? It's a fat chick.
500 Los Angeles officers raided an SLA safe house in Compton, resulting in an explosive explosion in which more than 9,000 rounds were fired. Police accidentally set fire to the house during the gunfight, which burned as all 6 SLA members inside perished. Near the end of May, legendary jazz pianist and composer Duke Ellington passed away. Ellington, who had just turned 75 the previous month, is one of the biggest figures in jazz music history. He popularized big band jazz music as a regular fixture at Harlem's Cotton Club, and as a sought-after band leader and a songwriter for over 50 years. Heading into June, arguably the most ill-conceived promotion in sports history went down on the 4th. otherwise known as 10-cent beer night. The Cleveland Indians lured fans to a game against the Houston Astros by offering as much beer as they could drink for just a dime a pop. Fans became so drunk and unruly that an actual riot broke out in the 9th inning, with people rushing out onto the field to attack the players with makeshift weapons.
Pretty poor timing for a beer night to start with after the incident in Dallas where the two teams fought and led to a very unpleasant situation.
The Indians were forced to forfeit the game, and a firm 4-drink limit was placed on the remaining 10-cent beer nights Cleveland had already scheduled. In mid-June, Washington Post reporters Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein published their explosive nonfiction bestseller, All the President's Men. The book was a detailed collection of the duo's ongoing investigation into the Watergate scandal, including Woodward's meetings with the mysterious Deep Throat, an inside source who provided the journalists with vital information. Deep Throat was later revealed to be FBI Associate Director Mark Felton, although Woodward and Bernstein kept his identity a secret until 1975 at the age of 91.
We'll be right back.
By reaching out to see things differently, man's genius is now helping to free him from his earthly home. The amazing electronic devices like this one, designed for Quasar Color TV. It's part of our continuing improvement in 100% solid-state design, where solid-state devices contribute to your confidence in the set you buy.
Reach out for
The first Universal Product Code, or UPC code, was scanned on June 26th in Troy, Ohio, to sell a pack of Wrigley's chewing gum. The now ubiquitous codes were designed by 2 Drexel University graduate students to create
I hear a lot of bitching. I don't know where it's coming from. There, that guy right there.
Because people used to have to do all that by hand. Speaking of bold ideas, General Augusto Pinochet declared himself Supreme Chief Chile the next day, after seizing power from President Salvador Allende in a military coup the previous year. Initially, Pinochet was meant to share power with other members of the junta, but he quickly decided that it was best for everyone if he ran the whole thing. Pinochet remained dictator of Chile until he was actually voted out of power, and democracy was restored on March 11, 1990. Pinochet stuck around as the commander-in-chief of Chile's armed forces until 1998, when he was finally arrested for crimes against humanity. But a wall of international red tape and his failing health kept him out of prison until he passed away in 2006, before he could stand trial. 3 weeks later, former Beatle John Lennon was ordered to vacate the United States in 60 days on the 18th of Hey July. Yeah, we know he didn't write that song, but he should have. Come on, it's about his son. The deportation stemmed from a 1968 marijuana charge the songwriter had received in the UK. Lennon's strong anti-war stance, coupled with his popularity among young Americans, made him a target of the Nixon administration, who believed he posed a serious threat to Nixon's re-election. But the walrus wouldn't have to sweat tricking it much longer. More on that after a quick word from Charles Bronson and the Professor.
This is the story of a man who decided to clean up the most violent town in the world. Never make a death wish, because a death wish always comes true.
In a story forced upon us by our producer, Neil Peart, who joined the band in late July. Peart hopped on a Canadian power rock trio after original drummer left the band due to a lifelong illness. The Professor would stay with the band for over 40 years. Moving into August, Richard Milhouse Nixon made history when he announced to the American people his intention to resign from the office of the presidency the next day. Nixon had finally turned over his tapes of recorded conversations in the Oval Office the days earlier. The content of and as a co-conspirator in the Watergate break-in and subsequent cover-up. Spiro Agnew, Nixon's vice president, had resigned a year earlier in disgrace while pleading no contest to an unrelated charge of tax evasion. Gerald Ford was sworn in months after Nixon's resignation. 8 days later, punk godfathers, the Ramones, made their concert debut at New York City's on the credited with being the first punk classics like Blitzkrieg Bop and I Wanna Be Sedated. Over a 2-decade career of non-stop touring and recording, they're considered one of the most influential artists of the past 50 years, which is pretty groovy for a band that never had much commercial success. Hero hero pilot Charles Lindbergh took his final flight on August 26th, passing into the clouds at age 72. Lucky Lindy made history in his small monoplane, the Spirit of St. Louis, when he became the first person to complete a solo flight across the Atlantic Ocean on May 21st, 1927. He made history a second time under much more tragic circumstances, when his young son was abducted from his home on March 1st, 1932, and found dead several months later. The kidnapping and subsequent slaying of Charles Jr. became known as the crime of the century. Staying with aviation news as we move into September, the SR-71 Blackbird flew from New York City to London in under 2 hours on the 1st of September, setting the speed record for transatlantic travel that stands to this day. The Lockheed jet, piloted by Air Force Majors James Sullivan and Noel Whittefield, completed its journey in 1 hour and 45 minutes, touching down in London in less time than it takes to watch a Grateful Dead concert.
Wow, where does it go? Come on, let's go down and see. The time doorway cannot be used for anything until this paradox is resolved.
The batteries will be killed!
You have a fine grasp of the object.
Evel Knievel attempted to jump a rocket-powered motorcycle over Idaho's. The stunt was actually accomplished. Knievel had originally intended to jump the Grand Canyon, but the man told him absolutely not. Suits, they always harsh everyone's groove. Unfortunately, a parachute deployed too cut it short in less than spectacular fashion.
When I punched that fire button and that thing hit, and all I saw was blue sky, but then I lost all perspective. I may have blacked out, I don't know.
Luckily, and for once, Knievel walked away with relatively minor injuries.
Everything's all right. There were 2 raccoons. The one that killed the chickens. Jasper up there now. He sat up and begged. It was the prettiest sight I ever saw.
Why don't you guys go back to Disneyland and leave me alone, huh?
Well, I hope nobody forgot the peanut butter sandwiches.
If Agent Slater lays a hand on me, I'm going to close it up like a cherry stone. You're going to be talking to my lawyer.
Who's doing your material? It's really monotonous.
The month of October would begin with a landmark horror film.
What happened was true, just as terrifying as being there. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. After you stop screaming, you'll start talking about it.
TV launched most influential figures like October 13th. When popular variety show Sullivan passed away at age 73. Sullivan Show had ended just 3 years earlier in 1971. That's one way to enjoy retirement.
Will be.
Sambo's all-beef chop steak, super salad, gingerbread beverage, and dessert.
Alright, now I don't have to worry about falling in there.
The United States Air Force got into the Halloween spirit by launching one of the most frightening weapons in history on October 25th. An ICBM, or Intercontinental Ballistic Missile, was successfully launched from a plane for the first time as part of America's strategy to develop more mobile methods of delivering nuclear payloads. Previously, ICBMs had to be launched from stationary underground silos or from nuclear submarines. The test did not help escalating Cold War tensions. 5 days later, Muhammad Ali defeated George Foreman during the legendary Rumble in the Jungle bout in Kinshasa, Zaire, to become the world heavyweight champion for a second time. Ali let Foreman wear himself out using his famous rope technique. For the first time, of his own to KO the reigning champ in the final seconds of the round. The Rumble in the Jungle remains one of the most celebrated fights in boxing history. We next go to space, where the first message from Earth was transmitted into the stars on November 16th. Known as the Arecibo message because it was sent from the Arecibo radio telescope in Puerto Rico, the transmission contained formulas and equations describing DNA, as well as some figures about the planet's population and a return address, should any aliens ever want to come visit. The message was meant more as a demonstration of human ingenuity and technology rather than an earnest attempt to contact aliens, even though Carl Sagan did help create it. 5 days later, Congress overrode Gerald Ford's presidential veto to expand the Freedom of Information Act and strengthen the Privacy Act of 1974. Both measures were a direct response to the Watergate scandal, designed to make the government more transparent and accountable, and to limit the government's ability to surveil its own people. According to documents declassified in 2004, Ford was encouraged to try to slap the bill down by Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney. Speaking of old people, the most complete skeleton of an early human ancestor yet discovered was found in Ethiopia.
Oh, god damn it. I gotta drop something. I guess I'll drop that.
Was uncovered by a team of scientists led by American paleoanthropologist Donald Johanson and French geologist Maurice Taïeb, and was nicknamed Lucy after the Beatles' song Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. December saw the end of one beloved TV show and the continuation of 2 major franchises.
I don't know. Mr. Wentworth just told me to come in here and say that there was trouble at the mill, that's all. I didn't expect a kind of Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
You're not thinking that I sure am. Never heard of Evil Knievel.
Is that plane waiting for us to take us to Miami in an hour? We'll make a big thing about it. I know it was you, Frank. You broke my heart. You broke my heart.
Little-known guitarist Lindsey Buckingham and singer Stevie Nicks closed out the year by joining the rock group Fleetwood Mac on December 31st. The duo had recorded an album the previous year under the name Buckingham Nicks. Although Fleetwood Mac had previously enjoyed some success, the addition of them to global superstardom. But we'll hear more about that in a future episode. And so, 1974 came to a close, with the future looking bright for America and a winning film series. 1975 was stretching its bell-bottomed legs just over the horizon, ready to boogie into view with a really big fish, the fall of Saigon, and the founding of a small computer company called Microsoft. But that is all for next year. Coming soon, 1975. So what do you think? What was the grooviest moment of 1974? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, check out some of these other timeline videos. 1975. This is where the plot thickens. While the previous 2 years had seen the end of a war and given a crooked commander-in-chief the boot, the midpoint of the 1970s presented an uncertain future. A few governments changed hands, the US and the UK experienced historic tragedies, and some people really had it in for Gerald Ford. But 1975 had some pretty thrilling high points. 2 iconic gladiators faced off for the final time. America's favorite stuntman bounced back from a brush with death to accomplish the impossible. And the summer blockbuster was created by a rubber shark.
Wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals. Got it?
All that was weird.
You break any of my shit, you're paying double.
I'm gonna sell my seeds.
Because this episode is all about 1975. But before we get started,
He
be
can
sure
have
to
my
subscribe to
hops.
the Weird History channel. And let us know in the comments below what 70s movie you think needs a
You
remake.
can buy these too.
Now, you're gonna need a bigger boat for this one. This is 1975. The year kicked off with a crowd of over 2,000 Led Zeppelin fans getting the let out at Boston Gardens, where a riot broke out in the early morning hours of January 6th. The
Alright.
throng of leadheads had gathered the night before to try
I need one of these.
to an upcoming Zeppelin
And then how much money I got left? 400 quid?
and broke into the
Be
arena
careful
around
out there. You wouldn't
Hey,
want to.
don't tell me what to do.
was made to open the box office and begin slinging Zeppelin tickets. But by then, the damage had been done. $50,000 worth to be.
I don't like you.
I don't like you
better
either,
not
so.
fuck this up, or I'll cut your goddamn throat.
Look out for this black space bankrupt, because if you hit it, you lose all your cash.
Alright, let's run over to the house right quick.
Because once you buy a prize, it's yours to keep forever.
Yeah, they must be real rich. Hold it, Diane. We are the devil. He's my
a great show, too.
Hey, Bart. I think he's stoned.
Stone? What are you talking about? Hey, what do you say we guys go down to the beach and shoot some clams?
Comedy legend Larry Fine, better known as Larry of the Three Stooges, departed for the slapstick stage in the sky on the 24th. Fine wouldn't be the only stooge.
A little bit more coffee.
More on that later in the year. A Hungarian-born college professor named Erno Rubik applied for a patent for his magic cube on January 30th. Originally designed as an exercise for his interior design students, Rubik's three-dimensional puzzle would become one of the most popular brain teasers in pop culture history, the Rubik's Cube. Hey, 80s! March saw some major geopolitical shakeups. The military government of Ethiopia abolished its monarchy on the 21st, beginning a 17-year period of Marxist rule. The Derg, the junta that had seized control of Ethiopia in the coup the previous September, was an ally of the Soviet Union.
I have no idea where that went. Oh, it's right there.
Famine in the 1980s.
It vanished. Okay.
In war with Somalia. 4 days later, King Faisal of Saudi Arabia was abolished from the planet by his nephew, Prince Faisal bin Musaid, whose motives remain unknown to this day. The king was fatally shot during a royal audience with the prince, who had just returned from a visit to the United States. And although he was initially declared insane, the prince was convicted of regicide and publicly executed 3 months later.
I almost forgot how to turn the light on.
Once in a lifetime, there comes a motion picture which changes the whole history of motion pictures.
Amusement park caricature sprung to life? Bill Gates made the first steps toward becoming a gazillionaire when he founded Microsoft with Paul Allen on April 4th in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oddly, Albuquerque might have ceased to exist were it not for the spell check feature in Microsoft Office. At the time, Gates, a student at Harvard University, and Allen, a computer programmer from Boston, intended to produce software for the Altair 8800 personal computer. The company grew way beyond those modest goals. Flash forward 12 years later to 1987, when the 31-year-old Gates became the world's youngest billionaire after Microsoft went public in 1985. If they could only make an internet browser that works. Back to 75, where on April 8th, Frank Robinson took the field as Major League Baseball's first black manager during a game against the New York Yankees. Robinson also played in that game, hitting a home run on his first at-bat in Cleveland's 5-3 victory. Pretty groovy day for Robinson.
Play the Evel Knievel stunt game right now. There are 6 exciting Evel Knievel stunts, like stop Evel cycle before it hits the barrel. Make Evel stop on the left, not that time.
Sticking with baseball, the San Diego Chicken made their first appearance at a Padres game the next
I don't know
day.
what's going on upstairs, but
Was initially conceived as a mascot for the local radio station, but Yanolas began attending Padres games in the Catskills and turned the character into a sports icon. Although he slowed down some in recent years, the San Diego Chicken still makes public appearances to this day. Ironically, the Chicken made his debut the same day former McDonald's CEO and then Padres owner Ray Kroc infamously took control of the broadcasting booth in the middle of the game and began ranting to fans about his team's poor performance. Just over a week later, the alliterative dictator Pol Pot took control of Cambodia when his Khmer Rouge guerrilla army seized the capital city of Phnom Penh, bringing an end to the Cambodian Civil War on April 17th. Pol Pot was one of the most notorious cruel regimes in modern history, outlawing virtually all forms of expression, taking children from their families, military service, and undesirable to work camps and prisons, where they were fatally starved and tortured. Pol Pot would remain in power until he was deposed and imprisoned by his own followers on June 12, 1997. Under house arrest.
whoa, holy shit, shaking the building.
Later. The West German embassy in Stockholm, Sweden was bombed by the left-wing Red Army faction on the 25th
Oh, there
of
seems to
April.
be a lot going
The
on up
guerrillas
here.
seized control of the embassy to demand the release of some 24 anarchist prisoners. But the situation quickly escalated, resulting in the demise of 2 hostages and one of the captors. One of the more unforgettable images of the 20th century was captured 4 days later during the fall of Saigon.
The city of Saigon was renamed today. The victorious communists who forced the city's surrender said the capital of South Vietnam henceforth will be known as Ho Chi Minh City.
The United States officially ended its occupation of South Vietnam on April 29th, closing the U.S. Embassy for the final time and evacuating all remaining American personnel via helicopter. But South Vietnamese citizens, desperate to escape before the North
There's a
Vietnamese
valve
army
somewhere in here.
began flooding the compound to try and
I
board
don't
the
know where. I think it might even be in the floor below me.
helicopters evacuated 1,373 Americans, 5,500.
Maybe not. Ah, it scared the crap out of me. I was not ready for that. Was not ready. Flaming zombies coming at me. Hey! Stop!
In Japan. Beta was the first home video format, allowing consumers to record broadcasts or watch prepackaged movies in their own living room.
God damn, that thing won't die.
In the United States that November. R&B singer Natalie Cole released her debut album, Inseparable. Cole had bona fides as a crooner. She was the daughter of legendary vocalist Nat King Cole, but the release of Inseparable made her a
Come on.
selling over 1 million copies and 2 Grammy Awards. Speaking of this, Greg Campbell released a single, Ryan Cowboy, 2 weeks ago on May 26th.
Wow, this just got out of hand real quick. They're about to come through that door, too.
To have ever lived, had a brush with death when he got into
Got a broken arm. I'm tired. My leg's broke.
Knievel was attempting to jump 15 buses on his motorcycle when he wiped out, breaking his hand and
I hated everything that happened up there.
pelvis. Pelvis? The crash left him so shaken that he told the audience he would never attempt another jump.
Oh crap. Another one of them guys. Oh!
More on that later in the year. 1 day later, the UK suffered
Here comes Big Mouth.
when a bus loaded with passengers fell on the bridge. The bus landed upside down and was nearly flattened by the plunge, which fatally injured 33 people. Another motor vehicle tragedy struck 3 days
All right.
when American Olympic long-distance runner
Now we got that
Steve
settled.
Prefontaine drove his car off the road near his house in Eugene, Oregon, in the early morning hours of May 30th. Prefontaine was just
I don't see
24
a valve
years old
over here.
at the time of his fatal accident and had been training to compete in the 1976 Olympics.
We'll be right back.
Asking the names you happen to see. What's the best tuna chicken of the sea?
June kicked off with a more peaceful development when Egyptian President Anwar Sadat reopened the Suez Canal on the 5th of the month. The canal, an important shipping lane between the Persian Gulf and Europe, had been closed 8 years earlier in 1967 during the Six-Day War in response to Israel's occupation of the Sinai Peninsula. Today, roughly 300 million tons of goods travel through the Suez Canal each year. That is a lot of 8 tracks.
Anyway. Hey. I'm gonna get you some lemonade. Oh, you're fine, darling. Fine. It's the microphone. Give me the mic.
I ain't done.
Oh, I know.
I ain't done.
Go get some glass of water. Come on, boys, help her off, all right? Get some mess, okay, darling?
Thank you.
Notorious mob boss Sam Giancana was whacked in his home on June 19th. The hit took place the night before Giancana was set to testify before Congress about the mafia's involvement with the CIA in plans to assassinate Fidel Castro. To this day, Giancana's murder remains unsolved.
I don't want no volunteers. I don't want no mates. There's too many captains on this island. $10,000 for me by myself. For that, you get the head, the tail, the whole damn thing.
Theatrical shock rock singer Alice Cooper took a tumble on the stage. Known for his elaborate performances, tripped over a problem. He crashed at first through the security barrier concussion. After being told the extent of his injuries, the singer went back out and performed a few more songs, presumably far, far away from the edge of the stage. A much more tragic crash occurred a day later, when Eastern Airlines Flight 66 crashed to New York's JFK Airport on June 24th. The aircraft was thrown off course by strong winds and struck several light towers before impacting on Rockaway Boulevard. 113 of the 124 people on board perished, making it the worst accident in American aviation history. Twilight Zone Rod Serling departed not only
Really?
Serling's endlessly imitable persona and incisive social commentary made The Twilight Zone a hit, and it remains the benchmark for popular science fiction to this day. That unforgettably trippy theme song doesn't hurt either. Moving into July, tennis icon Arthur Ashe became the first black player to win Wimbledon, the day after Independence Day. The 31-year-old Ashe triumphed over the heavily favored Jimmy Connors, who was both the defending champion and 9 years Ashe's junior. Ashe would retire from competition 5 years later after suffering a heart attack, and became an HIV and AIDS activist after contracting the virus from a blood transfusion following bypass surgery. Ashe passed away in 1993. Famed labor leader Jimmy Hoffa disappeared off the face of the earth on July 20th from the parking lot of a diner in Detroit, Michigan. Hoffa had been the president of the Teamsters Union since 1957 and had become a hugely influential figure in the American labor movement, advocating for workers' rights right up until the day of his disappearance. He also had well-known ties with organized crime, which resulted in him spending several years in prison for bribery. Although Hoffa's fate remains officially unsolved, it hasn't stopped Hollywood from making a bunch of movies about his demise. Italian fashion designer Giorgio Armani founded his eponymous company in Milan, Italy 4 days later with his partner, Sergio Gagliotti. Fashion House has since become synonymous with trend-setting red carpet fashion and is still generating billions of dollars of annual revenue almost 50 years later. Near the end of July, Gerald Ford became the first U.S. president to visit Auschwitz.
I need a water source.
Ford solemnly paid his respects at the memorial to the 4 million victims of the notorious concentration camp in Poland.
Oh, there's one right over here.
To a multi-nation peace conference
somewhere.
in Helsinki, Finland.
I gotta get rid of that green square too.
Seriously injured in a car crash in Rhodes, Greece on the 4th of August. The singer had been vacationing with his family while on a short break from touring when he lost control of their rental car and drove off the road. Although his family wasn't seriously injured, Platt suffered a broken elbow and ankle, forcing Led Zeppelin to cancel the rest of their tour, pushing back the release date of their next album by a full year. Well, Zeppelin, good times, bad times.
Yeah, of course a snake shows up.
And my beautiful creature is destined to be born.
First of 2 attempts on his life when former Trump follower Lynette Squeaky Fromm tried to gun the president down on September 5th. Ford was walking into the state capitol building in Sacramento, Colorado, when Fromm emerged from the crowd, brandishing Whoopsies. Squeaky was and met with California Governor Jerry Brown. Today, 18-year-old tennis star Martina Navratilova asked for political asylum from communist-controlled Czechoslovakia while competing in the U.S.
Come on.
Navratilova had been granted permission to stay in America.
Where's
for
my
the duration
snack?
of the tournament, but officially defected from her home country the night after she was eliminated from the semifinals.
Oh!
Was one of several prominent athletes, artists, and others publicly defected from communist-controlled countries during the Cold War, including gymnast Nadia Comaneci and Detroit Red Wing legend Sergei Fedorov.
Now, first thing you gotta do is a Vinnie Barbarino look. Okay? Your hair, for instance, very casual. It should look like it's being blown by unseen winds.
God damn, where are these coming from?
Rembrandt's priceless painting was badly damaged. It hung in the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam. Oh, and we mean priceless, literally. The massive 12 by 14-foot painting has never been assigned.
Place doesn't have a back door, huh? We're gonna have to remedy that.
Teacher named Wilhelmus de Rekt, who slashed the paintings to ribbons with a bread knife, claiming the Lord had told him to do it. Interestingly, this wasn't the first time that the Night Watch would be randomly attacked by vandals in the 20th century, nor would it be the last. An unemployed shoemaker attempted to deface the painting with a shoemaker's knife in 1911. Flash forward to April 6, 1990. A man sprayed acid onto the canvas from a pump concealed in his jacket. Luckily, the damage was minimal. Some people really did not like that painting. Coming back to 1975, kidnapping victim, wanted fugitive, Patty Hearst, was captured by the FBI in San Francisco on September 18th. Hearst, the granddaughter of publishing magnate William Randolph Hearst, had been abducted by the Symbionese Liberation Army the previous year, who demanded an elaborate ransom for her return. But Hearst appeared to have joined the SLA, releasing a videotaped statement of allegiance and assisting the group in at least 2 armed robberies. Although she later claimed that she had been brainwashed and tormented by her captors, Hearst was convicted for her involvement in the robberies and spent 3 years in prison before her sentence was commuted by President Jimmy Carter in 1979.
Can we help you?
Oh, you speak English?
Of course.
Oh, wonderful, wunderbar.
17 days after Squeaky Fromm's botched attack, President Ford survived a second attempt on his life, when a woman opened fire on him from a crowd gathered outside his hotel in San Francisco. The assailant was a former FBI informant named Sarah Jane Moore, who squeezed off 2 rounds before being subdued by Oliver Sipple, a retired U.S. Marine who happened to be standing near her in the crowd. President Ford escaped unharmed, until his scathing depiction on The Simpsons 2 decades later. Electrifying soul singer Jackie Wilson suffered a massive heart attack in the middle of a performance the following week. Wilson was in the middle of a rendition of his hit song, Lonely Teardrops, at a New Jersey nightclub on September 29th when he suddenly collapsed. The singer lapsed into a 9-year coma, from which he never awoke. Wilson passed away on January 21st, 1984, at the age of 49. Into October, and they're checking in on sports. Muhammad Ali narrowly defeated rival Joe Frazier in a legendary boxing match. Dubbed the Thriller in Manila by Ali, the champ traded blows with Frazier for a brutal 14 rounds in the Philippines. Frazier's face was so swollen he could barely see. In his corner, threw in the towel. It was the third and last time these
crap!
Ali taking 2 of those bouts.
That's a cop.
We'll be right back.
Frozen pizza just because it's that's why Kellogg's made their frozen pizza with thick, rich tomato sauce, fresh peppers, spicy pepperoni, and lots of mozzarella cheese.
A week later, President Ford signed a bill authorizing the admission of women to America's military academies. Previously, the nation's service academies had been male only. The bill generated some controversy, though, as women were borrowed from combat at the time. In fact, women were still prohibited from most
Not getting any
roles
books I
until
want.
January of 2013, when
I need
Pentagon
food,
Defense
water, and
Secretary
books.
Leon Panetta officially lifted the ban. Still be restricted from joining
There might be
special
food in that
operations
saloon.
units such as Navy SEALs and the Army Special Forces until 2015.
From Saturday Night News headquarters, this is Weekend Update with Chevy Chase.
You under the covers right now? Good evening. I'm Chevy Chase.
Stuntman Evil Knievel. Wembley Stadium, the legendary Daredevil jumped 14 Greyhound buses at Ohio's Kings Island amusement park, over 130 feet. And this time, stuck the landing. Beast after his jump. The greatest wood coaster was for another 4 years.
From New York. Hollywood. The nation. Washington and the world. Good morning, America.
Punk band The Sex Pistols played their first show on the 6th at the Common Room of London's St. Martin's School of Art.
Oh! That's what you get for jumping at me.
The show nearly ended in a fist fight.
What is this?
Pistols
It's an
lead
exit.
singer Johnny Rotten started smashing the lower gear, which, to be honest, is exactly what you'd expect from a guy named Johnny Rotten. There's a reason he was on Judge Judy in the 90s.
Dr. Blinker, I always wondered when I'd have the displeasure of meeting you.
knows who we are.
Oh, I heard of you. But you should have stuck to sabotaging oil tankers.
Jesus, I mean, you guys do nothing but complain about how you can't stand it in this place here, and then you haven't got the guts just to walk out. What do you think you are, for Christ's sake, crazy or something? Well, you're not.
Hawaii's Kilauea volcano erupted on November 29th, triggering a massive earthquake that measured a whopping 7.4 on the Richter scale. In addition to the eruption, the earthquake conjured a 47-foot-high tsunami that was felt as far away as Alaska and Japan. The surf was up indeed. In an odd coincidence, one of the most famous plays in football was born 3 days after Christmas, when Dallas Cowboys quarterback Roger Staubach threw a 50-yard touchdown pass to Drew Pearson in the final 24 seconds of a playoff game against the Minnesota Vikings. The play was dubbed the Hail Mary, and while the term had already been in use in college football, Staubach's impossible game-winning bomb brought the term into the mainstream. Speaking of bombs, an explosive device detonated in a baggage area of LaGuardia Airport 1 day later. The blast tore through the crowded terminal, fatally wounding 11 people and injuring 75 others. Despite being one of the worst terrorist attacks in American history at the time, no group took credit for the bombing, and the incident
looks like
remains unsolved to this day.
Food house
And
right
so,
there.
1975 ended on a bittersweet note, with an unforgettable moment of triumph and a shocking and mysterious tragedy. 1976 was just about to roll up to the party, bringing with it a new president, a new gadget, and hey, the Muppets. But that is next year. Coming soon. 1976. So what do you think? What was the biggest moment of 1975? Let us know in the comments below. While you're at it, check out some of these other timeline videos. 1976 began to lay the groundwork for the 1980s. America celebrated its 200th year as several prominent figures from the first half of the 20th century faded into the sunset to make room for the next trend-setting icons and world leaders. After the uncertainty of the previous year, 1976 brought with it some welcome promises of hope for the future. An exciting
Oh, I missed.
and the election of
At that range?
president, untouched by the stain of Watergate. But it wasn't all floral prints and disco. Unrest and injustice were still rampant around the globe, and the streets of New York City would be darkened by the arrival of one of history's most notorious criminals. We're going to talk about the news, culture, sports, and entertainment, and all that was weird in the 70s. This is Timeline. You talking to me? You must be talking to me, because this episode is all about 1976. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History channel, and let us know in the comments below your favorite 70s fashion trend. Now don't get too close to that Pinto, because this is 1976. The year kicked off with the moving of a national monument. The Liberty Bell was relocated from Philadelphia's Independence Hall to a newly constructed pavilion a short distance away in Independence National Historic Park on January 1st, in celebration of America's bicentennial. Bit of a sad gift. Nobody wants to reorganize their antiques on their 200th birthday. The Liberty Bell has remained in its new home ever since. Famed mystery writer Agatha Christie passed away on the 12th of January, and the murderer is someone in this room. Just kidding. Christie passed away of natural causes at her home, Winterbrook House, at the age of 85. She is often referred to as the most influential mystery writer to ever put pen to paper, and remains one of the best-selling authors of all time.
Hi, I'm Donnie.
I'm Marie. I understand.
Even when I did it was difficult.
Sure.
Well, look, man, it's not easy working with a dummy.
The doomed supersonic airliner Concorde took its first commercial flight on January the 21st. Two flights departed simultaneously from London's Heathrow Airport and France's Orly Airport, bound for Bahrain and Rio de Janeiro, respectively. Although the high-speed plane could carry passengers across the Atlantic in less than a minute time, the Concorde
That guy was in a hurry to die.
Only 16 of the planes were sold, and were used exclusively to fly from London and Paris to New York until July 20th, 2000, when an Air France Concorde crashed shortly after takeoff, claiming the lives of over 100 passengers and crew.
You could hear the aircraft, you could see
see the black smoke and you can see tremendous flames coming out the back.
The Concorde never recovered and took its final commercial flight just over 3 years later on October 24th, 2003.
Well, we gotta get out of here. Well, what do you suggest I do? Flap my arms real hard and head toward the window?
Finishing out the month, future Dana Carvey impersonation, George H.W. Bush became the director of the CIA on the 30th.
Anybody dumb enough to accept the job is too dumb to do it.
Bush had previously served 2 terms in the House of Representatives and was a UN ambassador under Richard Nixon. But he wouldn't hang on to the CIA gig for long. Bush resigned from the position exactly 1 year later, following the election of President. Geez, George, let us know how you really feel. Moving into February, Nobel Prize-winning physicist Heisenberg passed into the theoretical plane on the 1st. Heisenberg is credited as the father of quantum mechanics, including the famous uncertainty principle, which bears his name. But he was also a man of some dubious distinction. He was instrumental in developing Germany's nuclear program during World War II, as well as inspiring a certain New Mexico chemistry teacher 3 decades later.
Say my name.
You talking to me? You talking to me?
Well, you know what?
You talking to me?
Rebel without a cause actor Sal Mineo was fatally wounded by a knife-wielding mugger on February 12th. He had been returning home from rehearsals for an upcoming play when he was attacked while parking his car behind his apartment. Mineo succumbed to his wounds, passing away at the age of 37. A pizza delivery
That was a
driver
waste of a
named
shotgun
Lionel
blast,
Ray
to tell you the
Williams
truth.
was convicted of the crime and sentenced to life in prison, but was paroled in 1990 after serving just 12 years. The next day, American figure skating champ Dorothy Hamill took home the gold medal for ladies singles at the 1976 Winter Olympics in Innsbruck, Austria. Hamill's medal-winning performance included her signature move, a camel spin into a sit spin dubbed the Hamil Camel.
A performance without any flaws.
We'll be right back.
Dorothy Hamill for Clairol, short and sassy.
The longest it was about just to the top of my shoulder. Straight bang. And hey, used to pull it back like this. Now with short hair, I need more body. So I use Clairol Short and Sassy, the conditioner for short hair. Even after blow drying, Short and Sassy makes it shiny and gives it body. And let's face it, without body, short hair is just short hair.
Clairol, short and sassy, with twice the protein of the leading conditioner.
For the short and sassy look.
Hurtling into March, the largest observed meteorite in history fell to Earth near Jilin City in China during a massive meteor shower on the 8th. The record-setting chunk of space rock weighed nearly 4,000 pounds, or roughly the same as 1.8 million Dennis Eckersley rookie cards. To date, it remains the biggest observed meteor to strike the planet. Heavy, man. The Who's hard-partying drummer Keith Moon collapsed in the middle of a show at the Boston Gardens on March 9th. The English rock band had just started their set when Moon simply toppled over behind his drum kit. At the time, singer Roger Daltrey chalked the incident up to a bad case of the flu. But it was later revealed that Moon had suffered a near-fatal overdose of booze and prescription pills. Moon bounced back in time to play a makeup show a month later, but his luck would run out before the end of the decade. More on that in 2 years. 2 weeks later, Argentine President Isabel Perón was overthrown in a military coup on the 24th.
El país transita por una de las etapas más difíciles de su historia.
Perón, the third wife of former President Juan Perón, took office after her husband's death in 1976 during a period of extreme socio-political unrest. Jorge Rafael Videla, the general who led the military junta against Perón, controlled Argentina for the next several years, in a reign notorious for human rights abuses and one of the worst financial crises in the nation's history. Booting up April, Apple Computer was founded in Los Altos, California by Steve Jobs, Steve Wozniak, and Ronald Wayne on the first. Their first product, the Apple I, was designed and built by Wozniak, entirely by him. Jobs, a college dropout with no background in computing, set up the company in his parents' garage. He had an idea that the personal computer, which at the time was considered an extremely niche item for hobbyists, could become the indispensable product of the future. Stay tuned to see how that works out for him. Or just check out the logo on whatever device you're using to watch this video. Pretty good odds it might be a piece of fruit. The same day, experimental artist Max Ernst packed away his earthly brushes at age 84. A prolific Renaissance man, Ernst was a poet as well as a sculptor and painter, and is considered one of the fathers of Dadaism and Surrealism.
Charles Manson, the father, his family, and their legacy of Helter Skelter. Now, Lorimar Productions brings to full life Helter Skelter, the #1 bestseller, the true story of the Charles Manson murder.
Renowned industrialist, aviator, and film producer Howard Hughes passed away on April 5th at age 70. One of the most powerful and influential figures of the 20th century, Hughes spent the final decade of his life in extreme seclusion.
Whoa!
Mental and physical health. Hughes was so secretive during those last years that many didn't believe he had actually died, and conspiracy theories about the billionaire supposedly faking his death circulated for years.
I can't tell you that.
Staying with books, literary horror author Anne Rice published her debut novel, Interview with the Vampire, on April 12th. The book was the first installment of Rice's popular Vampire Chronicles series, and would go on to sell over 8 million the 1994 film of the same name, starring Tom Cruise and Barbara Walters made broadcast history 10 days later when she became the first female anchor of a nightly network newscast on the 22nd. Walter would co-anchor ABC Evening News with Perry Ray for the next 2 years, until a visible on-air tension between the two led her to leave the show in 1978. But don't worry, she landed on her feet. Walters would go on to become one of the most influential broadcast journalists and interviewers of the 20th century.
We'll be right back.
Radio Shack has the perfect gift for pedal pushers. The famous Archer bicycle radios that let you play Santa for as little as $9.95. Or give the original Road Patrol radio with built-in horn and reflector. Or really make them happy with this deluxe AM/FM model. All three disconnect quickly for safekeeping or off-bike use. Low-cost Archer bike radios. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Former Yardbird frontman Keith Relf accidentally electrocuted himself with his guitar on May 14th, passing away at age 33. Relf had been noodling around with his instrument in the basement when he stepped on a gas pipe. Because his guitar wasn't grounding, the contact with the metal pipe sent a fatal electric current through his body. Ralph left behind an enduring music legacy with the Yardbirds, where he played alongside future giants Jimmy Page, Jeff Beck, and Eric Clapton. Staying with the music theme, The Who played the loudest concert in recorded history at the time on the last day of May. The show, played at the Valley Stadium in Charlton, London, thrashed out an eardrum-destroying 126 decibels at a distance of 100 feet from the stage. For reference, a jet engine clocks in at around 150 decibels. Guess we know why it's so upset. The concert earned The Who the nickname, the loudest band in the world. Controversial billionaire and Timeline recurring character Paul Getty kicked the extremely wealthy bucket on the 6th of June. The abduction of Getty's grandson.
Alright, at least I got what I came for.
And Getty's subsequent refusal to pay his grandson's ransom.
Alright, well, what's going on? Somebody out there?
Getty left a sizable chunk of
Somebody's
his
in
massive
here?
fortune, still considered to be one of the largest personal fortunes in
You
history.
guys got a kitchen?
To the J. Paul Getty Museum in Los Angeles, California.
Taking your candle. Taking your candlesticks.
Sexy garment worn by women, 3 answers remain. How about high boots? Boots? Tells me a little more about you than the old high boot. Sure.
Baseball legend Hank Aaron hit the final home run of his storied career on the 20th of July. Aaron swatted his 755th dinger while playing for the Milwaukee Brewers in a game against the California Angels. He hung up his bat at the end of the 1976 season, but would continue in Major League Baseball as an executive for the Atlanta Braves, where he had played for most of his career.
The birthday wishes are starting to roll in from family.
Name claimed his first victim on the 29th. 18-year-old Donna Loria and 19-year-old Jody Valenti were sitting in a car just after 1 a.m. when a strange man approached them and opened fire with a .44 caliber pistol. Loria perished instantly, but Valenti survived and gave a description of her attack. The murderer would come to be known as the
Get off me!
Coined in a series of letters and mail and would terrorize New York City for an entire year. Kicking off August, the Seattle Seahawks took the field for the first time in a preseason game against the San Francisco 49ers. The Seahawks joined the league as part of a plan to expand the NFL from
Spawn on my bed.
28 teams. The other team was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who finished their inaugural 1976 season at 0-14.
All right, hang on. Let me get up. Get something to munch.
Without a single win, under the
Hey, Joe, what are you doing? Being sneaky?
On the same day, and staying with sports, famed Formula One driver Niki Lauda suffered a shocking crash at the German Grand Prix. Lauda's car went off the track on a sharp curve and
where's your monkey?
With Lauda trapped
I brought it out here.
Italian driver Arturo Marzario managed to pull him out, but not before Lauda suffered severe burns that resulted in the loss of one ear and both eyelids. Everyone was so certain Lauda's ticket had been punched that he was actually given last rites at the hospital. But the driver made a full recovery and returned to racing just 6 weeks later.
We'll be right back.
What makes this television different from any other in the world? This button. It brings you a home video game built in, a Magnavox exclusive. One touch and it's Magnavox Color TV with a color picture of astonishing clarity. Touch again, and it's Odyssey, America's favorite home video game. Why settle for just color TV when now you can have a built-in home video game too? Only from Magnavox.
Oh, wait, man. Look, Millie will be here in case Steve comes on back here. Now, come on, let's get going. Say what?
I'm not going out there alone at night.
All right, I'm making a bagel.
Tell me you're afraid, little brother.
All right, Raj, you tell him. He's afraid. Thank you, Raj.
Esteemed television journalist Tom Brokaw joined the Today Show on August 30th. Brokaw would co-anchor the show with Jane Pauley for the next 5 years. A relatively new face in news media at the time,
What year is this?
Brokaw would go on to become one of the most recognizable and
76
media figures of the 20th century.
Hey, Fonzie, can you get that? I get it, Kermit.
I used to watch The Muppet Show all the time when I was a kid.
Show backstage. Who was it? The water department.
Mao Zedong, the chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and one of the most prominent figures of the Cold War, passed away at the wizened age of 82. Initially a staunchy enemy of all things Western, towards the end of his life, Chairman Mao began to view the Soviet Union as a greater threat to China than the United States, and had begun to try and repair relations with America, which had resulted in President Richard Nixon's visit to the communist nation 4 years earlier. The next day, outspoken screenwriter Dalton Trumbo dotted his last I, passing away at age 70. Trumbo had been a major figure of the Hollywood blacklist when Congress appointed the House Un-American Activities Committee to investigate the threat of secret communist influence that had allegedly infiltrated the motion picture industry. Trumbo had refused to testify before the committee and was briefly imprisoned. He and several others suspected of being communist agents were blacklisted from working in film for the next few decades.
Let me see. Yeah, here we go. Exposing the grift. Asmongold doesn't understand DEI and affirmative action. Uh-oh. This will be good. Round 2? Yes. Well, it's a shorter video.
Lord of the Fleas has blessed us with yet another shit take on Twitter, this time alleging that black people benefit from systematic racism.
Correct.
We're going to debunk this nonsensical claim.
Thank God.
And this time, I'll try to be as brief as I can for old double-digit IQ here, because my last video was too long for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit around and react to a fucking video that's an hour and a half long. It's too long. Yeah, it is. It's too long.
So I'll have to re-explain the start-stop buttons for you, Zach, because you were too pussy to respond to my previous video where I cooked your monkey ass for over an hour. You know, the one where your excuse for ducking me was
an hour-long video on the life of a peasant during the Middle Ages
the viewers are going to get bored.
Makes sense.
It takes too long. Like
an hour-long video of YouTube slop is just too long.
12 large Dr. Peppers. I can't rot my teeth out with that much. Isn't it strange how you respond to the video where I barely talk about you at all, where you lied and claimed I called you racist the whole video?
That's sad. Wow, mic drops, I know. So basically, this guy spent his entire video calling me racist.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Yeah. Let's ask the AI. Does the Birdman specifically call Asmongold a racist in this video? Explicitly label Asmongold a racist, but he does argue that the claim Asmongold made on social media is racist. So, was it, you only said your claims were racist? Is this the other video? Let me go back and see it. I haven't seen it at all. Let me go pull this up. Right, okay, so there you go. You're literally...
I didn't call him a racist. I just said everything he does and says is racist.
Let me pull this up. Listen to it.
Brings us back to Zach's tweet. This claim is racist because it was made by a...
I hate how the left pretends words don't mean things, man.
No, he's not saying you're racist. He's saying everything you're saying is racist and made a video about it. Right, of course. Yes.
So that was a fucking lie. But the video where I spent the length of a short film ramming my fist up your ass is the one you ran away from.
It's too long. I'm not going to watch a long video.
So, since you missed it, red means shut the fuck up, I'm still talking.
What is this?
Green
is
means
this from his other video?
It's your turn to speak. You seem to have difficulty understanding when someone hasn't finished making a point. Okay. So I have to get elementary on your ass.
So he made this.
So
he made this video for me. Well, that's nice.
IQ after all.
Okay.
Anyway, a few days ago, Zachariah here posted this tweet in response to Joe Bartolozzi refuting the claim that black people are more likely to commit crimes than white people.
Right.
Let's have a listen.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're going to say statistically they do, that is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them.
This can be immediately disproven in multiple ways, but I'll let this go.
Through
I've already talked about
systemic
this clip
racism.
anyway.
They've been given a shit hand and therefore live in that shit hand and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished, living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been...
Not entirely. That's sometimes the case, but there are vectors that are beyond socioeconomic reasons.
Been helped in the way that they need to be. But if you meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you're fucking racist. Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence.
Yes.
Not because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid.
So, Joe is obviously correct, but his argument can do with a bit of...
So he's obviously correct, but why is he correct? Okay, let's hear why he's correct.
Cleaning up, and that's what I'm here for. What Joe is referring to is the correlation of poverty and crime. This is a very well understood phenomenon.
This is actually, by the way, you guys might not know this, but the only correlation with crime is poverty. There is no other correlation at all that exists. This is the only one.
Those placed under economic strain, limited opportunities, and weakened social structures often resort to property and violent crime. A large body of criminology and sociology research has found a consistent relationship between poverty, inequality, and crime across many different countries
I'm
and
actually
ethnic
taking a
groups.
break so
With
I
studies
can
from
eat a
the United
bagel.
States, Indonesia, Latin America, Europe,
Is
and
he? Yes, he
cross-national
is.
data sets
He's
all show that
stirring a
areas
little.
with higher poverty, unemployment, and
I think
economic
he right
deprivation
now.
tend to experience higher rates of certain
He
crimes.
can't decide. Should he
particularly
come over to
violent
me and beg
property
for
crime.
food, or should
A
he just
2021
stay
study published
sleeping?
in the NLM found that more.
This, by the way, all of this is true. It doesn't refute my argument at all. This does not refute my argument in any capacity. But yes, obviously, people that are poor commit more crime. Yeah, duh.
Hang on, I'm trying to.
Societies tend to have
pet
higher
Shoujo.
crime as well as lower social trust. Interestingly, the study also
Alright.
found that the more equal the distribution of resources, the higher the trust equilibrium, and that increasing punishment severity.
Trust equilibrium is also established by having a homogenous society that's not multiracial or multi-ethnic. There's also another factor for that. So if you think that's the...
Why is nobody talking about what? I'm eating a bagel.
I mean, realistically, when are these people not mad? Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. Merry Christmas to all of you, firstly, and I hope you go into this Christmas period, these Christmas days, making good choices and good decisions.
I had to put
Okay,
something in my
Simon,
stomach.
Make some good choices. I really don't recommend picking fights with your relatives over, like, politics, but, you know, instead you can choose to be joyful and harmonious, and if you decide not to be, I will come to your house and haunt you.
There's so many other things you could start fights with your family about.
Don't celebrate Christmas. A happy end of December.
You don't need to fight about politics.
I hope it's great. As for me, I will be over here channeling Morticia Adams because this is how I have chosen to look today. There's nothing you can do about it. Also, children, if you want to make my Christmas extra special, go and check out my tea company, which is linked in the description box. If you haven't already, I have many yummy flavors. And just an FYI, the winter flavors that I have that you guys seem to really enjoy, they are
I don't know.
quite low, and these are seasonal, so they are only around for a limited time and won't be back until
Are there
next
people
year.
chatting in the server?
Very low on my peppermint white chocolate.
I don't even have
so
my
if you like that
Discord
one,
open.
be sure to grab a box. Now, it has not escaped my attention that apparently everybody is burned out on political talking at the moment, and for some reason that means that you all want to be entertained with people and their drama. And so today's video is no exception. I'm just trying to give you what you want, Simon, okay? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. As most of you know, because it's been basically everywhere in the news, the topic of immigration is very hot right now. Boiling hot, so hot it'll melt your face off. And so as a result of this, lately we've had a very, very big streamer talking about this topic,
got the server open
as a
now.
result getting screamed at by progressives. I know. Water is wet.
Telling me
But
about
the
new
reason
badges,
I find this
but I got it
really
open in the
interesting
background
is because this
right now.
person didn't say anything that was
Right now I'm going back to the
particularly
game because
extreme
I
or
ate
crazy.
half a
In fact, the
bagel
statements being made
and I feel
that
better
people are
already.
reacting to
I was starting to get a mite peckish.
But I also just think generally common sense. So in a recent live stream, creator Asmongold
I don't know
said that
why
people
they have.
who don't make an effort to speak English.
Is there another way into the attic?
No, it's not. It's not. It's weird. The Declaration of Independence is written in English. The State of the Union every year is spoken in English. Every law is in English. Every stop sign is English. Everything everywhere is English. It's an English country. It's an English-speaking country. If you don't speak English, you need to go.
I don't know why, but I really just didn't have a fun time at all trying to find the actual full-long, live streams that these videos have come from. And I don't know, maybe it's because I have Christmas brain. But Lord
I did not.
I just want to have a really long nap. Also, for those of you who don't know, Asmongold, whose name is Zach, and I'll probably just call him his actual name for this video, given I sometimes feel a bit weird using people's screen names. Anyway, Zach has a massive audience across all platforms, including here on YouTube, and like many people in the modern media space, he actually started off in the gaming world, making World of Warcraft content, and massively gained in popularity with his commentary on all sorts of issues. Sometime around 2022, he became more outward in expressing his political opinions, and by 2024, he had shifted very much into culture war topics, was very critical of Biden and Harris, and has been critical of immigration. It's also worth noting that a lot of Zach's delivery is just very blunt. There's, it's like a no-holds-barred type situation, and that's probably in part what leads to a lot of the criticism that gets thrown his way. In addition to people hating the, contents of what he's saying as well. For example, Zach copped a ban from the platform Twitch after he made comments about Palestinians, saying they had an inferior culture that is antithetical to Western values. He later qualified this position, saying, "Of course no one deserves to have their life destroyed, even if they do things or have views I find regressive." In early 2025, people got really mad at Zach again because he said he wanted to go to the border and watch deportation dressed as Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. It definitely took me a second to understand this. But this is a gotta catch 'em all reference, isn't it? That's what this is, isn't it? Full disclosure, as some of you know, I don't really watch live streams. I don't. I have a really hard time paying attention for that long, but I do watch, The Lore Lodge and Darkness Prevails, and I've been listening to a lot of Let's Read recently, which is probably why I'm having weird dreams about Wendigos. So, obviously, I haven't seen everything that he's had to say ever, but I do see a lot of his clips on Twitter a lot of the time from people, clipping them and sharing them. And once again, I think that a lot of his delivery just kind of comes without any preamble, no caveats, just straight to what he thinks. And I think it's funny because a lot of what comes across my feed is stuff that I do inherently at its core agree with, but once again, I do see why this delivery.
I'm gonna put my sandwiches in here.
And not that I want to get into this because it's so obviously not the point of this video, but I do think that this kind of delivery style speaks a little bit to the fact, not even a little bit, a lot to the fact, that people are done trying to be nice all the time. I think they're done trying to soft foot around issues and are now instead just going for the jugular on most issues. And I actually think we're going to see a lot more of this as the whole, let's protect other people's feelings
thing.
Alright,
first of all, this stupid green box
just falls away and dies. Zach has also reacted to a couple of my videos on his channel and sent a bunch of viewers my way, which is incredibly cool. And he's also been super charitable to me too when he's watched my content, which I really appreciate. So I want to be charitable in return because I think that's fair, especially given that, like I said, with this specific topic, with his comments here, I do agree with him, and I want to make note of the fact that I know he's a polarizing figure, and that some of you watching are probably like, he's not my favorite person, Sid, and that's okay. You don't have to like everybody. So with that said, let's focus on these recent immigration comments. That's why.
What do you mean they changed it?
Here to do one other
That's
thing.
pretty much
now
the
that
same.
We are snug as a bug in a rug on the Hell Gondola, we're going to hear from today's sponsor, Fume, because stopping your bad habit is very
Why are all these guys attacking my base?
It's
What's attracting them?
And you know what we do in the new year? We break bad habits.
They won't leave me alone.
And you will be giving up sleep. Well, vaping, because we are not bringing that energy into 2026. And right now, you might be thinking, but Sydney, breaking up with my cancer sticks is so hard. And ordinarily, it would be. But now you have Fume. This
Can I build the forge yet?
device will not slowly turn your
I
lungs
cannot.
into
How
a
much
war
more do I
zone.
need? I need
Because
one
it
more
uses
book.
flavored air.
Damn it, I
Your
don't like
Fume has
exploring
no
at
heating
night.
components, no toxic chemicals, no batteries. It instead uses these yummy little flavored cores, which you just pop into your Fume and go. It couldn't be more simple. Now, you might be thinking, but Sydney, I can't kick my bad habit. But yes, Simon, yes, you can. I believe in you, and Fume believes in you. They believe in you so much, actually, that they exist in the first place. Your days of mouth lines, being a stink bug, and having to go outside in the cold are over. And Fume's ever-expanding line of both flavors and products is going to keep you going for a long, long time. So don't lose hope. So if you are new year, new me, now is the time to do it with Fume. So click the link in the description, scan the QR code on screen, or go to tryfume.com/Sydney. And
Is that a guy hiding back there?
I'm pointing to the information. Go to the website. Go do it now. So the clip that I mentioned earlier popped up on Twitter. In fact,
oh!
Initially
Look out, dude!
Put their watermark on his video, which everyone should know how much I hate that. Don't watermark other people's content. It's really weird. Anyway, this person tweeted out of out and going on during the same live streams that there are cultural factors that make some cultures easier to integrate into U.S. society than others. He listed several of these things.
Well, these guys just kind of walked up on me while
should completely limit a person's ability to immigrate here.
Stay down, fat boy.
There are massive cultural barriers that make some cultures easier to integrate into others. Obviously, right? There's
let's see what this guy had in his sack.
Morality, like just different cultural norms, the way they treat women, the way they treat gay people.
I'm gonna eat that.
How they think about I don't know, stealing, and like a handful of other things. Like this is a fact. Like their language, right? Like it's. I would absolutely in my opinion, if somebody is not an English speaker, the chances of them emigrating, in my opinion, should go from I'd say whatever the percentage is down to 0. Okay, we don't need to be bringing people into the country that can't even speak English. What are we talking about, right?
And this is something that I just agree with. I think this is correct. The only thing that I would caveat here, and I don't know in the grand scheme of this live stream, I don't know if Zach did caveat this himself or if he thinks this himself, but I think that when you move to a new country, it's not so much that you are fluent right away.
Yeah, I had the feeling that was going to happen.
Really, one of the best ways to learn a language is to be completely immersed and say that you want to learn to go live in a country where that language is spoken. So I think that's probably the only area where I would say having a working knowledge of a language is really useful, but I don't necessarily expect people to be fluent. I think that learning as you go, having the intention of learning, is really important. I just don't know why this is a controversial position. I think perhaps the reason why people don't like to hear this is because of, I guess, this more liberal take that you can take any person, in any culture and mash all these things together and have people successfully coexist without putting any meaningful effort into the things that actually foster social cohesion, and I would argue that language is one of the most important factors in that. And like I said, I don't know why this is controversial. I just think this element is being disputed. Obviously, the immigration is faceted,
Man,
improvements to it, and lots of negative.
how many people died in here?
I would argue
it's just a truck stop.
I guess reasonably logical and normal to have people speaking the same language.
Oh, come on.
I don't know. Anyway, as you can expect, this last clip of Zach that I just showed you led to criticism and a lot of accusations of being all of the ists and isms.
Give me food.
Besides the person who said that he's crashing out, I did see a lot of other people on Twitter say that he's just hateful and racist and that he's, not a really good person. He's got weak humanity because he's hating on others for innocuous differences. And yet, amid the outrage, Zach doubled down, calling his view common sense and suggesting that no country should admit people who cannot communicate in its primary primary language. Interestingly though, Zaki Boy over here has been discussing this topic for a little while now. In another video from, I'm going to assume, probably back in March. Like I said, I've had a really weird hard time finding the origins of these because going through live streams is hard. Anyway, I'm assuming this is from when Donald Trump signed his executive order in March to make English the primary language of the United States. I could be wrong, but anyway, immigration is being discussed here. And Zach again said that if you live in America, you need to speak English, explaining that other countries expect immigrants to speak their languages. Why should we be any different?
Oh man, that kind of hardly worth it, man.
If you're living in America, you need to speak English, okay? Like, it's pretty simple. Like, if you're going and trying to go up, well, what about in this
they got
situation?
this.
Yeah, what a great idea.
Taking
Let's create a part of the country that is totally disharmonic and distorted from everything else. That's what a
It increased my
idea.
melee damage, my club damage,
really people are speaking a different language. No, it's ridiculous. Who moves to China and doesn't speak
It only did it for a minute.
Chinese or Cantonese, right? I mean, like, what are we talking about? You move to Japan, you don't speak Japanese. You move to, the Middle East, you don't speak Arabic or Farsi. I feel like you've got a bit of a it's Mandarin. That's the other one I was thinking, like Mandarin or Cantonese. And yeah, like, what are we talking about here? Yeah, you move to Brazil, you speak Portuguese. That's the way it is. Like, this is the simplest, most obvious.
This is so funny to me because just this morning I read an article about how Japan is strengthening its citizenship requirements. It's extending the time that you have to live in the country before you can apply for citizenship. But one of the bigger factors is that you have to be, I don't know if it's like fluent.
It's always good to try to bottleneck them in a doorway.
You have to be extremely proficient in Japanese in order to get your citizenship.
That was a lucky headshot.
I'm an expert, man. Get out of here. Although the criticism here is coming from leftist circles, if I'm being totally honest, I do find it quite surprising because I think that the position that Zach is expressing is quite a logical one. I don't think that his view is rooted in being prejudiced or partisan or even anti-immigrant. I think it comes from a place of actual practicality that is backed up by statistics and historical precedent and public opinion. We know that people who speak a country's native tongue have an easier time finding work and fitting in and so on. This is statistically backed up. We know that native-born citizens want to hear their native language spoken out in the world, and we know that currently there is very little effort to hold anyone, well, migrants really, to a standard of English speaking. Of course, none of this matters because all the angry progressives want to focus on is the fact that it excludes people, or something. I actually have no idea what they're trying to logically argue about this one. I think in the minds of most normal functioning people, requiring that immigrants learn English and be fluent in English is a good thing because it fosters social cohesion, it gives them job opportunities, it leads to mutual respect and being able to read road signs. But like I mentioned, this is a topic that Zach has talked about a lot, and so this is way not the first time that he's come under fire for making comments about immigration. At the end of October 2025, people were once again picking up at him after he reacted to a clip of Hassan, the dog abuser Piker. In this video, Hassan said that he noticed more white people in Japan and has expressed how much he doesn't like it. Zach responded to this saying, if you're a foreigner in Japan because you're white, then what does that make every other person that's not white in America?
Since the last time I've been in Japan, this is my third time now.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot more white people out here.
Oh, for sure.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I don't like it.
If you are a foreigner in Japan because you're white, then what does that make every other person that's not white in America? That's not the kind of identity politics you really want to play. That's a bad way of doing things. The reason why there's a big difference between people like Abroad in Japan and PewDiePie versus somebody like Johnny Somali, the big difference is that people like Abroad in Japan or some of the people that come here to the United States, actually the majority of legal immigrants,
I kind of feel like there's a way to unlock that door.
Come here and they assimilate into the culture. And they don't cause any problems.
They're trying decent in here?
Exist inside of a different culture.
When someone in the live stream chat responded and said that America is not white people's land, Zach responded and said, actually, it is.
And so that's it. America is not white people's land. That's Europe. Well, it is. It is. It absolutely is white people's land. We fought a war over it.
Once again, the response to this was what you expected, with people calling him racist and tone deaf. This is so interesting to me because right now on Twitter, there's this really big debate, if you will, happening, where people are kind of discussing what it means to be an American and sort of where the heritage American fits into this. And these are people who can trace their lineage all the way back to, I guess, the founding of the country, and sort of how those people relate to America versus how new Americans relate to America. And not that I want to get into this at all in this video because it is quite muddy. I think if we're being intelligent about this, if we're not being buttheads about this, we can all admit that the American colonies, which have become America as we know it today, were founded by European settlers, many of whom came from England and reflected the sun like this. See, this is why it's money, because now I have to caveat. This is not me saying that there weren't other people around during the founding of the America that we know today. Obviously, about 10 years after settlers came to, the East Coast, then there were the slave ships arriving, and so there are plenty of black Americans who can trace their ancestry back to these early slaves. Then you also had sort of all of the interactions with the natives going on at the time, and the Hispanics down south, and you also had the Chinese come over in the 1800s for the gold rush. I mean, there's so much history here that just, I don't know, I don't want to get into it, but there you go. Everyone's acknowledged. Every frickin' race is acknowledged. Now no one can scream at me in the comments because I will scream back. Anyway, it's still an objectively true statement to say that America, as we know today, the American colonies were founded by so yell at me if you want to, historian nerds. I don't care. And whether or not you personally think that this position is right or wrong or correct or incorrect, it sort of makes sense why Zach would feel this way about America's founding and its founding peoples, given he expressed in another live stream that his family lineage in America goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War.
I have to see, from my perspective as an American, and a Native American, right? Not capitalized, but just lowercase. A Native American, right? My family's been here for since before the Revolutionary War, right? We fought in the Revolutionary War. Well, they did, not me, right? I wasn't there. But anyway, so my point is that, very obviously, I want to do the best, and I want to work in the best interest of the people that are in my country first. And I do want to put people in my country first. I want to make decisions from a government level that puts people in my country first. It's that simple.
Even this, which I think is a very fair statement, wanting to put first one's own countrymen, wanting to prioritize the interests of Americans, resulted in him being attacked from all angles. And all of this has fed into this idea that he's just some far-right Nazi zealot. If you go on Reddit, that I don't know, you'll see that people are saying that he engages in hate bait, that he does so in order to appeal to this far-right anti-immigrant audience that he's cultivated. But really, I think that, a lot of people these days hold these viewpoints, and I know that they're probably considered rather extreme, but I do think that a lot of this is becoming normalized as multiculturalism comes under fire more and more and more. This probably will shock none of you, but I don't agree with Zach on everything that he has to say and everything that he thinks and some of the things that I've seen floating around the internet. I don't agree. And you know what? That's okay because that's normal. But I do very much agree with him when it comes to language around this immigration debate. I personally believe that language is one of the most important things that we have as a collective. It's how we communicate. It's such a big indicator of assimilation, and people love to talk about America as this melting pot. Okay, well, then melt. Prior to Trump's executive order in March making English the official language of this country, people loved to make the argument here that because America does not have an official language, then it is okay that people don't bother to learn English, which I have always thought is an insane position, but whatever. But English is clearly the language of America. Zach pointed this out himself. This is the language of the founding documents. The language that war and business and commerce are conducted in. It is the common tongue that we speak amongst ourselves in everyday life to be understood and to communicate. English is the language of this country. Does this mean that you cannot be bilingual? No, that is insane. Lots of people speak different languages with their friends or with their parents or with their grandma. But the important thing is that when they go out into the world, there is a shared language, and that is English, and that's what we all speak to each other. It is interesting because when I started working on this video, I was reminded about the fact that this is legitimately not like a radical or extreme position, because wanting to have a common language has been so normal for so long up until very recently. Outside of a shared language in the country context, I'm sure that a bunch of you are familiar with the fact that French, for example, used to be the lingua franca, or the auxiliary language, used between people in European countries who didn't speak a common tongue. So the common tongue was French. They would communicate and do business in French. Now that language is English because it's become the global language and the language that everybody uses when nobody speaks the same language. I hope this makes sense. My confusing and probably ineffective explanation here aside, my point is that whether it's English or French or some other language, there is a need for a shared common language, there's a shared common tongue for people to communicate, and this transcends individual countries. Back in early 2025, the New York Times ran a piece that basically suggested that Trump's executive order about the English language being the primary language of the United States is somehow unfair or racist. The piece points out that this
Come on, I need daytime. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to start digging a basement.
You guys are gonna love this.
Where do I want to dig the basement at, though?
There was too much German being spoken in the United States in the early days. Theodore Roosevelt expressed in 1919 that, quote, "We have room for but one language in this country, and that is the English language. For we intend to see that the crucible turns our people
right here.
out as
This
Americans
is the room.
of American nationality,
This is where I'm digging.
and not as dwellers in a polyglot boarding house." Tell us how you really feel there, Teddy boy. Tell us. Totally bizarrely, this writer argues that because another language is harder to acquire as someone ages, it's unreasonable to expect older migrants to learn. Which is crazy, in part because of the aforementioned language immersion thing that I mentioned earlier. So much of this article is incredibly annoying, but you guys are gonna especially love
But
this
here's
part.
the thing about that,
Imagine a native
like,
Mandarin speaker who is new or newish
if
to
you're gonna
English.
move
Let's
to
say
another
that she
country
can
where
get
they don't
by just
speak your
fine while
native
navigating
language,
a menu or engaging in
like,
brief
I'm gonna move to
exchanges.
Mongolia,
But if she were being
but I don't
admitted to a
speak
hospital,
Mongolian.
taking a citizenship test,
Like,
voting,
it's
or
not
doing
like
anything else involving
I
detailed
decided to move
urgency,
there at the
she would
last
want
minute.
to be able to use, hear, or read
You know what I
her
mean?
native
Like,
language. To deny her that
a
is
move
pointless
like
and
that
unfeeling.
takes a few years.
Who cannot speak English
So why
vote
aren't you even
or
just
taking
trying
the
to
citizenship test?
start
I'm
to
not
learn the
quite
language?
certain that you need to be proficient
You know what
in
I
English
mean?
to do a citizenship test in the
It's not
first
like you
place,
decide to go to another country like
letting, right?
3 days.
What is
It's
happening here? Anyway, without going on about this for another million
I don't
years,
that's what I don't
think
understand.
that it's racist or intolerant
I don't
or
mind
xenophobic or
immigrants,
whatever to ask that
and
someone
I don't even
moving
mind
to a
if they
country
have
learns to
trouble
speak
speaking the
native
language.
of
They're
that
they're
country.
giving
And
the
this,
effort.
for me, also goes for English
It's
speakers.
the ones
I
that come
think it's a
here,
pretty bloody rude
live here
to go
20 years
somewhere
and never
and to
bother to
not
learn to
make the
speak
effort to
English.
learn the language of the place
Like,
that you have
why,
moved to.
dude?
I
You're
think
just
it's actually quite ignorant, and I think
and
it's
that
quite
and they
disrespectful. And you know, truthfully, I am
bring
really
sometimes
glad
they
to see
bring the
someone
worst
like
parts
Zach,
of their
who's got
culture
such
here.
a massive audience and such a big reach, and people hate watch him too, which means that more of his ideas get out there. I'm glad to see him expressing these viewpoints and pulling them back into the limelight, because I think some of these pretty common sense components of the immigration debate get away from us because we fixate so much on the more extreme components. In the US context, and really in the context of any other country, asking someone to learn the language, and in this case English, asking for English proficiency, is a pragmatic stance. And I think the less current romanticization, is that a word? Romanticization? It doesn't sound like one. We're going to go with romanticizing. Their current romanticizing of immigration without assimilation is just so unhelpful, even for immigrants themselves. And I think really what it will lead to is this specific issue becoming more and more radicalized until that is sort of the prevailing stance. I think that more and more people get radicalized on this, and I don't think that that will achieve the ends that the left is hoping for. In the end, asking that people speak a shared language is a logical step towards a functioning society, and the fact that we're at the point where this is apparently a racist position is kind of crazy. But like I said, I am always glad to see really big voices in the cultural space talking about these things and bringing them to the forefront and really demonstrating how important it is that we maintain a level of logic and intelligence when it comes to the immigration discussion.
I can make a forge now.
Before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Hume using the link in the description. As you guys know, they've been a long-term friend of the channel, so if this is something that you struggle with, absolutely check them out and see if they might be the solution for you. Now I open the floor to all of you.
I think I needed nails for it.
I got a lot of responses to the last video that I made talking about immigration.
What do I need for a forge?
On the same page with me. A lot of people obviously disagreed or had different takes on it, but
I need cobblestone rocks, and I need 3 duct tapes.
How do you feel about
I have exactly 3 duct tapes.
The language of the country that you live in? Do you think it's disrespectful? Do you think it's crappy? Do you think that it's really not that important and people can get by like this? What do you think of Zach's comments and commentary? Do you agree with the fact that he is very blunt in his delivery, which can maybe be kind of off-putting for some people? Do you think that the bluntness is actually necessary and that we are so past?
No, it's not necessary, but the bluntness is kind of what Asmongold is known for.
Assimilation and immigration.
I think it's what his audience appreciates about him.
Is it necessary? And what
it's at least what I appreciate about him.
As always, if you have made it this far in the video, congratulations. I always like having you along for the full ride. If you are new here and you're not subscribed already and you would like to see more of me and more of this kind of content, feel free to subscribe to the channel.
I hate when people get like wishy-washy about their beliefs. Well, you know, just, dude, you either believe it or you don't. You don't have to appease me, that's fine.
And once again, Merry, Merry, Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope it is wonderful and beautiful, and Santa brings you lots of fun gifts, and I will see your wonderful little faces in the next video.
I don't like how child-proof the world is. Oh, I need to make one of these.
There will always be unsolved mysteries about the ancient world. We're just too far from it to resolve some of them. But there are some mysteries that can and have been solved, and science is getting more advanced every day, with computers and satellites doing more than just ushering the future. They can give us surprising glimpses into a distant past, allowing us to better understand the ancient civilizations that came before us. And luckily, the past decade has provided a number of breakthroughs that finally answer some of these quandaries. Here are 7 ancient mysteries that we've solved in the last decade.
That's the garage.
While the Moai statues are not always known by name, they are instantly recognizable. These stone figures come from the islands of Rapa Nui, also known as Easter Islands. With their long heads, strong brows, big noses, and thin lips, the Moai are as iconic as they are mysterious. And for years, archaeologists have argued over their most basic facts. Why were they built? How were they moved? And why are there so many of the things? However, one of their foundational questions has finally been answered. In 2019, a team of anthropologists from 6 different institutions published a scientific paper showing that the Moai statues had been placed very intentionally. This has been suspected for a long time, since the statues have an average weight of about 14 tons, and, well, no one likes to carry 14 tons about willy-nilly, do they? Also, it's been well established that the Moai were constructed at an extinct volcano that served as the island's quarry and then moved, or perhaps walked, using ropes into their current locations. For the past 1,000 years, most of the approximately 900 statues have stood with their backs to the sea on stone platforms called ahu, which can hold up to 15 of them. This placement led some people to believe that the Moai were spiritual protectors, keeping watch over the island and the people within it. And in a way, they were right, but the answer turned out to be a lot less metaphorical. As part of their research, the anthropologists used mathematically driven spatial modeling to find connections between the placement of different Moai statues. Immediately, one factor was statistically significant: fresh water. This makes sense when you consider the island's unique hydrology. One of the problems with Rapa Nui is that it has very few sources of drinkable water. Its 2 lakes are difficult to access, there are no streams, and it's
They told me I
1 minute ago.
Of the winning, but they lied. Looks like war's back on the menu, boys. The Donald dropping nukes on Iran as Iran blew up a nuclear facility in the United Arab Emirates.
Ukraine blew up Moscow. Cuba is arming and threatening drone strikes on Miami, Florida. All of Trump's ops keep falling apart. England is rising up against their oppressors, overthrowing their government essentially because they're tired of infidel Muslims. There was a huge Islamic terror attack in Italy, and they basically let the culprit off because they said he has bad mental health, and they just basically let him back into society. I am getting called out by leftists, and it's very exciting because without really doing anything, all my ops are falling apart. Just absolute colossal W's across the board. Lock in and subscribe, boys and girls. Crazy deep dive today, covering all the things in the least homosexual way possible. Share it to your friends. Tell other people if you want to be informed and cut through the psyops and have a little bit of profanity in your life. You should definitely subscribe. Content this good has been promised to everyone 3,000 years ago. Let's dive right into it. The most orange man alive made the following tweet, and people around the world, cryptids, are trying to discover exactly what he possibly could mean by this one. I'm not exaggerating. There was an entire, think piece on CNN discussing what could he possibly mean by this tweet. Now, I am no decipherer of code, so I'm just gonna leave it up to you if you could figure out what he possibly could mean.
Alright, this place definitely got too many walls.
The clock is ticking, and they better get moving fast, or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence. President DJT. Now, the actual truth is that this is more true than any of you realize. They are drowning in their own poop right now. They are flooding oil into the sea because their oil refineries are all backed up and overflowing because they can't actually get anything out because they are absolutely, irrevocably, irreparably fucked. They are so cooked. The blockade has cooked them. They are overflowing in oil that they cannot contain, and it's going into the sea. It is an absolute nightmare, and they are flailing, ladies and gentlemen. Breaking: Trump and Netanyahu, that's Big Jew Yahoo for those of you paying attention, just spoke for 30 minutes by phone. Netanyahu immediately entered a limited security cabinet meeting after the call for Ynet. White House reporters have been called to an unknown event on the South Lawn. What could this possibly be?
Reportedly away whether to restart military against Iran.
Uh-oh.
Trump calling this moment the calm before the storm.
Uh-oh.
Fox business correspondent Ashley Webster reports live from Tel Aviv. Ashley.
Yeah, hey there, John. I think it's true to say that the air of expectancy has been cranked up a couple of notches here in Israel today. As you mentioned, President Trump talking with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this evening. They reportedly talked for about 30 minutes, and then shortly after that, President Trump taking to social media to tell Iran that, yep, time is running out. Time is of the essence, he said.
Oh boy!
But with a stalemate in place, Netanyahu...
Calling it a stalemate is such a massive flub up of what's actually happening. Right? This quote-unquote stalemate is they are drowning and gargling in their own blood and literal fluids. All right? While they sit there and report of everybody wanting to buy our oil instead of Iran's. All right? This quote-unquote stalemate is absolutely devastating.
Netanyahu holding a
donkey fuckers across the Middle East crying and in shambles over this, by the way.
Well, look here, boys. We got ourselves a real-life hero.
And
now
he
wants to be
the next
paid.
move. All of this coming as reports claim the U.S. and Israel are making intense preparations for renewed attacks against Iran. The Iranian foreign minister, meantime...
Oh my God! That means terrorists might die. Heartbreaking news! Heartbreaking news!
I got some shit work for a fuck up. Can't say I'm not surprised.
There's another attack makes no sense if the U.S. and Israeli military have already, as they claim, destroyed the country's nuclear...
I love that these people are so fucking retarded. They're like, but why would you even do it? You said you already destroyed our military. Don't worry. Don't worry. There's more dog fucking rapist pedophiles that we could kill. And we can do it for the love of the game. Don't you worry about it, homies.
The facilities. Listen to this.
These contradictory statements truly indicate the depth of America's confusion regarding their objectives.
Ah, the confusion! Yes! We really don't want a regime that's going to continue building nuclear weapons. Yes, the goal was obliterating your Navy, your Air Force, your missiles. We've done all of that, all right? And also making sure that you will never have a nuclear weapon. So we are going to continue killing your leaders until you actually have a
What
leader
is this
that's
one?
willing to
I
suck
retrieved the
glory
supplies, so
out of the
alright.
rock of America. All right, and until that happens, We are going to keep killing you, actually. Because you have
Oh my
been
God.
on us for 47 years. And
Where?
the clock is ticking. Tick-tock. Tick-tock, terrorists. Blow yourselves up or we'll do it for you. And that's the game. All right? So all these guys, like grandstanding, like doing, oh, for the
Your mouth shut.
Yeah, our objective is killing the terrorist regime. If you refuse to surrender, we will just help you along.
I'm gonna run along the woods. I gotta find stumps.
Hell very soon.
This war.
So, Iranian state TV also has been showing video today of government supporters, some receiving...
That's right, baby. We're going to get fat old women in hijab holding assault rifles. That'll definitely stop the United States Air Force. This is how you know how fucked they are. They're like, oh, we're armed and ready to go. Show a 60-year-old woman, baby factory, out here with a fucking assault rifle. Oh, yeah, bro.
Fence trading inside of mosques, weapons and all.
Yeah, Donald Trump is so confused. He just has no idea what he's doing when he systematically obliterated our entire Air Force, Navy, missile facilities, nuclear sites, and economy. He's just flailing around in the dark. Bro's hoping to hit gold as he annihilated 2 generations of our leadership. Currently, the leader of Iran is a comatose homosexual Ayatollah. All right, let's not worry, bro. And they're trying so hard to make it sound like they're actually putting up a fight. Look at this. This is incredible.
And all, and one Iranian had a more direct message for Donald Trump.
Wow.
Listen to this.
Trump, you cannot take this straight up.
Where's your husband? Is he dead? Rip Bozo, I guess.
Hormuz from Iran. I have come to destroy you.
I have come to destroy you, says a ghost fucking pedophile rapist holding a shotgun. Yes! That'll work. It'll work, guys. It'll work.
So with the Strait still blocked to shipping, authorities in Abu Dhabi say a drone attack caused a fire close to...
Yep, and we are getting there. This is massive right now, by the way.
Yeah, Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv. I'm sure he's got more for us. Trey?
Yeah, guys, good morning. We do start with some breaking news out of the UAE, where officials say that a drone attack against a nuclear power plant caused a fire.
Hey, do any of you guys wonder why we don't mind that the UAE has a nuclear power plant, but we actually very much don't want Iran to have a nuclear power plant? Any of these retards that like say, you're a hypocrite. Do any of you actually understand? It's simple. It's because the UAE enriched uranium to 2% to use for civilian needs. Iran enriched uranium to 60%, which is only used for weapons, and they're directly stating their goal is to destroy us. Therefore, the UAE is our friend, and we don't mind, and Iran is not our friend, and they're gonna fucking die. All right, now I want to make this very clear. Winning wars is based, actually. Yes, it is not hypocrisy when our buddies have nuclear power plants, but our adversaries get killed. Actually, that's based. All right, why are people being like, you're okay with Israel having nukes, but you're not okay with Iran having nukes? Yeah, Israel's not nuking us. Iran wants to. Yes, actually. That's not hypocrisy, all right? We want to kill our enemies, actually.
At a generator on the outskirts of the facility. This is a significant regime. It comes as tension continues to rise across the Middle East.
Oh, it's gonna get airy.
To see if the war will resume in the days ahead. So far, efforts toward...
But I was told that the Iranian...
I only got one lockpick. This better work. Come on, come on, come on.
War or anything. Diplomatic solution with Iran have been unsuccessful. Tehran unwilling to make the necessary concessions to reach a deal.
Oh well.
Let me look around. Maybe there's other ones in here.
He didn't like the first...
How could you be celebrating the deaths of people that are trying to kill you and raping children? I'm so sorry.
Nerd goggles.
I'm so sorry. My purity test failed you.
To the Iranian response to the U.S. peace proposal.
I looked at it, and if I don't like the first sentence, I just throw it away.
Hey, Mr. President, I don't have time for that. I gotta call Netanyahu. Sorry, bro, it's over for you. Now, Cuba, all right, another one of the tentacles of largely China, the communist retards in our hemisphere. Cuba acquired more than 300 military drones and begins discussing plans to attack Guantanamo Bay and U.S. military vessels, according to Axios. Cuba is discussing striking Florida. Guantanamo Bay, U.S. vessels after acquiring 300 military drones. It would be fucking retarded because that means we would obliterate the shit out of them.
Oh, an iron crossbow.
If they actually do this, it would probably be one of the
A
dumbest
splint,
fucking
that'll
military
come in
moves
handy.
recent history. I say one of the
And
dumbest.
an armor
because
magazine.
October 7th is probably the dumbest military move I've ever seen in my life.
Just gonna eat
all right,
this.
A couple of goat fucker pedophiles decide to kill some Jews, and now all of a sudden there's no more Hamas, no more Hezbollah, no more Houthis, and no more Iran. So realistically, that was probably the worst move anyone could have done. This would be the second. And it's honestly shocking that they're even considering this. Because, in my opinion, I think they know they're fucked. They know that we're going to overthrow their regime inevitably. So they're like, at least let's go down swinging. Or, this is
for crying out loud.
I am not going to just sit here and mindlessly believe everything the media says. This could actually be a lie. This could be a CIA op. Because we know that CIA people were in Havana, Cuba over the last couple of days. I think it's very likely this is CIA manufacturing consent for war. Now, I personally don't need them to manufacture consent. I consent already. I fully consent overthrowing the communist dictator in our backyard that's been, fucking with us for years, and also oppressing their people. I consent to the Don Rowe doctrine just completely controlling our hemisphere completely and not allowing these communist tentacles to oppress people in our backyard. So my consent does not need to be manufactured.
I'm gonna make the same statement I said about Iran.
Potentially be a CIA
I don't think we should overthrow their government. I think we should help their people do it.
Now that is the mainstream media. That's what they're saying. Now Hassan Piker, with his wit and political analysis, has this to say: Cuba has never been a threat to the U.S. This guy just loves sucking communist cock. It's crazy. Like, has this dude never heard of the Cuban Missile Crisis? Remember they had nuclear-tipped missiles, medium-range missiles from Russia they were planning on using on us? Remember that? What are we even doing here? Like, this guy just lies. He just openly lies to you, and then just makes you exist. He just lies to you. He expects you to buy it or not. They use weapons to manipulate you. All right. Cuba has never been a threat to us. All right, that's the first sentence, and it's a lie. Second sentence, its only threat was being a successful alternative. Cuba is a shithole. People are dying and starving in Cuba because of communism. Like, he thinks that the reason why we're attacking Cuba is because Cuba is better than us. It's because communism is just superior to capitalism, and we're just fucking jealous. We're jealous of the Cubans that are starving and fucking eating each other out of hunger while they're being thrown into gulags for speaking up against their government. Like, this is absolute insanity. A country that fought and won its own sovereignty and dignity. Honestly, we're a country that fought and won our own sovereignty and dignity. Like, what are we doing? But he hates America. He starves them, and that never stops. They starve themselves because they have a shit economy, because communism never works. Between this and the New York Times,
I kind of feel like
for war. No, the consent's already there. Cuba is adversarial. It's in our domain. It's in our hemisphere. It belongs to us, whether they like it or not. We are the United States of America. The people of Cuba want us to help them and liberate them, literally. This is the most ethical war we could possibly do, and also it's fucking awesome for us, personally, on a personal level. It's good for the United States to not have a fucking adversary in our backyard, flinging shit at us every 2 days. This dude is just a straight-up anti-American communist apologist and loves terrorism. Right? It's unbelievable that this guy exists. Now, Trump and the Nigerian army eliminated a top ISIS leader who attacked Christians. In my opinion, this is charity work, and I fully support it, by the way. The way I see it, I pay a metric fuck ton of money to taxes, and then they take that money and abort babies with it. So I would much rather be aborting terrorists in the Middle East that are massacring Christians than aborting babies, personally. So whenever I see my tax dollars going to help actual oppressed people, not like the retards that continue starting wars and losing in Palestine. But,
all right, now let's go the way they want me to go.
Real, and it's insane watching it. The U.S. Nigerian forces conducted a joint military operation inhibiting Abu Bilal al-Minuki, senior leader and second in command of the Islamic State, ISIS, globally. And this dude has been actively singling out Christian Nigerian villagers and churches for executions and kidnapping to fuel their Islamist propaganda.
Kidnapping?
Thank fucking God he's dead.
I'd hate to be kidnapped.
Right. Killing him is awesome, actually. And I'm really tired of making believe it's not. Oh my God, he violated the Currency of interaction. Fuck yeah, he did. What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna cry? You're gonna maybe bitch and whine? Oh, but he violated international law. I don't give a fuck, bro. International law is taking the gay. Oh, no, how dare you do something objectively awesome? No, please. A piece of paper said that it's bad. Terrorists voted, and they all said that we shouldn't be killing terrorists. Wow, I'm really glad the terrorists got a vote. U.S. military additional ISIS targets in Nigeria. Based, by the way, killing terrorists is fucking awesome, and don't let the communists trick you into thinking it isn't. Now, Mexican senator linked to the Sinaloa cartel was arrested in San Diego. All right, these fuckers are in our country for some reason. Finally,
Iron Breaker.
the FBI is actually cracking down on extradition and arrests of foreign terrorists, Islamist terrorists in our country. Quite literally, get them the fuck out. I'm told desperately that we need to defund these agencies. All right, but this is like news every single day right now.
A remarkable effort by our FBI and Rekt Patel leadership and our international partners, and we were able to intercept and get in the middle of this man's attempts to wreak havoc and terrorize not only the United States, Canada, Europe, and so we were able to introduce an undercover, working with our law enforcement partners. So I think what our U.S. attorney just said is dead on, that President Trump's leadership around the world allows us to have the credibility and the partnerships to allow us to work with folks overseas, and that's what happened here. So he was brought here and appeared in court earlier today, and it is on the one hand should be very alarming to the people in this country that there are men around the world trying to exact this sort of terror. On the other hand, it shows the success of good law enforcement work and good police work and working hard to protect our borders.
Every day, it's like, thank God Trump is president and not Kamala Harris. I'm not even kidding. This is insane.
Which is what we do every single day. And so
I think there's only 2 of them in there.
It's just a complaint. I expect the next steps will be an indictment.
Oh, it's a little crawling dude.
We're still investigating and going to make sure that anybody that was involved with him will be brought to justice.
Was he picked up in Iraq, and when was he brought to the United States?
He was recently brought to the United States. I want to be careful talking about the operation so I don't put anybody in danger, but it's enough to say that this was an effort that included not only the FBI, but our law enforcement partners overseas.
Dude was
as well.
faking being dead.
Understand, this is an Iraqi terrorist in retaliation for the Iran war, targeting Americans and Jews in the United States of America. Islamist Mohammed al-Saadi plotted multiple violent attacks across America, primarily on Jewish locations, previously responsible for plotting nearly 20 terror attacks abroad, and this motherfucker is in custody. Now, this is so weird, because I really don't see a lot of Americans just murdering random Iranians in the streets, or Jews murdering random Palestinians in the streets, but I do see a lot of Islamists just trying to murder Americans and Jews. That's so weird. It's almost like their ideology is literally a death cult. Now, I'm not saying every Muslim's a terrorist. Every terrorist is a Muslim. No, I'm kidding. Joking. Today, Ukraine launched the largest attack on Moscow since the Second World War. This is insane, by the way. This is Moscow, literally the capital of Russia, getting absolutely cooked. Holy shit. Large Ukrainian drone swarm struck the city of Moscow. This is wild. All right, so Zelensky actually made a tweet about it. Our responses from Russia's prolongation of the war and its attacks on our cities and communities are entirely justified. This time, Ukraine's long-range sanctions reach Moscow region. We are
a lucky book.
State must end the war. Ukrainian drone and missile manufacturers continue their work. I am grateful for the security service of Ukraine and all the defense forces of Ukraine for this precision. The distance from Ukraine's state border is over 500 kilometers. The concentration of Russian air defense in Moscow region is the highest. We are overcoming it. Glory to Ukraine. This is actually insane. Holy shit, dude. The obvious commentary here, though, is this means that they're really not trying to end the war. What are they even trying to accomplish with this? Look, I'm not being like such a bitch about it, because realistically, I think that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was cruel. A lot of people say it was unprovoked. I think that's a lie. Everyone knows that Ukraine was trying to join NATO and build missile defense systems around Russia and stuff like that. So saying it's unprovoked is not true. But at the same time, this massive invasion, they took 20% of Ukraine already. Tens of thousands dying. You know, Zelensky keeps talking about how he wants peace. My guy, this isn't going to get you any closer to peace. Russia has so much superior firepower, they will continue, it will only escalate from here, and the reality is, while I am supposed to be writing to Ukraine to save lives, these guys are just escalating the war forever. I, for one, am tired of America being on the hook for every single global war. Whether it's Ukraine or Israel or anything, I do not want to be handing out infinite money to other countries so that they can do their shit. Not my responsibility. I want to be out of NATO. I want to be out of the UN. I don't want to do any of this
All
shit.
right, now I'm
We're
like Daryl
America.
Dixon.
All right, let's be real. Sure, I care about all this other stuff too. I'm going to be honest, but there's so many conflicting agendas. It's like, what am I supposed to do? So I will absolutely support Trump obliterating some Nigerian terrorists trying to massacre Christians, because that's objectively good. Close the book. We did something fucking awesome. Moving on. But wiping out Iran or Venezuela or Cuba, it's absolutely within our interests. I support it. Giving $350 billion to Ukraine to supposedly end a war, and both sides are just going to escalate it forever because no side wants to give up on what they expect to gain. It's just like, why am I writing this check? No, just putting that out there, because a lot of people are like upset when I criticize Zelensky, and they're like, yeah, but he's the victim. I'm like, yeah, he's the victim. You're right, sure. But he doesn't want to end the war. That is not, I'm right, and I'm paying for it. All right, I am paying for a war that he is not trying to end, despite the fact that he's losing. All right, I'm sorry, man. That's where I stand. Never come between a Jew and his shekels. All right. Now, one of the major Trump nemesis, right, in the Republican Party is Thomas Massie. And Thomas Massie, he's having his gigantic giga election tomorrow. Will he remain in Congress, or will he be primaried out? We will see. Word is Rand Paul, Lowe, and Borbert, two very difficult and very unreasonable Republican voters, are right now in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, which I won by 31 points, parading around like fools for the worst Republican congressman in the history of our party. His name is Thomas Massie. He's disloyal, ungracious, and a sanctimonious fool who almost never even votes for the best Republican values. The man running against Massie, Ed Galloway, a true American patriot, a farmer from Kentucky, a military hero. He is loyal and MAGA all the way. Vote for Ed Galloway and wipe away the stench of one of the worst congressmen in the history of our great party, Thomas Massie. May we never have to deal with him again, President Donald J. Trump. Now, I see a lot of Massie defenders whenever I criticize that guy in my comment section, and I want to let you know, Thomas Massie has been slandering Trump as a pedophile for the last year. They said that it's the Epstein administration. He never votes on anything that wants border security at all. He is a mass migration voter. He claims to be America first because, well, at least he doesn't want to fund foreign wars. But he wants to import literally the third worldist into our country. He works with the Democrats to destroy Trump and his credibility, and honestly, fuck him. Get him out. J.D. Vance explains back in the day why he was against Massie.
I think the problem with Thomas, and I told him this in private, and now I guess I'll say it in public, is it's one thing to disagree with the party on a particular issue. It's one thing to to have your independent stand on a number of questions. And by the way, some of the stuff where Thomas Massie has been independent against the Republican Party, I've agreed with him with. Thomas and I worked together during 2023, where I was trying to stop the limitless flow of American money to Ukraine, and Thomas was one of the people I was working closest with it.
And Thomas is against sending money to Ukraine, which I agree with. I'm for it, actually. However, he is a radical libertarian. He's like, I don't want to send my money to Ukraine. However, I want to bring in 1 million Indians to do jobs for better prices here.
But that's one thing. Being independent, having your own opinions is one thing. Voting against the party on every single issue, you're eventually going to make too many enemies.
That's right.
And that is the problem that Thomas has had. It's not one issue. It's not 3 or 4 issues.
That's right.
It's that every time that we've needed Thomas for a vote, he has been completely unwilling to provide it. That is why the President of the United States has trained his ire on Thomas Massie. It's because we can never count on him for some of the most difficult votes.
Yep.
I wish that weren't the case. I say that as somebody who's known Thomas well before I got into politics, but politics is politics, and when you always vote against the party, you can't expect the party to actually back it.
And he's just completely correct. He's completely correct. Why should the party bend over backwards for Thomas Massie when he backstabs them every step of the way? Now, a lot of people are immediately taking the line that, oh, well, AIPAC endorsed the other candidate, not Massie. Now, Massie is against all foreign funding, which includes Ukraine, which includes Israel, which I agree with, by the way. I also don't want foreign funding. However, so AIPAC, obviously, the American Israel lobby, is fighting against Massie also because they want infinite money to Israel, which I disagree with, which is why I don't like AIPAC. I am way too Jewish to be giving money to the Jews, okay? So people are already pushing this narrative that the Jews are buying this election. Now, let's look at what the Jews have been doing, all right? Let's see. Is it the Jews that's forcing Massey to vote against every single standalone immigration bill? What's going on? All right, this is a secure border, D-. Massey was watching tens of millions of illegals flooding into the country under Biden, and he was like voted against HR 2 to strengthen border security, blah, 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 blah. All right, what about this one? Refugees and asylees voted against HR 2 to reduce asylum fraud. Massey voted against it to stop asylum fraud. I'm sorry, man. That is the #1 issue plaguing our society right now, and we need to stop it immediately, ASAP. So, of course, new all-time high. Ed Galloway.
I need to see
80% chance to defeat Thomas Massey.
weapons.
This is massive, by the way. Now, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Israel is rigging the election."
Make a level 2.
Unbelievably stupid. They both get funding from
I'll
foreign
wait
countries.
for that.
Thomas Massey's biggest supporters are Pakistani Muslims. All right, and Iranians. They are all pledging and funding his campaign. All right, so while there's foreign lobbying absolutely on both sides, and I'm against foreign lobbying, I fucking hate it, man. I really hate that we have foreign countries having a say in what we're doing in our own country, man. The reality is, it's the Trump endorsement, all right? That is what's destroying him. It's the Trump endorsement, all right? Ed Galloway is finally picking up because we're close to the election, and Trump has been dropping straight fire on his ass. And also, look at who's endorsing Thomas Massey. Cenk Uygur, communist, Muslim, mass migration, pro-Islamic terror, all right? Millions of dollars against anyone who dares to stand up for America instead of Israel. We have eyes and ears. We see them trying to buy our government. Thomas Massey is coming on the Young Turks.
Morning. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to pay you now that you did
A
it.
radical pro-Islamist leftist talk show to fight for his position in Republican Congress. Like, do you see who's supporting this guy?
Fine. Take a fucking look.
Klippenstein, by the way, who's a radical communist, right? Thomas Massey's opponent, Ed Galloway, is running a ghost campaign. He did no interviews. He skipped all debates. It's impossible to find out anything about the guy. No. He's evil and bad. We have to have Massey win. All right, let's see who's endorsing Massey. Code Pink, all right, so they are the jihadi, the trans jihadis. Ro Khanna, all right, foreigner, Islamist. Foreigner guy, New York Times, great. Hassan Piker, Mother Jones, AOC, Rashida Tlaib.
Oh, you want to guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamrock.
What a list of glowing
I'd shake your hand, but
for Thomas Massey, you almost wonder why people aren't voting for it.
The way you
All right,
smell.
bad Congressman Tom Massey voted against tax cuts, the border wall, our military and law enforcement. Actually, he voted against almost
Look,
everything.
Blockhead, good luck.
Worst Republican
Better not
Congressman
make me
in
regret
history. He
this.
votes the bum out on Tuesday. We can't live with this troublemaker for another 2 years. He is a true negative force. President DJT. And you know what? He's right. So when Thomas Massey loses on Tuesday, don't forget to vote. You can say Donald, all right? Everyone's going to say Israel's buying elections and shit because this guy's anti-Israel and he's losing an election. But it has nothing to do with Israel. It has to do with the fact that the #1 most popular person in the United States of America, bar none, with the most sway and the most impact, has been campaigning against him every step of the way. All right? The Donald also posted...
What happened to Thomas Massey? When did he decide to start voting with the radical Democrats? Massey voted against President Trump's tax cuts. Massey voted against finishing President Trump's wall. Massey even voted against Trump's ban on taxpayer-funded sex changes for minors.
I don't think Thomas Massey understands government. I think he's a grandstander. I think he should be voted out of office.
Let's fire Thomas Massey. MAGA Kentucky is responsible for the content.
Right, so you're going to tell me that these campaigns by the President of the United States is going to have zero impact, but a couple of Jews spending a couple of $100,000 on an election, which, by the way, millions of dollars are being spent on this election by all cases for both parties. Yep, that's what's going to do it. It's not going to be the glowing endorsement of Cenk Uygur, all right, whose nephew says America deserved 9/11. It's definitely not that guy that's going to get hardcore Republican boomers to vote one way or the other. You are coping, my friends. These guys are shaking because they realize that Donald Trump has a stranglehold
It's only 9
on
in the
American
morning.
politics and has had this stranglehold for 10 plus years now. They're shaking and they're scared because all of the campaigns, all of the psyops, all the anti-Iran war
Up here, I'm
propaganda,
going to do the
all of
weapons and first aid right here.
propaganda, literally all the fucking shit that they've been shoveling amounts to fucking nothing. Because this super well-known guy is going up against Ed Galrain, who basically no one knows, but just the Trump endorsement is going to flip this shit on its head, and they can't stand it. The Donald broke the bubble 100% when it comes to all the migration stuff. Every time you hear someone being pro-migration, you just want to blow yourself to smithereens. You want to be like the friendly neighborhood imam and obliterate yourself. All right, so get a load of this. Here's Chinese national Poppy Liu, who moved to America from China and became a millionaire.
My rant is that capitalism is the greatest evil in the world. But like the people that are like, oh, but like, don't you enjoy the nice things? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, I do. And also, I would be okay with it if it meant that more people in the world could live without oppression. Like,
So again, here we have a Chinese migrant in America lecturing us about how America is bad when she made millions in America. Unbelievable, bro. Like, dude, she identifies as they, them, donates to causes like Red Canary Song, which is Asian migrant prostitute support, Sister Song, abortion access for minorities, and Asians for Black births. Yes, that's real. What are we even doing, man? Literally. So we are importing these people to just be gigantic psyops on our culture. Now, Zohran Mamdani, he is another case of an immigrant that is possibly one of the worst, the worst immigrants in America. Heartbreaking moment. I urge you to sit down if you're standing. This might shake you to your core.
Weird. Alright,
The disturbing incident targeting worshippers during Friday prayers outside Baitur Mamour Mosque in Brooklyn, where a man praying was struck with an egg. Oh! That hateful act is unacceptable as an affront to the values that define us as New Yorkers. My administration is committed to rooting out anti-Muslim.
I gotta put it there just because it fits there so well.
And ensuring every New Yorker can live and worship in safety and dignity. New York Police Department Hate Crime Task Force is investigating this incident. First of all, false flag.
Parts in there.
Obviously, false flag. This was totally done by someone themselves to victim blame. Right, they wanted to self-victimize. False. I'm calling it false flag right here. False flag. Am I doing this right, leftists? Is this the right way to do it? By just screaming that everything's staged in the false flags? False flag. Someone threw an egg at him. False flag. Now, just to understand what there's no reporting on. All right, this is a couple of Islamists beating the shit out of a couple of Jews in New York. Look at that. Yeah, so again, I can't show you more because it'll probably get the video removed from YouTube. But apparently this is just a thing. I'm sorry, bro. Zero condemnation from the mayor of an Islamist mob beating the shit out of a couple of Jews in Brooklyn. But someone threw an egg at themselves, guys. This is painfully, he's painfully aware of the disturbing incident, guys. Donut operator responded, an egg is what you tweet about over all the other vicious attacks on your citizens. And he's completely right, man. All right, you're concerned about a Muslim getting hit with an egg, but you have nothing to say about when your wench is celebrating October 7th and 9/11. True, by the way, his wife/girlfriend is literally preaching for that shit. All right, now let's understand. Let's understand the religious hate crime breakdowns. All right, so anti-Jewish hate crimes, 70% of all religious hate crimes. Now again, this is despite the fact that Jews are a very small minority. Anti-Muslim hate crimes, 9%, and it's an egg. All right, let's just understand. Anti-Jewish hate crimes, they get stabbed and beaten, and their synagogues lit on fire and shit like that. Anti-Islamic hate crime, they threw an egg at themselves, guys. It's a false flag. Anywho, but let's just understand what the goal is. The reason why they scream in pain, and they cry, and they yelp, and they whimper about all the hate crimes and the Islamophobia is because they know that they can manipulate enough retards into actually giving a shit about this. Now again, I do not condone any violence, any throwing of eggs at any people, any Muslims, or anything like that. I don't condone or support it, but just understand the psyop. Understand that when 9/11 happened, and Zohran Mamdani is sitting here and being like, whoa, actually, the real victim was my aunt who got dirty looks in the subway wearing her hijab. Understand how they make themselves the main character of every story, because this is a coordinated takeover of our country. You're probably wondering how a city can elect Islamic mayor, literally, 20 years after the worst Islamic terror attack in history, 9/11. And, well, the answer is simple. They just replaced the population with complete fucking retards, inbreds, and barbarians. All right, so this is an imam in Washington.
If our principles call on us to sacrifice,
then we are not willing to lose any of our popularity. We do want to create a culture that reinforces our Islamic values.
I don't actually. I know that I don't really get an opinion here or anything because apparently the guy's here and a citizen or something. But I actually don't want you to create a culture that affirms your Islamic values. Personally, I don't know what was asking. But I am not a fan of self-destruct. It is not one of my favorite Pokemon moves.
It allowed for Islam to be introduced in that region in the flavor of Ahlul Bayt. Islam has different flavors. Some of them are bitter. Look at the Islam of Daesh, or some of the Islams that are all about commanding and worshipping.
There are many different types of Islams because the Quran has many different versions, because despite the fact that it's supposedly the word of God, every single different group of Muslims have a different version of the Quran.
And
literally clown religion, by the way. I know I'm not supposed to shit on other religions, but I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
Holding and a very broad.
Yeah, so here we have a dude coming in, an imam in Washington, big meeting. We have to change the culture of America to be more welcoming to Islam. My guy, I don't want that, actually. Can we vote? Do I get a vote here?
A fat boy over here.
Yeah,
shoot him with the crossbow.
We did a march yesterday, and the kids, bro. This is crazy.
Get up. I'll shoot you again. Ooh, I missed.
Little patriots. Oh my, the kids are gonna be all right, guys. The kids are gonna be all right. And a lot of people are like, oh, why should they say that? Allah just means God. They're basically, making fun of God and stuff. I don't know, guys. My God does not allow me to marry a 6-year-old and rape her when she's 9, but Allah does. So I'm not sure if that's the same guy. Let me know in the comment section below. So we have our little patriots in the street over here exercising their fake right of free speech, because there's no free speech in England. Of course, you have retard leftoids. Teaching kids to hate like this is child abuse, says the guy that is pro-castration of children. Bro. Mehdi Hassan. Are you trying to imagine Muslim kids chanting something similar about the Jewish or Christian faiths in a rundown rally in London? Would Muslim kids be anti-Jewish or anti-Christian? The Prevent Folks Counter-Terrorism Police and entire British media would be all over the story, asking why Muslims are so extreme and brainwashing their kids. Can you imagine if Muslims would brainwash their kids into disliking Christians? Did you know that every single Islamic military uses child soldiers? Every single one, all of them, all right? These are Hamas kids.
Oh, yeah.
All right?
You break any of my
that
shit,
are part of Hamas.
you're paying double.
Are you fucking retarded? Do you know that Iran uses child soldiers to blow themselves up on enemy landmines to clear the way for the adult forces? Like, are you aware of that?
A
If
pipe
they're too
pistol.
young to hold guns, they send them out into minefields to clear the minefields with their own bodies.
Kind of want to halfway do it.
All right, Hamas does this. All right, there were literally gangs of Islamists running through the streets of London chanting, "We will rape your daughters. We will rape your daughters," chanting it. All right, are you serious?
There's the books there.
Like, these people just expect you to just acknowledge their words.
Get a couple of those.
Their words mean nothing. Personally, I do not like the idea of teaching kids to hate another religion or race or whatever. I don't think it's a very nice thing to do. These people are fighting for the freedom of their country, though, okay? You have to
No
understand this is an
refunds.
existential
Deal's
threat.
done.
All right,
Now,
these kids are
beat it,
patriots. For all
fucker.
you know, their sister went through something completely unthinkable that changed their lives forever. All right, now Muslims have been crying and shouting Islamophobia for 24 hours nonstop because of this video of
right,
Muslims going to the rally.
I gotta make some money because I want to go back and buy those handgun magazines.
All right, Muslims crashing out over this one. They are very unhappy about this, very unhappy. Now understand, London's Nova exhibition, Nova is the name of the festival where Hamas came and saw a couple of Jews partying in a festival and killed them and raped them, hundreds of Jews at a festival. So Nova exhibition, to commemorate the Jewish kids massacred on October 7th in a festival, was removed per police request. You know why? The Met Police asked the organizers to take the sign down out of fear of terror attacks. That's right, you cannot mourn the massacre of Jews in England anymore because you might be causing Islamic terror attacks. Now, you can't blame the Muslims. They don't have agency. They're just barbarians, of course. They have no form of agency of themselves. No. What's the agency that ridiculous. That's crazy. Why would you think this? Now, Muslims in London yesterday counter-protest against the Unite the Kingdom event, saying these streets are ours. The far right are just people that like their country and don't want their daughters to get raped, by the way. Look how obvious it is that the Palestine movement is a Trojan horse and no one gives a shit about the Palestinians. That, let me remind you, started a war and lost miserably. All right, look, it's so obvious that this is a Trojan horse. They're not even preaching for Palestine anymore. Now they're using Palestine as their little fucking horsey to fight the far right in England. Like, look how obvious the op is.
Again, because people like Tommy Robinson should remember. He should remember what London looked like on the 28th of March, the biggest anti-racist demonstration witnessed.
The anti-racists have gotten together with the Muslims who preach that every non-Muslim is like an animal. Yes! Yes! I love how they fight for the same values.
Alliance that this country has ever seen. And Tommy Robinson, little Tommy Robinson, should remember as well. He should remember what happened to those who came before him.
She's threatening to kill him here, by the way.
What happened to the national flag? What happened to the British National Party? What happened to his own movement, the EPL?
Lots of Islamic terror attacks actually happen to all these places. Is that what you want to remind us about? Did you know that despite Pakistani Muslims being 6.5% of the population of England, they make up 90% of the terror?
Books in the attic? I don't remember. It might not be.
Now the real British patriots are really fucking tired of this shit, man. They really are.
Every Saturday since October the 7th,
I'm on a quest for books.
Keir Starmer's never said a word.
Books and
Today,
gun parts.
In the past 48 hours, he has stopped.
But I'm probably more likely to find the books.
Country to speak. Why is that? I thought we had free speech. Keir Starmer's a dead man walking. Simple as that. His time's up. He knows it. Fuck him. How's he gonna feel?
The dead man walking probably wasn't a good statement, but
saying Keir Starmer's a wanker.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I mean, I just simply don't understand how he's banning these speakers. It's almost like I can't recognize.
He's scared. He's a dead man walking. He is scared. Simple as that. A little town, Dorset. They released statistics yesterday. 44% of sexual assaults was by asylum seekers. How many asylum seekers are in Dorset?
0.8%.
0.8%.
I saw that. I literally saw that. 0.8% of the population was 44% of the rape.
That is a large, how much? 0.8%. But
9.8. Oh, okay.
No,
0.8.
0.8. 0.8% of asylum seekers in Dorset.
And 44% of the rapes are from
44% of them.
Yeah. That's a real statistic, by the way. That's not a lie. It should scare the shit out of you. But it turns out when you import barbarians, they act like barbarians. Like, we should not be surprised. Logic dictates this would happen.
Don't lie. Dorset.
They just don't want you to believe your eyes.
Police have said that. But yet Keir Starmer keeps bringing them in. Tell me we're wrong. We're not racist. We're not racist. Look at this. We are not racist. Since Keir Starmer has come in, it's been shit.
Actually, it's racist to not want your daughter to get raped by by barbarians, bro. It's rape. It's racist of you not to want to import infinite bioweapons to destroy your own children. That's right. You have to release the apes. All right, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes. It's when they open the fucking immigration asylum shit. All right. Anyway, so there was a horrible terrorist attack in England, in Italy. Dude just goes in there and rams his car into a whole bunch of people. The Italian authorities have announced yesterday's car ramming attack in Modena was Salim El-Kudri. And get ready for this one. It was not terrorism because of mental health issues. Like, dude, this shit should radicalize the fuck out of you, bro. It really should. Now, if you actually look at the way the media reports this, 8 injured as car rams into pedestrians. Car plows into pedestrians. Vehicle rams into pedestrians. Car plows into crowd. I wonder why car would do this. Why would Carr do this, guys? Elon Musk says. Why would Carr do such a thing? Yeah, well, it was this guy, actually. It's that guy. Perpetrator yesterday's car ramming, stabbing attack, right? So basically he rammed the car into like 8 people. He jumped out of the car and started stabbing people. In Modena, Salim El-Kudri has told investigators why he carried out the attack. Are you ready? I am harassed, marginalized, and I live in a racist country. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They imported this motherfucker from bumfuck shithole nowhere where they don't know how to wipe their ass. All right, they brush their teeth with sticks. All right, and then they bring him into Italy where he just runs people over and stabs them because of racism. All right, let me be honest with you. This shit is fucking crazy.
What is this here? This is a terror attack in Italy. Open to first link off stream. Dude rammed his car into a crowd. Wait, what? Italian authorities have announced that yesterday's car ramming attack in Modena by Salim Al-Khoury was not a case of terrorism, but due to mental health issues.
That's right.
So in the video, you'll see that there's a car. I'm not going to play it. You'll see that there's a car, and you can pretty much
Hold on a
assume
second,
what
I'm doing
happens at the
something.
end of the video.
And to breaking news out of Italy today, where a car plowed into a crowd in the northern city of Modena.
Dramatic video posted on X shows that very moment the car jumped the sidewalk before crashing into the shop.
Who does
the driver, a 31-year-old man, was stopped by
Salim El-Khoury does this, okay? Let's be real.
people in the crowd.
Why everyone like makes believe they're surprised? Like, I can't believe it. I can't believe that people who have a book that they think is from God, it says that we should kill the infidels. I can't believe they kill the infidels. I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it. Muslims? Terrorism? That sounds like a trope to me.
After trying to run away.
Sure, and Jews don't like money.
The town's mayor said 8 people were injured, 4 of them critically.
A terrorist attacked Italy today. The man who stopped them is Luca Signorelli. Absolute fucking Italian protagonist.
Signorelli! Bro, they got this guy from JoJo's Part 5 to be
His name. Please pray for Luca as he was stabbed stopping the terrorist. Damn.
Citizens are saving the West. It's not the institutions, it's not the governments. And remember when the Italian Meloni or whatever her name is was supposed to get elected and she was considered far right by everybody and she was going to stop immigration? But she's a woman. Why are we electing women, guys? Haven't we learned our lesson? Haven't we learned our lesson? This is crazy, dude.
And there's the knife. Look at that.
That's a fucking orc right there that they managed to capture. All right, they got 3 Italians to take down an Orokai. It was pretty fucking insane when it happened.
Holy shit.
Helms Deep could never.
Yeah, god damn. There he is. Absolute fucking champion.
Legend.
Luca Signorelli is a hero, one of the bystanders who stopped the murderous fury of a man of Moroccan origin who today sowed violence and terror in Modena.
All right, sorry about that. I had to
sacrificed himself to
send thank yous for all my birthday wishes.
I thank him for the valiant act of altruism and example.
Didn't mean to
Jesus, man. Do not
leave you guys hanging.
Subject. You filled us with North Africans. That's right, baby. Translated from Italian. Understand the importance of your actions.
And
yes, I have shown that Italy is not dead.
Damn, bro.
It's still here.
Hang on.
Would you do it again? Yes.
I set my glasses down.
I
I don't know if you guys know this, but it's very hard to find your glasses when you're not wearing your glasses.
It wasn't a terrorist attack. It was just a
Ran over a bunch of people and stabbed them while screaming Islamophobia.
mental health episode? Oh, okay. It's an insult to the actual Italians he now admitted he wanted to target because he felt marginalized. Wait, is that true? The Moroccan man who drove a car into Medina once stated, "I'm bullied, I live in a country of racists." Well,
I would be racist as fuck if this guy was trying to run me over too, I'm just saying.
you just made it worse. You made it a little bit worse by trying to run over a lot of them in your...
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand, but one of the leading causes of Islamophobia is that they keep fucking killing people.
Now,
Yeah.
if they weren't racist, now they're going to be even more racist. Yeah, then
I mean,
leave. What do you
think
do
of
in a country
Islamophobia as a problem, they would stop killing people. You know, if they would just step back and evaluate, like, why does everybody dislike us so much?
Average IQ sub 80, by the way. All right, now,
You know,
anyway,
you keep arriving at,
everyone's tired of this.
you're murdering
Leftoids,
people.
virtue signaling. After all this goes down, that actually we need to be more tolerant to migrants.
Okay, so this is what happened in Sweden.
Last year in Sweden, a 16-year-old girl was on her way home from work when she was raped. However, the criminal, a recognized refugee, was not expelled because the crime was not considered serious enough to meet the high threshold set by the Refugee Convention. Her case...
What the fuck, man? See, this is why I'm like, I don't care about the Refugee Convention. I don't care about the UN. Hey guys, Morocco voted that they will be sending us all of their shit. Now we have to live with that.
This has touched many deeply, and the fact that criminals are not deported is a betrayal of all victims of crime.
It's a betrayal that they're there to begin with, man. Right? Like, the crazy thing is, we should look at a society, and if the society is shit, we should not be importing people from that society. Because it is not our job to be the benevolent retards that are willing to sacrifice our civilization for the sake of a couple of monkeys. Monkeys are only the rapists, by the way. I'm not racist or anything. I would never like sit here and be like, oh, those guys are subhuman or anything. That's horrible. But anyway.
Fine. As Sweden's Minister for Migration, as a father of 2 daughters, I cannot defend the systems that puts the rights of criminals before the rights of victims and law-abiding members.
So they didn't deport a literal victim. And so this girl, oh no, not
took a break from sailing her condom flotillas to fucking Gaza or whatever. Just scream for the rights of rapists. I mean, to be fair, I gotta respect Greta Thunberg for being pretty consistent. She supports the rapists in Gaza, and she supports the rapists that are being imported into Europe. So the follow-through is pretty good. Like, you gotta respect her stance is just pro-rape, actually. 0 carbon emissions from rape. So you gotta respect it.
Again.
The image people have of Sweden as a progressive country guided by solidarity and...
Notice she's talking in English, not in Swedish, which is the language she speaks primarily, because her audience is actually mentally ill retards around the world.
Humanitarian values is long outdated.
Thank God!
Thank God.
Yes! That's right, thank God. Because humanitarian values are lies. It's not moral to want to import an underclass of barbarians into your culture. Alright, I'm sorry, man. It's like, for far too long, the Swedish are tired of importing orcs into the Shire. Fuck yeah, that's right.
And we urgently need to talk about some of the things happening here and put all the pressure we can. In Sweden, people who came here as children are now increasingly being deported without their families
that is a problem, actually. She's deporting the families, too.
Countries they have no connection to and that are very much not safe for them to be in.
I think the solution is that we should deport them with the family. I think...
So fucking days. Espengold is coming along nicely, I have to say.
This is a good point she brings up. I think logically the thing to do would be to send the family with them.
And if the place is so fucking horrible, then we shouldn't have imported them to begin with.
People did not do anything wrong.
I wonder if the girls that got did anything wrong. That's the question.
And this is in light of Sweden becoming increasingly hostile and racist like so many other parts of the world. And the Swedish government is now even negotiating with the Taliban to facilitate deportations.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, okay.
And these inhumane teenage deportations have evoked lots of anger in Sweden, and
as opposed to the humane.
The right to
and what was the cop doing in the trailer with the hooker, huh?
There's no such thing as human rights.
That's
human
sketchy.
Rights aren't real. We don't need to accept your worldview. Human rights are social constructs that are not real.
And cannot be compromised.
Of course you can. You just get rid of it. What do you mean? You can easily you just turn it off.
These people live in a false reality, in a little simulacrum of reality where they think their morals mean something. Their morals are grounded by spit and duct tape. They come from nothing, all right? There's no such thing as human rights. You invented this entire worldview and framework, and you just expect everyone else to live in it.
Who decided that it can't be compromised?
This is a direct result of stricter migration policies and a hostile discourse, and migrants have long fought against and warned about the development where we have
I don't care about what they fought for.
Normalized pure dehumanization. You cannot pick and choose human rights to respect and follow.
Yeah, I don't respect anything. Human rights aren't real. Human rights are a social construct. I do what's right, because God said so in the Bible, okay? Alright, I don't give a shit about social constructs and little gay retard shit. You think it's human rights to castrate children because they claim they're another gender, right? You think it's human rights to abort babies. Right? I don't give a shit about what you have to say about anything. Your moral philosophy means literally nothing to me. So, yeah, I don't give a shit about human rights.
Of course you can. What do you mean? Why? Like, this is the thing, is that these people have all these imaginary rules.
I care a lot about human wrongs than human rights.
There's no rules that say that you have to do anything. Why can't you just decide, well, we're not going to do this time?
We cannot stay silent in times of injustice.
You can't push the buttons. And by the way, I remember I got criticism for even watching this clip. Watch this.
The police leave, and as we prepare to go, young men masking their faces arrive and attack.
Oh, that's a monkey. That's a monkey! He did a monkey. It's because of his actions. It has nothing to do with his race or skin color. Right? It's the actions of just throwing shit at people. That's like monkey shit.
Go! Mate! Go! Don't you touch me!
We're trying to help you. We want to make you guys look good.
You don't need to hurt us. There's no need
What's
to
I doing? Oh, I came over here to get this.
There's no need to be unkind. Allow me to lecture you on why actually you shouldn't be a barbarian.
Is this
No need
grilled
to be
meat?
unkind. These people are just, they're so
The gang's
naive.
attention turns when a local intervenes and drives his mobility scooter into the most violent attack.
This is the thing. You literally have a disabled old man who's the only one who's willing to actually put these people in their place at all. Just some random old man in a mobility scooter pushes them back. That's so sad. Like, if they're not citizens, what the fuck are they doing there? Because human rights? Well, what about people's right to be able to go to their country and not get attacked? There you go. I mean, again, I wish that you could take these people and make them live with those migrants and then say, you can't call the police. That's my perfect world, okay?
Yeah, well, the perfect world doesn't exist, and it's our job to do whatever we can to make it as least unperfect as possible. But yeah, a lot of people get upset with me when I say this, but human rights aren't real, and I don't respect them. Now, human wrongs? That's something I pay attention to. Now, Nick Shirley actually attended the entire United Kingdom rally in England, and it was insane.
They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and
That's right, that's right. Shatter the Overton window, get the info out there, radicalize the people. This is what we need to do. It's citizens that are saving our civilization. All right, you can't trust the giant organizations. You can't trust the governments. All right, you cannot trust the people in politics that are making millions of dollars from the most nefarious of places ever. Big tech wants to import infinite labor. Okay, giant pharma wants to import infinite labor. All right, these people are not going to work with you no matter what. They will always have more money than you and more influence than you. But we have numbers, we have people that love our countries, and we have people that don't want to import the third world to turn us into a little fucking slop bucket of retard people. All right? So therefore, it is up to you, dear viewer, to radicalize the shit out of as many people as you possibly can.
us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
This is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting. It needs to stop branding.
Yes, the peasants are revolting.
As for far right, we just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here in the streets of London. We have the Big Ben right behind us here today. Today it's set to be one of the biggest marches in the history of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom to come into the streets of London today. Right now, over 4,000 police officers have been employed into...
Because they're far-right fascists. They have the far-right stance of, actually, I don't like when my daughter gets raped by infinite people.
London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest. That is something that has never...
Let's freaking go, boys. They whipped out the crypto state. That's right, baby. They're gonna start psychopathing these motherfuckers. Welcome to communist China in the middle of London.
Happened before, and at all the major stations like King Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognition, and they're tracking quite literally everyone.
Do you understand how insane it is? These are people literally peacefully protesting, marching down the streets to make their voice heard because quite literally the actual country betrayed them with their bullshit politics. All right. And they make sure they have facial scans of every single person involved, and like this ID Palantir ass monitoring shit happening. Meanwhile, they have no idea who's actually entering the country on these little boats. They are literally bringing in hordes, throngs of orcs, and they have no idea who the fuck they are.
Comes into this protest, and they have even banned
Should only be a
journalists from
minute.
entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event. Wow. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division.
All right, I'm gonna get my rice going for lunch while I'm waiting
He
for this
called
glue to
this
finish being made.
What about you
Well, it's
guys?
actually finished being made, but I'm still gonna get my rice going.
Yeah, if you call me racist because I don't like when kids get raped, I don't care. I don't care, actually. I have so little value put into your opinion of me, it is insane.
Is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists,
All right.
are peddling hatred and division.
Anyway, he's stepping down now.
Plain and simple.
The racist thugs won this one, boys and girls.
So today we're going to be speaking with everyone here in the streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West march here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about those that attend this march today?
He's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace. So he is. I'm not far right. Don't have a criminal record. I'm a pensioner. I fear for my grandchildren.
And what do you fear for your grandchildren?
Yeah, Mrs. Weasley out there just cares, you know? Like, honestly, it's insane.
Grandchildren.
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here and they're getting everything going. I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people like you racist for attending this march?
Because he's frightened. He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway. And they say,
oh, these boomers know about this in England. That's how bad it is.
No, the better.
Your message to Keir Starmer.
Resign for the country's good, the tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
Well, he's full of shit, as we all know.
Yeah. Now we've made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chants already. Everyone's yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker. Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now.
I love how Donald Trump gets Jeffrey Epstein arrested, and then he dies in jail, and then Trump actually releases the Epstein files. They call him a pedophile, all right? Keir Starmer literally caused the rape of his nation, and you're a far-right fascist if you have anything to say about him.
Now, all chanting Keir Starmer is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a right now.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a. Do you feel like this is the great Britain you grew up in?
no. Do you think it's a great Britain we grew up in? No, not so great now. It's embarrassment to the world, what this government's doing.
The crazy thing is, you know how hard it would be to turn these people into, like, right-wing people? Like, do you understand what had to happen to these women to turn them right-wing? I'm telling you, man, that's crazy.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United Kingdom?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like. They say things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised that you managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I've just been watching you in Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I don't know, you managed to sneak through.
And how come you think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war. They started implementing all these systems of anti-racism, and it just come to a point now where white men.
Let me sit down.
It's not about black or white.
Take a little break from the game here.
In the country anymore. And it's just, put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day, and the police.
Because I've been really interested on this whole thing going on in England.
They handcuffed him, he sat on the floor, bled out.
Like, I'm actually surprised shit like this hasn't happened already. Like, I already.
It's a daily thing.
Here today.
Like, for a long time, I've been wondering, like, when they're gonna do something. I knew this was gonna come to a head eventually. I'm a little surprised it took this long. I'm a little surprised it started in England. I was pretty sure those honorary Scots would have started it, but I'm sure they're not far behind. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the UK, but I know once you rile up the Scots, you got a fucking problem.
We keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country, and we've seen how the Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world.
It's like, it's even worse than the coronavirus. I got Islammed, and it's contagious, bro. It Islam's everywhere.
Spread Islam across,
by the way,
Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way. I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted and we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture, come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of that racist and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far-right fascists and Nazis.
Right.
Can you see?
Far-right fascists and Nazis. Their political stance is, please don't rape my daughter. Do you understand how diabolical this is?
Any far-right fascists and Nazis around here. I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone up. It's my grandson. We're not far-right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis. We're just people who want a future for this country, and that's all we're after.
And you think you'll ever get to the point here where people have to actually defend the country and bear
They're dressed like crusaders. Oh no, British Knights.
Civil War. If the next election results in even
Wait, is he? I think he is wearing a white, white with a red cross.
Civil War in England. I have faith that
yeah, it's the English soldiers.
Manage to figure their way out of
there was also the Crusaders.
But, they are one election away from civil war.
They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
Based. But he's a full-right fascist.
Officially begun. Thomas is right behind us now, leading the march. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are out here in the streets of London. Here we go.
Oh, let me pray for you. Heavenly Father, thank you for this man. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for blessing him and keeping him and continue to bless him and cover him in all ways. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen.
Wow, religious people. Sounds like some far-right fascism to me. They're supposed to strip themselves from all forms of actual moral systems and embrace endless ethnic fuckery from the retards in charge.
Here we go. People in the streets of Britain praying for me.
Oh my God! Come here, quick! Yes!
And ma'am, they are calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for sharing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK.
Oh my God! They fired a nurse because she was upset that taxes were being used to fund shit from migrants? No.
I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away.
Gross misconduct?
Never
retweeting a post.
And they complained about me ever in my life. So I'm here to support my nurses.
So you've been attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration?
Yes, I was an NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency.
You know the craziest thing? This will radicalize the shit out of you. Nothing radicalizes women like reality. You know, I've noticed. And that's why, the college system exists in this little bubble where, of course, you can be whatever gender you want. And then the transgender picks up the toilet seat when he goes to piss in the women's room. Radicalize the shit out of her. You know? Like, I'll be real.
Emergency, and I lost my job through freedom to speak, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to show.
But you're in England. There is no freedom of speech.
Freedom to speak in the UK, and we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming from right here, and then you have a whole other group of people, a whole other sea of people meeting up right here.
That's
very
crazy.
well. Could be 1 million plus people here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out. They have these cameras right here surveilling each and every single one of the protesters. See those cameras right there? They use those to survey the people, and then they have the body cameras as well. So they have those cameras right there, any evidence or any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets of the United Kingdom. Your sign says... Nice to meet you. Awesome. Your sign says, we do not vote for...
Dude, citizens are saving our countries, bro.
Borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, files in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore Britain. Yes. What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Everything.
I gotta say, it's catchy.
In the mandate is backtracked on, he's added things in that wasn't mandated, like digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote and he still is ignorant. He needs to go. He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as for far right. We just want to be heard and he's ignoring us.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can do that to your own people, why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women?
Because that's racist. It's racist because you'll notice most of them are fucking retard barbarians, and you really don't want to deal with that.
Children who are taking taxpayers' money, who are living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration. We just don't want to have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer? Like, I'm telling you, man, this lady was probably like a tolerant leftist probably 10 years ago. Like, that's the craziest thing. And your politicians are calling people out here racist, saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom.
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Whoa. Right now we're in Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down. It's crazy looking at the flags. It's like the flags of people that actually believe in freedom, as opposed to like the ISIS flags and the Palestine flags that are in the anti-Britain rallies. You know, you got your British flags, you got the St. George flags, the Iranian flags fighting back against the Islamic Republic, you got the Israel flags, you got United States flags, but, like, it's crazy. Down to Parliament Square is completely filled as well. We're gonna go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus. Dude, this is insane. It's insane how massive this is. It really is. And this is a people that's just absolutely tired. It's a people that's tired of this shit going on. Tommy, you've done it again. We've done it. March.
We're leading a revolution in Britain, right?
From here in the middle.
You had your revolution through the election ballot box with Donald Trump. We're having ours right now on the street.
The entire streets of Whitehall, all over Trafalgar are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the Britain people want?
It says that the public are ready. We're ready, right? We've been asleep for too long.
Ready for what?
We're ready to fight for our country, right? We're ready. And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are, but the enemy's here. They're here. They're here, and they're betraying us.
Why has your government betrayed the people of Great Britain?
They tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota. Why do you think Somalia is the highest place in the world, yeah? They live in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. So think what they've done there, and think of what you exposed, and think that they all knew it was happening, but they turned a blind eye. But they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country, because they're importing voters. They're replacing us. They have 6, 7 kids. We don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. But we don't. The far left have had their revolution, yeah? They've had it. Open borders, breakdown of the family, attacking nationalism, patriotism. They've had it. A successful revolution.
Oh, it's on it. He's right.
You're witnessing today the counter-revolution.
Counter-revolution, civil war, come 2029, if nothing happens.
We need to win at the ballot box in 2029. Now, to do that, you have to get 50% of non-voters. You need to captivate them, electrify them, and give them back that sense of identity and belief that they matter. Today, everyone here knows they matter.
And your message to the rest of the West, for those that aren't here, that don't see what's happening every day here in Britain, what would you say the reality of life is?
The reality of life is women are scared, they can't walk the streets, our daughters are being raped, they've took the safety of our nation. They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racist or extremists for wanting protection of our women. And to the rest of the West, unite the kingdom, look at that, read that on that.
Tommy Robinson is a guy. He's just a guy. And he galvanized it. Like, I'm telling you, it is citizens. It's not the gigabillionaires and the massive institutions that's gonna fight for us. It's us. It's us people. Us God-fearing patriots that love our countries and our cultures and are fighting to take it back.
That's right. He says unite the kingdom, unite the West. Because this is a Western civilizational problem. They're attacking us.
All of everyone out here is racist today.
Yeah, no one cares what they say. Right? Look around you. Look at the diversity. This is a lovely crowd, man.
You guys are out here. You're raising up the cross.
Yes.
Starmer's calling people like you guys far right.
Oh, Starmer, he needs to go. There's something dodgy about him.
What's dodgy about Starmer?
Everything. I mean, like, he's a globalist.
And what's the Britain you hope for your children? Your 2 daughters right here.
At this moment in time, the whole country's in dire straits. The government are not putting the British people first. There's no housing. There's no doctor's appointments. There's nothing like that.
Communism.
Yeah.
Free healthcare will solve all the problems.
I mean, if we were far right, how many people can you spot of all different nationalities here? We've got Iranians, we've got black people, Asian people.
Yeah.
Get to
far right. I love how that, like, far right, you have an Iranian flag and an Israeli flag there. Yeah, far right. Historically been very friendly with the Jews and Middle Eastern people. Am I right, guys?
Yes, Starmer. Just resign.
Just resign. That's
resign.
And
Christ is king. I would like to claim refuge in Poland if possible.
should the rest of Europe be more like Poland?
I think so, yes. Yes, absolutely.
And with the grooming gangs that took place here
You've
inside...
got the grooming. I've got 2 daughters at the end of the day. Even when I was a child, my younger sister, it happened with these Afghanis. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're having people coming from all...
The fact that, like, every single person you talk to has a family member that was raped by a migrant is absolutely terrifying.
Different corners of the world that are not brought up with the same morals and same values. There is going to be a clash of cultures, and this is what Starmer isn't listening to. He doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
We're just meant to like pipe down, shut up, and just.
All right, hang on before I check this out. I gotta
this is the revolt.
take my rice off a boil, put it on simmer.
We want to keep our next generation safe for our little girls and our children. We want them to
It may have been boiling a little too long, so
diversity is not
let me
our
pop
strength.
off the lid and give it a stir just to make sure
At times, we're here today
it doesn't
to
get
unify
fucked up.
and say that we're not having it anymore.
Starmer is saying that...
If I fuck up my birthday rice, I'm gonna be very upset.
You go to the other march. That's the diversity side of it. This is unity. This is British people coming together to say we love our country.
Okay, there was
we
this
want to
little
keep
tiny
our
bit
country.
sticking.
We don't need all these open borders
Hey,
because it's
went
not,
down to a simmer.
It's not the best thing for us.
Yeah.
My spoon right there. I might need it later.
Would you say...
All right.
I'd say 100% it's right. This isn't a flag, it's a true story.
All right.
We've had it under the Conservatives and now Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous what this man's doing.
In what ways has Great Britain been raped?
Well,
I know there's a dude in here, I think.
Streets.
Yep.
Throughout the country, it's covered up by Sadiq Khan. Enough's enough. Through the government, complete cover-up.
What you guys
Whoop.
You need to tell me that
Stay down, clown.
Muslim is covering up the Islamic rape of the British people. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Keir Starmer's a f***ing wanker.
No fucking way.
And why do you think Keir Starmer's such a wanker?
The way he's absolutely destroying our f***ing country.
What's been your least favorite thing that's happened over the past 10 years here in the United Kingdom?
I've seen my country change in 50 plus years. I don't recognise my country no more. But not only that is, I'm seeing how things went in a different country in the 30s, and it's happening here. And pardon my French, to piss on the veterans the way they have and persecuting them.
What do you think your forefathers would say about the current status of Great Britain right now?
Turn them over in the graves.
Yeah.
Literally turn them over in the graves. Because my grandparents fought for this country. My cousins, my relatives, my uncles, my aunts, friends have died for this country. For what? For what?
Imagine going to die in a foreign country so you can come home and watch the people that sent you to die literally import infinite retards to destroy your country that you died to protect. It's heartbreaking.
These rich arseholes over there.
Over in Parliament. Do you think those that are in Parliament, do you think they represent
They are the most hated Egypts this country's ever seen.
It is very obvious.
I think they can get elected.
Because I think they like it. I think they want the division.
I don't like the crossbow as
Creed, colour, sexuality, people from all over the world, all the different flags. This is
indoor
unity.
weapon.
This is love. This is everyone, brothers and sisters in arms, for one cause. Freedom. Freedom from that tyrannical bunch of bastards over there. That's what it's about. People have died.
You know, I'm actually, this is...
The blood soaked. In every part of this country, it's blood soaked. Of men and women and children of this country that have fought for thousands of years. For what? For them bastards.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
So what will a civil war look like here if you guys do not have?
Like any war, death, destruction. No one wins. No one wins in war. My friend died fighting for this country. For what? To be pissed on by Keir Starmer and his lot. We're going to take you all to court for war crimes. No one wins in war, I'm afraid.
What would be your message to the rest of the world that doesn't live here inside?
Alright, well, I guess the spear's got a little better range on it.
Look at Ireland.
Well, it's a little quicker too, so...
He's right. It's a global pandemic.
Yeah, the police
I
officers.
know that you're just doing a job, and I know that you guys mean one way or the other, but there's going to come a time when you guys need to choose a side, and that guy that lives at number 10 is a traitor, and he should be tried as such. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor. I believe that he is committing.
I have never seen this before. And these people, every single one of them, can eloquently explain why they believe what they do. But you compare this to like the No Kings rallies in America protesting against Donald Trump, and it's like, but why does he like Trump? He's old. He's fascist. He's a fascist. Exactly why they fucking hate this guy.
Takes a few more hits.
Treason against the British people. I actually believe that, you know, we should drag him out of number 10 and we should put him on trial for treason, because what he's done to the British people.
Quote-unquote far-right fascists don't want you to have a trial. Then your average leftist college teacher is like, no, we should just assassinate Donald Trump. Like, there is a ocean between us, man. Not even remotely playing in the same moral playing field.
It can only be defined as treason. He's opened the borders. He's made a career out of protecting pills. He's made a career out of dissolving our borders.
You're a black man here at this event. They're saying this is a racist event. What's your message to them?
No, it's not.
Your sign right here says British Christians awake.
Yes, yes. We're sleeping. We've had our language has been numbed by thought processes to self-censure ourselves, and now we've become so liberal we don't know what truth is, and now we've got to wake up to how far we've slipped. Our children are now being aborted.
We need God.
One day before birth, and we've now made this massive imbalance, and into that imbalance we put Islam, and it's been done by the left to destroy Christianity. That's the reason. We're in a hell of a mess. A hell of a mess.
Here in the United Kingdom, you can have an abortion up to the day of?
The day before birth. We've now voted for abortion one day before birth.
Actual nightmare. Like these
got a flaming spear
There's
now.
one case where a little baby girl, a girl, 15 years of age, she got hold of the mifepristone tablet. She aborted.
I love what you're doing, mate. Keep up the good work, brother. Absolutely love you. All right?
Thank you.
She aborted the baby. They cut the baby's head off, arms off, legs off, put it in the food blender, hit frappe. The police did nothing.
So here in
What the fuck?
the UK,
Is that real?
it is man. You can have an abortion up to the day of birth. Crazy.
Trump, come and say in England, son.
Now everyone's got.
Trump, I understand you're busy with Iran and Cuba, but if you could make a pit stop over here.
Out here at the stage, I've been invited to give a speech, so I'm going to go on just a second. We have hundreds of thousands of people right there. We got these lovely ladies right here, and then I'm going to be going on stage right now. Here we go. All right, now it's time for me to go on stage. Here we go. We got 100,000 people out here, and here we go.
You know what? I don't need that because I'm not building my own base.
USA! USA! USA!
Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the base, work on the base a little.
And as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said, we do not vote for open borders, digital ID, two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech in politics, higher cost of living. Now your media will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't have it these days.
Uncommon, some would say.
In the United States, we let an entire state commit billions of dollars in fraud because we were afraid, our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be by gangs of men, and your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic. That does not make you a racist for speaking truth. No one should have to worry about where their tax dollars go. No one should have to worry if it gets spent into fraud or not, because we should have confidence in our politicians. We shouldn't have to worry that our daughters are having to be careful who they go around, or a young woman in Scotland who is 12 years old shouldn't have to walk with a hatchet at the playgrounds. I've been coming here to the United Kingdom for some time now, and each and every single year these marches get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it is time that your Prime Minister and that your government takes heed to your words and takes heed to the cost of doing them, because change is inevitable here inside the United Kingdom. It doesn't be done because everyone should have the right to say what they want and have the freedom of speech. And may God bless you all, and thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you. How did I do in my speech?
You were excellent.
Excellent. Approved?
Approved.
Perfect.
We need you and we need Trump in the UK.
That is the end of this video. Make sure you like.
Please, do the gear star or whatever the fuck you did to the Ayatollah of Iran. Oh my god, it's miserable.
And subscribe to the channel.
It's like, I'm laughing, I'm kidding, but like, honestly, it's unbelievable that this is a thought process people are actually having. Begging Trump to liberate England.
Yeah.
Well, we should make them see how they like it. Now, in our country, the Donald has been incredibly
But they
busy,
wish they had a right to bear arms now.
going after all these people that are trying to steal our
Americans, they don't need you. What do you need a gun for? Yeah.
To all of these idiots, the fraudsters, the scammers, the fake voters stealing our culture, and we are taking it back. All right, Hakeem Low IQ Jeffries in his district. Just pictures of him throwing crap everywhere.
We got rid of guns and we don't have any shootings. Exactly. You need more shootings in your country.
This is his entire campaign, by the way. It's just Gavin Newsom in a
Start shooting motherfuckers, dude. You'll see them get their shit together.
Says Donald Trump. True, by the way, it's true. They're complaining that he's cleaning the pool. This is a real thing, by the way, that the Democrats are currently campaigning on. All right, understand. And JD, Just Dance Vance, has been cooking tremendously as well, shutting down unimaginable
I'm gonna sell that.
fraud.
We've been hard over
Hang on to
the
that.
last several
Selling
months,
this.
trying to make sure that we take care of the people's money and trying to make sure that the services that exist for the betterment of our fellow citizens, whether they're low-income kids who need access to food resources, whether they're low-income families who need access to medical benefits, that those programs are protected for the people who actually need them, that they don't exist to enrich fraudsters, but they exist for the American people for whom Congress has said they're entitled.
It's hard to get the whole machinery of government moving. You need someone with the Vice President's abilities, with his gravitas, and with his determination to drive at these issues.
This is very personal because I'm not just the Vice President of the United States. I come from a family, and I grew up in a family where we sometimes benefited from these programs. The generosity of the American people is one of the most amazing things about the country.
Too generous, some would even say.
That trust in our government, that trust in our institution, it depends on us taking that trust seriously.
All right, now a lot of people are saying, well, so do things. Stop making speeches.
I do like this closet.
And do things. Well, let me introduce you to Representative Jack Kimball. This is a guy. This is a guy, bro. This is a guy. He's a Republican, but he made one of the worst tweets of all time, and we have to make fun of him. Just a friendly warning, we don't even make $100,000 per year in Congress despite working nearly 140 days. We aren't properly compensated. A lot of us will have to go to the private sector, and you will be left with some real idiots in Congress. Right, so a lot of people in Congress keep complaining that they don't make enough money, and somehow they all end up billionaires. Right, they end up walking out with hundreds of millions of dollars in insider trading and shit. All right, and so this guy says you should have checked what PR is before tweeting it. Basically, this is a retarded tweet. I don't care what Puerto Rico thinks. Oh! Jack Kimball, you retard! PR does not stand for Puerto Rico! Yes, so, of course, like, it's insane watching this happen. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis dropped a FAFO on the timeline, governor of Florida. He had ghetto representative Angie Nixon, Democrat, arrested after she did an illegal sit-in at his office because of the 2026 Florida House map that adds four seats. 4 seats to the GOP. Right, so she goes in there, she starts screaming, and he has her arrested. Absolute cinema. They get her out of there. That's right. She melted down. She foppoed. Florida's the goat. No, Florida's awesome. It really is. DeSantis is the best governor in our country. Not even close. So yeah, Democrat representative. She goes into bitch, which is what most Democrats do. It is ultimate, pure feminism at its highest form. The ability to bitch. Unstopped level of bitching. Now you might ask, what do you mean? Women fought for their rights. Really? Did they blow things up? Did they light shit on fire? Did they go to war? They bitched. All right? And they still do. To this day. All right, I'm joking. Obviously, it's not the only thing they do. It's just most of their firepower. Now, massive voter fraud was uncovered in Illinois. This is everywhere. Newly reappointed non-binary head of the Illinois Department of Human Services, Dolce Quintero, was born in Mexico, reportedly knowingly sent out pre-filled voter application forms to illegal aliens. What is going on?
Everyone is Mark Hessman, Illinois Insider. I just
Oh,
left
it's level
Senator
3 now. All right.
McClure's office. I sat down with him to get his thoughts on why he voted no on the appointment of Quintero as the head of DHS here in Illinois. He was a vocal opposition to that appointment yesterday on the Senate floor. Of course, the Democrats pushed that appointment through. Here is why Senator McClure voted no on the appointment of Quintero as the head of DHS.
Well, one of the main concerns is the fact that we discovered by DHS has been mailing non-citizens
Get ready.
the state benefits
Get ready.
forms to register to vote that are already pre-filled out.
Pre-filled. Look, understand how insane this is. Non-citizens are getting pre-filled out voter applications to vote. They'll just sign at the bottom. They probably get a little bit of a check, which is illegal anyway, and then they just vote, and then they steal elections. Understand, the leftist policy worldwide is the rape of your country. They want power, and they don't care how they get it. It's not like they have any form of moral backbone to any of the things that they stand on. Understand, this is an ad campaign from the Philly sheriff that cost his taxpayers $600,000.
Live in the building.
I can't play the music, obviously, but this, a bunch of old, fat women in hijabs dancing cost $600,000 taxpayer dollars. All right, I'm not even exaggerating. This is a real thing, and it should make you angry. All right, just understand. Not only will they rape your country for stolen elections, fraud, shit like that, they'll rape your culture. Now, all the people screaming, why does an actor's race matter when they race swap every character ever? Okay, now imagine that they did this. Now imagine that.
All right, hang on. Let me go check my rice.
Let's be honest. I don't think that,
I think it might be done.
Starring Martin Luther King,
or at least done enough to take off the
Ryan
heat.
Gosling would work. All right, 12 years as a slave with white actors. I don't know, man. I feel like that wouldn't work, actually. Now, this is systematic white erasure. It is not a mistake. It is not an accident. It is done on purpose. There is no other explanation for this other than the fact that they hate your culture and they want it removed across the West. And it's very obvious that it's not working anymore. Nolan's Odyssey, all right, everyone's talking about this now. We'll talk about this a little more right now. Nolan's Odyssey problem, diversity without Greeks is not diversity. So focused on diversity in the Odyssey, there's no Greeks. Understand, it's a systematic erasing of your culture, and the reason is simple. It's because they hate you, actually. The leftoid worldview is
Wait a little bit before I heat up my
reality. They want to
beef.
break reality down in front of you.
Pick up all the shit
They
the
want
cat
you to
knocked on
sit
the floor.
there and tremble and be like, yeah, actually, men could be women. Of course, men could be women. And
Where's
women could
the
be
little
men, and
troublemaker?
murdering babies is actually awesome and empowering.
Make sure she's
and
not
women shouldn't get married, or
making
have
trouble.
families, or children, or husbands, and they should be a girl boss. And yeah, they're not going to be happy, but they're going to be fulfilled if they get cats. Importing infinite retards from the third world with sub.
What are you doing, laying in the sun?
Going to make our country better. Actually, it'll make us more American than even before. Yep, that guy, yeah, he raped a goat 2 days ago, but, well, now he has paperwork that says he's just as American as you and I. This is a systematic strategy to say race, culture, identity, ethnicity, none of it matters, none of it's important. All people are just little economic units of carbon whizzing through a nihilistic hellscape. And the moment
you followed me out here, huh?
nothing matters, and there is no God, and there's nothing to fight for, and there's nothing to be proud of, well, then the only thing that actually matters is your own personal happiness. Enter the era of infinite orgies and retards. So we got to talk about this because I think it's all part of the same strategy.
Hang on, little shoujo.
Hollywood worked overtime
There you
on
go.
this Christopher Nolan Odyssey movie.
So they are changing the Odyssey. From the team that brought you Why is Snow White Latina, Why Are There Black People in Rings of Power, and Star Wars Has Gone Woke, comes the latest online onslaught against the diverse cast of the Odyssey.
That's right, baby. It's just people angry for no reason. That's right. Listen, if race really doesn't matter, okay, let's be honest. If race really doesn't matter, then just make them white. Then diversity doesn't matter either.
Meow, meow.
Diversity is irrelevant. So if you are actually worried about diversity, then race matters. And if race matters, then why are you changing the race of these people? Like, they live in this infinite paradox where none of the actual things they claim to stand for actually make sense. You know, I'll show you my best example. They'll sit there and look you in the eye and tell you genitals do not actually affirm your gender. Now you have to cut your penis off to affirm your gender. Even in their bullshit simulacrums, Their reality doesn't make sense.
Now I regret waking her up in the
This
bath
is
from the
real friend
bathroom.
Helena Troy in the Odyssey, enhanced with Grok to see it better. It's ridiculous. Nobody in the world thought Helena Troy was black. Nobody thought that. If you went and you put a white girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, and you said, this is Cleopatra, you would have all of the people that are defending this attacking you.
Bro, I feel like we have to make our own little movie studio at this point. We'll be able to with AI at some point soon. And we will do excellent counterculture. And we are going to remake some crazy shit and make everyone white. And seriously, we'll see what people have to say. Oh, culture and identity doesn't matter. Okay, we're remaking Harry Potter, but all the Death Eaters are going to be Muslim. We'll see how you like that one.
Remember my grandmother saying to me, I don't care what they tell you in school, Cleopatra was black.
And so this is somebody they're boycotting Super Mario Brothers. Oh, this is the guy. John Leguizamo, only Latinos should be
My
playing
sister's
Latino,
playing
stands
Schedule
there in
1.
white and whiteface, taking a check for playing a Greek. So
because they don't actually, they only care about diversity in One Direction, actually.
Wait a minute. This
I told you, none of their actual values mean anything. They're all lies. All of them. They use words to manipulate you.
I had no problem. He had no problem taking a role.
Are you going to be watching Super Mario Brothers?
No, I will not be watching.
Oh my goodness.
They could have included a Latin character. Messed up the inclusion. They disincluded. Just cast some Latin folks. Had some Latin folks.
What do you mean? They did. The Mushroom Kingdom, all the toads, they were all the Latinos. Probably couldn't tell.
The largest people of color group, and we're underrepresented, overrepresented in the worst kind of.
So make your own shit. You know, I'm so tired of this, man. I really am. So you make it, all right? We will be making Black Panther and Wakanda will all be white people, okay? Like seriously, this is unreal. It's like, why were women invited to Trump's China summit? I don't know, man. If you're a woman, make $1 trillion company, and you'll be invited to Trump's China summit, all right? It's like no one wants to see the reality. It's like, let a black guy make a story about Black James Bond, who's actually fucking awesome, and that'll get adapted to a movie, and no one will complain.
Job, though.
So no Super Mario Brothers for you?
Hell no.
They have no problem playing this role. They don't care about this. They simply...
Because they hate your culture, and it's actually just a war on your culture. That's what the entire media sphere is.
Say this so they can take advantage of you. That's it.
I want to make 3 points that I think
So this is the person right here. Christopher Nolan's Odyssey, translated by Emily Wilson.
This is the translator Nolan is using as the basis for his film.
This is like 2016 or 17. No. Imagine what the focus is going to be. Guys, does anybody want to guess?
It's going to be about female empowerment.
Some of the fluffier kinds of press coverage. One is that my being the first woman to translate the Odyssey into English isn't really a headline that should be about me. The headline should be, why is it that this particular field, the field of classical translations of Greek and Roman texts, has been so vastly male-dominated?
It's very simple.
It's unbelievable that people are like this.
Almost all the stories are masculine-focused stories. Men being men, killing other men, men killing beasts, men winning wars, overcoming challenges, and so obviously it's going to appeal to men more. Like,
that's totally true, but there's another thing that's very important. Before women got mind raped by modern retarded culture, they actually believed that there was a value in actually raising a family. So while the man would do some sort of grueling labor or some sort of job or something to bring home some money, the wife would actually take care of the family and children. That's gone now. So now they have time to do this, I guess.
Duh.
Being female doesn't in itself guarantee that you'll have a distinctively female or feminine perspective.
Yeah, so
it does that.
But you had to add that in there yourself. That's great. I'm glad.
Women can be misogynistic perfectly easily. Many women aren't feminine.
Some women are great. What do you mean? Of course.
Feminists, many women haven't thought about gender whatsoever. For me, one of the most
Did you think about gender today, miss? Oh, I'm sorry.
important truths I wanted to tell about the Odyssey. There's an idea that this is the Odyssey. It's about an unproblematically heroic male Western hero, basically white, who is good because he pushes the bad guys, monsters, foreigners, and the story has a happy ending because the good guy gets back to the objectified wife.
He's a wife who loves him, who's treated so well by him. Yeah, that's awesome, actually. I like a good guy that fucking obliterates the bad guys. No, you don't understand. Yeah, no, you don't understand. Actually killing bad guys is awesome.
Another that's trying to ruin our culture because she hates men.
So it's a nice celebration of family values, consumerism, patriarchy, war.
It's a nice
it glorifies family values.
celebration of family values, consumerism, patriarchy, and war. This is the reason.
Hey, fucking go up!
why we have so many problems that we do. We have to pretend like this.
We have to pretend that she wasn't mind raped by feminism, and she actually was just a wife with a loving husband that took care of her, and she had children. But instead, she got mind raped, and now she's a bitter, disgusting, decrepit bitch that wants to destroy her culture to make herself feel a little bit better.
Stupid, misandrous bitch has something important to say. Just tell these people, shut the fuck up. No.
Superiority of normal male white people over foreigners and girls. I don't think I would like the Odyssey if I thought that was all it was. In fact, I know I wouldn't. I really dislike that poem very intensely. I think the Odyssey itself is a much better poem than that. Quite a lot of translators add in extra words to suggest that they're dehumanized and also to suggest that they've done evil sexual things.
It's a narrative.
Which makes them deserve to die, these creatures, which there's no equivalent for in Greek. Fitzgerald adds in...
There is no way what it takes for Greek monsters. There is no way. Are the victims human? Does Telemachus think they deserved it? This is brutal, man. Brutal. But the Cyclops was just trying to live peacefully.
Death of a beast to trolls to Stuts. Again, there's nothing equivalent to Stuts in the Greek or trolls. Babel honours these women with Stuts and trolls, posing modern versions of misogyny onto this ancient text without interrogating their own, without thinking, misogyny is within this text different from misogynies.
So it is misogynist. It's just a different kind of misogynist.
Might there be a gap?
This is, again, it's all about misogyny. It's all about how oppressed you are. It's insane how bad this is.
The part I read was book 9 about the Cyclops. I was curious to see the degree to which translators undermine or not
Were they racist because the Cyclops only had one eye?
What I think is clear in the Greek, which is that Polyphemus is an anthropos, he's a human being.
He's not a human being, I
He's a
thought.
Cyclops. He's a monster. Hello? Cyclopses are demigods. They are half Poseidon who had sex with a sea nymph. Okay? All right? What are we doing? It's not a human being objectively in any metric. And they're like, oh, but he was just a guy. He was racist and he had one eye.
I thought that his father was like Poseidon or something. That's why Poseidon fucked up the
and he had sex with horses. All right? The Polyphemus is not a human being in any possible way.
What? Polyphemus, that's the name of the Cyclops.
That's the giant Cyclops with the huge rock that has sex with horses that captured the princess and kept her a captive. I think it was Perseus, the hero that slayed him with this monstrous beast, and it was fucking awesome. All right, get out of here.
That turns out to be in problematic ways, but it's not the...
It's problematic that they hated the Cyclops. I told you, man.
Of that book is sort of saying right from the start, Odysseus is good, Polyphemus is bad.
Yes, he was a monster, literally.
I felt just in looking at other translations, there was definitely this tendency to present it in that very simplistic way.
Wasn't he gonna, some things are actually simplistic. Actually, sometimes the good guys are the good guys that are fighting for virtue or God or family or whatever. And they were up against ruthless, barbaric, monstrous beasts, and killing them is fucking awesome. I'm really tired of like, infinite retard psychology that we're all supposed to just sit here and make believe make sense. I'm sorry. I'm tired of it, and I'm done with it. Yes, Trump killing terrorists is fucking awesome, actually, because they were people too. Not anymore. Now they're dead, and it's great.
Eat them?
Of course, the Western invader must be the good guy, and the colonial native inhabitant must be the bad guy. Must have.
Yes, the hero was the good guy, and the monster that was trying to kill him was the bad guy. True.
Deserved it. I want to make 3 points.
Oh my god.
This is crazy.
Oh my god. This is what we get.
Actually, colonialism was pretty fucking awesome, actually, by the way. I don't know if you heard the news. Do you know that Zimbabwe was a shithole before colonialism, and then became a British colony, and then Zimbabwe was awesome, and then colonialism ended, and now Zimbabwe is a shithole again? Can you explain to me? Can you explain to me where it's somewhere over there? Yes! Yes! Transgender warrior. I didn't see that. how it. That's what I mean. To be fair,
Okay, I didn't know how this was gonna go, but I guess that kind of settles it, right?
Wow. I mean, honestly, I told you AI is gonna take over. It really will, and it's awesome actually. A lot of people crying about it. No, now we're just gonna stop letting Hollywood gatekeep us. But it gets worse apparently.
No, there's one more Odyssey thing. Okay, if you think Helen of Troy cannot be black, you don't know history.
Oh hell yeah, dude. Let's go. You could just make up black history. I don't know if you knew.
Here we go.
Just for context, this is the lead up to the clip that's going viral.
Apparently, conservatives are freaking out over Christopher Nolan's casting choices for the upcoming epic, The Odyssey. None of these choices are actually, we don't know who's been cast. It's not finalized.
Nolan literally confirmed the Helen of Troy casting 3 days before this.
A little bit of misinformation to start your show.
His Times Magazine interview.
But they are flipping out.
If you are a student of history, you know that scholars have debated for decades the extent to which Greek mythology and civilization were influenced by ancient Egypt and North Africa.
The most simple Google
These people are coping in the most unbelievable way ever.
search would instantly show you these direct quotes from Homer, describing Helen as white-armed and fair-haired. Homer literally names her ethnicity, calling her Achaean, the Bronze Age Greeks of mainland Greece, a southern European population with zero sub-Saharan ancestry. Homer also describes sub-Saharan Africans as a separate, distant people, the Ethiopians, the furthest of men. And this is the earliest surviving colour depiction of Helen of Troy in human history.
It is very clear that Andromeda is described as an Ethiopian princess.
Homer himself never directly calls Andromeda an Ethiopian. That comes from later Greek and Roman sources. But either way, this only strengthens the argument, because Homer makes a direct, deliberate distinction between Ethiopians and Achaeans, and he places Helen firmly on the Achaean side.
This idea was also explored in a book called Black Athena.
Why do some black people have this focus around replacing historical figures and race swapping them and saying...
You want me to tell you why? It's because white people made most things. Because Western civilization is the greatest civilization in human history. And a lot of people just want to take credit for it. Despite the fact that all these people tell you that your heritage doesn't actually matter, it doesn't matter where you came from or anything like that, they also have to make this little other comment where actually my parents invented all the shit, by the way. I don't know if you heard.
That they were black. It's so weird. Like, I see this constantly. They're trying to, like, rewrite history to, like, include people that are like them.
Right.
It's a way to claim the culture.
I think people should read it, which argues that classical...
Actually, the reason why Western civilization is really good is because of black people. No, actually, that's not true. I know that's going to offend you, but it's actually not true. There are a lot of great black people, don't get me wrong. The reason why I said Western civilization is awesome is because of God. All right, it's because of the biblical values that's found in Western civilization. It's because of Greek philosophy. It's because of Roman law. It's because of Christian civilization. That's right. Sorry, Obama. It actually, George Washington was the first black president.
Greek culture is heavily indebted to Afro-Asiatic...
Jamal Washington. You didn't know his true name?
And Near Eastern roots. I actually taught Greek mythology to 8th graders.
A lot of 8th graders know very little about Greek mythology.
And so...
That's the problem.
It is very clear that...
We take these people with agendas and we put them into classes where they teach you history in air quotes, and the history is just whatever the fuck they want it to be.
That Andromeda is described as an Ethiopian princess.
And this is the person teaching kids about Greek mythology. Not one singular mention ever about this in the entirety of Homer's work.
I covered this.
That's the problem. And this is the thing, is that these people, they want to put their ideologies in education. They want to teach your kids this stuff. They literally want...
Did you know that the first transgender person in recorded history was actually probably Alexander the Great or some shit? Who not only was he non-binary, but was also a girl boss. And this is what they do. And they just rape the mind of young kids, and then the kids are like, wow, wow, wow.
Want to rewrite history, race swap things, so they can make themselves look, I guess, like more historically relevant. Like, I don't even know what the term for that is. It's just so stupid.
People that are saying that Helen of Troy could not possibly be played by a black woman don't know history.
But what does it matter?
My Google, every picture of a statue shows a white woman. Yeah, I wonder why. But yeah, it is this overwhelming amount of people that are trying to, like, rewrite history and try to include other races of people inside.
Dude, there is an entire contingency of people online that are trying to convince you that Jesus was a Muslim Palestinian. Like, you are not ready, bro.
Out of European history, a desire for control. Yeah, it's pure tribalism.
I don't understand why you feel the need when there's so much going on in the world. Why this is what's upsetting you.
You are literally talking about it right now.
Know what, guys? I think representation matters. I feel so validated. I feel so validated right now.
Ryan Gosling as Barack Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, we made it. Well, Elon is back, and we are taking our culture back. And it's really, I'm honored to be able to make these videos and people watch them, honestly, because I think it's really important to talk about this stuff. And not enough people do. Elon Musk doubles down on destroying the woke mind virus. All right, he says the woke mind virus killed his son, who became mind raped and unfortunately became transgender. Heartbreaking stuff. Now his son has a 42% chance of killing himself, actually. Now, I've had a long-standing theory that rich people's children are specifically targeted for the endless social grooming for shit like this. And I think it's because they want to control these rich people. And I respect Elon Musk for standing on business. I think the reason why he has been so radically pro-Western culture, pro-biblical values, ironically, even though, you know, he used to call himself an atheist, now he's like unsure, is because he's seeing what the actual end point is to not believing in any form of moral foundation. You know, he just says, wow, this is just the end point, infinite empathy, and now you kill my child. All right, now Elon Musk dropped a nuke here. Any parent or doctor who sterilizes a child before they are consenting adults should go to prison for life. Elon Musk, and Elon responded, actually, I think anyone who mutilates children should get the death sentence. And I really love how radical this guy actually got lately, because he's just objectively correct here. Now, leftists are losing their mind. They're saying he's promoting violence. He's calling for violence. Let me explain something. All right, saying what you believe the law should be is not calling for violence. Saying that you want these people to get Nuremberg trialed at a later date is not calling for violence. By the way, the same thing happened to me. I said that, like, the Fauci people and all the people that were, like, literally giving people vaccines knowing that there were side effects and lying about them and causing so many deaths, I say that they should be executed. I think that they should have a Nuremberg-style trial, and actually get executed for crimes against humanity. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. And I had leftoids losing their minds. They're saying I'm calling for violence. Calling for a trial and an execution publicly is not calling for violence. Calling to assassinate people you don't like the left does constantly, that's calling for violence. Donald Trump threatening Iran with the end of a civilization, that is not calling for violence. I didn't see anyone going to blow up Iran because of that. Him threatening them and then getting them to make a deal, that is actually based. Now, the crazy thing is, the left doesn't care. They just use words to control you. That's why, if you trust a leftist, you've already failed. You've fallen for the catnip. They don't actually believe the things they say. They just use words to manipulate you. Calling for a based trial, and this is based, actually. Actually, I think anyone that mutilates children should get the death sentence, is actually a very based stance. Now, just understand exactly what the end of libtard morality gets you. This is a Quebec physician, all right, in Canada. Just listen to this. It will shake you to your core.
I want to draw attention to 3 concerns about the widening scope of euthanasia in Canada.
Euthanasia means killing, right? It means to murder the guy.
These are not concerns from the fringes, but
euthanasia is pretty much the same thing of genocide, except instead of killing the people, you're preventing them from being born.
Stands for, in Canada, medical assistance in dying.
Oh no, euthanasia is the medical assisted suicide. That's right. That's right. Never mind. I was thinking of eugenics. Eugenics is basically genocide, but preventing birth instead of killing people.
The first concern is
it's ethical genocide.
A member of the Quebec College of Physicians has formally stated that MAID may be an appropriate treatment for babies from birth to 1 year of age, who come into the world with severe deformities and very serious
All right, well, the sun's going down. I guess.
They just want you to kill babies. They're just like, if the baby's up to a year old and shit's tough, maybe let's just ethically kill the baby. Wow, bro. You can't make this up.
And that parents should have the opportunity to obtain this care for their infant. Canadian law currently permits the withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment for critically ill newborns. This medical practitioner's proposal goes further. He calls for the calculated killing of an infant. These are patients, babies, who cannot speak, cannot consent, and cannot ask for help.
As if consenting is relevant here. All right, this is why the libtard order collapses. When the only thing you care about is consent, then absolutely none of your stances hold any moral weight. None of them. All right? So then why is incest immoral? But they consented. Who cares? And they can never give you an answer. Oh, because it could have bad effects for the children. Okay, well, they think that you can just kill the children. All right? You could abort the children. All right? What about two brothers having sex with each other and they consent? There's no children there. Right? And these people, there's no answer to any of these things. If the only thing they care about is consent, then they have zero actual moral backing. They're just afraid people will do bad things to them that they don't want. It purely comes from a place of self-preservation, not from a place of moral consistency. They seriously believe that if you consent to die, they could just kill you. It's insane.
We cannot draw the line here. I'm not sure where medical professionals imagine the line to be.
Oh, they don't. Oh, they don't. I'm glad you asked. Fantastic stuff. In the libtard mind, there's no such thing as morality. Morality is just your basic preferences on things that you want to happen or things that you don't want to happen to you. That is libtard morality. It's based in nothing.
The second concern is a proposal regarding mature minors. A report by the Special Joint Committee on Medical Assistance in Dying, AMAD, has recommended extending MAID to children with parental consent described as optional.
Optional parental consent to kill a child if they ask for it. This is Canada, okay? This is woke utopia Canada.
A physician, not a child's parent, would determine whether a child was able to consent to his own death. In this discussion, MAID advocates showed their true colors.
Yeah, so by the way, for the record, consent, this whole consent thing is a lie. All right? Consent has nothing to do with morality in regards to doing immoral things. Oh, I'm going to do an immoral thing, but the other guy consents. No, sorry. If it's an immoral thing, it's inherently immoral. It's not immoral purely based on the consent. Consent matters when it comes to rape, okay? Or when you're having a slapping contest with your buddies. And I get a lot of pushback for this take of mine, all right? I see a lot of people be like, I'm against all forms of, gender transitioning for minors. I'm against all gender transitioning. I think adults should not have the right to chop their penises off either. Well, what do you mean? It's an adult and he's consenting. Consent is not relevant when it comes to cases of morality, in my opinion. All right? If I consent to get my arm taken off and I go to the doctor, should I expect the doctor to chop my arm off? If I consent to get killed, should I just let the doctor kill me? Like, why do we try to talk suicidal people away from suicide? They're consenting to kill themselves. Why do you have a complaint about it? But it's consenting adults. Why do you care if it's a thruple orgy of hedonistic bullshit? Because there are some things that are moral inherently and immoral inherently. And the leftist mind cannot comprehend this. They don't believe in inherent morality. So if a guy consents to die, what's wrong with killing them?
And defended the rationale for euthanizing minors without insulting their parents.
Just listen to that sentence. This is an actual discussion being had in Canada. What is going on? Are we serious?
Yet 43 expert witnesses called this recommendation deeply flawed. I might call it something stronger. The third concern is euthanasia on demand. Ontario's...
It's flawed to kill children without their parents' consent, meaning the parents should consent to having their children euthanized. Do we understand the barbarism that's happening here? This is the endpoint of leftism, all right? That's the craziest thing.
Chief Coroner has documented MAID deaths driven not by illness, but by poverty, loneliness, and lack of housing.
That's right. If you're lonely, you could just get euthanized in Canada.
Approximately half of those who died by MAID in 2024 reported requesting it because they felt like a burden to their families, friends, or caregivers. These are not necessarily people dying of terminal illness. These are Canadians failed by a system that chose to offer them lethal injection rather than the support and hope they needed to live.
That's insane, by the way. Complete and utter insanity. All right, now, when you see this chart, if you've never seen this chart before, this chart will scare the shit out of you. All right? And you will never go back. So this is the rate of abortions, all right? 0.001% of abortions are because of incest. 0.065% are because the woman's life was endangered. 0.085% is because the woman was raped. 0.2% is the woman's physical health was threatened. 0.2, woman's psychological health was threatened. 0.6, there was a fetal abnormality. 6%, social or economic reasons. 92%, no reason. That means that 98.5% of abortions are because you were in the mood. You were in the mood to kill the baby. Just understand exactly what we're dealing with in society, okay? This is a pie chart for deaths in the United States, all right? So this little yellow sliver with the 1%, that's the Civil War. You probably can't even see any other colors over here. That's World War I, II, Vietnam, Korea, War of Independence, War of 1812, Gulf War I and II. You probably can't tell because they're very small. This red, that's abortion. That's Roe v. Wade. Right? Just understand exactly what's going on here. This is the end of libtard ideology. That's just where it gets you. Now, boiling lobsters is illegal in Switzerland because that's immoral. But murdering babies, that shit's fucking awesome, I guess. All right, so just understand how over it is for women, bro.
Australian federal court ruled today that the rights of biological women come second to those of biological men.
Roxy, you're a transgender woman from regional New South Wales.
That's a man. That's a dude. That guy has balls.
You played hockey for 10 years from when you were 16 years old, but you stopped when you were 26. Why?
We need to be shaming this shit and literally these people need to be this ideology, sorry, not the people. The ideology needs to be excised from public life. And we need an open concentration. I'm kidding. I'll be fascism. But this time the fascists are working with the Jews, so it's better.
Something didn't feel quite right, and it has taken me decades longer to look back and try and dissect that and understand that I really didn't like being in the male changing rooms. I felt
Yo, me too! Me too! Yo, you're so real for that.
really uncomfortable there. I didn't like the smells or the sounds.
Rapist paradise, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god.
I just didn't feel comfortable changing in men's rooms, and I like looking at boobs also at the same time.
What is wrong with these people? Holy fuck,
Roxy.
it's gotta be a skit? I know. Roxanne Tickle wins a landmark ruling.
Roxanne Tickle, who sued a female-only app for discrimination. She has won the case.
Very pleased by the outcome of my case. I hope that it assists trans and gender.
You know, I'm really glad that people like this exist, and they can show you exactly why leftism is an absolute fucking cancer. It's so retarded, it's unbelievable.
For diverse people and their loved ones to heal.
I keep seeing these things happen, and I see so many people crying about it. You literally voted for this. Hello? And then you got leftist, feminist women being like, but I don't feel safe. Yeah, you voted to not feel safe. You literally voted for this.
Found unanimously that I was unlawfully directly discriminated against, an effort into ridiculing, degrading and mocking me.
She was banned from the app, and she took that court to federal court and has won $20,000 in damages, plus costs as well.
Absolute insanity. Our courts and government are being run by complete lunatics. I'm truly devastated. Men who claim to be women have more rights than actual women in Australia. It's women that are being discriminated against, not the men who claim to be us. But
You voted for this. You voted for this. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? It is objectively the libtard feminist women that voted for their rights to get taken away by men pretending to be women. This is fucking insanity.
In a sense, nothing has changed, and we will all wake up tomorrow, and men will still not be women. Look at all the women helping him destroy their rights. Like, again, it's most...
Women. Got a virtue signal. Gotta vote even further and further left every single time. And it's so sad. It's so sad. I feel bad for women who are radicalized by reality. You know, the ones that actually want to get married and have children and have families and have a husband that can take care of them, that they love and that they respect. You know, the ones that they can support. You know, the women that are out there that are actually trying to build a life for themselves. I feel bad for those women. I don't feel bad for the women that are trying to push infinite retard ideology on everyone.
Important to be perceived as virtuous and good rather than actually be...
Like women, let's vote for men to take away our rights, and let's also vote to import rapists into our country. Why don't I feel safe going outside?
Be virtuous and good. So that's why they're enabling...
We need strong men in society, to protect these women from themselves. Repeal the 19th. We have to do it, man.
This kind of behavior, it's ideologically driven. There's no logic or reason to it at all. Western society, this is from J.K. Rowling. Western society is currently divided.
J.K. Rowling is a classic example. She is a liberal feminist woman, but she was radicalized by reality.
Between people who know this
All
is
of a sudden she's against Muslim migrants and transgenders. Wow.
the man and are prepared to say so, and those who know this is a man and lie out of obedience to an ideology. There is no third option. Literally nobody on earth thinks Roxanne Tinkle is actually a woman. We all know this. Everybody knows this. Why are we doing this? The new face of a...
have to be kind. You have to be accepting. You have to live in their delusions. But everyone's consenting, right? If they want to be called a woman, well, why shouldn't you just embrace their delusions? Reality doesn't matter. Did you not get the memo? You think reality still matters in leftist ideological spaces? That's funny.
Misogyny.
That's
oh my fucking God. I hope that as this becomes more and more of a parody of itself, we have people that run for government that are willing to just simply stomp it out. And I think that's what's going to happen, by the way. I think that you're
fascist. You're gonna put us in concentration camp. You're gonna kill us. We're gonna kill you. That's right. Sorry. That's what's gonna happen.
Seeing more and more candidates that are just simply.
I don't care. Like, you can fling your insults at me. Use your nasty words. I'm gonna open concentration camp. Yep, I volunteer. Volunteer as a guard. I volunteer my time. I don't even without pay. Without pay.
To even engage in like
you support. I don't care. I don't care what you call me. I don't care what you say. Doesn't matter. An open asylum with those people there, and society's gonna be better. You know, and people are gonna cry about it, but then all of a sudden you're gonna realize how much better society is, and then you're gonna stop crying about it.
The fantasy of this for even a second, for even a
Roxanne Tinkle out here going into women's bathrooms as many times as he possibly can.
Slight moment. That's
a fucking go, and nothing radicalizes women like real life. Am I right? But it gets even worse.
So we have this message here. So this is an individual. Let's listen to it.
Context.
Can you help me understand? I covered this briefly a couple days ago, but it's so much worse now.
And so you being your age, how is your mom in control of that? And you said you were $20,000 in debt. What does that come from?
Credit cards. It's expensive to be a single woman and trans on top of that.
So being 28 years old now, what age did you know that you wanted to transition?
I mean, since I was born, but the earliest I can remember is 2.
She had a mental illness since she was 2.
Did your parents know prior to that?
My parents knew, my mom knew for 3 years since 2019.
Was that a big topic of attention between you and her?
It wasn't a huge topic, but she was more like, how can I put it, not very supportive. She was in shock, just didn't say anything. She kept going.
L parents. She should have said something. She should have put you in therapy. Like, L parent for not doing more to basically slap the shit out of you when you were. This is insane.
Yeah.
My mom called me my dead name. I had to kill her.
Dead name.
Nia says she was scheduled to have her long-awaited gender reassessment surgery the following month in July.
So they have a payment plan.
Cut off her penis.
My dad was going to help me with a little bit of it, so.
Yeah. According to Mia, her surgery was all set to go until her mother put a halt to it.
That's it. She didn't want me to cut off my penis because I'm retarded? Unbelievable.
I got a call from my social worker from the hospital.
So your mother contacted the hospital?
Yeah, to say I was very furious, and I asked her, I don't want to hear an excuses. I want to hear, an explanation, and I'm sorry, and I'll do something about it. Anyway, she can't say sorry and save her life, apparently.
So I killed her.
Because you killed her. Wow. Wow. Good job, idiot.
I wanted to make sure that I clarified this part because with your that's what's confusing. With your dad being willing to pay for a little bit.
Yeah, and then he changed the mind on it because he didn't sell a Chevy and all that stuff. But
before she left, Mia says she realized her mother was still alive.
Elbows
yeah.
Double tap.
Quite a bit.
If you could go back to yesterday, would you change the outcome of your mom?
I don't think there's any way of changing their minds, so no.
No way to change their mind. That's right. So we have to kill them now. See, this is why when I say that it's really awesome that the FBI is putting transgender people on watch, it's because these are mentally ill, violent people that have ideologies that are inherently violent. Inherently violent ideologies that they want you dead and they would execute you if they could and if they ever had the power to do so. So yes, putting them on watch lists is awesome. These are retards that want to kill you. All right? Yes. Yes. Support the state monitoring transgender people? The same way I would support the state monitoring violent schizophrenics. Yes, I am pro-gun rights, but I don't want to give guns to retards that are known as retards. It is literally no wonder in my mind why transgender people are overwhelmingly, statistically, overwhelmingly violent on a per capita basis. It's because they're fucking retarded people. Now, again, I don't hate transgender people. And I see people say it all the time that I hate transgender people. I don't hate transgender people. At all, actually. I really pity them. I pity them that they have a mental illness that's being egged on by society, like some sort of social contagion.
more.
And yeah, you have teachers grooming kids into becoming fucking retards. No hate, lots of pity, and I pray for them. But my pity and my empathy does not at all give me some sort of reason to sacrifice society for their needs. Absolutely not. I can have empathy for them in institutions. Like, this is insane. Insanity, bro. They're narcissists, and they don't change their mind, so therefore it's justified to murder them.
Narcissist.
You're going around shooting people because they don't want to call you the right name. Then other people, oh my god, they're so dumb. They're so dumb.
They, them are retarded.
So their answer was on them. They had their chance.
They had their chance, I had to kill them. This is how they think, and this is why they want you dead. Not all of them, obviously, but a lot of them.
Didn't want to become the monster that they...
I didn't want to become the monster.
They didn't make you a monster. Okay, you're retarded.
That they made me to be.
I really wanted to be good.
I wanted to be good, but then I had to shoot my parents.
Like I said, that was last resort.
It was the last, that's the last, yeah.
I hate them.
Oh, what a retard. What a retard. So anyway, somebody replies and reposts this, and they said, holy beast mode.
I saw this tweet.
And I was like, this is a great example for why trans communities are going on the FBI watch list.
Yep.
See, do you remember how yesterday they were all saying, it's a genocide, we're being genocide.
Yeah, I love when they do. Yep, yes it is. It's a genocide. Yep, that's what we're doing. Yep, buckle up, you're going to camp. Yep, bro, you're gonna kill you. I just affirm the delusions at this point. What are you supposed to do? What, you're gonna read these people? These people would murder you if you call them the wrong
Alright,
name.
I'm gonna log out.
It, and they'd say it's beast mode.
I'm gonna watch videos and while I make my lunch.
By the name you want them to, or by the stupid fake pronouns that you come up with. All right, and they will justify your death. You're not reasoning with these people.
They can't do this to us. No, you can't do that. You can't have people that do this. And then, like, this is crazy. You're nuts. Like, you're crazy. There's a lot of people that support this, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
The killer got 50 years to life. I mean, again, good. I mean, hopefully they should probably put him in jail longer than that. Now he can get castrated non-surgically in jail. I mean, I guess so, right?
Yeah. So again, this shit's insane. It really is. And trans people are trying to kill Asmongold now because Asmongold dared question their gender.
What is this here? You must be dropping in numbers. You're back to harassing trans people. So this is a person.
Yep. Now they want him dead because he has an opinion that they don't like. Again, understand what we're dealing with here. You have an opinion they don't like? Well, they'll kill you now. Oh, you don't think that men could be women? Well, time to die. This is literally the ideology of these people. And they're mentally ill enough to carry it out. So I'm not supposed to sit here and make believe that this shit's not insane when they advocate for it openly.
Responded to yesterday. This is a person who replied to a tweet, and they said, as someone who used to watch Asmongold with my wife daily, was our comfy WoW streamer who was funny and entertaining and never noticed the signs until it was too late. I hate
Then used the wrong pronouns.
Hate that he used to be my favorite streamer, knowing that he would laugh if I got killed now.
Well, it depends how you got killed, to be fair.
Blows. And so I respond, because this is like, obviously I turned into this horrible, super mean, evil person, right? You viciously attack people with the most personal insults you can imagine, then play for sympathy, imagining that I'd laugh if you died. Childlike subversive manipulation. Embarrassing, really. And so this is what this person literally posted about me one day before they made this tweet lamenting the fact that I'm so mean. Hopefully once you're no longer relevant, you can go back to doing what you do best. Being alone in your disgusting room where you got your mother killed due to neglect.
Like, so these are just like vicious, violent bitches that are coming at you with everything they got, all the firepower in the world, all the firepower to try to get under your skin, and then you use the wrong pronouns, and then they'll say, well, he'd laugh if I died, we have to kill him now.
How about that? They try to think about the most intensely personal, extreme...
But I thought you're not supposed to offend people. I thought offending people was literally a world-ending calamity, according to these these trans Tifa retards. All right, I was told that offending people is literally the worst sin ever, according to people that don't believe in sin and chop their penises off. So why is it okay for you to do it? It's because there's no moral consistency whatsoever. It's because in their worldview, their purely narcissistic worldview, they want to live in their weird little fetishized fake reality, and if you don't like that, they're going to kill you because they actually don't believe that murder is a bad thing. Their only god is consent, and if there are people that are consenting to do whatever unbelievable bullshit ever, well, that's awesome and we should do it. But if you don't agree that horrible things should be done, all right, and you don't agree with the fact that they consented to it, well, then they're going to kill you, and they will celebrate
damn it.
death. And that's where we're at. We're not dealing with moral, logical people and ideologies that we could disagree with nice, jousting debate, nice, feathery, fluffy debate. We tried to debate. You killed the negotiator. You shot him in the neck. You killed the best of us. I am not going to cry that the FBI is putting you people on watch lists. You people are fucking crazy.
Nastiest thing that they can possibly imagine. And then the moment they say, well, he'd be happy if I died. I don't even know who the fuck you are, number one. Number two, what the fuck are you talking about that for after you're talking about my mom? What is this? What is this here? It's always complete another projection. My mom had a major accident and became permanently disabled, and I blamed myself for it. Wow. I fell into a deep depression, and it made me spiral hard. Only after my bottom surgery, so this person's trans. You can have
any such cases.
Anyone who watches me verify this, including Nyara, of course.
Oh, let's go.
You're projecting your, like, maybe you felt bad for how you treated your mom or anything else. I guarantee you, if you were to get a Ouija board, my mom were to come back today, she was sitting there until the day she fucking died, chugging fucking soda, asking me if we're gonna get Taco Bell, smoking weed, watching Ancient Aliens, dismantling the New World Order. She died doing what she loved, because people have autonomy and they can choose how they live. A person wants trans kids to have complete autonomy of their choices, but not grown-ass adults. Wait, what? Protect trans kids? No, I've got to...
Bro! Why are they all like this? They're all like this, man. It's always like this. It's much harder to groom adults than to groom children.
A new one. Protect kids from trans. This is another mental patient, you know, has no problem weaponizing the death of my mother, has no problem trying to get involved in children's sexuality, making up lies about people, but now you want to act as a being that I was so mean and that I would laugh whenever you would die. Really? That creepy dude Nyara just responded to? Oh, did they? Let me see what they said. So this is a response to cis people aren't entitled to know whether somebody is trans. So rape is okay. And this is the thing, right? A trans person making your dick hard without telling you they're trans isn't rape. I said, you want to lie by omission to increase the probability that a potential sex partner will not withdraw consent. Between this and your fixation on trans kids, it's really starting to seem like you don't respect consent.
Just for context, this is the same person we dealt in the past.
If minors can't consent to HRT, then they can't consent to puberty?
If they can't consent to HRT, how do you justify forcing them through puberty?
Bro, we're dealing with the most retarded fucking people on the planet. All right, we're dealing with actual mentally ill retards. All right, sitting here and getting offended and then morally grandstanding and then watching these goober companies actually take their side. All right, and we have to just make believe this shit's normal.
Some reason HRT is something irreversible, life ruination or whatnot, and puberty is like this holy natural thing.
I said, if you want to play a fun drinking game, search from Nyara trans kids and take a drink every time you get a new tweet. You'll have alcohol poisoning in 30 seconds. We've got ourselves a bit of a situation here, a bit of a problem, a bit of an issue. A certain individual, they're obsessed with kids. Nyara is 100% obsessed with this. Oh, wait, guys, you thought it was over?
It's crazy, Chris. The trans movement is like infinitely worse than Jeffrey Epstein. Infinitely, and it's not even close. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein funded the trans movement.
No. It just crashed because there are so many of them. All of this is just this year. And these people are mental, what the fuck? They're not mental. And this is the big problem that you have to understand, is that they're not mental. They are simply sexual deviants that want to impose their...
Is he saying the quiet part out loud?
Sexual gratification on other people. Zach is mad both biological women and trans women find him repulsive. Okay, let's assume that's true. I'm still respecting their consent. See, this is the kind of thing that these people do, is that they always try to make everything personal without even presenting any sort of a counter argument at all. If you are trying to engage in a sexual relationship with a person and you are trying to intentionally omit information, in California, it's rape by deception. The more that you do this, the worse it's going to get for you.
W, let's go. Keep doing it, guys. Keep proving exactly how fucking retarded you are.
And every single step of it getting worse, I will be there to farm it, egg it on, and celebrate it. That's gonna be me.
Yeah, and I think that will be all of sane society. You know, I find it incredible that, you know, you have virtues and values that you find in the Bible, let's say, and they haven't changed in the last 3,000 years. They have been completely and utterly unchanging. They are still true, and they are still the best, number one, most moral, best lifestyle anyone could possibly
All right, I got my lunch.
From a truly utilitarianist perspective,
I got my kitty. How you doing, Shojo?
The best outcome in your life. Following the virtues in the Bible will create the best possible lifestyle. And every single one of these, like, offshoots where they think they know better, they think they figured shit out possibly, you end up with the most
You're lucky you're cute. I would have kicked you out by now.
history of humankind that we are just supposed to make believe is normal and makes sense. All right, and it all falls apart and it all unravels and it's all bullshit and it's just obvious. They tried this many, many times. Let's see how it worked out for the Holy Roman Empire. They thought they knew better. Well, they didn't. These absolute lobotomites are literally on the back foot. They're getting obliterated in public life and public discourse. And finally, normal people are actually willing to stand up and say what they feel about it. Because this shit's insane. It went way too far.
Welcome back to a series so deep, even Subnautica 2 subscribed.
Alright, after lunch I'll go to Subnautica.
Female Hassan, aka Denims, is absolutely crashing out at Shoe on Head and VTuber Smug Alana. This is after they made fun of her god and savior Hassan. She starts mocking Smug Alana's voice in the most insufferable way and says that it's torture to listen to her. She then gets triggered when they make fun of Hassan shocking his dog, and she tries to choke her through the screen. Holy mental illness. Some chatters start trolling her for her OnlyFans, and she starts coping hard. She talks about how men love it when you can buy them a PS5 with OnlyFans money. They also love when their wife isn't naked online, but you do you. Hassan is once again losing his mind over Asmongold, calling him irrelevant. Back to regularly scheduled programming. He crashes out at a random Twitter reply guy and blames it on Israel. Oh, brother! Asmongold is calling out Hassan for leading people to the alt-right. Asmon is beefing with a random YouTuber who got triggered over his tweets and tried to make personal insults. The video has backfired big time. Professional cockload Sneeko has successfully fooled TikTokers into thinking he's woke. Actually tragic. Smash like or you get the same IQ points as Denims. It's in the negatives, you're Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody. So, apparently, female Hassan, aka Denims, is losing her mind at Shoe on Head and Smug Alana. Apparently, the White Knight here is desperately trying to defend her god and savior Hassan. Now, just a reminder, this girl actually wanted to fuck Destiny at one point.
Gross. When Denims calls me a Destiny Orbiter, just remember, it really sucks that we didn't Wait, are you actually serious? No, on good terms with who? Atlas. I wanted to fuck Atlas and you.
So it seems like once you get rejected by one degenerate, you just sort of latch onto another. Right, here we go. Denims mocks Smug Alana and Shoe on Head while reacting to Shoe's video.
Imagine being that chatter. Like, hey, Hassan, did you... Oh my god, dude. I am becoming a misogynist. I'm becoming a misogynist. You check out this video.
Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl.
Dude, I feel like a... Is this how sexist people feel? Is this how misogynists feel? It's like, can you speak at a pitch that isn't annoying to listen to? Oh my god. This is what I mean. When people come in and they're like, you sound like a man. I'm like, listen, I have always thought women with deep voices sound sexy as hell. and I love listening to a bad bitch with a deep ass voice. So I've always thought, oh, thank goodness, phew. And I've always been worried that I sound like high pitched and squeaky because that shit's annoying to listen to sometimes, man. Oh my god.
And I just like, depending on the subject, like God forbid, you know.
Oh my god, stop molesting my ears, man.
I disagree with Hassan Piker.
Oh my god, I figured it out. She sounds like female Nux Taku. It's not so much that it's a woman voice, it's that she sounds like a woman version of Nux Taku. That's why it's so fucking annoying. Listen to this.
That he frames having nuanced opinions, like depending on the subject, like God forbid, you know. Disagree with Hassan Piker.
Right, so she really thought that she did something there, that she was actually hilarious. I mean, I don't really see the problem she's talking about. She sounds fine to me. In fact, it's a pretty unique voice as well, so again, I don't see the problem. It's definitely more entertaining than whatever the f you got going on. Also, I don't know, man, making fun of someone's voice, that's not very woke, I'd say. And I feel like this is standard procedure for the Hassan orbiters, right? On one hand, they're supposed to be the woke squad, right? The empathetic squad, arbiters of morality. But the second you disagree with them, they always, every single time, will suddenly turn into the biggest bigots imaginable, right? They will try to mock your voice, talk down to you as a woman, say that you're only fat material, all this sort of mean-spirited nonsense that completely goes against what they were preaching about 5 seconds ago, right? And even Hassan does this to, you know, basically every group, as we know.
Fuck this South Vietnamese. You are fucking cancer, okay? You don't understand black people. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bloodthirsty, violent dog.
I mean, I love when these situations happen because they basically just expose these people as complete frauds who will abandon all of their principles in order to get a quick own on somebody they dislike. And I just want to point out that Denims in particular is an absolute witch, okay? She's probably the worst Hassan orbiter. Now, debatable, alright? There's some pretty heinous people in there, but someone justifying kids getting trauma because they don't form memories at 3 years old, it is just completely heinous.
You're not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
I think female Hassan is an apt nickname because she is that bad. So then she says that it's torture to listen to Alana, and she gets very triggered when she starts making fun of Hassan shocking his dog.
Is this what, like, IDF members use to torture Palestinians? It's gotta be, man. This must be the shit that they're playing, man. It's so bad.
Who used chain lightning on his dog live on stream in front of thousands of people and then lied about it and gaslit everybody, thinks that anyone else needs to be embarrassed about anything. Like, you've spent your entire f***ing career, the better part of a decade plus, being a political commentator.
But I totally understand how people hate women. I totally understand. Totally get it. Totally understand. I didn't understand prior to this video. I get it now.
Christopher Nolan cast Elliot Page as a warrior in Odysseus' army for the Odyssey remake that is totally woke and humiliating, and I think it's going to bomb very badly anyway. The memes of Elliot Page being recast as various action heroes and stars are hysterical. Try not to laugh.
King Xerxes offers his respect, ma'am. All he asks is that Sparta kneels a simple bow and your people will be spared.
Don't call me ma'am.
My apologies, miss. Xerxes is generous. He only wants your loyalty. Surely even a delicate thing like yourself can understand that.
I said don't f***ing misgender me!
Ma'am, calm down. No need to get emotional.
It is Sir!
Come on. It's not budging. Why won't you open? Almost got it. Just open. Come on. Why won't you budge? This is ridiculous. Just open, you stubborn thing. I can't.
Forget it.
Would you like some knee pads? What? You're looking at me like you want to suck my hog.
Go easy on the little guy. He brought me Stan Edgar.
Thank you, sir.
You may leave.
What crawled up your shithole?
No idea what you mean.
Stan Edgar? Still stonewalling you?
Says he has no idea where the V1 is. Heart rate, steady as a rock.
That slippery used to fetch my cocaine. Why don't I take a crack at him? Well, you don't trust me?
You did lock me in a room with nuclear material and try to stop me getting the V1, so I'm sure you can understand my hesitance.
You could have killed me at Fort Harmony, but you didn't. Maybe I feel like I owe you.
Well, maybe you're lying.
Maybe. Give me an hour. I'll meet you at Edgar's cell. Would you like some knee pads? What? You're looking at me like you want to suck my hog.
No way, bro. Is this guy actually ripping a Nick pouch before his PR in the gym? Is that a nicotine pouch?
You murdered those 3 people tonight.
All right, let's go to Subnautica. We'll play that for a while.
Complete lies.
This is 17-year-old Owen Cosme. Just hours before this interrogation, Owen was part of a horrific crime, leaving 3 people dead.
I also want to window this
he
game.
He can simply go home after.
I don't do no bad to nobody. I ain't no bad.
But reality check?
You know you've been proven wrong, huh?
After reality check, will slowly reveal each and every single secret this evil team has tried to hide.
You lied to us, man. I don't give a damn about the rest of it. Why you kill him?
At around 11:50 p.m. on February 8th, 2021,
we'll even go through the prologue. Yeah, that's what it's called.
A rapid burst
epilogue
of
or whatever.
Through the air, and more than
epilogue
20
at the end
are fired. But before anyone even gets the chance to call 911 and report the incident, deputies with the Jacksonville County Sheriff's Office are already on scene on an unrelated assignment, witnessing the chaos unfold in real time. Just seconds after the shootout, a dark-colored vehicle suddenly speeds away from the complex, driving recklessly and refusing to stop. Patrol officers react immediately, initiating a pursuit that stretches for nearly 3 miles, until they finally bring it to an end with a pit maneuver. Inside the vehicle are 4 individuals: 18-year-old Keon Lester, 17-year-old Kaishawn Glover, 14-year-old Alana Sears, and 17-year-old Owen Mayoma Lowe. As patrol officers begin transporting them to the station, other deputies turn their attention back to the apartment where the shots were fired. The moment they step inside, they see 3 victims: 30-year-old Sarah Cancel Uriola, 28-year-old Randy Garcia, and 30-year-old Angel Rivera Nader, found with multiple gunshot wounds, evidence of just how violent those moments were. As deputies continue searching the apartment, more than 100 Oxycontin pills, a significant quantity of a white powdery substance, and large amounts of cash are found scattered throughout. Clear signs that this wasn't just a random act of violence, but a location tied to drug distribution. Back at the station, all 4 suspects try to play it off, but there's one detail they all repeat. No matter how much their versions differ, they all point in the same direction: 17-year-old Owen Cosme as the main culprit. According to them, Owen is the one who planned the robbery and the one who pulled the trigger. Based on their statements, Owen is brought in for interrogation, where he would soon try to cover up his story in the worst way possible.
You understand English? Mm-hmm. Okay. So us talking is not Not a problem.
I mean, my English bad, but
I can understand everything you've said so far, other than your last name. You know, we'll figure that out later.
Well, this craziness is going on. Let me go get a Red Bull. This old man wants to keep hanging with you whippersnappers. He's gonna need a little pick-me-up.
Following rights under the United States Constitution. You do not have to make a statement or say anything. You understand that? Okay. What does it mean that when it says you do not have to make a statement or say anything?
That means I can.
That means you don't have to say anything, right?
I'm drinking
Okay. Do you understand that?
cherry Sakura flavor.
Anything you say can be used against you in court. You understand that? What does that mean?
I don't like the taste of regular Red Bull.
They can use what?
But the flavors they have, there's a few flavors I really like. I like their white pear. That's a good flavor. They have a peach flavor too. That's really good.
Okay. You have the right to talk with a lawyer for advice before you make a statement, or before any questions are asked of you, and to have the lawyer with you during any questioning. You understand that?
So yeah. So can I have somebody with me right now?
Do you? Okay. We'll finish. Let's finish up.
Okay. No, I'm that's
right. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. You understand that? If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer. Do you understand that? Okay. What you sign here, all right, and all that you're
Can I put
signing is that you
the
understand what
fire extinguisher back where it goes?
Everything you say in here can be used in court. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
Guess
All right,
not.
So,
Alright, well,
Owen, how did you
open this.
How did you end up in the car tonight?
Well, I'm in my house today. Well, I visited my mama today. So, because mama she moved, I'm gonna stay with my grandmama. So, visited to mama today. I'm stay with her. They just called me. I just want to smoke.
Who called you?
KG.
KG?
Yeah, that's the only one I know in the car. I don't know.
What's he look like?
Nobody. That bro with it. I think he made
the short twist.
He go to school with me before.
What was he wearing tonight? Do you remember what kind of jacket he had on?
Nah, everybody like that. They like normally.
Anyways, so KG, KG call you or you call KG?
You know, he called me like, what you do? I'm like, no, how? Yeah, I call you right back. I'm like, all right, I'll wait. Boom. Then he called me. I called him, what you finna do? Did I send me the elbow? I ain't sent me the elbow. Then I sent it. He pulled up, he picked me up. He like, we were smoking. That's it. So we were smoking through the noise like, and I'm gonna stay on the car. That's it. So soon they go outside, they like, wait for me. I think they will pick it up, they did. So that's it. We finna go smoke. Me on the car, I told her, but I don't know him neither. I don't know nobody on the baby.
Okay. So y'all get to the apartments and they all got out of the car?
No, they picked me up in Arlington.
Right. And y'all went to the north side? Why did y'all go to the north side?
For the smoke.
For the smoke. So y'all going to get weed? Okay. When y'all got there, what happened?
I just stay in the car because I don't know nobody. You know why? I don't finna go home. No place I don't know. So I'ma stay in the car. He like, I finna go get the gun. If you don't be the one, we finna smoke.
Inventory full. All right.
Just when I hear some noise, man, I see them coming. So someone see them coming, like they go inside the car. We left. That's it. I ain't about to stay right there because I know something wrong. But end of the day, I already inside the car. I never go outside the car. So that when they hit the guy, that mistake, everybody trying to run. I ain't trying to run. I don't do nothing. I just came for smoke. I ain't got nothing. I just got my phone with my ID. So
That's all you got with you?
why I go do with my ID with my phone?
Do you, when you got in the car, all you had was your phone and ID?
Yes, sir.
So, if there's a black bag in that car, that doesn't belong to you?
What?
If we find a bag in the car,
What do you mean about it?
like a book bag,
Okay.
you know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we find a book bag in the car, it's all black, that doesn't belong to you? I'm calling, yeah, so. If we find a gun in the car, do any of those belong to you?
Weapons were removed from standard survival blueprints following the massacre.
The detectives begin with a gentle approach, taking his age into account, giving him space to talk and explain. But that tone doesn't last for long, because the moment Owen starts to believe he can talk his way out of this, claiming that he and the others were simply near the apartment to smoke, while somehow carrying 2 firearms and large amounts of ammunition, the story quickly falls apart. And if watching killers slowly realize they're cooked is satisfying to you, subscribe. That's literally all we do here.
What kind of 380? You know what brand? Like Smith and Wesson. Wow.
No, I don't know. It's a red. It's silver. I think I don't know. He just let me.
What color is it?
Silver.
Silver. Like chrome, like silver. Yeah.
So he let me that one before we went to Puerto Rico, and I don't feel safe. That's what I said. So I take that one, but that one was like one bullet. But I just take it because I don't know nobody inside the car. I only know KG, but I don't know if you feel me? I don't know if they can do something to me. I already got one child, and I already go through a lot, you feel me? I just came on the DDC, I do the probation, and I finished. And right now I do everything good.
I don't know if I'll make it. Yeah, I'll make it.
I ain't got my phone, but today I can show you a message. If somebody bring me a phone today, they better pick me up to 10 o'clock on this day, 10 o'clock on the night, so that I'm smoke with him first, so that way they can pick me up and they can drown me on Atlanta. Because I work on Atlanta, I work on Miami, Atlanta. It don't matter where Orlando, California. You see construction, they pay me cash. So I'll be doing good. This, like, after my probation, I'll be doing good. I got the paper.
I need
I got the proof, so I'll be doing good. I just moved.
So you said KG called you.
I got my phone.
You didn't call KG?
No, I called him the same time.
Here, these things. That's what I'm looking for.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, I should probably scan one. Alright.
Okay. So what? Let's go back to your version of the story. So they run to the car, you said? After? Did they say anything like what happened?
No, when the police he comes.
Yeah.
So I just hear everything. I just we look to the left, like we saw them ground. So they go inside the car. I don't know what happened. Everything we go smoke that. When they got me with
I need gold and copper
the
wire.
wax, the paint.
So let me.
The bullets? No, the paint. Pen. The wax. Oh, the smoke. Gotcha. Vape. The vape. That don't let me because I'm like, they stay a lot. So I'm gonna start smoking in the car. So, but soon I see them run and I hear all that, I'm like, what's all that? I hear like, pum, 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 pum. And that when I look to the left, I see them run on the car. So that's it. They jump inside the car. We left.
But you didn't shoot.
I'm inside the car.
But you didn't shoot.
I'm inside the car. They got one bullet.
Right, but you didn't shoot, right? So if I check your hands right now, am I gonna find anything on you?
Yeah, find anything.
Okay.
His story doesn't hold up, and within hours, the evidence begins to speak for itself. When they run a gunshot residue test, it comes back positive, placing him in direct contact with a firearm.
The story you're telling us, okay, is complete horseshit, okay? You understand that? It's not true, okay? We know what happened. You made for some dumb reason, you took 4 other people with you to go do a robbery tonight. Okay, so we have 4 other people telling us a completely different story. Okay, this is your chance, okay, to tell me what happened tonight and try to give me some reasoning as to why it happened, okay? Because what you're telling me didn't happen. Okay, I know that you had a gun tonight. I know that you pulled a trigger tonight. Okay, you can sit here and do this all night. Okay, end of the day, all right. I have ways. I can look at your phone, okay, because I know you showed them a picture on your phone, okay, of the guy that y'all went to go try and rob, which y'all did not, which you ended up killing tonight, okay. 2, I'm going to pull your DNA, and I bet you I can put it on that bag and more than one gun, okay? 3, that gun that's in the car that you tried to take apart and probably throw out the window, you were unsuccessful in that. So I have the way to identify that gun to all those casings at the scene where you murdered those 3 people tonight. Okay? So you need to wise up real quick, okay? Because all this you're telling me is complete lies. Okay? It's fine. We can play this game. You can do the I don't know. I think you speak better English, to be perfectly honest with you. Because everybody I've talked to said, oh no, we know him as Chico. Yeah, everybody calls him Chico. Yeah, I've known him for years. He called me on the phone. Yeah, so it's
okay. Let's talk. My phone, you say you in my phone, okay, I ain't got no trouble. You will see the message. I go on translate because I don't know how to write English. I don't know how to read English. That I call the people that are like, yo, what you say? Because I don't know how to read English. You can see it on my phone. I don't do no bad to nobody. I ain't no bad. I don't got to do no bad thing for nothing. Right now I got a job. Why I need to do something if I got a job?
I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure out. That's why I'm in here asking you. Okay?
Okay, sir. You feel me?
Yeah, but what you're telling me is not true.
I mean, that me, because I'm on the car, I ain't going nowhere. You can check me. You say you will do it. I say I ain't got no trouble. If I got trouble, I can say, oh, let me call my lawyer or something. But I ain't got no trouble. I say do it. You feel me? I say, can you bring me the phone so you can see everything? I say the truth right now. I mean, if they wanna say whatever they wanna say, I'm the only one who in the car. So.
Okay. So
they know everybody. They know each other. I don't know nobody. I only know KG.
So 3 people who have been separated from the time y'all got arrested told me the same exact version of events. Little changes here and there.
Nah, it's another one too.
Yeah, he took off. Okay.
That's them.
Right.
Well, he is right about one thing. There is indeed a fifth member involved, 18-year-old Robert K. Robert had also been in the car that night, but when deputies moved in to make the arrests, he somehow managed to slip away on foot. Fortunately, he was arrested shortly after.
You feel me? If I got a chance to run and I ain't do it, I'm just like this because I ain't wanna. Why? I got my child. I know I can.
Where were you sitting in the car?
On the middle.
In the middle.
Mm-hmm. Soon we scratch. I tryna he opened the door. He ran. I be trying to like open the door so that way the police can get in me. And you can see the body camera. I changed the mirror for the right side so that way I can open the door. You can see on the body camera. I ain't got no trouble. You can see it. You can see the police car. You can see it the whole time. So I ain't gonna lie. For what?
So you have no issue with us going in your phone?
Yeah.
You have an issue, or we can go in your phone?
Oh, you say if you can go in my phone?
Yeah.
Yeah, on the text messages. Yeah, because.
What's your passcode for your phone?
Oh, but you will see my baby mama when they.
It's up to you. You can either give us consent to go on your phone, and we can go on your phone and see what you're telling us, if there's any truth to that. And I'm going to download your phone. I can either get your consent. You can say, Detective Brown, yes, go on my phone. Here's my passcode. You can download my phone. Or I'll go get a search warrant and download your phone myself without your consent.
No, I know. Right. The only thing I ain't want to like using
Right. Look, bro, I'm not going to be sitting there looking through your
No.
But you got pictures of your baby mama in your phone?
So I got video, like, not only her.
Oh, video of some other stuff.
Not video for
Listen to
me with women.
Oh, do you know what DNA is? Okay. Would you consent for me to swab your cheek to get a DNA sample? I take a Q-tip and I swab the inside of your cheek.
They ain't got it.
Oh shit! I forgot to get air.
Get one tonight.
God damn it!
Consent, if you'll let me do that.
Yeah. You say don't want to move?
Yeah. I'll just swab your. You okay with that?
I didn't got it.
No, I don't poke your crotch or nothing. It's a Q-tip. You know what a Q-tip is, right? Piece of cotton. I just swab it in on the inside of your mouth to get a profile, a DNA profile, that I'm then going to compare to all the guns in the car.
Is the address where you went going to be in your phone?
No.
No address where you went is going to be in it? What about the picture of the guy you killed? It's going to be in your phone?
What guy?
That you shot and killed up there. It's going to be in your phone?
I don't.
Because we're going to see it.
You gonna see it, but I ain't got no picture, no body. I don't show no body.
All right, we'll see. So what happened over there, man? What happened? What happened over there at the apartment?
All right. They give me on. You want me to start?
Tell me what you did. Don't tell me what they did. Tell me what you did. What happened over there?
You want me to tell you what I did?
Yeah.
Sit on the car, ask more my baby, and wait for them to go get the.
So when they reviewing those cameras, they about to bring them in here now. That camera that's pointing up the apartment that's over to the right, it's gonna show that, right? Exactly what you're saying. And if it's not showing that, what can I do to you?
Whatever.
Okay. Thank you.
Whatever. I ain't got no trouble. You see my job, but I'm grown on my mind because I got responsibility.
Responsibility.
I got responsibility. with my son and with my daughter. So I ain't got time for go nowhere. I ain't got time for do nothing. I got time for work. See my baby.
You got time to go over and buy smoke? You got time?
No, I ain't buy it. I ain't got.
I know you didn't buy it because you murdered the guy, and there's two people in the house.
He say, do you wanna smoke? That's it. Do you wanna smoke? I'm like, I ain't got money today. They Filipino me because I'm gone. I'm like,
they were picking you up to go get 40 bands.
Nah, I don't talking about nobody. I talking about my job. I was talking about my job. My job, they finna pick me up. And then I finna go Atlanta. They say they finna can 10 o'clock, 10:30. They finna
Here's
be
my question. Let me ask you this. So, y'all gonna go over there and rob this guy for $40,000, 40 bands. But you never go inside. Like, why did you just... I mean, I don't understand that.
You got scared?
Whoa.
Chico, just tell me the truth.
Owen continues to stick to his version, doubling down on the lies, unaware that his friend Keon Lester has already ratted him out and told detectives exactly what happened, step by step. In reality, it was Owen who put everything in motion, from making the calls to pulling everyone along for the robbery. And when they arrive at the apartment, everyone waited outside along the stairwell, except Owen. He goes in alone, armed, and within moments, gunfire erupts, and by the time it's over, 3 people inside have been shot and killed. And while the apartment itself is tied to drug activity, not everyone inside was part of that world. One of the victims, 30-year-old Sarah Uriola, had no involvement in any illicit operation. She had worked as a clerk for the state attorney's office in 2019, and her family described her as the spirit of their home, deeply devoted to her son Kevin, and known for her love of dancing and travel.
That was your plan too, wasn't it?
My plan?
Yeah, was it your plan? You came up with the plan?
No.
You thought of it on your own, and you needed their help. That's why you bought the guns, huh?
What gun?
Yeah.
I only got my
In the book, like book, that's why you bought the
guns. Hey, easy there, guy.
You get to the apartment?
The one in the car that belongs to you, that you brought.
Chico, the police out here, man. We still gotta do it.
Who?
Sound familiar?
No.
You didn't tell me. They was telling Chico, man, the police here, man. We shouldn't do this shit.
I just want to know why. Like, why are you so mad at this guy? Like, did he do something to you? Did someone put you up to this?
Somebody paid you to do it?
What's the purpose of killing this guy? And the sad thing is, not only do you kill him, you kill 2 other people.
But what guy you talking about?
The drug dealer.
Guy, trying no, who? If I
The guy you showed a picture of in the car on the way over there.
Yeah, you showed a picture.
You said, this guy, we're going to rob this guy. You know this guy?
I ain't told them nothing. I ain't told them nothing. The only person I know is KG. I don't know nobody inside the car. Why go talk with everybody? I only talk with KG and I told him, hey bro, it's too far.
So you showed KG, you said you know this guy? And it's a picture of the guy laying dead in the apartment right now.
Nah, I ain't say nothing. If he says something, that ain't gotta do nothing with me. I telling you the truth. That's what you or them. Like if you wanna believe them, whatever.
Well, it's just all their versions of the story match.
Okay.
Did you hear any gunshots? Did you hear anybody shoot?
I told you the first time. I don't know. I told you the first time. What I told you when you told me, oh, what happened? I told you, I don't know. I hear the noise and I see them running. I just hear pop, 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 pop. And
but you stayed in the car.
I'm staying in the car.
Who else was in the car with you?
The lady.
What's her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
I don't know her.
You don't know? Y'all just stayed in the car?
I go wait.
You just wait. You and her wait.
We wait.
Okay.
Me and him.
The person he's referring to is Alana Sears, who unfortunately for him has also ratted him out. Alana was the one behind the wheel that night. She has already spoken to detectives, and her account lines up with everything they're uncovering. In her interrogation, Alana doesn't try to twist the story. Instead, she shows remorse, explaining that she got involved because she felt pressured, intimidated by the older members of the group, possibly by Owen himself or Kaishan Glover.
You know you've been proven wrong, man.
Huh?
You know it. You lied to us, man. And we came in, he asked you from the beginning, he said, be honest with me. I want you to be honest. And you're not honest with us, man.
If I honest, I say.
You hurt our feelings, man.
Listen to me. If I honest.
You hurt our feelings, Chico.
No.
Yes.
No, I ain't lying.
We're hurt because you're lying to us.
Inventory full.
He's hurt.
Look,
You want me to leave, Chico?
we're done. If I lie, I say I need a lawyer, and I never say I need a lawyer, so I ain't lie.
He sticks to his story as detectives step outside to gather evidence. And before we get to what they uncover, it's worth looking at what he chooses to highlight. His so-called
I think I need 2 silver,
at such a young age.
which
How are you?
I only have 1 of. So I still gotta find another silver before I can go back to the boat. At least 1 more.
I just want to come here and ask you a couple questions if you don't mind. Not about that case. Okay, I know they're working on something.
There's just like a lot of places I can find rock.
My computer's a little slow. I just want to show you a couple of pictures. You okay with that? Okay, cool. You want anything to drink or eat or anything? Did you get anything? Are you sure? All right, let me know if you do. So I was searching.
I just got pain.
A pain? What kind of pain?
On my body, they beat me up.
Oh, I thought I had full. That's right.
The
God
police
damn
officers,
it.
the patrol guys did? Okay, we'll get to look into that. Is that your girlfriend? Yeah. That's all. I saw some pictures of you guys a few minutes ago. I was just looking.
It would be nice if this shit stacked.
You already had the baby? Oh, congratulations. How old's your baby? Wow. It's a boy or girl? A boy. What's his name?
Jordan.
What is it?
Jordan.
Jordan. Okay, awesome. Very good. And what's her name?
Nayeli.
Nayeli. That's a pretty name. Yeah, congratulations. I saw that.
That's my second one.
This is your second baby?
My second baby, yeah.
With her? Okay. You have another. Where's the other baby? Here?
Like my baby mama, I think she take it to Republic Dominican.
Oh, are you from the Dominican Republic? No. She is.
But I don't put the last name.
On the birth certificate.
Because I'm on the BDC when the baby born.
Oh, okay.
At just 17, he's already the father of 2 children with 2 different women. Yet he doesn't even know where either of them is. But detectives don't let him sit in that bubble of happiness for too long, and slowly begin to steer the conversation somewhere far more serious. Another murder for which he was never caught.
Are you okay to talk with me for a few minutes? Okay, alright. And you sure you don't want anything to eat or drink or anything? I can get those guys to get you something. They're sitting out there. They're useless anyway. Might as well get them to do something. I'm just kidding. So, I'm trying to find I've got a couple of pictures I wanted to see if you knew. I have way too much stuff here. So, actually, a couple of these. Like I said, Mike, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. Have you seen that dude before? No. That's a crazy looking picture of that guy. Anyway. But that wasn't the one I was looking for.
Well, I gotta wait till the thing explodes before I can make the radiation suit.
But that from Justina?
Yeah, Justina. Yeah. You know him from out there?
No, I don't know him.
But you've seen him? You know what his name is or what he goes by?
Well, I got the chance. I just make one of these.
That's it. That's exactly it. I call him Dougie Fresh. I don't know if that's his real name or not, but I call him that sometimes. Dougie. He's from Justina. Do you stay out of Justina?
No, I don't stay in Justina.
Okay. Do you know
This dude. Here we go. Case file. You know this dude? Sorry.
Yeah, we saw him.
Where have you seen him?
Justina.
Justina, he stays out there too. Do you know him personally? Okay. You don't have. Okay, so here's the deal. I'm not in drug police. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I don't do like drugs. I don't want to say I don't care, but I don't care. And so if you tell me you're buying weed, selling, I don't care. I don't care about any of that stuff. I didn't even bring anything to write it down. I just am trying to put together something here. But you just.
I think that was my other silver, but I'm gonna still look
you know what he goes by out
around a little more.
What you mean?
Because I know I need a few of them eventually.
It's on the tip of your tongue. I know you're about to say it.
It's something with red.
Red, yeah. Red rum? Yep, okay. And you know why that is? Why he goes by that? Because
he's red.
He's red. Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, for sure. And he's not a rocket scientist. He's not really all that ingenious. So he tattooed across his chest red rum, which it is backwards or in the mirror. It's for murder, is what it stands for. So I don't know that I would tattoo that on my chest, but he probably has bigger pecs than I do. That's why he can get away with it. So yeah. So you knew him from out there as well.
Yeah,
he said he knew you. That's why I was asking, did you know him? So I talked to him in the same kind of setting, and he told me that he knew you. That's why I was asking. Your name came up in my investigation as somebody to talk to because you knew this guy, and you knew.
I just sold him. I sold him.
You sold him weed.
No.
I've got the weirdest thing in the world that happened. I've been working a case where this girl here. So I'm murder police, so I don't do drugs or anything. So I do.
Yeah, I pick it.
Yeah. So this girl was 19 years old.
What is that?
And she's shot and killed in Justina.
Salt.
You know this one?
I see on the news.
Yeah.
That one. His girlfriend because he posted on Facebook.
Yeah. So she's dead and the baby's dead, and so this is not just a murder case. This is you're gonna get the death penalty. I don't mean this. No. Subjectively here. You're gonna get the death penalty. When we are able to prosecute that, and I say that's all the best case scenario. There'll be trials and all that kind of stuff, but it qualifies for a death penalty case. In other words, because some murders are you can do X amount of time. Now, I don't handle all that. That's for attorneys. They're way smarter than I am. As a matter of fact, we got a couple around this place, and they're brilliant people. I'm not that smart. But so it can play out in the court system. So here's the deal. So what we're looking for now is anybody who has any information on it, which can help us out on that stuff. Now, I know, just because I'm really good at what I do, I know who killed her. I know who those people are. And I'm closing the net in on them. And very soon, they're going to get picked up and arrested. Your name came up because on 5th, who you know, said that, told me about you, that you guys were, that he knew you were okay, introduced you to Dougie one day. We had some conversations about that. You were out there at the same time and all that stuff. Miles, Red Rum, the guy that I showed you, said that, and again, I'm not investigating this part because I do if somebody is killed. If somebody is shot or shot at, that's not, I don't handle that stuff. So Miles, Red Rum, told me that you're up at the store up at Justina, and for some reason, an argument or whatever, I don't know why, maybe you can help me, is you, or maybe he's lying, I don't know, but he tells me that you shoot at him the day before his baby mama was shot and killed. So, and so I went back and I pulled all the video and I've got all the surveillance and I've got it stuff. So I got you there. I mean, I know that you're there. Why would he say that? Well, first of all, is that true? Did you shoot at him? Maybe did he?
No,
Okay.
if you see the camera, I'm in the store.
You're in the store when that happened.
So I don't know when they shoot me.
Well, we know when she was killed. Not that these are fairly irrelevant, but I will say that her murder happened on Monday, October the 7th. So Red Rum was shot at Sunday, October the 6th. So it was the night before. He was shot at.
No, because Sunday I be do the weekends.
You have the weekends?
The weekend on the DDC.
Okay.
So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And I misspoke. I apologize. I just said that wrong. He said it was before that. So it may have been the early hours. So you go to DDC on Saturdays and Sundays in 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. You were arrested before this happened?
You can if you got my paper right there, they go show you.
Yeah.
I'll be arrested when I get out. That's on the 2020. I know my baby mama, all that stuff. But by that time, 2019, I already be on the DDC the weekends.
The incident the detective brings up traces back to July 23rd, 2020, at an address on Century 21 Drive. That night, Owen and another individual arrive masked and disguised, and within moments, more than 20 shots are fired. The victim is someone connected to him in a deeply personal way, the maternal uncle of his own child, killed over what stems from a custody dispute. For months, that case remained unsolved, until now. Because once Owen is in custody for the triple homicide in 2021, investigators begin connecting the dots. The ammunition used that night, a .40 caliber, immediately stands out because it's the same caliber linked to the 2020 shooting. And when ballistic testing is completed, it confirms the weapon used in the apartment shooting is the very same one used in the shootout at 21 Drive.
Any murder that I've been assigned, I've solved them all.
What is it?
Solved? What does that mean? I put together the pieces, not because I'm that good, but because I'm lucky and I work with great partners.
Yeah.
So, so that this is just another one. This is just another one. And I don't mean it's just another person because it's a tragic situation, but it's another one that will be solved because we're wrapping the cases up. But your part in it, no one said you shot and killed her. That wasn't how your name came up. Your name came up because Miles said he's sold you periodically, not that often, every once in a while, out ingesting it. He's the weed man. And there was a fight between Fifth and Miles. Fifth claims that he beat up Red Rum, and Red Rum says that he beat up Fifth. So I don't really know. I mean, my money's on Fifth. He's a big dude. Red Rum's kind of a smaller dude, but small guys are scrappy too. But for whatever reason, he says you shot at him, but you didn't do that.
Well, no, todos because
I talk too fast.
No. I'm for you, for them, because
why they would say that? You mean
they talk each other.
Yeah, they did. They used to be friends.
No, but that time they talk each other.
They were still talking. Why would they fight? Yeah, I don't know.
As he sits there, cornered and out of options, detectives give him one final opportunity to tell the truth.
I know, that's the same thing I was asking you. Why you was lying? Why are you lying for? That's the same thing I asked you.
Nah, I tell you right now, because I'm scared for my family.
That's why you're lying?
Nah, I ain't lying, man. No more.
See, it's hard to believe you, man. You lied to me the first time. So now you're telling me something else. When I'm telling you, we already know what happened.
But I tell you my side.
You can tell me your side all day on. We already know what happened.
Okay, but you can see and then.
Yeah, we know.
Okay.
We know exactly what happened.
Okay, so Yo can do the cash, yo can do whatever you want. I ain't mad with that one because I know I'm gonna stay inside the car. So, you see this pen? You see this pen on the camera. You can show the shoes, the pen, and the shoes. Man, come on. You saw the shoes.
You think I'm gonna sit there and shoot you some shit? I know you shoot me some shit. I ain't got no reason to shoot you no shit.
I ain't gonna lie.
You shoot me a truckload of shit, man.
What do you mean truckload?
That's why I already know what happened. And you still sitting here lying to me, man. I already know what happened. Only thing we're trying to figure out, one like we was trying to tell you earlier, is why. Did you want his kilo?
Nah, I don't.
Did you want this? Now, why you kill him? That's what we're trying to figure out.
I don't know.
We're trying to figure out why you kill him.
I don't do it. I don't pop out.
Yes.
I don't pop. When I tell you, if I do it, I ain't finna go with them. Let's say it like that. You think if I do it, I go inside back with them? Why?
30 seconds. You tell me.
I told you. Why?
You tell me why. I'm asking. I want to know why you kill him. I don't give a damn about the rest of the shit, man. Why you kill him? I mean, I thought you said you wanted the kilos, right? You want to go in and get the kilos?
I don't.
All right, I gotta listen to something else other than this.
I got my family. I don't need nothing from nobody. I don't need nothing from my dad. I don't need nothing from nobody. Like everything I got is for me. Like nobody, mama, ching, give me nothing. Nobody.
But you brought them over there.
Huh?
You brought them over there.
I brought over there.
What?
We're going to begin the story today with some sad news that is currently going viral. It is what it is. That's the way the world works. So, Juniper Blessing, 19, trans, it's this individual here. She, they is the pronouns apparently, was stabbed 40 times while doing their laundry. 40 times. Rest in pride, Juniper. Be forgotten. So
40 is a lot.
Yeah.
I feel like your arm would get tired after about like 15 to 20.
How would you know?
I don't know. Just guessing.
So here's the thing, right? Like
Jesus.
The way this person, this YouTuber, activist, Afro-Indig, Latina, adoptee, neurodivergent, multiply disabled, and pagan, and also all this fucking shit.
What is multiply disabled?
I don't fucking know.
Does it mean you have multiple disabilities
Maybe.
and it's a weird way to say it?
Maybe, but this person is politically obviously very far left, insufferably so. The way that this is worded is very far left, insufferably so. But despite that, a person has still been stabbed to death who didn't deserve it. This is still obviously a tragedy.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of people focusing on the lefty trans element of this, and we can cringe at that, but you have to recognize a person's still dead, and that's still important.
Yep. So they were only 19. That's just tragic.
Yes.
Upsetting.
And of course,
yeah,
you have assholes misgendering.
Yep.
Yep.
30 seconds.
Also, yeah, apparently this person's marked as transphobic by Shinigami Eyes, which is really funny. I have to reinstall it now. This is a new computer.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This one did this. What ethnic group is killing the most trans people? Black individuals, specifically black cisgender men, are the ethnic group responsible for the largest share of known transgender homicides in the U.S. Which, yep. People don't want to talk about that.
Oh, that's interesting information from Snurly. They said rest in power before, but switched to rest in pride because someone said it was racist to say rest in power about a person who was not of the African descent.
That's right. Rest in power is like the BLM thing. Yeah, and it's I'm not as lenient as her, but as a trans woman from that area, it's a serious tragedy. No one deserves this. She was so young. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Completely agree. So I do want to actually talk about what happened here, because this is still a tragedy and it's still a crime, regardless of your political views. Okay. So, UW community mourns death of student Juniper Blessing.
30 seconds.
This has to also be like one of those trans chosen names. It's like no one has the last name Blessing. I'm pretty sure.
What are those things? What are those things?
Is like a common trans name.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like Lilith or Vivian or like names like that, you know.
I don't know.
Okay. There's a certain type of name that is a very clearly feminine name, but is not actually used by many cis women, and is also kind of like a little bit snowflakey, a little bit special, you know. And like lots of trans women choose those names.
My name is not used by many cis women.
It's not.
Nope.
Zoe's another one. Yeah, Zoe. Zoe's on there. Yeah. Okay. So anyway. The University of Washington community continues to mourn the loss of 19-year-old student Juniper Blessing, who was killed earlier this week as investigators continue searching for answers in the case. Authorities say the 31-year-old Christopher Leahy was arrested Wednesday night in connection with Blessing's death. Police have not yet said what motive led to the killing or whether the attack was targeted or random. Now, here's the thing, right? He turned himself in, and we'll see that in a bit. This guy stabbed her, left the location, which is like a laundromat or something, and then later on turned himself in.
30 seconds.
Good.
So like
To jail for life.
Sure. So here's the thing, right? If he was like, you know, actually, I'll wait to have this conversation.
Okay, just wait. Gather your thoughts.
Gather my thoughts. Growing memorials in Red Square. Jesus Christ, it's called Red Square. Okay. Growing memorials in Red Square and outside the Nordheim Court apartments where Blessing was killed, and now honor their life as classmates and community members continue to grieve the loss. Even though I'm not directly involved, I just feel a lot of emotions towards it, a lot of sorrow, a lot of empathy towards everybody involved, said a student. Okay. But for queer folks like us, like Juniper, you're not alone in this. Every single one of us, we're there behind you, we're there for you. So apparently these apartments here are actually like student apartments that are off campus, but like very close to the school, so
oh yeah,
students live there.
Yeah.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen
Residents at the apartment complex where Blessing was killed say the violence has shaken their sense of safety. There's the what if now that this has happened, it's exposed to potential security issues. Just the fact of where do we go from here? What do we do? Police say Blessing was found dead.
Look at that thing.
Night with more than 40 stab
I kind of want to scan it.
Days later, investigators
Probably dangerous.
The suspect before Leahy later turned himself into police. And of course, this is the family statement, and it's all the things you would expect.
Oxygen.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. A judge sets the bail for $10 million for the guy, and this is when you started getting the first pictures of this guy. And so now you have a bunch of right-wingers who are talking about, like, you had like left-wingers being kind of cringe about it with like the way they talk about it, or like trying to make it about transphobia when it hasn't been proven yet. Now you have right-wingers saying, oh, it's this guy's race. It's the fact that he's black. That's why. That's why she was killed. Because he's a black man. So, 31-year-old man who turned himself in for killing a University of Washington student.
Read slower.
A Seattle police say a 31-year-old man who turned himself in for a killing of a University of Washington student inside an off-campus apartment laundry room has now been accused of first-degree murder. Juniper Blessing, a 19-year-old trans woman, was found dead Sunday night inside a laundry room. Yes, okay. Thanks for the $5, dude. Let me guess, most stereotypical trans names are from games and the nerd culture because you have Professor Juniper from Pokemon, you've been from Mario. Yep, it is that sort of thing. Or like sometimes they'll choose like misshapen women, like Lilith. It's there's a lot of yes, like biblically, yes. Yeah, there's a lot of just like outsider women names they like to choose, which fair enough, right? But okay. Yep. Statements by groups, all the things you'd expect. Yet a suspect identified in court documents as Christopher Leahy turned himself into Bellevue police Tuesday night before being transferred to the Seattle Police Detectives. The arrest came hours after the Seattle Police Department publicly released surveillance images of a suspect described as armed and dangerous. SPD later confirmed the man in those images was Leahy. Okay, he's arrested. Court documents state surveillance video captured Leahy and Blessing entering the laundry room shortly before the killing. Detectives said that Leahy appeared to remain inside the room for several minutes before later exiting alone. Another resident later discovered Blessing lying on the floor covered in blood, according to investigators. Police said detectives also found blood smears on the outside of the laundry room
Vital
door.
signs stabilizing.
Investigators said surveillance footage showed Blessing arriving at the laundry room carrying bags over their shoulders and a jug of laundry at her. Detectives later traced the suspect after Seattle police publicly distributed surveillance photos. Yes. His brother and also a former school friend identified him as the man seen in the surveillance footage.
Consider disguising the flavor of
We still don't know
if the killing was premeditated. During the hearing, defense attorneys argued Leahy
Yeah, I'm giving it a shot.
disputing whether
I
the
understand
killing
the
was
basis a little better.
Prosecutors argued the severity of Blessing's injuries supported the first-degree murder allegation.
Yes.
I mean, if you stab someone 40 times, then turn yourself in, you should just go to jail.
So far, alright.
Yeah.
So, the fullest extent of the law.
Here's the possibilities. Okay? These two knew each other. And there was some prior dispute that we don't know about.
Yep.
By the way, talking about these possibilities does not mean I'm condoning this. We're just discussing, okay?
Yep.
No, there's no condoning here. But like, maybe there was a prior feud they had over something. All right. Maybe he came in and they got into a fight over something. Like he wanted to use the laundry machine and she was using it, and he like raged out. All right. Maybe it was like a trans panic thing, where like he flirted with her, then clocked her, and then killed her, which is rare. It's a lot more rare than leftists like to say, but it does happen occasionally. Not necessarily the killing part, but like the violence part for sure. It could be, if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, maybe she was racist.
I need
right?
quartz,
like,
which I left in the...
There's a whole bunch of reasons as to why this could have happened. But the point is that, like, none of this excuses him doing it. But we could talk about, like, we just don't know.
Yeah, the way they phrased going in, like the article phrased going into the shop together, makes it.
Did they say together?
I think they said that. I think they implied together.
Let's see. 40 stab wounds, court documents. Court documents state surveillance video captured Leahy and Blessing entering the lodge room shortly before the killing. It doesn't say together. It could, they could have been together or they could have been separate.
It implies, that tiny paragraph implies that they were like in there together. Like at the same time. Now whether or not that is a coincidence or they knew each other,
yeah,
I think they left it purposely vague.
That's interesting actually, because the story does change a little bit if they went there together. I'm kind of curious now. So like, can you find the Juniper?
Wow, the sun goes down quick around these parts.
Available. According to court documents, another Nordheim court resident told police that shortly before 10 p.m. Sunday, a man followed her when she used her card to access the building and the laundry room. She said the man would told her he was waiting for his laundry. So if this is the man, if it's the same guy, then he got into the building that he wasn't supposed to be. Okay. She said the man told her he was waiting for his laundry. Surveillance video shows them in the laundry room, and the suspect appears to be visually searching the room for cameras.
Dun dun dun.
A video from 10 p.m. shows Blessing in the laundry room, and the suspect comes back into the laundry room and stares directly at the cameras. So hold on. So she's in the laundry room already.
Yeah.
Then he walks back in while she's already in there. So they didn't come in together.
Okay.
Then he stares directly into the camera. He then appears to follow the path of the cord with his eyes and head from the camera around the wall above the doorway. He then turns to exit the laundry room. Something clatters to the ground and he pauses. He continues out of the laundry room at 10 o'clock. Blessing is seen cleaning the lint tray, appears to add more time for the dryer, and stands up and deposits the lint into the garbage at the end of the the end of the bank of dryers. The video stops at 10:01. So this sounds like to me.
This sounds very premeditated.
Yeah.
Mr. I'm gonna fucking find the cameras and then probably go cut them.
Yeah. So premeditated, but also not specifically targeting Blessing.
Maybe, but like she was already in there when he went to go cut the cameras.
Yes, but if they knew each other, you'd think that they'd be talking. It sounds like they're ignoring each other.
Yes, because they were dating and had a fight.
You think that's what it is?
Totes.
Possible.
He was just a 31-year-old going after a 19-year-old in college, and maybe it is the trans thing, because maybe he was just, because honestly, she's real cute. So like he was just like didn't clock it, and then they met in person for the first time to do the do, and then she probably told him or didn't tell him, and everything went to shit. And he was just like, well, fuck you, I'm gonna murder you because my life is terrible and I'm an incel.
But it also could be the fact that because here, hold on. So, waiting for his laundry. Surveillance video shows him in the laundry room, and the suspect appears to be visually searching him for cameras. Yeah, so like another Nordheim court resident.
Yeah.
So that a man followed her when she used her card to access the building laundry room.
Yes.
And then she said they're waiting for laundry. So we have a video of Leahy and this other resident in the laundry room. And then he begins looking for cameras while she's doing whatever she's doing in the laundry room. And then later he comes back in, and Blessing's already in there. And then he cuts the camera, it sounds like, while she's doing her thing.
But it looks like he was already planning to cut the cameras the first time he got in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So like this could be a random attack. Yeah, this could be the fact that
I can't
he just
see
wanted
nothing.
to randomly kill someone and just shot them.
Yeah.
Or they could have known each other.
Yeah.
But they didn't come in together, is the point. And he also very clearly snuck in and also cut the cameras. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I want to know what the answer is why did you go and look for, why were you looking at the camera so hard? Tell us what was on your mind, Mr. Larry.
So, so this is like from the very far left.
What?
Kind of point of view. So yes, this is Michael Knowles saying that transgenderism needs to be eradicated from public life entirely, and we can absolutely listen to him say this real quick.
Do we have to? Can I not just fantasize about shooting him in the head?
It is all or nothing. If transgenderism is true, if men really can become women, then it's true for everyone.
But women can't become men.
Ages.
Sexist.
If transgenderism is false, as it is, if men really can't become women, as they cannot, then it's false for everybody too.
Okay.
And if it's false, then we should not indulge it.
Okay.
Lithium? Where the fuck am I getting lithium from? This is the first time hearing about lithium.
Of so many people. If it is
Probably
false,
make it with salt,
for the
I'm
greater
guessing.
society, and especially
But
for
lithium
the
is an
greater
element.
we're
You
going
wouldn't
to
make
break
it.
this confusion. Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life.
Yeah, this just made my life worse listening to this man talk.
So here's the thing, right? When he says transgenderism, the good faith reading is that he's talking about the idea, not transgender individuals. That's still fucking terrible though, and most people on the left read this as him saying he wants to eradicate transgender people.
Well, no,
I've been watching the Twitch chat. I've been watching you guys.
No. The point is that he wants to make sure none of it's in the public eye, and then my brain, I'm not awake. They're gonna do whatever they did to gay people before the 90s. They're gonna do whatever they did to gay people before the 90s. With the gay people who weren't hush hush.
Just closet them?
Yeah. Like they're gonna like send them to jail and be like, oh yeah, you're getting arrested for being a degenerate. It's totally not just because you're trans.
So here's the issue, right?
Maybe not necessarily
This individual is saying this is the exact kind of rhetoric that leads to these kind of horrific murders. They don't even view trans people as human. That's why they feel comfortable stabbing a kid 40 fucking times. Well, firstly, 19 isn't a kid. I get your point, 19 isn't a kid. Let's be honest, let's be accurate here. Secondly,
we had this argument the other day because you were just like 19 still includes teen in it, Naomi, and I was just like, I strongly disagree.
19 is teenager, but not a kid. Yes. Yes. But secondly, this person is linking this rhetoric to this stabbing. But we don't actually know if this stabbing was motivated by transphobia yet.
Not yet, no.
It's a possibility, but not necessarily. And that's kind of the issue here, is that people are already jumping to the conclusion. Like, here's a left-winger saying, oh, it's because they're trans. And it could be. We don't know that. We don't know if it's because they're trans or not. Maybe it'll come out down the road that he did it because she was trans. And then we can say, okay, this is transphobic. But, like, you're connecting the dots too quickly, too soon. All right? Yeah. We love emotionally charging our language and manipulate people into doing what we want. Yeah, right? However, on the other side of the conversation are the right-wingers. This is the killer. There is a reason why you only see right-wingers post the killer. Juniper probably called him the N-word. Juniper was dark woke, and honestly got what he deserved as a result.
Okay, what's dark woke? Explain.
Dark woke is just like someone who has woke politics, but they use slurs and stuff. Okay. Edgy. Yeah. So, like, this person, by the way, I've been following them for a while because I find them to be ridiculous. They are, even though they usually post about just, like, hot anime elves, they're also very right-wing. And they're also quite racist. And this is absolutely a person who's saying, hey, it happened because the guy who attacked her was black, and this person has said many things in the past along the lines of they just kind of believe black people are violent, and that's that. There's no other, nothing else to discuss about it. And he's using, like, this sort of non-dark woke logic as a way to make fun of as a way to make fun of the left and basically the whole story, right? So as you scroll down, yeah, like this person he's quote tweeting, blocked. Yeah, they don't want any actual truth of what happened.
I don't understand. Oh, because that's the side that's got the
no one
thing
knows
on it.
if Juniper called this guy the N-word. It's a possibility, but now that he's like basically making like a faux leftist narrative because this guy absolutely hates the left. This is why you see, see, dangerous group. There is like Black Lives Matter. Like, I don't make the rules. Like, this guy is fucking ridiculous. But basically, there's a lot of people basically posting this guy's face and saying the reason this isn't some like right winger who is transphobic and inspired by Michael Knowles and Charlie Kirk and whoever else and they're attacking trans women. No. This is because black violence is an epidemic. So
I'm struggling a little.
Sides right now are using this story.
I gotta put this on the other side here.
Even though we have no idea what actually happened here. You have leftists saying it's because she was trans. You have rightists saying because he was black.
Sorry, I got distracted by the Foxy Marcus description.
She, her, lesbian, asexual, decolonial communist?
Yep.
Okay, dude. How can you be a lesbian asexual? Fuck off.
Well, you could, like...
Okay, and justify this. Do it. Retardedly justify this, Naomi.
I had a retarded justification and then left my brain. I'll come back to it another day.
There's really no way this teeny tiny trans girl who probably can't defend herself would fly into a slur-filled rig and still how does it justify 40 stab wounds? Yeah, no, I agree with you, right? I agree with you. Like,
I actually disagree about the fact that just because she's a teeny tiny girl does not mean that she cannot fly into a slur-filled rage.
That's true, yeah.
That doesn't fucking matter.
Dev, beat Naomi for that nonsense. Will do.
No, fuck off.
Will do.
Stop.
Beat
Stop. Welcome aboard. Yes, okay, thank you. You can still be asexual romantic oriented towards the same sex. So if you were to get in a relationship with someone, even if you didn't have sex, it would be a woman because you're a lesbian.
God.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay.
Curios, thank you.
Listen, all right? There's also a possibility that explains all of this. That neither... Okay, fuck off. Virus protection. Fuck you. Okay. There's also a possibility that neither of these groups want to actually talk about it. And it's a possibility that is actually the more likely one. It is that this guy here actually just has like major mental issues. He's like a full schizo.
I mean, 40 stab wounds does certainly indicate
schizophrenic-y shit.
No, just mental issues, not specifically schizophrenia, Dev.
Hey, Baldo, what's up, dude? Yeah, listen, okay? Remember there was that Ukrainian woman who was stabbed on the bus or the subway last year, and right-wingers made a big stink about it?
Oh yeah, she was stabbed a whole bunch of times too, right? Was it just the once?
It was just once right in the heart, and the Ukrainian woman just died.
Jesus.
The issue is that he was somebody who very clearly had mental issues, and he was saying he was calling 911 and saying like the government put like a weird like silk inside of his blood that was controlling him, and like he was diagnosed schizophrenic, he was off of medication, he was homeless, all this shit. And even then, right wingers were like, this man is a black super predator. He is the race warrior that is here to murder all the whites. Arm themselves up and fight back against the blacks. And it's like, holy shit, dude, he's clearly just a schizo. That's it. Yep. He's clearly just a schizo, but like, right-wingers will jump on every single fucking thing they can to try to push a narrative. And by the way, left-wingers do it too. Just that with left-wingers, with right-wingers it's like more blatant. It's more in your face and its stupidity.
Be advised, a common complication for cave divers.
But yeah, blacks can't have schizophrenia, they're all just evil from birth. Yeah.
Obviously. God.
Baldo, I just want you to know that despite my name and being a fan of Chud, I am not a part of the gay ops at all, and I'm Team Dev every time. I appreciate you being Team Dev, but listen, I'm staying out of the current Chud story. All right? I'm not looking into it. I'm not talking about it. I'm not doing streams on it or videos. Until like more information comes out, I'm staying out of that one. I'm staying neutral.
Okay, so I have a question. It's not related to any of this.
I'll give you an example. And like, I'm personally not offended by this. I don't really care. But I know how devastating and toxic it is to a society. So, for instance, after the George Floyd protests happened and everything, you know, there was this culture of people openly saying some pretty horrific things about, you know, people with light skin. Just open racism against white people. And I know that sounds crazy because historically speaking, white people have been of privilege, right? But we're also living in a country right now where it doesn't matter if you're white, if you are a working class person, you're screwed. And how is it helpful to now do the reverse of the terrible, you know, bigoted or biased comments that were said about other groups of people? Like, you're not going to change the culture unless you're willing to reject all of that, right? And you don't want to see it directed at anyone.
So Anna Kasparian, a literal bestie, wanted for the murder of Pearl Davis in Atlantic City on that fateful night, recently went viral again because she ended up making comments on a podcast related to the aftermath of the death of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter riots. And a lot of people who are, of course, your ultra woke black individuals have taken issue with that because Anna accurately called out the fact that post George Floyd, the anti-white racism in this nation had been ratcheted up. And again, it should be a pretty much open and shut kind of story. It's no big deal in my opinion. In fact, it's mild commentary, a little bit of like too hesitant in the commentary because Anna weirdly said there was like open bigotry against light-skinned people.
You know, there was this culture of people openly saying some pretty horrific things about, you know, people with light skin.
Which is funny because typically black people refer to less dark black people as light skinned, so actually wasn't saying the thing that she was intending to say, but she later clarified what she actually meant, which was anti-white racism. And by the way, I've seen a lot of different people play clips of Anna playing into this, but this is actually one of the things that she had backed off of. She actually apologized for doing a lot of those Karen stories that turned out to be hoaxes because she felt terrible that she was targeting regular ordinary civilians for what amounted to arguments in the street that were taken out of context and participated in the ruining of their lives. So if you want to point out that Anna was doing this post George Floyd, that's absolutely true. She 100% was, but she doesn't deny that. She acknowledges it, and she's saying in this particular podcast that she wants to move on from it. So this is what we're going to talk about today, some of the reaction. And by the way, I'm late on this because I missed this because I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, literal Bessie. Next time, give me a heads up before you go viral and I'll cover it earlier. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money, okay?
So the name of the show that Anna was on was called The Tea Show. I will link that in full in the description if you want to check out this entire appearance yourself. But needless to say, when you actually watch the show, there's a bit more to the commentary to what is going viral in short form or is going viral on X.com, which is Anna talking about how she doesn't want to harp too much on racial divisions because she wants to focus on the elite, and of course she wants to focus on Israel because Anna is very Israel obsessed at this moment in time, so everything has to trace back to the nation of Israel, which again is not the subject matter for today, but I just want you to know that's where she was coming from more so than saying black people bad or anything that is currently being attached to her.
And so for me, my morality means I need to find avenues to use the work I do to try to improve people's lives. Push for policies that are going to make people's lives better. And for me, dividing people and being hyper obsessed with identity is immoral. Because I don't want to see, I mean, I live in such a diverse place, and I specifically live here because it's a diverse place, right? I'm still in Los Angeles, California. I don't want to leave. I don't want to move. I love the fact that there are people from all around the world here. But I see them as my fellow Americans. I don't see them as, oh, those are my Mexican neighbors, or, oh, those are my black neighbors. No, those are my neighbors. Those are my fellow Americans. And I just started to feel that it was becoming increasingly immoral, that all the conversations that were being had on the left in America, it's kind of died down a little bit lately, which I'm happy about. But certainly in the COVID era, all of the conversations were about how different we are from one another because of our identity. And then it would go to, like, I guess, ordering different groups based on where they land on this, like, hierarchical system, like who's the most oppressed. And it's just, it didn't lead to anything positive.
Now, as far as the section of the viral clip that is getting all the attention, it's one of the most mildest critiques that you could possibly have. It is not incendiary in any way, and the people who are getting offended by this are the professional race hustlers, are the people who, again, Anna is specifically referring to, and by the way, people who have targeted Anna in a disingenuous way in the past that likely ended up changing up her opinion on this, because if you guys will recall, if you guys will remember, when Anna started talking about the birthing person thing, which honestly is not something that I want to talk about all that much, but we covered it back in the day, you had a bunch of people, lefty creators, some of whom consider themselves friends of Anna Kasparian, that were targeting her and going after her. And this all kind of came to a head on a podcast called Leftist Mafia when Olay, this large black woman who was on this particular podcast, decided to break from the decorum that everybody else was presenting.
I have to say it. Oh my god, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour.
And make it a race issue, because of course she made it a race issue, and she started attacking Anna as a Karen, made it about her being a white lady and all this stuff, and all the cowardly lefties who again wouldn't attack Anna up front on their own, who were just kind of playing the middle ground game where they said they don't like this birthing person thing really bad, they all just chuckled along or stayed silent because again, they had to defer to the black woman that was on the panel, even though what Olay was saying was not in any way, shape, or form connected to reality. Again, I will remind you, Anna said she didn't want to be called a birthing person. Some of this stupid-ass gender language is annoying to people, and it really had nothing to do with her being white or anything to do with race at all whatsoever. And then Anna, who had been a person that labeled people Karens over arguments that they got into that were often posted out of context, and we covered a bunch of these stories, by the way, including the mentally disabled person at Victoria's Secret, obviously the so-called Central Park Karen, when in reality Christian Cooper was threatening to take her dog, according to his Facebook post, and all sorts of these other scenarios of petty arguments that blew up into national issues. And to me, in my opinion, and I'm just speculating, doing a little bit of pop psychology, Anna being on the other end of that in an undeserving way possibly made her rethink how she was treating
That's gotta
other
be,
people.
I don't
Now,
know
of
what
course,
that
the
is.
timeline might not exactly line up. She might have stopped doing Karen stories prior to this, and she did say the thing that really changed her opinion on the Central Park Karen was reporting from Camille Foster. So again, I could be totally off on this, but maybe this is what pushed her against more of the racialization kind of narrative that the left wing was putting forward. And if that didn't do it, Olay then following it up with an even more disingenuous post where she clipped together instances of Anna Kasparian saying the N-word. By the way, all of those instances were her reading quotes as a news person, and all of those segments were about condemning the white person who said the N-word, and said in that post that Anna doesn't want to be called a birthing person, but she'll call you the N-word. And again, what is an obvious disingenuous misrepresentation of the context of which that was said. Now, I understand people are going to say that are in that camp that norms have changed and you can't say the N-word if you're a white person in any context, even if, again, the context is you're reading the quotes of the person that you're condemning for saying the N-word in a bad context. But the fact is, Anna wasn't calling a black person the N-word. Everybody knows that, everybody understands that, and Olay was lying, and all Anna's friends, people she knows for years, who backed up Olay, they're scumbags. And by the way, Cenk's nephew, also a scumbag, because after this happened, he was talking up Olay and how much he wanted to interview her and have her on the show.
Now, I love Olayemi. I think Olayemi is great. I'm excited to have her on the broadcast. Hopefully, eventually.
Again, right after Olay had defamed Anna in this obviously disingenuous way, who he worked with for years, and obviously Cenk's nephew's uncle, also worked with for years at the company The Young Turks, that gifted Cenk's nephew a wonderful start to his media career. But of course, for the online race hustlers, none of that context matters, none of that backstory matters. The fact that Anna was trying to make a left-wing point, they have no interest, because to be fair, those people are at least consistent in the fact that their number one thing is being black and advancing the goals in the best way they see possible of black people, which brings us to the amazing Lucas, and of course his commentary on this, where he actually labeled Anna Kasparian
I don't know what the fuck's hitting me, but
And then most recently we have Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian was very much hardcore lefty, you know, hardcore liberal, and as time has gone on, she's of course, you know, flipped the switch. She seems to be very hardcore right from the clips that I've seen.
So I'd like to say that Lucas is so far left, so far gone, that he views Anna Kasparian, who is making pretty left-wing arguments throughout this whole podcast, as a right-winger due to his own insanity. But honestly, I don't even know where I would place Lucas on the political spectrum. Obviously, he's in the ultra pro-black camp, but a lot of that has crossover with like black nationalists, and even though they might typically vote Democrat if they had to choose Democrat or Republican, they do have some beliefs that are right-wing, and I don't know if he's gone like full communist. So Anna might be to the left of him on economic issues, not saying Anna's a communist, but because of the whole class warfare thing. And yeah, I don't know exactly where to place it, but needless to say, he's so far down the racial rabbit hole that he is viewing Anna Kasparian as a right-winger in general, which is rather odd. I guess he's left because right-wing bad by this framing.
And I find this interesting because it tailors, because I would have probably bet my life she probably voted for Trump, but it tailors what Trump...
So this is something that you see very commonly among extremists, and by the way, disproportionately among people on the left, where if somebody disagrees with them, they go after them, but not based on the thing that they disagree with them on completely. What they do is they actually try to move them to the other side of the political spectrum where all their other enemies are, so that way, once they're labeled, they can be dismissed more thoroughly. And again, it's rather odd that Lucas would say that Anna Kasparian voted for Trump when I'm pretty sure she's been public about how she voted third party. I think she might have voted Green Party or something of the sort, because again, she's not a Trump supporter. She goes after him every single day. She's been going after him since the first administration, and yeah, it's just not a realistic thing. But I guess if you're in the audience and you have no context for Anna, this framing is more suitable, because Anna being a turncoat that actually was far left and all of a sudden is MAGA is much easier for the people who are not really all that engaged with the space to buy into and actually develop hatred for. And I guess that's what Lucas is aiming at doing. And by the way, this is very common among a bunch of other people who are also angry at Anna. And by the way, don't think that I didn't notice that Lucas is wearing, and probably selling, if this is his own original creation, a shirt that reads, "How did per capita help Charlie Kirk?" And this is exactly why many times black activists are completely counterproductive. productive. Because if you wanted to improve the lives of black people, maybe create like an ethnic group in the same way that we see Jewish people operate, or Koreans, or ironically Armenians, because Anna Kasparian is Armenian, that they have high social trust amongst that group and use that to become more successful in the United States of America, I'd have no issue with that. In fact, I would absolutely encourage that, because high trust among the black community doesn't only help the black community, but it would also help the United States of America as a whole. But as you can see, Lucas, like many of these activists, is way more interested in a point scoring exercise and, of course, denying the realities that negatively impact the black community. Because who does it hurt to deny higher rates of per capita homicide? The victims of those homicides, which are overwhelmingly black people. So yeah, wow, what a great shirt. You got the shock value right there. I'm sure many of people will be like, I'm offended by this, and then you could do your stupid spiel about how you're being an offensive idiot to actually prove an amazing point, but in reality, you're deflecting from one of the main issues holding back black communities in this country, which is higher rates of black crime, which, let's be clear, are the fault of the people within those communities that are doing the crime, and then secondarily, people like you who deny that reality. The only criticism of what she said that is valid is the fact that she used light-skinned as the adjective before saying white, which, you know, typically refers to light-skinned black people, and I don't think racial hatred for light-skinned black people ended up going up, but again, that's a criticism of her misspeak.
I have a lot more in common with a black worker than I do with like an Armenian executive at like a big company. You get what I'm saying?
And I suppose that's what the goal in its essence of what we call identity politics today was meant to be, right? Which was to highlight the ways in which our distinctions make us privy to certain forms of oppression within society. I don't think they were originally destined to pit us against one another. How do you think that occurred? Like, how did we go from sort of just understanding that your subjectivity as a black disabled woman, for example, makes you more vulnerable to a certain number of factors within society, to sort of creating sort of these hierarchies that separate us, I suppose, is what you're saying?
Well, because the way that we talked about these issues kind of led to a form of grievance politics and calls for punishment toward groups of people who never carried out those bad acts against anyone. You get what I'm saying? So
now there's another deeper criticism in the idea that we should go after this vague group of elites because they're responsible for all of our perils that I also don't like. But that is what nobody is focusing on in this particular podcast interview and the clips that were generated from it.
It just led to anger. I think it led to more racism. We have to get to a place where we recognize the wrongdoings of the past while also seeing everyone as our fellow Americans. Otherwise, we're doomed. Like, we're never going to get anything done.
An August 2023 discussion on your show, The Young Turks, you said, I'm done with the identitarian garbage. It's a giant distraction, denouncing essentially the identity politics you're referring to here. What exactly do you think it's a distraction from?
No, I have not.
It's a distraction from what this should be about. This is a class war, period, end of story. So, look at the elite getting reelected again and again, no problem, no challenge, no nothing. In the meantime, the powerless.
I don't know how many more of those I gotta scan before I can make one.
Identitarian bullshit. That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, it's just another instance of the elites, those people, they're responsible for all your problems. That really just prevents people from taking control over their own lives, which is really unfortunate. But you know what? That's where I'm going to leave it. I want to know what you guys think about it down in the comments below. As usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like. Subscribe for more content. Follow me on my social medias. Support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about Anna Kasparian, stepping in it, I guess, saying something mild that went viral. I guess that's what happened. Till next time.
Wait till you see what I can do with my mouth.
Adam Carolla is one of the most successful comedians around. His crass humor was controversial when he hosted Loveline and The Man Show. Now he talks more about what's in the news.
If AOC was fat and in her 60s, would anyone listen to another thing she ever said?
I don't think so. But he's saying that makes some people very angry.
You don't know anything.
Carolla says he doesn't care when people get upset. We recently posted a short video with him, but he has much more to say. So
I'm 55.
You're a busy guy. You host 5 podcasts, now a new book.
I'm 55 today. I was born in 1971.
No apologies.
Look at the jellyfish.
Why is that important?
Well, I realize
I'm going to scan one.
Apologizing just leads to more apologizing. It used to lead to an end. So, you know, back in the day, you remember, let's say, the year 2000, if somebody got slapped on the wrist and got caught, their hand in the cookie jar, then they would just go out and issue an apology, and then their life would return to normal. That no longer works. You apologize, and then they fire you. That's how it works. So everyone who apologizes now is a fool, because you're going to get fired or canceled anyway. You will then also have a target, which is you will fall into the group of people who apologize. See, the people who want you to apologize, they don't really want you to apologize because they're offended at whatever it is you said. They just want dominion over you. So they don't really care what you said. Think about how many white people are outraged over something somebody said about the Latin community or the Asian community or the black community. That's not even their community. They're not really outraged. They want you to apologize because they want dominion over you. And once you apologize, they just keep coming back like a stray cat, and you put a saucer of milk out on the back porch. If you let them know you don't apologize, they immediately leave you alone. So no one asks me for an apology because I've made it clear I don't apologize, and they won't ask Dave Chappelle to apologize. Once you make it clear, then that's that.
What do they want you to apologize for?
Well, it could be anything you said regarding any number of issues, cultural, political, whatever. It just, you know, whatever's new. It could be George Floyd, could be January 6th, could be something about the transgender community.
I'll give you a couple specifics. You said you think men are funnier than women.
Well, that's a very good point. Now, let me explain that one. And let me explain how the media works.
30 seconds.
I did an interview for one of my books about 13 years ago. And they said at the very end of the interview, who's funnier, men or women? And I said, well, if I have to pick, because I don't like when people give answers where people go, both, it's equal, you know, everything is equal, which would statistically be almost impossible. Men and women are exactly equally funny. So I said, men are funnier, but Sarah Silverman, who I actually did a show with last night, and Kathy Griffin are funnier than any guy who went to my high school. So I would say men overall, it has to do with trying to attract women. You know, it's men will do anything to have sex, and a sense of humor on a man attracts women versus a sense of humor on a woman doesn't attract men in the kind of numbers that we're talking about here. So I said men, but I know many women that are funnier than any guy I grew up with. And then they just made that, it went to funnier than women, and then it morphed into women aren't funny. That's what the headline was. Adam Carolla says women aren't funny. And now that's just, you know.
I'm having trouble finding certain resources that I need.
That's basically how
but other than that, I mean, I'm not.
You said if AOC were
I'm struggling to find stuff. I'm not struggling to survive. So
that's the truth. That's 100% true.
It is, and
I still got the fucking Sea Glide.
Who are you to judge political?
Hang on, I'm taking a smoke break.
Anything.
It's
very predatory and creepy.
He projects his sexism onto others. He thinks the only reason I would care is because she's hot.
These talk show hosts saying, that's so sexist, but it's just true. And because she speaks well, she doesn't go, like most of the politicians do.
Yeah, she's skilled, and she has an aesthetic, and she's young, and she's very appealing. And if she was in her 60s and husky and from Minnesota, nobody would listen to a word she ever said. She says insane things, and she would be labeled as a fat old kook. But she's very pretty, and she has beautiful eyes, and people are dumb, and they listen to her.
Sea Glide, I need to find one more part to it.
People get angry at me. I'm simply stating the truth, and it's also the truth as they know it. They know it's true, otherwise they wouldn't get so angry. They get angry because they know it's true, not because I know it's true.
When they come after you, you say, you don't care. And you really don't care?
No, I don't care because I can't control it. I can control what I say. I can't control how they react to what I say. So I can control what I say, and that's all I can control. I don't really have a choice as to what I say. It has to be the truth all the time. That's it. I'm a comedian. It's a sacred oath I took. It's what I do. I used to be a carpenter. I could go back, the day I stopped speaking my mind, I will go back.
I doubt that will happen. But I'm still stuck on you saying you don't care, because I care. But part of it's just habit, because when I worked for NBC and ABC and Fox,
I'm trying to go deeper. Ah, shit.
These videos, and I can't be fired. But I still cringe at the thought of being portrayed as a racist or sexist in the general media. And it looks like you don't. It just rolls off you.
Well, there's a couple things. One is I care to the extent that if you woke me up on any given morning and said, would you rather Twitter be saying bad things about you or nothing about you? I would always say nothing. Like, I'm a human being. I would care. I think what we're talking about, and maybe we can break it down, is there's a personal kind of care and a professional kind of care. The professional kind of care is I'm going to get fired or deplatformed or lose sponsorship or, money will be withheld from me because of something I said. That's a professional kind of care. And then there's a personal kind of care. Hey, people are just out there saying you're a bad person and misinterpreting what you said and so on and so forth. And I have essentially removed myself from the professional caring through writing my own books and doing my own stand-up and doing my own podcasts and stuff. I make documentaries that are never allowed to get into Sundance, and that hurts me professionally. But, by and large, I'm able to navigate life professionally, so I don't care. Personally, I care, but I think it's a matter of degree. I have a twin, boy-girl. Son and daughter, they're both 16. My daughter cares a lot more what people think of her than my son does. My son cares to some degree. My daughter cares a lot. And I think that's just built in. And I just happen to be wired not to care as long as I'm right. If I said no one would listen to AOC if she was fat and 60 from Minnesota, if I know I'm 100% right, then I'm done with the process. You will then say whatever you want to say about me regarding that. I've been correct. It said the earth is round. And I could have 1,000 people in an auditorium screaming the earth is flat, and I don't care because I happen to be correct. And then what about the person that said the earth is round and everyone around them said it was flat? Should they not say it? Should they care what people think? How would that person navigate life?
Well, I heard you talking on your podcast about some of this, and I too have a son and daughter, and similar differences. And one thing you're not allowed to say is that men and women are biologically
I don't want to
just
start
different.
filling up my bag with creature
Personality-wise,
eggs.
different.
Yeah. Well, I will. I mean, I don't know what the rules are. The rules change every 5 minutes. I think the rules are basically put in place to try to knock guys like us off our game because you say, Latino, and they go, Latinx, and you go, what? What happened? What did I do wrong? Oh, you screwed up. They're just there to screw people up, so I tend not to listen.
Just to explain that to the audience who doesn't follow it that closely, this new word, instead of Latina or Latin persons, Latinx, you're supposed to say, and no Latin person uses it or likes it, but that's the proper term.
Yes, this was dreamt up by white women and bequeathed to the Latino community, and they've rejected it, but we don't really care. We'll think for them. It's a very bigoted way to go through life.
I ran into this more than 20 years ago when I was on 2020, when this was just beginning, I think, and that I did a documentary called Boys and Girls Are Different, and some of the 2020 producers were outraged by that. And shortly after, I was assigned a story at Brown University where a kid had been suspended for sexual misconduct, and he had had sex with a woman who was intoxicated. And of course, the message now is you can't do that because she's not really consenting. But this woman, he said consented, she the next morning gave him her phone number. And then weeks later, she accused him of rape. So I went to the campus. I wanted to ask, well, what's the new definition of rape, and have a discussion about it.
I'm just trying to educate myself and other people with me.
But the Women's Studies Department, hearing I was coming, had labeled me a woman hater for having done this documentary saying we are different. And when I got there, they were screaming, rape is not TV hype.
Rape is not TV hype!
And I couldn't even ask people over the noise.
Can I ask you why you're screaming?
Rape is not TV hype! Come on, everybody, louder!
Eventually one pulled out my mic cord. And it was this new culture that the other side should not be allowed to speak.
I believe that they would let the other side speak if they thought they could beat them in a debate. They don't. They know it. It's not about what you're saying is dangerous. It's more like you have points and sides that are indefensible, and you're not going to be able to make your point. And this is something that goes on all the time. I remember I was watching Bill Maher's show a year or so ago. I think Adam Schiff was a guest, and he's a politician. He was kind of the tip of the spear of the Russian collusion thing, and now he's the tip of the spear with January 6th. And Bill Maher said, look, you come on our show. I see you on CNN every night. I see you on MSNBC every night. Fine, you're preaching to the choir. Why don't you go on Tucker Carlson or Sean Hannity's show? Go on their show and make your point. Meaning, hey, Dr. Fauci's thing was, the only people that are not being vaccinated are these right-wing Fox-watching Trump supporters. Well, then go on Tucker Carlson, Fauci, and make your point to the people who need to hear your point. Don't go back on to MSNBC where everyone is triple.
Shit, I don't know if I'll make it back to the surface.
He doesn't go there because he knows he'd get pushback there, and he'd probably get beaten up there.
I might.
But Bill
Yeah, I'm
Maher
gonna make
said
it.
that
I'm gonna make it. I made it.
I wish you would go on Hannity. I wish they would let you on Hannity. And he muttered under his breath, he'd been invited many times, but he won't go over there because Hannity would probably destroy him. And then there's this thing where it's like, well, I can't go on there because I won't be treated fairly. What do you mean treated fairly? How could you treat me in this interview? You know, I mean, you could say whatever you wanted, John, but I would have the right to give you my point, defend my position. You know, you could have been outraged over my AOC declaration, and I would have went, all right, sorry you're outraged, but I stand by what I was saying, and I think if you're intellectually honest, or I gave you 2 beers, you would agree with me.
It is a new thing in the media not to talk to the other side.
30 seconds.
All my career, we would have confrontations, and we'd learn from that. And this was even true, I found, at Fox. I wanted to talk about legalizing drugs, and I'd go on Hannity once, and then he didn't want to do it again. Everybody wants people who they can just totally mock, or people who agree with them.
Well, I agree with you as somebody who's, you know, debated a few people. When you're going to a bar, you want to sit next to a guy who's a Steelers fan. If you're a Steelers fan, it's a better, more enjoyable afternoon. That's why they have Steelers bars and Patriots bars. They don't have Steeler-Patriots bars where it's 50-50. You go in there, you put your jersey on, everyone cheers, and you're welcome. And I get it. That's a human wiring. I would want to go out to dinner with people I agree with more so than I would want to go out to dinner. But occasionally, and it's part of your job, you have to invite somebody over from the Patriots bar to sit next to you and watch the game, and you can have a robust debate on who's the better team.
Well, I wish we could have more of that. Let's shift gears a little bit, talk about regulation. You worked in construction, as you mentioned.
I was a carpenter a long time before I was a comedian. The first part of my life I spent in construction, and I did it every day for well over a decade. Don't whack that and put the nut on it first, you idiot. You're gonna screw up the threads.
And that woke you up about government and government keeping us safe?
Yes, to a certain degree. I mean, pulling the permit process in Los Angeles is, as you could imagine, insane. It's almost stifling, I guess. I went out to dinner with Suzanne Summers and her husband Alan a couple of weeks ago, and they lived in Malibu their whole life. And they love Malibu. And as a matter of fact, I met them in Malibu because they returned to Malibu, but they live in Palm Springs now. And I said, why'd you leave Malibu? They said, well, during the big fire a few years ago, our house burned to the ground. And I said, okay, so why not rebuild and stay in Malibu? And they said, oh, the Coastal Commission, the permitting process, you know, we're too old. It takes years just in permitting. And then they have to put it to a community vote, and it's stifling. And I don't think people understand that and how it affects the community. You know, we have a housing crisis. There's not enough homes. Homes are too expensive, right? Because we don't let people build complexes and units. It's so stifling. It's bizarre to me that California is the most regulated state. California is supposed to be the let your freak flag fly state. Like, come here and do anything. All I say to everyone, if you live in Santa Monica in a rent-controlled apartment, fine, love the government. But buy a home and attempt to add a master bedroom to it and pull a permit in Santa Monica, and then tell me what you think of the government. But listen to this little thought experiment. Harold Shelby, the great car racer, the man who invented the Shelby Cobra, he is from Texas. He's a Texas guy. He came to Venice Beach, California in 1964 so he could build cars. Could you imagine going from Texas to California, to Venice Beach, California, to start a business where you manufactured something? today.
They used to, but you're right. Today it goes the other way. And yet people like these rules when you talk about safety rules. And we have a clip from where a regulator from the San Diego County Safety Department says,
all the inspections as mandated by the state are for the safety of the public and the livability of these houses.
Here's the problem with this as it pertains to California or anywhere else. Yes, there are regulations that make sense. If you know, I used to do earthquake rehab. There are earthquakes in California. When you pour concrete, it should have rebar in it, probably number 4 or number 5 rebar spread out at such and such intervals. Because when you see these places, you know, Mexico or Haiti or someplace that have an earthquake and you see the whole place is demolished, that's because their concrete was unreinforced. That's because they don't have, you know, shear anchors and tension anchors and all thread and all the stuff we would use, which is fine. I get it. We should have a certain amount. The question is when do you stop? And we never stop. And I'll use an example of the beach. The beach used to have a sign when you entered the beach, and it said, no fireworks. That was 25 years ago. Okay, fine. Presumably someone could get injured if someone was lighting off fireworks. But then they said no fireworks and no fires. And you went, oh, okay, no cooking, no fires, no fires. Then they went no smoking. And you went, well, I don't know why that would hurt anybody. Okay. Then they went no dogs. Then they went no frisbees. Then they just, it's not that no fireworks is a bad idea, like no regulation. No, there should be some. The question is, when do you stop and do you ever stop? And California never stops. And so if you want to build in California, it doesn't stop. It just keeps going. And that's why Suzanne Summers is in Palm Springs.
And hey, I'm in Massachusetts and I go to the beach and they got a giant picture of a shark. And the regulation doesn't stop here either. Brings me to another thing you've said. The media is more harmful than alcohol. The average American would feel somewhat better giving up booze or cigarettes than feel 1,000 times better giving up the news for a week. And that is so true, because my colleagues, and I used to do it, we will get more clicks if we scare you. And it's horrible what we do.
Look at what the media did with COVID, and look what they did vis-a-vis children. So they convinced all the moms that this thing was dangerous to children. And then the moms freaked out the kids, and then they closed the schools down, and they closed the playgrounds down, and they forced these kids to mask. And
so there's got to be land, because those things have to nest somewhere. I mean, they can't fly forever.
But I tried to tell her, but the media had essentially convinced her that this thing was coming for her. And I talked to her about it the other day, and she said she was screwed up. Like, there is some PTSD because the media convinced us and moms that this was coming for kids. You can't go full pandemic lockdown if you say this is killing old people, fat people, and sick people. You have to include the kids, and that's why we needed to shut the schools down. There is no, imagine you're doing a movie about a pandemic and it only kills the elderly. That doesn't sound like much of a thriller to me. You have to scare the kids. So the media used the kids, and they would say things like, well, it's kids, the danger of mortality of COVID is slightly less than the elderly, and then use words like a little less or something. They wouldn't say dramatically and statistically insanely less. Like, it really doesn't do anything to kids. People argue with me about this all the time. You show me how many kids died who did not have a pre-existing condition. That's the number I want from the media. They never gave it out. Day one, I was on to them 2 weeks in. You can listen to my podcast. They didn't give the ages of the people who died at the very beginning. They never gave the ages, and I immediately got suspicious because it was a bunch of 90-year-olds.
And for saying this, you get trashed by people who've been your friends. Howard Stern to Jimmy Kimmel.
He's making fun of people for taking COVID seriously.
Well, first off, what does seriously mean? You know how many people said to me, I did everything right and I still got it? Well, what does that mean then? You did everything right and you got it. I did everything wrong and I didn't get it. So what shall we do?
We should wring our hands and worry more, I guess, according to them. And these are your friends. Jimmy Kimmel.
Adam doesn't believe in shampoo or soap. He doesn't believe in microbes. Yes, it's disturbing.
That is true. I'm not a shampoo. I've never been a germ guy. I've always believed that you're hurting your immune system if you... And wiping everything down with Purell is not good for your immune system. I've always believed that. I'm not allergic to anything and I never get sick. But I notice everyone around me is allergic to everything and has a bad stomach.
All right, so you take these criticisms as jokes, but one sounded more serious. David Alan Grier told Stern, you're no longer best friends because you're now a right-wing troll.
Adam and I were quite
Adam Carolla?
Not anymore.
What happened?
Well, he's a right-wing troll now.
Yeah, well, David Alan Grier's nuts. I don't think people know that about David Alan Grier. I've been so generous and so kind and had such a great friendship with David Alan Grier. He's insane. These people, their side, they had 8 years of Obama, and then they lost an election and they got Trump, and they all had a fit about it. Well, that's how politics works. Your side wins sometimes, the other side wins sometimes. They couldn't take the idea that Trump got voted in, and they went nuts. I mean, at least David did. But David's nuts anyway. People should know. I don't care. Listen, I was dear friends with David Alan Grier. He essentially called me a racist based on being nothing but kind and generous to that man for 20 years. He decided that. And people go, do you feel bad about that? And I go, well, I miss having a beer with David Alan Grier, but I don't feel bad about it. That's his decision. He lied. That's his decision.
So what's this political hatred about? It's kind of new. I mean, you're friends with Sarah Silverman.
I did a show with her last night.
But it's rare that someone on the left can stand someone like you who appears on Fox or says the government does too much pretending to fight COVID.
Well, I don't know. Some people are intellectually honest. Some people have a dignity. Some people have character.
Ooh, I ain't gonna make it.
Others just get caught up in this wave, and they're mostly narcissists. I think it's a narcissistic thing, but I can't account for it other than I have not changed any of my views in 25 years of broadcasting. I feel the exact same. I'll give you my view, and it's not changed in 25 years. The world has changed around me, but Joe Biden
That was close.
used to want a fence at the border.
That was really
He doesn't want
close.
a fence at the border. That's how politicians work. I've never changed any of my views, and you can view me any way you want, but go back and check the record.
All right, this is from left field, but just because I've been listening to your podcasts, you talked with Bill Maher about how when we grew up, we were scared of our kids' fathers. I was scared of their mothers too, and we were respectful and careful around them. And now, what happens?
Well, we were scared of our friends' fathers, just to be clear.
Oh, I thought I said that, sir.
Yeah, no, you did a slightly different version of it, but I think everyone knew what you meant. Which is, yeah, I was scared to death of Mr. Vendig and Mr. Lewis, and these were all scary guys. I would never be caught in their kitchen with my nose in their pantry when those guys came home from work. And I came home from work a year ago, and I was walking in, and one of my daughter's friends went roller skating past me in my entry hall and just said, you know, hey, Mr. C, and blew right past me on roller skates. Now you could imagine you trying that when you were 11.
And you and Bill Maher said it's because of the way parents raise kids. But I would argue it's because parents used to introduce kids to the world, tell them about things. Now our 10-year-olds tell us how to operate our cell phones. No wonder they respect us.
Yeah, and being old is a bad thing, and wisdom means you're old, so why have wisdom? Why not just, you know in your heart of hearts what's going on? And it's kind of a war on old, and that's what got us where we are today.
Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, John. I appreciate it.
I may be old, but I'm still putting out a new video every Tuesday. Subscribe to see the next one.
Oh, this has got to be funny.
Good, man. What you been up to? Hiding from the cops? Yeah, I got the FBI on my... Dude, about what? You didn't hear that? It was all over the news.
Sitting inside this car is 19-year-old Liam McCastany with one of his best friends. Right now, Liam has no idea that he is being recorded because he has come here to confess to the unthinkable.
Killing Sarah, threw her off the bridge, and never showed up. So this is like a movie.
Over the next 30 minutes, Liam will explain exactly how, together with 19-year-old Preston Taylor, these two murdered Sarah Stern. A crime they had spent months planning, all for something Sarah's mother left behind. But because of this secret recording, their gig is up.
Two of us started the video over, and then we were out.
You guys are friends with Sarah. You guys speak to Sarah. Sarah. I still think she's Princess Blair.
Her dog laid there and watched as I kissed her.
On December 2nd, 2016, in Neptune City, New Jersey, a man calls 911 to report an abandoned vehicle on the Route 35 bridge.
The Belmar Bridge being the 35 bridge?
Officers arrive, and an unusual detail immediately raises red flags. The keys were left in the ignition, which is determined to belong to a man named Michael Stern. But when officers arrive at the Stern home,
Hello? Hello?
there's no one but the family dog to be found. It's soon determined that Michael's currently away in Florida, and that his daughter, 19-year-old Sarah, is the one using the vehicle. Considering it was found on a bridge with the keys still inside, authorities are suspicious that Sarah may have taken her own life. But without a body or a note, they're left with far more questions than answers. They learn the last person to see her alive was childhood friend Liam McCastany, and around 4 a.m. the next morning, they arrive to knock on his door.
You Liam? You got a second? Can I come and talk to you real quick?
No problem.
Is Sarah here by chance?
No.
When was the last time you talked to her?
I was with her today.
What time?
Before I went to work.
So it was earlier today?
Yeah.
When was the last time you had any kind of contact at all with her? That's some later, if you don't mind.
I mean, we went to get food today.
Liam's claim that he and Sarah went to get food is later backed up by security footage, which shows them going through the Taco Bell drive-thru that afternoon. But when it comes to her disappearance, Liam
ain't making it. I'm dead.
What was her mindset last time you talked to her?
I just know she's been trying to get away. She told me she's going to Canada.
Trying to get away, okay. Canada, she's been real...
Her dad is crazy.
Okay, and then she's dealing with the loss of her mother. Her dad's in Florida right now, right?
Her dad, yeah. He's coming back today, I guess. So.
If anyone knows the details of Sarah's private life, it's Liam. They've been friends since childhood, after all, and had formed an even tighter bond since their freshman year of high school. But when detectives return to speak with Liam again hours later, he struggles to fill in the details about the previous day.
What was she wearing yesterday, the last time you saw her?
Wearing she was wearing a gray sweatshirt. I couldn't tell you the pants or shoes or anything. She could have been wearing jeans. I've been friends with her since first grade, so we have a pretty good friendship.
What's going on? Just give me what's going on with her. Like, how's she been acting lately?
The same? Different?
No.
Liam, you've known her since first grade, you said.
Yeah.
Has she been different than normal lately?
Well,
and for how long?
In the past, she has tendency to have self-destructive behavior.
Liam strongly implies Sarah may have taken her own life, and as the search expands, divers scour the Shark River for any sign of her. But when days pass with no leads or clues, detectives bring Liam in for more questioning. And while he's so far not been considered a suspect, that's all about to change with some striking revelations.
So we appreciate you coming down to talk to us. Obviously, we're very concerned about Sarah. We just want to talk to you in greater detail about the information.
This is Life Pod 3, uploading our
where she
coordinates.
is.
We're plugging some holes in our emergency free guide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't
I
panic.
live with my roommate.
Also, don't go home without
Preston.
us. Seriously. 3 out.
Preston.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
You friends with Sarah also? Yeah. Yeah, we all went to high school together. How long have you known Sarah? Since first grade. Yeah. I was actually home still for 7th grade, but we went to CCU together, Bradley Beach. That's where I first met her. Weird. And what's the extent of your relationship? I would say we're pretty close friends. Never anything like that? No, nothing like that. Okay. Do you know her ever date anybody before? No. Actually. It's weird. She just seems really, like, immature. You know, she's not interested in that kind of stuff. More interested in playing video games or something like that. Does she talk about guys? No. She actually gets grossed out. She doesn't. Most of her girlfriends have kind of left her over the years. After everything that she went through with her mom, she's continued to go through with her dad, and it's just been kind of like boys hanging out with her. And if we were to bring up anything about, she's always grossed out. Like, when you say grossed out, what do you mean? Like repulsed. Like, oh, don't say that. It's gross. Anything about it in general. I called her a tomboy the other day. I guess that would be a good way to describe her. She went to Brookdale last semester, and she just didn't even sign up for classes. I mean, not last semester. Yeah. Last year, she did a full year of school, and this year she hasn't been registered for classes. You know why? Canada, I guess. She's just been saying she needs to get away, go to Canada, get away from her dad. Is she in Canada? I couldn't tell you. I can honestly tell you that. I'm one of her closest friends. I have no idea why she wouldn't tell me anything before she left. The last time I say goodbye to her, I was just like the other day, like, see you later, I gotta go to work. Nothing. She didn't say anything. But that week, many of her relatives had been over the house, and I think her name was Michelle, or I don't know, started with an M, but I just remember hearing Sarah say, this might be the last time I see you, because I might be in Canada by the next time. I don't know, something along those lines. Who did she say that to? It started with an M. It might be Michelle, it might be Michaela. Who was that? It's her Aunt Shirley's daughter. Aunt Shirley's daughter? Yeah, that's what I know.
Liam seems to have come prepared with a story he's sticking to, that a troubled Sarah ran away to Canada to escape her crazy father. But his vague details put detectives on edge, who clearly suspect that Liam knows far more than he's letting on.
What kind of car did you know Sarah drive?
She drove.
couldn't tell you the model, but it's a beat-up old grandma's car.
You've been in that car?
Yeah, I was actually in her car on Friday.
What kinds of things aside from that has she spoken to you about regarding her dad?
I know that when her mom died, she had money that was supposed to go to her, and her dad took that from her. That's kind of been the big thing she's always said. Dad took money from her, dad took money from her.
Integrating new EDA data.
She definitely had some trust issues because over the past few weeks, she's been just packaging things up in containers and moving them to other people's houses. I actually have some containers in my basement right now. I know that there were containers in the Drapers. I know there were containers in the Reynolds house.
How many containers did she move to your house?
I believe there's 3 in my basement, 3 or 4. I don't understand why.
Did she ever tell you that her dad ever had any physical altercations?
No.
Did you ever ask?
I have. I've always told her, if her dad puts his hands on you, you need to let me know. And she would always say no. It's always in verbal arguments.
You had asked her, you had been text messaging her, and you had asked her if he hurt you.
Yeah.
Who were you referring to? You said he hurt you.
Her dad.
When was the last time you saw her dad, actually?
I already checked that.
Easily 2 or 3 weeks ago. I remember we went to a movie and I was dropping her off.
Salt around it.
Real quick, waved at him and then left.
Way back?
Yeah.
Do you have a good rapport with him?
Yeah, definitely. He's very friendly, like on the surface. In public, people know him as a very nice, friendly guy. And just from what Sarah told me, I think otherwise, but for the most part, I would say that most people think that he's friendly.
Did she ever tell you that she loves her dad?
Wish it was daytime.
Or not? Did she ever say anything disparaging about him?
Definitely disparaging.
And you had said that her dad was on vacation. Where was he?
He was in Florida.
When did he get back?
Good Saturday. That's when my mom actually went over and spoke to him. Saturday night, I believe. Or it might have been Sunday.
When did you last see Sarah?
When I was leaving her house to go to work.
When was that?
Sometime before 4:45 on Monday, Friday.
So you both last saw on Friday before 4:45?
Mm-hmm.
And why do you say before 4:45?
I just happened to be at work.
You have to be at where did you work?
Brendan's house.
Okay. What time did you work at Brendan's?
What time did I work?
Yeah.
Between 4:45, 5 o'clock, I got there, and then I was off. Sometime around 10 o'clock.
Come on.
What do you do there?
I'm a waiter.
Start the day on Friday.
Okay.
What did you do when you woke up on Friday?
Slept in.
Till what time?
Do somewhere around noon.
Man risks his life for McDonald's nuggets. I'm sorry, but I would rather watch the McDonald's nuggets one. I have to see this. The McDonald's nuggets one is the squatter is like it's funny, but this is too much. Here we go.
After a man gets knocked out for assaulting McDonald's workers with chicken McNuggets, the man's entire family arrives to continue the fight.
What?
Hey, back up, police!
Wait.
Hey, what's wrong?
Dude, he comes back with reinforcements, huh?
Pull him down to the ground for me.
Damn.
We got one fast out.
Damn.
Keep him all the way down to the ground, sweetheart. Put his head down to the ground. All the way, yeah. Hey, sweetheart.
Damn.
Hey, who hit him?
Damn, wake up.
Everybody, hush, and we'll get to investigating. Don't even have an attitude with me right now. Y'all calm.
That was probably him. That was the only guy there. I mean, she's pretty big. It probably could have been her, too.
So no, hey, relax. Hey, sweetheart, relax for me. Relax.
Oh, good.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Relax.
Damn.
Shut up. I mean, tell your sister, shut up. I'm good, man.
Uh-oh. It's a family dispute.
No, good.
All right, you want to sit up? That's fine. All right.
What?
Hold on. You passed out, diggity dog. All right, chill out.
I'm good.
You are gonna lose your balance. Can you sit for just a second? Yep. Sit.
I'm good.
Sit.
I'm good.
Sit.
Yeah, please let me up, please.
Hold on, you passed out, dude.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, you're not. You were passed out when I got here, so have a seat.
I'm good, man.
You got EMS on the way. You need to get checked out, dude.
Get me out. I'm going home. I'm good.
Damn.
Have a seat, dude. I'm not gonna tell you that. Have a seat.
I'm
Have a
good,
seat.
man.
Have a seat.
I'm straight, man.
Have a seat.
Yeah, I'm good.
You got blood on
I think they gave him brain damage.
Okay? Hey, can I get someone to let my officer in? Can you tell me your name?
My name is Travion. I'm straight.
I'm straight? Okay, that's good. He's not gay. That's the important thing. He's not gay.
Saying what? Okay. Alright, I need somebody to talk to one of the employees. He was passed out right here.
Dude, if everybody is saying they didn't see this guy get knocked the fuck out, you know he was being annoying as fuck. What happened? Yeah, I just heard a bang, and the next thing you know, guy was on the floor. Wow.
With blood. So, I mean, he had a big old knot on his head. Something happened.
Just
And he's
annoying
passed
sound.
out right there. So
Just happened,
I need
yeah,
someone
he
to
fell
talk to
down.
somebody right there.
Did any of y'all see what happened?
No, he come up here acting crazy. I don't know what's
Attack a pregnant lady?
Do we
He
know
got
where
what
the
he
pregnant lady
deserved.
is? Do we know where the pregnant lady is that he So he attacked her?
Yes, he's been in here doing the most.
Okay, so who beat him up? Do we know?
No.
Okay. Okay, where that lady, where your sister at?
They don't want to say.
Oh. What's going on? You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You don't need an ambulance or nothing? Okay,
Nope.
so you know this dude?
I don't know him. He just came me out there. He's drunk or whatever. So he was like, I'm going to go to the restaurant and get my wife. So I walked up to him. I said, stop being disrespectful to him. I guess when he done gave him his neck and he threw them nuggets at him.
He threw him at who?
He threw it at me.
Did anyone else see him?
So they're throwing nuggets at each other? Oh my god.
Yeah, the camera.
Can you put a camera up for me?
Oh
I'm
no.
not a man.
Who can pull it up? Can you put a camera up so I can see him throwing the nuggets at her?
You can have a seat on a chair. Hold on, let me bring a chair to you.
Uh-huh.
We definitely need to get you checked
A
out.
nugget
Pass
fight?
out.
Yeah.
Let EMS look at you, okay?
I'm alright though. I'm straight.
Listen, you possibly have a concussion, alright? You got a big old knot on your forehead. Can you tell this officer what happened to the best of your ability?
I just came to get my food to go home. That's it. I ain't trying to do nothing else.
Alright, it's a little bit more than that because you were passed out.
Yeah.
So what happened?
I just came to get my food to go home.
Your head just busted by itself?
So
Oh,
after
wow.
he threw the nuggets at her, because he's in the wrong.
I
He
want to
knocked
see
him
the
out after
footage,
that.
man.
One of the employees they want to see the camera.
Oh, okay. So they don't know who did it.
Okay, so
Of
he
course.
threw the nuggets. So after he threw them, he stood there and kept cussing.
He was still going on and on. He would not shut up.
So and he was
And
cussing,
he would not leave.
and he was cussing the pregnant lady.
Yes.
And then Brandon put the hands on him. And where is he at?
I don't know.
The McDonald's dude that beat him up.
I don't know.
But he's
Don't
left.
worry.
He's left.
I have not. I don't know. He on probably with his own yet. I don't know.
But he's not back here cooking food.
Uh-huh.
I don't see him. I came in here to get my food. That's all.
Was there any verbal altercation that happened between you and the employees?
No,
Oh my god.
first I was outside, and then they came in.
Jesus.
Well, how'd you get the gash on your
The
head?
fuck did she say?
How'd you get the cut on your head?
I don't know.
Because I was in the car.
He
okay.
got the cut from the car.
Okay.
So he walked in and he got cut from the car. Oh yeah.
So basically,
Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
Oh. The pregnant lady who was taking his order, he's yelling at her, you know, being obnoxious. She gets the nuggets.
He walked in, was knocked out.
So at some point, one of the workers from that team came around. They got the fight.
Well, that ain't good. When I get diarrhea or something?
So it looks like he was the primary instigator. Yes.
Goddamn scan's got me nervous now.
And I'll get the manager's on the way to for the surveillance. Yeah, but he's about 15 minutes away. But we got disorderly.
Oh, I get.
Simple battery.
Where's the big ship?
So I don't know.
No way!
We're gonna swim towards that.
So he's got a big old knot right there on his forehead.
Oh, forehand.
An employee took that straw thing and hit him on top of the head. But you can see he's got a little.
What? So they just bonked him? They're like, stop that! Quit your nugget throwing. And they're not nuggets, guys. They're McNuggets. It's McDonald's.
Yeah, just check him out, make sure he's good. He's probably not gonna go with y'all, but cover our grounds. Okay.
They hit the reset button? Yeah.
Very disorderly, cussing everybody.
Gave him a McBall.
So, do we know what they want to do? See what they want to do. You want him barred?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you Mama?
I'm the one who you say with you. So I'm.
Oh, okay. Okay. Give him a second. He was knocked out. He got hit right here. So let EMS check him out.
All right.
He's good, but
So did it happen here?
yes. We're trying to
We're
figure
going
out
back
what's
to the
going on,
Sea
what we
Glide
need to
because
do,
that
okay?
thing.
A McDonald's worker now gets into another verbal argument with this lady as she's walking out.
You bro, I got somebody waiting for you. You bro, you at work. You bro.
There's more to this. They know each other. This is not just a one-off. Yeah. There's lore to this. You can tell.
Why are we yelling? You need to just make sure she's good, so we don't take her to jail. Okay. The pregnant lady was like, I'm getting it. He kept cursing at her while she's getting it. She brings it out, and he takes the nuggets and just throw them at her, and then starts cussing everyone else out. So they start cussing him out back. So he refused to leave. So then one of the male guys
throwing nuggets at him.
came over and was like, buddy, you need to go. And they
Holy
got stuff
shit.
in, but the McDonald's worker won, and that's how he wound up busted up on the table.
While waiting for the manager to arrive to watch the surveillance footage, the angry female worker from earlier comes outside and begins arguing with the suspect's family.
Dude, being a police officer, like, I would never. Like, can you fucking imagine this, bro? Like, adult daycare. Wow, bro, like, no self-control whatsoever. I know. People are just out of their fucking mind. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them.
Okay, are you her mom? Yeah. Can you please take her?
She's not gonna calm down.
If she don't calm down, she may want to go to jail.
She don't care. She have a cat record. So I'm telling you, she ADHD. She's not gonna calm down.
You can't take her home somewhere?
Hey, she's got to go for disorderly conduct. She'll shut her down.
Fucking high. Who asked for this? A fight? What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh, now they got backup too.
Do you want to back him? Get him out of here. All right.
Get him out of here.
Hey, he wants you barred. You can be barred if you don't leave. Leave right now. Leave.
They're just not listening. Oh my god. Arrest the whole family? Yeah. Oh my god. Now it's getting round up.
Man, come on.
I'm going to jail, bro. Oh, there's another one. Getting packed up.
Look at them, two of them right next to each other. Come on.
Yo, man,
she talking shit.
I'm not fighting y'all at all.
She's gonna pet you down. Stop yelling.
Okay, here, that's what I'm saying. Y'all sit here doing that for way. I'm not fighting y'all at all.
Face the car.
Y'all don't hear
Face the car. Just shut up.
Alright, I got a laser cutter.
Alright, get in the car.
Not 100% sure what that's for. I probably needed to cut into stuff.
Much low impulse control
It'll take place on my my fixing tool.
Isn't it crazy how keeping it real can go wrong? Like, really, like, everything was fine. Oh my God.
She talking.
It's disorderly conduct.
Okay, but she is talking.
Sit back.
I'm sitting back, ma'am. I'm not going to fight y'all at all to do y'all job.
You're 17?
Yes. Ma'am, I gotta walk away. This is my dog.
Man.
This is my dog.
Man, please go over there from me. Please go.
Don't tell me the mom's gonna get arrested too. But really, like, they're all, are they gonna have to all get arrested? Is everybody gonna have to get arrested? God damn. You know, they gotta make some sales in this jail, like a family sale.
It's crazy, the ship crashed on the only land on this entire island. That is just craziness.
All there together. It's like a vacation.
Walk away.
The family package, yeah. Complete the set, yeah. Full set.
You got a rape?
Yeah, I got it.
You got that citation for us?
Oh my God.
What citation?
The disorderly conduct?
How is this possible?
Yeah, I'm taking it right now.
You can write it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right.
Poverty
When I
caused
can get out
this?
this parking lot, I'll start talking to you. Okay?
The one thing that we know didn't cause it is them. Because you know it's not their fault.
Right here should be fine.
Throw the nugget. Look. Look at that. See? Look at that. Causing problems.
Oh, yeah.
Sucker punch.
Can I tell
Wait
you
till a
something?
random dude punches him in the back of the head?
That ain't cool.
Honestly? Like, I mean, obviously you can't punch people in the back of the head. But, like, man, you shouldn't be throwing nuggets either. People trying to get their food, man.
You need to learn how to control your emotions.
I control my emotions.
You weren't doing it there.
Then why are you in the car? Why are you in the car?
Can I ask you a question? Do you think I want to take you to jail when we already got a dude in there that's throwing nuggets at a pregnant lady? Do you think I want to do this? But you're not working with us. I begged you. I said, please
stop.
Go home or go in the office.
What is this?
I begged you.
Courts.
And you just kept going. You need to control your emotions, okay? At least I gave you the respect of begging you for like 15 minutes, then putting you in handcuffs using my hands. Without having to use a weapon and bust you upside the head like a lot of these motherfuckers out here be doing. But you don't respect me back because I begged you just relax, control your emotions. We come to work, we don't want to put motherfuckers in handcuffs, but work with us.
I want you to sign on that citation for disorder.
What a reasonable, normal guy. Really, like, this is what's so crazy is that these body cam videos, like, I feel like we never get one where the cops are like, I think that they're assholes. Like, they're right. It's completely right. Yeah, I just want to fucking do this. Like, what do you mean? Holy fuck.
Early conduct, okay?
Thank you. So with what we saw on video surveillance, he was throwing food at the employees. He almost went behind there. That's why an employee hit him because it's got to turn physical between him and the employees.
That's one of those
so he's being charged with the
stalkers.
Because they
What is that over there? That's another shark.
So he just got to go to court for that. It's just a citation. Overeating. Yeah, there's food in the house. Delivers to the house. And
contained within the next 24 hours.
Still hot underwater. That ain't good.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? The food's in the house. So all this is whose nuggets were those? There's somebody else's nuggets. Listen to that again.
The lead. He didn't leave. So he just got to go to court for that. It's just a citation. Overeat, brought his food to the house.
So
he came here looking for food.
But it was the food was at the house.
And I think that's why he got upset.
Because
so
there was
that's
no
what
food.
started
He
the
didn't know
verbal
where the food was.
altercation. And then almost as soon
Yeah,
as
he didn't know where the food was.
And that's when they hit him because they're just like, hey, bro, like, we gave you multiple times and you're coming over here
Oh
trying
my,
to
completely
trying to
avoidable. There's
He's
nothing
gonna
he
get
could have
cited
done.
because we could have charged him with simple
All
battery.
right, so it blew the ass right out of the ship, huh? Okay.
That can still be considered simple battery, but to make it easier tonight, and with what's going on with him, I said,
How does he not know that he ordered Uber Eats?
And he's just going to be part of it. So
How do you not know that?
McDonald's at all.
It's got the little arrow. It says when it's going to be
Remind
there.
him of that so he doesn't go to jail for a stupid criminal trespass.
Oh, thank God he's not going to go to jail. Oh, wow. We couldn't have that.
All right.
Oh,
we got 1 million people out there. We got a crime scene. We got dude bust upside the head. The EMS lady is saying, I'm taking him to the hospital. And you up in here, we was good. We was taking him to jail. We was going to get names, do a report. We was on our way. But you just kept going. You can't do this. You cannot do this stuff in public. And if it wasn't me, it was going to be someone else. And if it ain't tonight, it's going to be next week. Because you got to fix this. You just as wrong as Buddy throwing nuggets at the pregnant lady.
Well, it turns out throwing nuggets at a pregnant woman isn't just stupid. It's also the quickest way to get you knocked.
Oh my God, bro. We need more cops like that. We do.
Knocked out in a McDonald's. Now you know things are definitely going
Knocked
down
out
here.
in
You
a
can't even go to a McDonald's and have a Happy Meal with your kid
Punch you
without
back
worrying
then,
about
yeah.
things like this popping off. Because we've all been there, craving for a specific.
All right, what else are we gonna let's do? The EA raid was cringe. Stop brainwashing kids. Strangest toys from the 1970s.
Who do you think the two nominees will be in the end? Who will win?
Harry Sisson.
Yeah, it's going to be Joe Biden versus Donald Trump, and then Joe Biden's going to win. And Pierce, I'd love to chat with you after the election. Look, President Biden should be the nominee. I wonder where Dave got his MD, where he got his degree to specialize in neurology.
So wrong.
I just find it funny how he's saying, oh, he shouldn't respect Biden and Karine Jean-Pierre, but I'm sure that he's voting for the convicted felon and the proven sexual abuser who defamed his victim, and he gives his respect to him every single day. You can check out the neurology report he had earlier this year in February, where there said there was no concern, no concern disorder. That's coming from an actual doctor, actually.
Perfectly fine.
Everything we see every day, the inability to say one complete sentence. We're all making it up.
I don't know. Watch his speeches. You should watch his speech he gave in Philly the other day at the church. It was fabulous. It was incredibly
Oh, well,
moving.
okay. Since Harry wants to see a clip from the church, let's take a look at what.
Harry Sisson meltdown.
Together, oh, at the cross, where I first saw the light.
He has no idea what he's doing there, Harry. He doesn't know what day it is.
Oh my gosh.
It's actually really disturbing to watch Joe Biden in public these days. He doesn't know where he is or what he's doing. He's the president of the United States. He's the leader of the free world. This is a sick joke, literally, because the man is unfit mentally and physically to do the job. You know that, Harry. In your heart, you know that.
You played a clip of the man sitting there. Does either Crystal or Dave look like they're out of it? No, they're just sitting there, just looking at the camera, just like Joe Biden is just sitting there. He wasn't doing anything. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is all just hyperbole. Like, this is nonsense. I don't know why we're talking about Biden's mental state when we can just look at his record, right? Well, let's focus on the policy, the results, and not just like,
Did
oh,
he just say hyperbole?
15 million jobs, historic investment in
Instead of
infrastructure,
hyperbole?
largest since Eisenhower, expanding veterans' health care, capping insulin at $35 a month. The list goes on. Donald Trump couldn't dream of doing these things. So for me, as a young voter, I'm looking at who's going to get the job done, who's going to make the country better, and that's Joe Biden. Donald Trump has no policy to run on, and you know his defenders will go around saying, oh, the felonies don't matter, oh, the sexual abuse doesn't matter, oh, the business fraud doesn't matter, but then they have no policy to even justify voting for that guy.
You know what I find quite touching, Harry, is that Harry, you seem to be the last person left in America who's actually believing what the White House is saying about all this. And what is crystal clear is that they've been misleading the American people and the American media for a very long time. Why are you believing them?
Pierce, spare me that Joe Biden is running cover and we're lying to the American people. This is a transparent administration. And again, I just find it funny that we're talking about transparency issues with Biden when Donald Trump is the biggest liar known to man.
But
He's
Harry,
one of the worst people in American politics when it comes to dishonesty.
Donald Trump is not the current.
Averaging around 20
Harry, here's the difference.
It's remarkable.
Here's the difference. Donald Trump is not the current president of the United States. He's not the commander in chief.
But he could be. Yeah, no, I don't think so. There are tens of millions of Americans out there who voted for Joe Biden in the primary. They voted for him to be the guy, and he's going to be the guy. He has a terrific record to run on.
Harry, if his record is so good, why is his approval rating at an all-time low? And why is it that no American president, incumbent president, with this approval rating of 37%, whatever it is now, has never ever won again or been re-elected with that approval rating in election year? How do you explain it if he's such a great president who's done such a great job?
Well, we're in uncharted territory right now with unique partisanship in the country. So the approval rating being low doesn't necessarily mean that somebody's not going to vote for an individual.
Nobody has ever been re-elected with that approval rating.
And we've never had this much divide in the country, at least in modern American politics.
Not only did Biden not stay in the race, but he certainly won't be president again. So do you accept you were completely wrong?
Yeah, I think I was going based off of publicly available information. All of the information available was that Joe Biden was staying in. He consistently told reporters he was staying in. He said, I'm the guy. And then he huddled with advisors in Delaware, saw the data, said it wasn't looking good, and made the honorable decision to bow out.
Blatantly obvious to everybody that Biden was done, especially after the debate. Why would you continue to pretend that he wasn't?
Because I look at the record, I'm always of the view that achievements in policy matters more than like this talk we have in the media of, oh, Biden's this, oh, Biden's that. I've met the man as well. I've talked to him. He was fantastic. He was sharp. I had questions.
When was that?
That was in May.
He was sharp?
Yeah.
How sharp?
Very sharp. He
it was around that time he was falling off stages, he was face planting, he was tumbling
face planting. I mean,
tumbling down the steps of Air Force One, falling off bicycles. He was saying all sorts of gobbledygook in statements which the White House had to rewind. So how sharp was he?
I mean, he was great. I gave him questions he didn't have beforehand. He answered them in depth, and we had a conversation after the cameras were turned off. The idea that she's just like this progressive liberal who only sides with progressives and doesn't reach across the aisle is nonsense. I mean, she's been part of the Biden administration.
She was rated more left than Bernie Sanders.
I mean, I think that if we actually look at the policy on an individual level, that's not the case. Bernie Sanders is like for Medicare for all. Kamala Harris has never endorsed such systems. So I think Medicare, well, you know, Joe Biden's trying to, or well, I guess it's going to be Kamala Harris as the nominee, wants to expand it to all Americans, not just seniors on Medicare. That's our agenda.
So her record is his record.
Well, they work together.
That's all you need, President Trump.
Kamala Harris and her campaign just completely outsmarted Donald Trump and his campaign with this amazing move they made today. The Harris campaign is so good at putting Donald Trump in these very uncomfortable corners that he just can't seem to get out of, and that's what they did today. This guy is terrified. And this is not the first time that the Harris campaign has kind of boxed Donald Trump in. They did it with the last debate as well, with the ABC debate. Kamala Harris was saying, I'm going to be there whether Donald Trump is or not, and he eventually caved under the pressure and said, okay, we'll debate, and we all know how that went. Now we'll have to see. Will he cave under the pressure and debate and get humiliated again? Maybe, but I think it's incredibly likely that he doesn't show up. However way this goes, whatever way it goes,
Trump's scared.
Trump loses. Donald Trump looks bad. And I love this for the Harris campaign. Vice President Kamala Harris brought the House.
Keep watching. Meltdown at the end.
Speech she gave at a rally today in Savannah, Georgia. The amazing thing about the Harris campaign is that they're reaching out to voters everywhere, regardless of where you live, regardless of your political belief, regardless of your background. The Harris campaign wants your vote. We just got some brand new reporting tonight which confirms what we have been suspecting for quite some time, that the Trump campaign is panicking over the race against Vice President Kamala Harris. They're not confident, and now, via this new reporting, local Republicans in swing states around the country are sounding the alarm that the Trump campaign is not doing enough, that they're not investing in these states enough, and that it's very possible, if not likely, that Donald Trump will lose these states. So the result has been the Trump campaign has put fewer resources into its ground game in the battleground states, according to people familiar with the matter. And the Republican officials have said that the Trump operation is more comparable in size to a midterm cycle than a presidential.
Not doing enough.
Reporting for this story, the Trump campaign said their field operation is larger than the RNC's in 2022. It's not even close. Like, the numbers are just not even comparable to, you know, the Harris campaign and what they're doing in Pennsylvania, what they're doing in other swing states. It's just not even close. The Harris campaign is demolishing the Trump campaign on the ground, not only in Pennsylvania.
She lost all 7 swing states.
Like that Biden campaign.
She lost the popular vote.
The two campaigns.
Like, do you know how long it's been since Republicans have won the popular vote?
Months now. Like,
that's an implication of not how much they liked people like Trump. That's how much they hated Kamala.
Rocket science. It would be amazing to be a fly on the wall in some of these meetings with Donald Trump when they're giving him these updates, because he's probably furious, and the campaign is losing it right now. They started too late. They were so focused on Trump's legal cases and so focused on investing money in that they completely forgot about, you know, the voters.
Yeah, they didn't even think about them.
MSNBC host Lawrence O'Donnell slammed Donald Trump last night on his show for being, quote, the laziest campaigner ever in the history of American politics. And he's right. We all know that Donald Trump just kind of sits around all day and golfs and posts on social media. He is not out there talking to voters like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are. But it is something that voters should be aware of. The fact that the Republican nominee for president does not have the energy nor the stamina nor the will to be the president of the United States. As we just talked about, it's not a job where you get to sit around. It's a job where you have to be active, flying to different countries, flying around the country, being on your toes all of the time. Donald Trump doesn't have that. He's never had that ability. And we tried it once. We tried it once with a absent commander-in-chief in the form of Donald Trump, and it went really badly. It went really, really badly.
No, it didn't.
That we want to test it again and see just what happens as a result. It's terrible. It's always garbage with Donald Trump. It's never anything serious. It's never focusing on the issues. It's never talking about policy or substance or anything of the sort. It's always just personal insults, rants, conspiracy theories, and lies. Just Donald Trump and his campaign are in massive...
Keep watching. Meltdown at the end.
Going for them, and we just got some breaking news tonight that further underscores this. Donald Trump's campaign is now virtually pulling out of the swing state of New Hampshire. They're no longer sending...
Don't need it.
Donald Trump will not be visiting the state there, and they're not spending resources to try to win the state. This was something that they previously thought that they could win. They thought they could win New Hampshire when Biden was the candidate, and they thought that they could win New Hampshire in 2020 and 2016, but now in 2024, it's not looking too good. But it's an interesting trend.
Hit like and subscribe.
Party, the Trump campaign internally recognized that things are not looking that great for Donald Trump, but Donald Trump has won the 2024 presidential election. This is not news that I wanted to get, and it's probably not news that you wanted either. But unfortunately, it is the reality of the situation, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Parts are not changed overnight, and you're part of the process. And
part of the problem, not the process, the problem.
Go unnoticed, and your work was not for nothing. So thank you. Now,
it was for nothing.
This hurts. This hurts.
Thank you.
This stings. This is a tough pill to swallow.
It's pretty good.
This result feels like a punch in the gut for millions of people.
Not me.
Millions of women, people of color, immigrants, members of the LGBTQ+ community, and more. We were on the right side of the issues.
No, you weren't.
And for some reason or another, which I'm sure many people
because you were fucking crazy.
That message
and stupid, like stupid crazy.
Seeing
the worst kind of crazy,
like young men between the ages of 18 and 29, swinging heavily toward the Republican Party, heavily toward Donald Trump. There is something just wrong in our politics. There's no easier way to put it.
You're stupid.
We have a competent candidate in the form of Kamala Harris, who's worked in every branch of government and has spent her life fighting for people. And that candidate is proposing real solutions.
No solutions.
To someone who's a criminal, a sexual abuser, a fraudster, someone who was president once and mishandled the major issues facing the country. Then there's something wrong with our politics. There's something that we are not doing right to reach people and convince people in the way that we'd like to. And I don't know what that is. I don't. And I hate to say that I don't have many solutions to offer right now, which feels a little hopeless. But I'm confident that we can solve this problem together. Me trying to solve it, or somebody else on YouTube trying to solve it, or Kamala Harris, or one Democrat. It's going to be solved together. The thing is, as I mentioned, we are on the right side of these issues.
No, you're not.
And when you're on the right side, people typically like that. But for some reason in this election, it just didn't resonate. And the fact that a lot of groups of people went toward Trump is something that we need to think long and hard about and ask ourselves why. Why did that happen? How can we win these people back?
Transgender and women's sports.
Know that actually the Democratic Party and people like Kamala Harris are fighting for you.
Transgender in bathrooms.
Wealthy people, the big corporations, anybody like that. They are fighting for you.
30% inflation.
Right? That there was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Jenkins,
there was hang on, Harry. There was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi,
but Piers, it's not to
hang
the
on,
same.
Hang on.
It's not to the same level.
When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters Nazi sympathizers, all that is total disinformation because he hasn't murdered 12 million people. And he's not going to.
Well,
and by the way, you all know that. So the disinformation is on both sides.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler.
The culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right? Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons that you lost so badly, I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender surgeries.
All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald Trump's presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Shank, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment. Because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it,
pushing this.
that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign...
Do you accept, Harry, do you accept that this
Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But do you accept the so-called culture war stuff that I would frame as a kind of very, very far-left, progressive woke stuff that I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more centre part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. You know, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got to recognise that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete. And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise. Take it to the bank.
So,
wow.
Pierce, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, you know, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing.
Okay, one, let's talk.
Guys, elections are coming. We got to vote in November to keep these lunatics out of power forever. We got the redistricting going on. Republicans can hold the House and hold the Senate if we get out and vote, vote, vote.
New Orleans was once the home of real live pirates like the notorious Jean Lafitte. So what better place for the Pirates of the Caribbean show than right here? The newspaper and television reporters were out in force to cover the grand opening.
1966 was a year of firsts. It brought the first pitching outing from Nolan Ryan and the first chart-topping hit from the Trogs, which was a wild thing that made our hearts sing. 67 would see the founding of the Hyundai Car Company, the invention of the logo computer programming language, and the release of the first board game that would let you sink your best friend's battleship. But wait, there's more. Pink Floyd put out their first single, Hank Aaron hits his only Inside the Park home run, and someone got the bright idea to cast Peter Sellers as James Bond in Casino Royale.
The name's Bond. James Bond.
Not that Casino Royale.
Welcome to France, Monsieur Bond.
There you go. And now we're going to take you through the news, culture, sports, entertainment, and all that was weird in 1967. Because this is Timeline.
Alright, I gotta change the video. Gotta get to the surface first.
Okay, watch out for tribbles, because this one is all about 1967. But before we get started,
it's getting hot in here, isn't it? Oh, buddy. Huh?
Papa Meat Channel, how you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because today we're talking about World of Warcraft. Play the montage.
Okay, my mom just canceled my brother's World of Warcraft account.
The intoxicating game called World of Warcraft.
He is freaking out.
They don't realize how addictive it can be.
Isn't Falstad dead? The international addiction to an internet game.
You don't want to do that either. You think you do, but you don't.
I now pronounce me and Warcraft together from now until the end of time.
Today we're talking about World of Warcraft. It's got to be the most well-known MMORPG. Which, if you don't know what MMORPG is, definitely don't get buzzy. Or you're probably young. I wonder what the median age is for MMORPG enjoyers. I feel like that's like an older generation thing. I feel like it's more of like 30 and up.
Everyone trying to relive the glory days.
You know, the glory days of the Burning Crusade and the Wrath of the Lich King and all that jazz. People who are like vanilla. I'm like, okay, dude. All right, I want to look. Can we go back to when there was like nothing in the game, please? Everyone's heard of WoW is the moral of the story. Somehow, some way, you've come across it in some kinds of different media, right? Maybe your friend had it. Maybe you saw it in the South Park episode. I don't know. You've definitely heard of World of Warcraft. It's been around for more than 20 years, and it's one of the most popular MMOs ever created. What the what else is there? Guild Wars?
Guild Wars 2! The One Piece MMO that's coming out.
Is there really an MMO One Piece game? There should be, with how vast the world is. My experience with World of Warcraft was I didn't have internet growing up, so I would go over to my friend's house that had a really shitty Toshiba laptop that still had the CD-ROM, mind you. At that time, it was like right towards the end of Burning Crusade, and I remember all my friends were playing it, and I was like, I don't think I can afford World of Warcraft. Like $15 a month. I went to Walmart and I got a battle chest thing that I think had the original and Burning Crusade in it or something. Super stoked, and then immediately I was pissed because like immediately Wrath of the Lich King came out after that, and I was thinking, like, I don't got any money for this. But it was mostly just going over to my friend's house either after school or on weekends. You would just stay up all night. I didn't really like the game. I liked like leveling up with my friends and like getting swords. Every time I'd go over, I'd just start a new character, and we would just like, my friend would take Adderall and we would just order pizzas and it'd make another level 60 character or whatever that night. I always liked instances or those dungeons. Now, I don't think I ever did a raid, like going, especially in Burning Crusade. They had a lot of cool like weird demon instances. There was one where it ends with like a dragon fight, and then the enemy has like a cool sword. It's called like Hell Cleaver. And I remember I got that. I think whenever you have it, you spin and you attack with it or something.
Is it a polearm?
It was like a two-handed sword. I can't remember. It was big. I remember as a kid though, I was like, this is sick. I used to draw it and stuff when I was younger. I was like, this is awesome. Me and my digital sword. Pretty sure I swear to God, I drew like Naruto. Or no, I drew Gaara.
With a sword?
From Naruto with that sword. Control sand, and he has a badass sword. But with all that being said, it's crazy to see millions of diehard fans who dedicate their lives to this game, still to this day. And not just streamers. Get them out, man. There's like very rabid fans. People full 9-to-5 jobs, come home and then get in with their clans or whatever, and they do raids or anything else. It always perplexed me. Even whenever like it was the heyday of like Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King, which I'm pretty sure that was the most popular time. Even then, I was like, you guys play Dead Rising? Can we fucking do anything else besides this?
You gotta do your daily quest.
Maybe the thing is, I never got to experience it with like people and be like have that kind of relationship with the game, but it was always fascinating and still fascinates me to this day. Like when I go into a stream and I see people, like there's streamers who get 20,000 plus viewers, just watching a guy sit there and like, it's just like, you look at the screen, tons of green. I'm trying to see if I can barter with boots with this guy, but it's just not. It's like, what the, like, what? But people, they love it. They love it. They love it. And I think it's time to take a look into World of Warcraft to see what makes the game so important.
I'm stuck.
Why is the game so important? Something that brought this idea back to life to me recently was there's some World of Warcraft drama going on. We don't have a lot to talk about. All right. It has to do with OnlyFans, which is a World of Warcraft classic guild that blew up within the streaming community. It was made by one of WoW's biggest streamers, SodaPoppin', and is a roleplay server with 100 other popular streamers in a race to defeat Ragnaros in the 40-man Molten Core raid. And you have awesome creators in it, like Mizkif, XQC, and Tyler One, who I am dubbing the world's greatest gamer.
I like that.
What can't the man do?
Nothing.
At least in the confines of video games. How the f you be like master in the league and then you end up like ranking like a high rank in chess?
I think it's Grandmaster in chess.
Grandmaster in chess, like Magnus Carlsen. Do you know what pisses me off more than anything? Can I say something? And you know what? Anybody can take this and they can run with it. I don't give a f. I'm putting my opinion out there. Nothing infuriates me more than seeing when I'm on my phone doom scrolling and I get a fucking clip. Magnus showing up late for a tournament. It's him doing.
There he is. The world champion has arrived. He's running to his chair. At least he has pants on.
He sits down. Shakes the guy's hand. and he like readjusts all of his pieces. It's like, dude, we fucking get it. You're good at chess. Just show up on time and get the job done. Because then the dickhead sitting there like some fucking Polish guy sitting there, and he's just like. The only thing's guild takes place in a hardcore server, meaning a death in the game resulted in a complete character restart. The absolute tragedy. My word. While this risk factor amped up the entertainment value, it was also the cause of intense internet drama. And people love drama. The streamer Pirate Software was kicked from a guild after a controversial play that infuriated the entire internet. During a dire mall run, his streamer and his 5 level 60 friends tried to retreat during a dangerous encounter. 2 members ended up dying, and the others were quick to blame Pirate Software for not using his abilities to slow the enemies. Instead, he buffed himself and ran away as fast as possible, claiming he had no mana left to help them out.
I can help a lot. Yeah. Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking?
This
Look
is
at my mana.
savage, but come on, man.
Damn. So are we in the hardcore server or not? There's a bunch of fucking pig-faced dudes that can't get out in time. I say, guess what? Restart your character. Go on eBay and buy a character.
Elon Musk.
I think he pays like Taiwanese kids to level up his Diablo 4 account. I don't know. I am totally number 4 in the entire world. That's how Elon sounds on. I can't believe that. I'm number 4 in the entire world. But this sparked a heated debate, many arguing that Pirate Software clearly left him for dead when he could have helped. What the fuck is going on? And of course, Pirate Software doubled down, saying there was nothing he could have done.
He just wants me to sit down, grovel on my knees, and be like, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yamato. It was all my fault, the mage. I won't do it again. I'm so sorry that tank overpulled 2 packs and a boss. Oh man, oh god. Next time I'll save you from the big mean 2 packs and a boss that tank pulled. Are you kidding me, dude?"
But the backlash was so intense that he was eventually kicked from the guild entirely.
Pirate got kicked? Oh my god!
Good luck sleeping at night, buddy. In a statement on Twitter, Pirate reveals that he had received thousands of death threats on top of being doxxed all over the internet, including in-game, all for a stupid mistake made in a WoW server. There's almost nothing a person could do to be doxxed online, and death threats. Seeing all this crazy shit happen is kind of what sparked me to want to do these videos. I'll be honest, I don't really give a fuck about the drama. I don't care. I really don't care about the video game itself. I'm more interested in people's fascination with the video game. It's not about that. If you came here for that, it's not about that. That's the last put a bow on that. It's done. Bye-bye. But it's insane to think that a few people dying in a video game could push a group of people to threaten someone's life, which feels stupid to say because at the same time, as I say that out loud, it's happened many times before, and probably even with this game. Sure, you can have a caveat, right? It's a hardcore server. These people's lost over 100 hours of their lives leveling up these characters, so no wonder people feel so passionate about the betrayal, right? And also you're on a streaming thing, and people are tied up with emotional response to their favorite creators and all that kind of stuff. I get it entirely, but still, it's a bit silly. We're in Silly Town. Put on your silly hat, we're in Silly Town.
All I know is that if my Minecraft server got deleted because of a streamer, I would dox and send death threats.
I was on a hardcore server, and someone didn't use their magical abilities to slow down the enemy so I could get away and they could help, and I got killed, and I had to reset my character on this hardcore server. I would either, 1, I would kill myself, or I would dox and I would strangle to death the person that was responsible. Those are the 2 only options. I'd either put a gun in my mouth and blow up my fucking brains, or I would dox the person that did that, and I would strangle them with my bare fist. And it led me to think this. If there's people that are taking it this seriously, this event this seriously with World of Warcraft, there's got to be something I'm missing with the hype of this game, with the lore, with everything. There's got to be something I'm missing, and I want to find out what it is. Which leads us into the history of World of Warcraft. Have me shoot like a spell. Like a World of Warcraft spell. I want to be like a what's the big bowl race?
A Tauren.
Yeah, I'm a Tauren.
You getting milked?
I'm getting milked. I'm also one of those aliens.
The Draenei.
You know, it's my least favorite World of Warcraft race. If I could be racist in World of Warcraft.
Gnomes.
How'd you know?
ugly.
They are kind of ugly, aren't they? So fucking tiny. I also hate seeing them run around the map all tiny and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here, freak.
You make a twink, and then the gay community stole that term.
The gay community has taken so many terms, I can't say bear anymore without somebody bringing the gay sex.
This video is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Reinventing your childhood, one bite at a time. Magic Spoon is a perfect fit for a variety of diets because it is high protein and has no sugar! And while you're feeling good about what you're eating, Magic Spoon also has the flavors you loved growing up. Fruity, cocoa, peanut butter. You know, the trifecta. All of these flavors are loaded with 13 to 14 grams of protein and are completely gluten-free. Magic Spoon also has treats! These protein bars are crispy, crunchy, and completely guilt-free. They are a perfect snack to have in the morning or after a workout. Featuring the flavors of marshmallow, chocolatey peanut butter, double chocolate, and blueberry muffin. Each bar
This is great, dude. These are my favorite things.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by Shane Gillis. He's a stand-up comedian whose latest special, Beautiful Dogs, is currently streaming on Netflix. Check out Matt and Shane's secret podcast wherever you listen. And he has a brand new comedy series, Tires, which is likewise streaming on Netflix. And breaking news, just got word, a second season already picked up. Congratulations on that, Shane, and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
You strike me as a guy who can throw down on some wings. How are you around hot sauce?
I can definitely throw down some wings, but I don't think I'm going to do great. And I'm truly nervous. I don't know why I did this. For real. I mean, you're great, but...
Well, there's no turning back now, Shane. Are you ready to get started?
Yeah. Okay. It's great.
I told you. Nothing to worry about, Shane. Nothing to worry about.
I've seen the show. I know where this goes, dude. Well, that's good.
What makes tire shops funny, or at least a setting that can hold the full weight of a workplace comedy?
What makes a tire shop funny? It's just, I worked in a tire shop in Philly for a little, and it's just crazy people working together, dudes that are nuts every day, like physical fights. Like it's crazy.
It's kind of amazing that you were able to make this show with a close-knit group of longtime collaborators. How much of Tires is scripted beat by beat, and then how much of it is, you and your buddies screwing around on camera to find the comedy?
So that's what McKeever does really well is he gets us, we have a script. We have a full script every time. And then we always get the lines that we need to for the story. And then we get to fuck around for as long as we want till we're done. Like he'll literally just be like, all right, go. You got anything else? It's like, nah, I think I'm done. And then he'll keep it moving. I feel great.
Look at those mechanics, yeah. Giving that a rip.
It's great.
2 for 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, almost every comedy special begins with a vignette to set the tone, and that can range from a comedian heroically walking through the city or pensively smoking a cigarette backstage in black and white. Obviously, there's not a ton to do with that space, but every comedian does seem to expend at least a little creative energy on it.
Yeah.
Do you think that stuff is important?
Not at all. No, I kind of get annoyed when they do that. Just walk on stage. That's what I think.
What's the internal calculus like for naming a comedy special? Like, is it something that you labor over for a long time, or is it more spontaneous than one would think?
It was pretty spontaneous. I was doing a show in Austin, Texas, and the guy who books Rogan's Club, Adam Egget. I got done with my set, and he was like, "That's the name of the special, is Beautiful Dogs." And I was like, "All right, great." If somebody else names it for you, it's a lot easier instead of trying to be cool and creative. Took a small bite. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's good. Yeah.
Yeah, little saltiness to
Yeah.
it a little bit.
My manager's here, and she's really, really excited about this. For real, she's fucking delighted that she knows how upset I am about this all day. I was like, "This is gonna suck."
You know, doing
She
this
was like,
shows.
"You're gonna love it." I was like, "You'd fucking do it." She was like, "I
Well,
would
that-
never do it."
Well, you know what? Yeah, we have extra wings, you know. Sometimes, that was a
She has
light
to.
bulb moment for you.
She's
Shane.
going to.
So in a recent profile from The New Yorker, there was a mention of U.S. history memorabilia hanging from the walls of your apartment.
Yeah.
Of the commemoratives that you own, is there one that you describe as your holy grail?
Yeah, I have a Nazi. No. I thought that was funny. No one else did. I have a painting of, it's called the Absolution at Gettysburg. It's pretty sick. It's Father Corby. He was the Irish Brigade's chaplain, and he's giving them a fucking goodbye before they all die. It's pretty nice.
Inspiring to you, or what
Oh,
is
it
it? What does it do?
inspires Yeah, when I'm playing video games, like, oh man, those guys, they went hard. It's not bad. I can do this one.
Got some smokiness to them.
Yeah.
You can do them all so far, Shane.
Mm-hmm. But I know it's coming.
Don't psych yourself out. Just take your wins as you get them over here, you know?
All right.
Is there a type of room or audience that you would describe as your comedy nightmare?
Now I do shows, sometimes the crowd's too rowdy. There's dudes that are like the whole time. And that gets a little like, Bakersfield, California was probably the worst show I've had.
What happened in Bakersfield?
It was just like dudes that worked on oil rigs that showed up and were just they were hammered, screaming the whole time. My buddy went on stage first, hosting, and before he got a word out, someone was like, "Where the fuck's Shane?" It's like, oh no, this is gonna be a nightmare. Yeah, it's a play on Chairman Mao.
Yeah.
The evil dictator that killed millions and millions of people.
Yeah, but this is like a fun cartoon cat, all right, Shane?
What's the next hot sauce? Fucking, what are we doing here?
So, you know, as a football fan, you hear all kinds of stories about offensive linemen being disgusting. Like Broncos guard Mark Schlereth getting that nickname Stink because he used to piss his pads during games. What's like the most disgusting thing you've ever experienced in the trenches?
I was not a college athlete. I played one season and quit. All right.
That's
Just
all
for
right,
the
it
record.
counts.
Yeah.
You can check that box.
The guys would throw up, a lot of puking. People would piss their pants, yeah. My friends would shit their pants at practice.
Have you at all gotten swept up into the like WNBA hype that's going on right now?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, man. I love it. WNBA, you kidding me? I can't get enough. It's fucking high-flying action. No, I have not. But good luck. They're doing it. This one's fucking hot.
Yeah. This is where the game changes.
I can tell. It's
But you're
good.
skeptical.
I
You're
eat
going
it.
back in.
You gotta eat it. What's the worst thing that's happened to somebody on this show?
Well,
someone puked before?
Not on set, or at least that I know about. One time I almost choked to death on set.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with John Bernthal sitting across from me.
That's awesome.
I took like a piece of chicken, you know, he like
Yeah.
said something, I did a little laugh, and I breathed in just a little bit, and I felt this piece of chicken like vacuum
Oh, no.
seal in my throat. It goes from like this jovial kind of talk show vibe to people slowly realizing there might be a problem. And then I remember my own internal dialogue being like, how sad a parable is this? You know what I mean? Like the
That would be
chicken wing
really
talk
bad.
show host goes out on his shield on the show on the first wing. So
If you put it that way, that's actually...
it's kind of awesome.
That is how you should die. I have a feeling I might die by choking on a chicken wing, for real.
No, I
There's a
made that
real
mistake.
chance.
I made that mistake so you don't have to, Shane.
That one's hot. It hurts already. Pause. Who is this shit for, though?
Right, like,
Who's
what
sitting down
psycho
and
is eating this? Right.
Yeah. I watched Conan rub it all over his fucking face.
Committing to the bit.
Committed to that bit. It was a weird, it was a bad bit to choose. That's a crazy bit.
Well, you know what? On the topic of Conan, you know, you did a 6.5-hour-long marathon podcast breaking down every single president. We asked Conan this question, but I'm curious your response. Like, do you have an all-time favorite mediocre president?
I think they say Ulysses S. Grant was not a good president, but he's my favorite. He failed at the beginning and then became a general. It's pretty sick. He was kind of a loser. He got in trouble for being drunk. He worked for like his father-in-law's drugstore. He was like a clerk when the Civil War broke out. And by the end of it, he was commanding the entire Northern Army. Yeah, he was a beast.
Who's the most physically attractive U.S. president, be honest?
Ooh. Obama was a handsome guy.
There's no
You look at
denying it.
young W was kind of handsome. He was charming in that kind of half-wit way. This one's called Da Bomb Beyond Insanity.
That wry smile tells me that you recognize immediately.
That it hurts. Yeah, this is awesome. This is great, dude. These are my favorite things.
I know. And all these years later, it gets no easier.
It's getting worse.
I know.
I can't take a sip.
I'll be honest with you, it's not going to stop here.
And this is an atomic bomb?
Yeah.
Nice. There's a lot of like mass death in all these hot sauces.
Hot sauce marketing is a little weird that way. You know, there's a lot of like leaning into hell. There's a lot of leaning into violence, you know? There's a lot of range over here.
I get it. It's funny to market to dudes like pirates. Pirates hot sauce.
Off the top of your head, without thinking about it too much, what's your Mount Rushmore of gas station snacks? You know, I feel like comedians really are like the ultimate arbiters of road food.
Lately, I've just been getting fucking like beef jerky. Sunflower seeds are good. Ranch sunflower seeds.
That's two.
Cool Ranch Doritos are pretty good. Oh, man. Every once in a while, you see some Dunkaroos in there.
Hell
Pretty
yeah,
exciting.
Bring you back.
Dude, we have more milk?
Yeah, we have a whole nother picture for you. Go for it.
Yes.
But I will say, Shane, be careful, because sometimes like a milk problem in this context can be worse than a hot sauce problem.
Yeah. Just drinking too much milk?
It just the dairy, the hot sauce, the chemistry, the mixture. You know, even without the hot sauce, like if you just try to crush milk, you can end up with problems, you know?
I've crushed milk. That's all I did was crush milk.
Go ahead.
I'm just...
Break the seal. You can go straight out. That's
All right.
yours.
This one's peppers up. Fuck, dude.
The bomb kind of clears the paint.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's hard to follow that kind of act.
I took a pretty small bite.
It's all right. No shame in that. No shame in that, Shane. But still surviving over here. What stands out in your memory is the funniest prank phone call you've ever pulled off successfully?
I was in college and we thought it'd be funny to call my parents and tell them I got arrested with drugs in North Carolina. And they screamed. They were very angry. And then I finally got a hold. I think I might have forgotten until the next day to be like, oh shit, we gotta call them. I don't know. That was off. I haven't thought of that in forever, so I might have just made that whole story up.
Well, there's no way to know.
That's fine. I'll do it. It's fucking. Oh, I'm scared. There you go. Oh, fuck. There's more than.
It's all right. We
Did
did
you
our
take a big
graves.
bite?
Of course. That's how we roll. Closing it out.
Fine.
Let's go.
I mean, I'm happy to be here, for real, but and you're great. I'm sorry. All right.
laughing through it. And you know, Shane, I would say, as much as you're like, this sucks, whatever, on the outside, you do hold it in, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think it's hard to talk though with that, you know.
Right, and then here we are creating a talk show.
You don't realize,
what I mean?
This is making me laugh. I found like it reminds me of you know how like every once in a while you get really when you get drunk and then
Now, Nick Shirley actually attended the entire Unite the Kingdom rally in England, and it was insane.
They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and
That's right. That's right. Shatter the Overton window. Get the info out there. Radicalize the people. This is what we need to do. It's citizens that are saving our civilization. All right, you can't trust the giant organizations. You can't trust the governments. All right, you cannot trust the people in politics that are making millions of dollars from the most nefarious of places ever. Big tech wants to import infinite labor. Okay, giant pharma wants to import infinite labor. All right, these people are not going to work with you no matter what. They will always have more money than you and more influence than you. But we have numbers. We have people that love our countries, and we have people that don't want to import the third world to turn us into a little fucking slop bucket of retard people. All right? So therefore, it is up to you, dear viewer, to radicalize the shit out of as many people as you possibly can.
us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women.
This is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting. It needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as for far right. We just want to be heard, and he's ignoring us.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor.
Today we're here in the streets of London. We have the Big Ben right behind us here today, and today it's set to be one of the biggest marches in the history of the United Kingdom. Hundreds of thousands of people are set to come in from all across the United Kingdom to come into the streets of London today. Right now, over 4,000 police officers have been employed into...
Because they're far-right fascists. They have the far-right stance of, actually, I don't like when my daughter gets raped by infinite people.
London, and they're using new facial recognition cameras to track who comes in and out of the protest.
Nice.
That is something that has never...
Let's freaking go, boys. They whipped out the crypto state. That's right, baby. They're gonna start psychopathing these motherfuckers. Welcome to communist China in the middle of London.
Happened before, and at all of the major stations like King Cross, they have new cameras that have facial recognitions, and they're tracking quite literally everyone.
You understand how insane it is? These are people literally peacefully protesting, marching down the streets to make their voice heard because quite literally the actual country betrayed them with their bullshit politics. All right. And they make sure they have facial scans of every single person involved, and like this ID Palantir ass monitoring shit happening. Meanwhile, they have no idea who's actually entering the country on these little boats. They are literally bringing in hordes, throngs of orcs, and they have no idea who the fuck they are.
Comes into this protest, and they have even banned journalists from entering into the United Kingdom to cover this event. Wow. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, has been outspoken against those that are attending this march, saying that this march is led by convicted thugs and people that are spreading division and hate here inside the United Kingdom. He called it...
Well, I hate when little kids get raped. What about you guys?
Racist, actually.
Tomorrow's march in London.
Yeah, if you call me racist because I don't like when kids get raped, I don't care. I don't care, actually. I have so little value put into your opinion of me. It is insane.
Is a reminder of what we're up against in the battle of our values. The organisers, including convicted thugs and racists, are peddling hatred and division.
Anyway, he's stepping down now.
Plain and simple.
The racist thugs won this one, boys and girl.
So today we're going to be speaking with everyone here in the streets of London to see what's going on and what they have to say about what they are fighting for, as this is called the Unite the West march here in the streets of London. How do you guys feel about what your Prime Minister said about those that attend this march today?
He's a disgrace. He's an absolute disgrace.
Yeah, bro.
So he is. I'm not far right. Don't have a criminal record. I'm a pensioner. I fear for my grandchildren.
And what do you fear for your
Yeah, Mrs. Weasley out there just cares, you know? Like, honestly, it's insane.
grandchildren?
Because of all the illegal immigrants that's coming here and they're getting everything going. I have 2 sons, can't even get on the property market.
And why do you think Keir Starmer would call people like you racist for attending this march?
Because he's frightened. He's frightened. He's on his way out anyway. And
Bro, the boomers know about this in England. That's how bad it is.
The better.
Your message to Keir Starmer?
Resign for the country's good, you tyrant.
He's calling you guys racist for being out here today.
Well, he's full of shit, as we all know. Yeah.
Now we've made it here to the start of the march. You can hear the chants already. Everyone's yelling, Keir Starmer is a wanker. Look at this, thousands of people in the streets right now.
I love how Donald Trump gets Jeffrey Epstein arrested, and then he dies in jail, and then Trump actually releases the Epstein files. They call him a pedophile, all right? Keir Starmer literally caused the rape of his nation, and you're a far-right fascist if you have anything to say about him.
Now, all chanting, Keir Starmer is a wanker. We have Keir Starmer on top of a... right now.
How you doing?
How are you doing? Keir Starmer on top of a... Do you feel like this is the great Britain you grew up in?
No. Do you think it's a great Britain we grew up in? No. Not so great now. It's an embarrassment to the world what this government's doing.
And the crazy thing is, you know how hard it would be to turn these people into, like, right-wing people? Like, do you understand what had to happen to these women to turn them right-wing? I'm telling you, man, that's crazy.
What do you guys think about Keir Starmer blocking journalists from coming into the United Kingdom?
It's disgusting, isn't it? Yeah, it's only for one thing, because they say things you don't like. They say things Keir Starmer don't like, he likes to block you. I'm surprised you managed to sneak through, to be fair, mate. I've just been watching you in Cuba.
I'm a bit surprised as well that they let me in.
I don't know, you managed to sneak
through. And how
through.
come you think here they're attacking freedom of speech?
Well, I know why. It's because they've got their own narrative, haven't they? I mean, I don't go all into it, but it all stems from after the war. They started implementing all these systems of anti-racism, and it just come to a point now where a white man's not listened to. It's not about black or white, but native people are just not listened to in the country anymore. And it's just, put it this way, there's a Sikh guy stabbed a white kid the other day, and the police...
What a nightmare. This story sucks.
He arrested the white kid because the Sikh guy said he said something racist. They handcuffed him, he sat on the floor, bled out and died. A couple of days ago. Somebody Novak, his name is, young college kid. Look it up, mate.
And what brings you guys out?
This happened, but this is like a daily thing. It's a daily thing.
Here today.
Wow, you know what it's like, mate. It's tyranny in this country. Absolute diabolical. They're against us English.
My friend, you can't keep pouring one country into this one, expecting it's going to turn out. You've got different cultures, different ideologies, and different ways of living. We want to keep our culture. I've got a granddaughter. When in 30 years' time, when she grows up, I want her to recognise the England I was born in. And if we keep pouring into this country, there's going to be nothing left.
In what ways is the England that you grew up in different than the England that your grandchildren are growing up in?
Because we keep pouring in these different cultures, these different religions into this country. And we've seen how the Islam goes. You spread Islam across the world.
It's like, it's even worse than the coronavirus. I got it. I got Islammed. And it's contagious, bro. It Islam's everywhere.
Islam across,
by the way,
Europe. It destroys everything on its path, on its way. I've got nothing against refugees coming in, as long as they're vetted and we understand who they are and what they are. Come and respect our culture, come and respect our people. That's all we ask.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of that thugs and racist, and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far right, fascists and Nazis.
And Keir Starmer has called the organizers of that thugs and racist, and has said that you guys are pushing division and hate here inside the country.
Keir Starmer shouldn't even be there. He's hanging on by a thread, and he knows he is. It's his last chance for his last chance to stand against us people. He's been calling us far right, fascists and Nazis.
Right.
Can you see?
Far right fascists and Nazis. Their political stances, please don't rape my daughter. Do you understand how diabolical this is?
Any far right fascists and Nazis around here. I see grandparents, I see parents, I see soldiers, I see everyone else. It's my grandson. We're not far right, we're not fascists, we're not Nazis, we're just people who want a future for this country, and that's all we're after.
And do you think you'll ever get to the point here where people have to actually defend the country and bear up arms?
Yeah, because nobody's listening to anybody.
Oh, shit. See, the thing is, they are one election away from a civil war. If the next election results in even a moderate retard, it's over. It's actually over. There will be civil war in England. I have faith that Restore Britain will win, and they'll manage to figure their way out of this politically, but they are one election away from civil war.
They're just doing what they want to do. They're not asking us what we want.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I'm here for the love of Christ.
Based. Oh, but he's a far-right fascist.
Officially begun. Tommy is right behind us now, leading the march. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are out here in the streets of London. Here we go.
Let me pray for you quickly. Heavenly Father, thank you for this man. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for blessing him and keeping him and continue to bless him and cover him in all ways. In Jesus' precious name, amen.
Amen.
Wow, religious people. Sounds like some far-right fascism to me. They're supposed to strip themselves from all forms of actual moral systems and embrace endless ethnic fuckery from the retards in charge.
Here we go. People in the streets of Britain praying for me.
Good to hear you. Oh my God! Take your photo.
The people of London.
Come here, quick. Yes.
And ma'am, they are calling people like you a racist for being out here today.
I was an NHS worker. I worked for the NHS. I was a medical emergency nursing assistant. I lost my job for showing a post from the government website how much asylum seekers get when they come to the UK.
Oh my God! They fired a nurse because she was upset that taxes were being used to fund shit from migrants? No.
I was sacked for gross misconduct straight away.
Gross misconduct?
Never
for retweeting a post.
Had a complaint about me ever in my life, so I'm here to support my nurses.
So you've been attacked by the government for speaking out against mass immigration?
Yes, I was a NHS nursing assistant. I was a medical emergency.
You know the craziest thing? This will radicalize the shit out of you. Nothing radicalizes women like reality. You know, I've noticed, and that's why, and that is why the college system exists in this little bubble where, of course, you can be whatever gender you want. And then the transgender picks up the toilet seat when he goes to piss in the women's restroom, and it'll just radicalize the shit out of her. You know, like, I'll be real.
Emergency, and I lost my job through freedom to speak, and I'm going to be here. I'm going to show.
Oh, but you're in England. There is no freedom of speech.
Freedom to speak in the UK, and we're going to show it today.
So you have the march coming from right here, and then you have a whole nother group of people, a whole nother sea of people meeting up right here.
That's
very
crazy.
well could be 1 million plus people here in the streets of London today. You have the police on the outskirts of the march, and check this out. They have these cameras right here surveilling each and every single one of the protesters. See those cameras right there? They use those to survey the people, and then they have the body cameras as well. But they have those cameras right there for any evidence, for any footage that they may need. Mass surveillance here in the streets of the United Kingdom. Your sign says,
Hello.
Oh my God.
Hello, Nick.
Yo.
Nice to meet you.
That's awesome.
Your sign says, we did not vote for...
Dude, Citizens are saving our countries, bro.
Open borders, digital ID, higher taxes, two-tier policing, loss of free speech, pedophiles in politics, higher cost of living, Starmer out, restore Britain.
Yeah.
What's your message to Keir Starmer today?
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Everything
I gotta say, it's catchy.
in the mandate is backtracked on. He's added things in that wasn't mandated, like digital ID. It doesn't listen to the British public. He's just had a landslide vote and he still is ignorant. He needs to go. He needs to stop branding hard-working Brits as far right. We just want to be hard and he's ignoring us.
How do you feel about the mass surveillance here of your government?
I feel like if you can do that to your own people, why can't you monitor more closely the people you're letting in who are abusing our women and
Because that's racist. It's racist because you'll notice most of them are fucking retard barbarians, and you really don't want to deal with that.
children who are taking taxpayers' money, who are living better lives than the people who are working really hard in this country, who live here, who are proud of where we are. We don't oppose immigration. We just don't want to have them prioritised above us. We're losing our culture and identity. It's not fair. We've had enough.
And why do you think Keir Starmer...
Like, I'm telling you, man, this lady was probably, like, a tolerant leftist probably 10 years ago. Like, that's the craziest thing.
And your politicians are calling people out here racist, saying this is pushing division here inside the United Kingdom.
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but I really don't. I ask myself this all the time. All I know is he's not serving the British public, and these numbers prove it.
The march continues to get bigger and bigger. Right now we're in Trafalgar Square. It's completely filled, and all the way down.
It's crazy looking at the flags. It's like the flags of people that actually believe in freedom, as opposed to like the ISIS flags and the Palestine flags that are in the anti-Britain rallies. You know, you got your British flags, you got the St. George flags, the Iranian flags fighting back against the Islamic Republic, you got the Israel flags, you got United States flags. Like, it's crazy.
Down to Parliament Square is completely filled as well. We're gonna go interview Tommy in just a moment, but I want to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, and that is Opus Clip.
Dude, this is insane. It's insane how massive this is. It really is. And this is a people that's just absolutely tired. It's a people that's tired of this shit going on.
Tommy, you've done it again.
We've done it.
The march.
We're leading a revolution in Britain, right?
From here in the middle of
You had your revolution through the election ballot box with Donald Trump. We're having ours right now on the street.
The entire streets of Whitehall all the way to Trafalgar are full of people. And what does this say about the current state of the United Kingdom? What do the Britain people want?
It says that the public are ready. We're ready, right? We've been asleep for too long.
Ready for what?
We're ready to fight for our country, right? We're ready. And what you're witnessing now is a formation and an organisation. We're going to spread this through every town and city, and we're getting ready for the Battle of Britain in 2029. Our next election is the most important election in this country's history, because the enemy are no longer invading on the borders where they are, but the enemy's here. They're here. They're here. And they're betraying us.
Why has your government betrayed the people of Great Britain?
They've tried to replace us, just like they did in Minnesota. Why do you think Somalia is the highest place in the world, yeah? They're living in Minnesota. They didn't choose there. They were put there. They were put there. So think what they've done there, and think of what you exposed, and think that they all knew it was happening, but they turned a blind eye. Well, they turned a blind eye to them raping their way through our country, because they're importing voters. They're replacing us. They have 6, 7 kids. We don't. They're bringing people in to replace us that are loyal to them, that want to be dependent on the state. Well, we don't. The far left have had their revolution, yeah? They've had it. Open borders, breakdown of the family, attacking nationalism, patriotism. They've had it. A successful revolution.
Always on it. He's right.
You're witnessing today the counter-revolution.
Counter-revolution, civil war come 2029 if nothing happens.
We need to win at the ballot box in 2029. Now, to do that, you have to get the 50% of non-voters. You need to captivate them, electrify them, and give them back that sense of identity and belief that they matter. Today, everyone here knows they matter.
And your message to the rest of the West, for those that aren't here, that don't see what's happening every day here in Britain, what would you say the reality of life is?
The reality of life is women are scared, they can't walk the streets, our daughters are being raped, they've took the safety of our nation. They've imported hostile, violent men into our communities, and then they've tried to smear us as racists or extremists for wanting protection of our women. And to the rest of the West, unite the kingdom, look at that, read that on that.
Tommy Robinson is a guy. He's just a guy. And he galvanized this. Like, I'm telling you, it is citizens. It's not the gigabillionaires and the massive institutions that's gonna fight for us. It's us. It's us people, us God-fearing patriots that love our countries and our cultures and are fighting to take it back.
that side. He says, unite the kingdom, unite the West. Because this is a Western civilizational problem. They're attacking us.
Starmer's saying everyone out here is racist today.
Yeah, no one cares what they say. Right? Look around you. Look at the diversity. This is a lovely crowd, man.
You guys are out here. You're raising up the cross.
Yes.
Starmer's calling people like you guys far right.
Oh, Starmer, he needs to go. There's something dodgy about him.
What's dodgy about Starmer?
Everything. I mean, like, he's a globalist.
And what's the Britain you hope for your children, your 2 daughters right here?
At this moment in time, the whole country's in dire straits. The government are not putting the British people first. There's no housing. There's no doctor's appointments. There's nothing like that.
Communism.
Yeah.
Free healthcare will solve all the problems.
I mean, if we were far right, how many people can you spot of all different nationalities here? We've got Iranians, we've got black people, Asian people.
Yeah.
Get to
far right. I love how that, like, far right, you have an Iranian flag and an Israeli flag there. Yeah, far right. Historically been very friendly with the Jews and Middle Eastern people. Am I right, guys?
Booyah, Starmer. Just resign.
Just resign. That's
Resign.
And
Christ is king. I would like to claim refuge in Poland if possible.
Should the rest of Europe be more like Poland?
I think so, yes. Yes, absolutely.
And with the grooming gangs that took place here inside...
You've got the grooming... I've got 2 daughters at the end of the day. Even when I was a child, my younger sister, it happened with these Afghanis. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're having people coming from...
The fact that, like, every single person you talk to has a family member that was raped by a migrant is absolutely terrifying.
Different corners of the world that are not brought up with the same morals and same values, there is going to be a clash of cultures. And this is what Starmer isn't listening to. He doesn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
We're just meant to, like, pipe down, shut up, and just get on with it. No, we're sick of it. Like, this is the revolt. This is the peasants revolting.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to keep our next generation safe for our little girls and our children. We want them to grow up in the country that we grew up in. And at times, diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength, and that's what...
At times?
We're here today to unify and say that we're not having it anymore.
Starmer is saying that your diversity is your strength. You would say it's not.
You go to the other march. That's the diversity side of it. This is unity. This is British people coming together to say we love our country and we want to keep it our country. We don't need all these open borders because it's not the best thing for us.
Yeah.
Right here it says the of Britain. Would you say Britain has been
I'd say 100% it's right. This isn't a flag, it's a true story. We've had it under the Conservatives and now Keir Starmer. It's ridiculous what this man's doing.
In what ways has Great Britain been raped?
Get him out.
Well, look at the
All the young girls are being raped on the streets. Throughout the country, it's covered up by Sadiq Khan.
Enough's enough.
Through the government, complete cover-up.
What's your guys' message to Keir Starmer? One call.
You mean to tell me that the mayor of London, a Muslim, is covering up the Islamic rape of the British people? I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Keir Starmer's a f***ing wanker.
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker. Keir Starmer's a wanker.
And why do you think Keir Starmer is such a wanker?
The way he's absolutely destroying our f***ing country.
What's been your least favorite thing that's happened over the past 10 years here in the United Kingdom?
I've seen my country change in 50 plus years. I don't recognise my country no more. But not only that is, I'm seeing how things went in a different country in the 30s, and it's happening here. And pardon my French, to piss on the veterans the way they have and persecuting them.
What do you think your forefathers would say about the current status of Great Britain right now?
Turn them over in the graves.
Yeah.
Literally turn them over in the graves. Because my grandparents fought for this country. My cousins, my relatives, my uncles, my aunts, friends have died for this country. For what? For what?
Imagine going to die in a foreign country so that you can come home and watch the people that sent you to die literally import infinite retards to destroy your country that you died to protect. It's heartbreaking.
These rich arseholes over there.
Over in Parliament. And you think those that are in Parliament, you think they represent
They are the most hated Egypt this country's ever seen.
They're more than idiots, bro. They are malicious. It is very obvious.
You think they continue to get elected?
Because I think they like it. I think they want the division. Look at this. Every race, creed, colour, sexuality, people from all over the world, all the different flags. This is united. This is love. This is everyone, brothers and sisters in arms, for one cause. Freedom. Freedom from that tyrannical bunch of bastards over there. That's what it's about. People have died for this country. They've bled, they're blood-soaked. In every part of this country, it's blood-soaked. Of men and women and children of this country that have fought for thousands of years. For what? For them bastards. F*** them.
At the end of the day, do you think a civil war is inevitable here?
Yeah, it's been going on for years. I don't recognise my country no more.
So what will a civil war look like here if you guys do not have...
Like any war, death, destruction. No one wins. No one wins in war. My friend died fighting for this country. For what? To be pissed on by Keir Starmer and his lot. We're going to take you all to court for war crimes. No one wins in war, I'm afraid.
What would be your message to the rest of the world that doesn't live here inside Great Britain? They don't understand what's
going on. Open your eyes, see what's going on, because if it's happening here, it's going to happen everywhere. Look at Ireland. God bless the Irish. Keir Miller Faulty.
Right here, man.
He's right. It's a global pandemic.
Yeah, the police officer.
I know that you're just doing a job, and I know that you guys lean one way or the other, but there's going to come a time when you guys need to choose a side, and that guy that lives at number 10 is a traitor, and he should be tried as such. Keir Starmer is like an actual traitor. I believe that he is committing...
I have never seen this before. And these people, every single one of them, can eloquently explain why they believe what they believe. Right? You compare this to like the No Kings rallies in America protesting against Donald Trump, and it's like, well, why don't you like Trump? He's already bad. He's a fascist. Like, these guys can actually properly explain exactly why they fucking hate this guy.
Treason against the British people. I actually believe that, you know, we should drag him out of number 10 and we should put him on trial for treason. Damn. Because what he's done to the British people.
Even your quote-unquote far-right fascist still wants him to have a trial. Then your average leftist college teacher is like, no, we should just assassinate Donald Trump. Like, there is an ocean between us, man. Not even remotely playing in the same moral playing field.
It can only be defined as treason. He's opened the borders. He's made a career out of protecting pills. He's made a career out of dissolving our borders.
You're a black man here at this event. They're saying this is a racist event. What's your message to them?
No, it's not.
Your sign right here says British Christians awake.
Yes. We're sleeping. We've had our language has been numbed by thought processes that self-censure ourselves, and now we've become so liberal we don't know what truth is, and now we've got to wake up to how far we've slipped. Our children are now being aborted.
We need God.
One day before birth, and we've now made this massive imbalance, and into that imbalance we put Islam, and it's been done by the left to destroy Christianity. That's the reason. We're in a hell of a mess. Hell of a mess.
Here in the United Kingdom, you can have an abortion up to the day of?
The day before birth. We've now voted for abortion one day before birth.
Actual nightmare. Like, these are actually demons.
There's one case where a little baby girl, a girl, 15 years of age, she got hold of the mifepristone tablet. She aborted.
I love what you're doing, mate. Keep up the good work, brother. Absolutely love you. All right?
Thank you.
She aborted the baby. They cut the baby's head off, arms off, legs off, put it in the food blender, hit Frappe. The police did nothing.
So here in
what the fuck?
the UK. Is
that real?
This man, you can have an abortion up to the day of birth. Crazy.
Trump, come and save in England, son.
Now everyone's got...
Trump, I understand you're busy with Iran and Cuba, but if you can make a pit stop over here.
Out here at the stage, I've been invited to give a speech, so I'm gonna go on just a second. We have hundreds of thousands of people right there. We got these lovely ladies right here, and then I'm gonna be going on stage right now. Here we go. All right, now it's time for me to go on stage. Here we go. We got 100,000 people out here, and here we go. London! USA! 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 Today I've walked with some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said we did not vote for open borders, digital ID, two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech, and politics, higher cost of living. Now your media will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't have it these days.
Uncommon, some would say.
In the United States, we let an entire state commit billions of dollars in fraud because we were afraid, our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by gangs of men, and your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic. That does not make you a racist for speaking truth. No one should have to worry about where their tax dollars go. No one should have to worry if it gets spent into fraud or not, because we should have the confidence in our politicians. We shouldn't have to worry that our daughters are having to be careful who they go around, or a young woman in Scotland who is 12 years old shouldn't have to walk with a hatchet at the playground. I've been coming here to the United Kingdom for some time now, and each and every single year these marches get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it is time that your Prime Minister and that your government takes heed to your words and takes heed to the caution that you guys are giving them, because change is inevitable here inside of the United Kingdom, and it doesn't be done because everyone should have the right to say what they want and have their freedom of speech. And may God bless you all, and thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you. How did I do in my speech?
You were excellent.
Excellent. Approved?
Approved.
Perfect.
We need you and we need Trump in the UK.
That is the end of this video. Make sure you like.
I love how like the British people are like, please Trump bomb us. Please shoot a Keir Starmer, whatever the fuck you did to the Ayatollah in Iran. Oh my God, it's miserable.
And subscribe to the channel.
It's like I'm laughing, I'm kidding, but like honestly, it's unbelievable that this is a thought process people are actually having. Begging Trump to liberate England. Bro, we should make them the Commonwealth. See how they like it.
Gaming cred, uh-oh, here we go.
We are living through an unprecedented era in gaming right now. For the first time in the history of the world, the average gamer cred score has dropped below 0.25. If that number doesn't terrify you, I don't know what will. In today's society, we are surrounded on all sides by pretend gamers, people who pretend to be real gamers, but in reality have never played Super Mario Galaxy. You see, back in the Xbox Live Go...
You know who really got me fucked up about this was Tectone. Because Tectone was going on about how much he liked Stellar Blade, and he said he played Stellar Blade, and I said, did you actually play Stellar Blade? He said, no, I played the demo for 10 minutes. Bro, these fake gamers makes me so fucking mad, man. Like, it's fake gamers, bro. It's like, no, you didn't play it. Like, if you didn't beat half of the game, you didn't play the game. You can't play 10% of the game and say you beat the game. That's stolen valor. It is.
Golden era of gaming, everybody's gamer score was visible to the public. You could just click on somebody's profile and see, okay, you beat Mile High Club on Veteran. This is an actual gamer. But today, they keep it all hidden because of course they do.
My favorite That's actually a good point, is that they should probably do that. You know how like you have like a credit score? We could make a website of like a gamer score. That's maybe China can do that, right? Because they have that whole social credit score, so they can make a video game credit score. That's a good idea.
Game is FIFA. My favorite video game would have to be NBA 2K. Been playing that for many years.
My favorite video game is Madden.
No, it isn't.
Call of Duty.
Deleted.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Actual game. Yesterday I was watching.
Honestly, I feel like there are a lot of there are the sports ball gamers where like their idea of video gaming is FIFA, 2K, maybe some Call of Duty, right? If they really want to throw down. Other than that, they don't give a fuck. That's it. And there's so many of them.
This Twitch streamer.
And
I'm
Madden,
not gonna say who it is, but
yeah,
you know,
forget about Madden.
He's going on this huge rant about video games. You could just tell from the look in his eye that he's never played Warcraft 3 his entire life. Dude was just radiating this never played a Spyro game energy the whole night. You could tell from the chair he was sitting in that the man has never touched a single Hitman game. Then he starts talking
this is the thing people get mad at me for too, because I'm kind of in this boat. Like, I spent so much time only playing World of Warcraft that, like, I thought Avowed was good. Think about that. Like really, like, and so like that was bad, right? And I felt like, you know, it's like that, but you know, people were saying that Plato allegory of the cave. I was in the dark for so long, and now it's just it's a lot, man. You play less games than Elon. I don't know about that, but I mean, like, maybe. Fuck. Like, it's bad. Like, Joe Rogan, yeah, I was like, I haven't played any other game, and now I'm trying to play more new games. I'm trying to catch up.
You know what game we start talking about? Valorant. And that's when you know this is a 0.03 gamer cred level game.
I don't know, bro. There's a lot of e-girls that play Valorant. I don't even know why.
We have got to boost our numbers, and the first part of this process is learning just how many games are better than Valorant. Max Payne, Max Payne 2, Max Payne 3, Bubsy, Valorant.
Did you play Assassin's Creed? Yeah, sure.
I used to play Red Dead Redemption. That shit was fucking hard.
But that's like the easiest game ever made. We have to...
I don't know if it is or not. I have no idea.
Expand our knowledge of gaming history. Or
see, there's the whole thing of fake gamer girls. See, like, we threw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some fake gamer girls out there. There are. There's not a lot of them, but they are out there.
Pretenders will erase our illustrious
You think all
legacy.
of them?
Did you know that before the PS5, Sony made games for a different console called the PlayStation 4? Now think on that.
Whoa!
Like EA Sports. I don't have a game, cuz.
Snoop, you got more games than Master Chief. You were in True Crime, Def Jam, Way of the Dog, Call of Duty, Fortnite. One of the stages in Tekken is just straight up called Snoop Dogg, and it's you sitting there on a big throne.
I don't have a game.
He actually does have more games than Master Chief. How's that even possible?
I need mana.
Here is Naked Snake and Solid Snake. Can you tell me the difference? We have 1 second. Sorry, you took too long. 500 cred has been deducted from your account. You have to understand that we are living in a world with gamers that don't even know about Oddworld, Munch's Odyssey.
I'm a big gamer.
You hadn't tell me what dimension King Mickey has been sealed in for the past 27 years exactly.
To be fair, he did play Space Marine 2 also. And that's fine. But he also, the thing is with Henry Cavill is that he also only played WoW. As far as I know. Like, he was addicted to WoW also. So it's like, yeah, you're a gamer, you play the same game. That's the thing.
You know, Donkey Kong specifically, like, that character, I don't think he speaks. Okay!
When I was a kid, the coolest game was Cool Borders 2 because you could play as a little alien. Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible aliens.
Let me look at some of these games.
Today,
I think I had Kirby's Adventure. I don't remember that one. I had Adventure of Link. I hated that game. I just want to look cool. Donkey Kong, obviously. What was the other ones? Ninja Gaiden. Oh, is that? No, that's not it. Holy fuck. Metroid.
Today, kids have godlike access to hundreds of incredible video games, but are misled into playing the lamest trash imaginable.
That's true, actually. It would be a really good idea for all the video game companies to collectively decide to shut down every server for every live service game for 1 year. And in that time period, people could go and play other single-player games and older games. And like, no Fortnite, no World of Warcraft, no Valorant, no League. And you have to play at this point. Now you have to play a new game. That'd be peak? Yeah, that would be the year of the awakening.
Apparently, you guys really like cats. I'm Anna, and I head up the Valorant studio.
When you are interviewing for a job, they don't care how many Valorant skins you have. What they're gonna do is ask you, what's the better bowling game, Flintstones or Animaniacs? The correct answer, Tekken Tag Tournament. Let's say you really grind it out and hit the top rank on Valorant. That's gonna net you about 42.7 gamer cred.
See, remember what I was saying before about how like playing online games feels like building a castle on sand? That's the way I feel, bro. Like, I can't motivate myself to play online games like regularly.
However, just by completing the first mission of Marble Blast Ultra, you would have got 403 points.
Jeffrey Darabensky is a McGill University professor who studies video games.
Valorant has always been trash. When I was a teenager, all I played was multiplayer shooters. I went from
I did that
to
too.
Wolfenstein to Counter-Strike to
Yep.
Rainbow Six, Halo, Gears, Battlefield.
Yep.
But looking back as an adult, I realized that I was actually generating more cred when I was 10 than when I was 16.
You're right. That's the same fucking thing, man. Because I went from Halo to WoW, and that took me out of the video game ecosystem from like 2003 to 2018. Because that's whenever I played Dark Souls. So I went 15 years in the cave.
When I was 10, I was playing stuff like Tron Bond, Crash Bandicoot, Rogue Squadron, Shenmue, Power Stone, Gran Turismo, Diddy Kong Racing. I was unwittingly branching out into all these different genres of video games, and sometimes I would get lucky and play something made with genuine artistic vision like Yoshi's Island.
This was probably my favorite game growing up. Like, I don't know if I ever said this, but like, this actually, like, I love this game so much.
What is a movie from your career that would make the best video game?
It's definitely got to be Nacho.
They already did that.
I'm Bowser, baby.
There are sections of this game where you are
what the fuck?
generating over 1,000 CPM. We're talking cred per minute. DK Country, Streets of Rage 2, Halo.
I traded Donkey Kong Country away so I could get Super Monkey Ball 2 and Super Mario Sunshine. I remember this so well. Yep, I traded it away. I was like 12.
One, these are verified gamers games with highly concentrated CPM. A player that has played these games is considered to be untouchable by the League of Gamers. When you are in a military combat scenario, who do you want watching your six? The dude that plays Quintus in Valorant, or the dude that's played through the entire campaign of Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Iron Thunder on the hardest difficulty? When you see a car crash...
That's true, right? It absolutely is true.
It's because the people driving never played Project Gotham Racing. When you eat bad food, it's because the chef never played Cooking Mama. When your beagle won't behave, should have played Nintendogs.
I played Nintendogs. It was the most annoying fucking stupid game I ever seen in my entire life. I bought the game for my DS. I got a DS kind of early. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. This is so dumb. Like, I really, no, it's a girl game. It's a girl game.
And the pizza.
It's a girl game.
Spider-Man 2. Pretend gamers are always trying to convince us that gamer cred is worthless. But if that's true, then why are so many rich and powerful people trying to acquire it?
At one point I was...
No! Oh, jeez.
You know, maybe one of the best break players in the world.
I actually own a Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
I've never lost. I don't lose at Smash Brothers. And you know what? I choose Luigi.
Yeah, right. You only pick Game & Watch.
We have something really exciting to talk about.
We're here today to talk to you about skins and other cosmetics.
The downfall of the pretend gamer is that they are eternally doomed to play games where you can only pretend to have fun.
Great game.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. It's like, yeah. Is it true Elon started his own game studio? I believe it when I see it.
Julia.
However, there is another world of good, cred-generating games like
NBA Jam. Oh, Space Invaders.
Classic.
NFL Blitz.
Classic.
Ocarina of Time.
Classic.
Oh, that's a big one. Oh, that's a huge one. That's a real one.
Tony Hawk.
Ooh, classic.
There it is.
Street Fighter.
Damn. Just some random white girl? Holy shit, Street Fighter. Dang.
Tekken.
Okay.
Monkey Ball.
That dude. I remember, so like I was playing this game with my cousins and I figured out how to do like the jumps and like, you know, finish a stage in like 4 seconds. And I remember like one of my younger cousins thought I was like a fucking wizard. Cause they're like, wait, you could do that? I was like, yeah, just fucking go off the edge and go right into it. Yeah, it was, and I remember like you could save the replays. I probably still have, if like the cartridges still work, I probably have like saved replays from like 2002. Yeah, so many ways to play. Dude, I love that game.
Watch Dogs. Look out for this game.
Oh. I remember that for Star Fox, yeah. No, it's like maybe parents should not let their kids play live service games until they become teenagers. Maybe that would make video games better, and it might hurt to do as a parent because your kid wants to play Fortnite all the time. But like, what's better for your kid's future? You know, 18 plus? Like, so you think live service video games should be 18 plus? I think that'd be a good idea. Yeah, maybe you're right. Star Fox 64 was fire back in the day. Dude, Star Fox 64 was fucking awesome. I love that game. Yeah, like, I played that all the time. My roommates are like crackheads for Fortnite at 30 years old. Well, like, the thing is that, like, I don't think that's really a bad thing. It's just that nowadays you have so much live service games that I think that people do get trapped inside of an ecosystem of one singular game, and they end up missing out on a lot of really great gaming opportunities. And I feel like in a lot of cases, like, are you really going to have the same degree of, like, fulfillment and fun playing and farming WoW in, like, seasons 17 to 18 as you are, like, playing 5 other single-player games that are, like, you know, really good experiences? And, like, for some people, the answer to that is yes, right? But I think that for many of them, a habit gets created where people just keep playing the same games over and over, and they don't try new games. That's why I've been trying to actively play games and do other things myself. Online games are way different than they used to be. Yeah, they definitely are. Of course they are. Mortal Kombat, bro, it's subjective. Well, I know it's subjective, but I do think that, like, and I'm talking about myself, right? I mean, this is mainly me. This is what I think. This is how I feel more than anything. So yeah, people are just under copium when playing competitive live service games. Yeah, I just don't really see how that's going to be interesting. Wasn't Monster Hunter one of those games? It was. Like, what would it be like if I never played Monster Hunter, right? I mean, because I think about that. Because, like, that game was fucking amazing. Like, I played that game pretty much non-stop for a month straight. I logged 150 hours into it in like a month. It was nuts. You can't cheat in single-player games? Well, yeah, you can. You've got plenty of cheats in single-player games. A lot of League and Overwatch friends literally never try to earn anything in any one game they play. It's actually so depressing. Yeah, I guess so. The fact that the wealthiest man in the world had to pay people to play so he could pretend to be a gamer is all the proof I need that gamer credit is more powerful than anything. Well, it's that gamers, people might not understand this yet. So I'm going to say something that is going to make people mad. I think that the gamer ripple effect from, let's say, Gamergate actually did have a second or third or fourth order effect that ended up getting Donald Trump elected. I do. I think that it radicalized a lot of young guys and they were fucking annoyed by it. Absolutely. And, like, now I'm not going to say, but, like, it did, because it got them out of their cave. It got them out of the grandma's basement, and they went down to the voting booth, and they voted against whoever the fuck is gonna make their main new character a girl. You want to make it? Oh wow, you're gonna cover up her cleavage? Okay, well I'm gonna cover up your chances to be an elected representative. Absolutely, that's what happened. Now I'm not saying it was a big effect, but I'm saying it happened, and I'm saying it mattered. That's it. Most guys voted Trump. They did. And most players of, like, actually serious video games are guys. Like, abso-fucking-lutely. That has to be the most retarded take. Okay. Explain why. Let me play through Yoshi. Maybe I should do that. Explain why. No, you're not going to get banned. It's not a retarded take. I unironically believe this. I'm not joking around. I actually think this played a role. Now, was it the biggest role? No, it was not. I think that policies and things like that are more important. But it was important. You won't get banned. You recommended Yoshi's Island. That's on. If by the way, if he didn't type that, he would have gotten banned. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, there it is, right? And concepts of the plan are important, right? I wonder how many people use 4chan? Yeah, you've got a lot of these people. This guy's not responding, it doesn't really matter. But anyway, we got a funny poster to keep him safe. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, kid thinks boomers don't know what good games are, proves he has no idea. Yeah, exactly. And I think this is what's going to happen. It might be retarded, but it's true. That's another big thing, is that people think that just because something is stupid, that it's not true. I actually think the opposite. If you hear something really, really stupid, that's probably what the truth is. That is. It is. That's probably what it really is. I don't think people are motivated to vote because of the censoring of games. I do. I do. I think that everything has an effect like that. And the reason why, and so this is the meta level reason why. It's because guys that see that, they see a group of people that are coming into their space, that are changing their space in a way that these guys don't want, don't like, and don't agree with, and never consented to. And they're going to do whatever they can to say fuck you to those people. Absolutely. And all of those people are very politically minded. They're very socially active. And that's the reason why it would happen. Dude, they're motivated, chatter, look around. Yeah, think about it, bro. Like, gamers are one of the strongest audiences that there is. Like, we just have to understand that if we can collectively get together and mauled out about something, we can change the world. That's all I'm saying. We can. Now, the only thing that we can't change is microtransactions, because gamers are also stupid, but you can direct that stupidity towards something else.
Now, Mr. Asmongold over here, he realizes that we're actually in an assassination culture, and there have been threats made on his life too. A lot of them, actually, that even I have seen. All right, just to understand the culture that we're living in, we are living in a culture where half of the country thinks it's morally acceptable to kill the people you don't like. That is what they believe, even though they say that they don't. Their words actually they mean nothing, because they don't believe in anything that they say. Their words are weapons, and don't fall for that garbage, all right? Listen, man, I'm just being real here. They use words to deceive and destroy you, and it's actually that simple.
Assassination culture, that's what I'm calling it. It's bad now, and it's gonna get a whole lot worse.
God, I love how he looks like some sort of hermit that rakes in $50 million a year.
I want to make this video because in 2, 5, 3, 10 years from now, I want to be able to go back to this video and say, see guys, I told you so. And if I'm not right, I'm going to delete the video. So anyway,
the legend,
this
the
has
goat.
been, I think, escalating. It's been going crazier.
Bro, this is literally how Muhammad prophesied shit in the Quran. I'm going to make a prophecy, and if it's not true, just delete this part. Oh my God.
Crazier. We've had now the 3rd or 5th, or I lose count, how many attempts on Donald Trump's life. Somebody, well, I'm really mad, I'm gonna shoot the president. Oh boy. That's gonna solve all your problems.
True.
And so you have these people that are doing this, and this is really, really escalated ever since.
I mean, I really think that victim mentality is just so accepted everywhere right now. It's so sad. It really is. Black people can't succeed because of the white people can't succeed because of the Jews can't succeed because of the Muslims can't succeed because they keep bombing people all over the place and people don't like that so much. The men can't succeed because of women, the women can't succeed because of men. It's honestly diabolical. And you know what the solution to all your problems is? Well, if you believe in God, you pray, and if you don't believe in God, I guess you try to kill the president of the United States. Alright, that was a joke.
And I mean, let's be honest here, it's been escalating ever since BLM. That's whenever being crazy.
Straight facts, because ultimately, law and order keeps our country alive. It does. And if you don't have law and order, then wait a second, you can get away with literally everything. And they got away with literally everything, and therefore everyone's like, hold up, we can just do shit now.
The retard became the socially acceptable thing to do.
Correct.
And now everybody's a crazy retard. And these are people who think that they are fighting for civil rights. It's like, you know, you're not Rosa Parks sitting at the front of the bus whenever you're burning down an Uber driver's Tesla.
I mean, that Rosa Parks story was whatever. We don't need to get into the veracity and the verification of Black history, okay?
Elon Musk made you mad. You're not fighting for civil rights, you're trying to take them away. Everybody wants to have an election, you don't like the way it turns out, time to burn everything down. Well, can you imagine what it would be like if everybody did this? Oh my god. It would be crazy. And this is the...
Yeah, they're illogical psychopaths, but they're also evil. All right, let's not forget that part.
Form of third worldism, and I talk about this a lot. I'm still on Twitch now. And I talk about this, though.
He got banned for that.
Because this is the mentality of when the existing systems do not create the outcome that you like, even though all of the systems are working properly, you're being represented, you just simply don't have the numbers to achieve your goals. Whenever this happens to you, the result is not, well, I guess I have to work harder, I have to get more people to agree with me. No, the result is, now I'm going to set something on fire. I'm going to try to shoot somebody.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to cause some sort of I'm going to stand, get this, guys, I'm going to stand in the middle of the road for Iran.
That's right.
Thank God. That's going
right.
to save them.
Yes.
Oh, for sure.
All the pedophiles in Iran that are getting blown up by Donald Trump, they are so grateful for every single blue-haired, nose-ringed cow standing in the middle of the street.
Sure, exactly. And if anything, it's going to make the gas prices go even higher. So anyway,
True,
this is what I think
actually.
is happening, is that people have socially normalized the act of bad behavior, violence, aggression, hostility, and they've done so.
A big part of that is because of lack of consequence. Another big part of that is because these are immoral shitlibs. These people are immoral retards. They're psychopaths.
With a righteous indignation.
And also they're lied to, right? They're like, it's on every single level. Right? You got the propaganda wing of the left, which is like the media, and they convince you that Donald Trump is a dictator, king, evil, war criminal guy or whatever. Right? Then you get the dipshits on the bottom rung of the ladder being like, holy fuck, it's moral to kill him because I don't like him.
That has enabled them to justify doing so as being the heroes of their own story. Is it too many Marvel movies? I don't know. But it's too many something. Maybe it's too many antidepressants. I have no idea, but I know it's a big issue.
I think it's too little God. But you know, to each their own. Everyone has their own solution.
And I think I know where things are going with this. Because we can't live in a society that's like this. You can't have a society where people steal things, people are being violent randomly, and people decide to kill elected representatives.
Yeah, hot take, we actually should just enforce laws that exist. I feel like that would be very effective in a large way to actually shut this shit down. All right, you're part of some sort of giant riot that's lighting shit on fire or whatever. You're contributing to it. You are part of a domestic terror movement. You need to go to jail. I actually think this would solve a lot of issues. You know, people would really stop doing that. People would stop going to violent riots that are firebombing police officers if every single person in that riot was immediately picked up and thrown into jail. I'm not lying. I really think that would solve the issue a lot. And I think that this works almost all the time. If you're actually going hard about it, you incite violence, okay, jail. All right, great. You won't be inciting violence again, and neither will your friends, because you just went to jail. I really feel like enforcing laws is pretty awesome and moral. All right. In fact, the perfect system ever, in my opinion, is the one God gave us. When it's like, oh, the guy kills someone, you execute him. Okay, awesome. The guy stole shit. Okay, all right. He has to pay back double whatever he stole. Oh, he can't afford to pay it. All right. Put him in indentured servitude to work off his debts. Based. No one would steal at all. No one would steal. Problem solved. You know, it's almost like enforcing laws is actually fucking awesome.
If you want a country like that, go to Africa. There's plenty of them. They're called PvP servers. I preferably don't want to be on one. So these people are trying to turn our normal country, and this is happening in Europe too. So if you're European, and you're like, well, this doesn't apply to me. We don't have this problem. They're driving through the fucking crowds with trucks instead of guns. Oh wow, that's so much better.
Yeah, they're like, we have no gun deaths. Yeah, we have a stabbing every single day, but we have no gun deaths.
Guys have problems.
Good job, England.
This is a problem inside of all of Western civilization. civilization,
Yep.
because I think,
in my opinion, and this is I don't want to be rude here, and I feel like this might offend some people, but I'll be real. The positive forgiveness and graceful tendencies of Christian nations were being manipulated by largely feminists and retards, and I feel like that leads to every single issue in modern Western society.
I think that we have culturally not been willing to just put our foot down with these fucking freaks. These absolute...
And again, I think that is, first of all, what I said, that we need to enforce laws, but also that is exactly an absolute offshoot of this feminist bullshit that I was just talking about. It's literally a direct offshoot of it. Absolutely. Oh, we have to have mercy for the criminals, mercy for the terrorists, mercy for the pedophiles, release them all. Oh, he didn't understand that rape is bad. He's from Somalia, where they rape all the time. They love rape there. Generational, genetic rapists or something. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on over there. I don't get involved. But we have to release them from jails forever. And this is literally what we're dealing with here.
Fucking deranged, mentally ill, violent, psychotic freaks that need to be put in a mental institution and locked up indefinitely. And everybody else, by the way, if we did this, everybody would be living in paradise. Everything would be great. Everything would be amazing. Oh, wow.
I'm sure we'd find some other issue, but this would solve almost all of our problems, for sure. It's actually incorporating the laws that exist, but actually doing that.
I go to CVS. Oh, I want to buy a candy bar. Well, let me go speak to the manager's manager so he can get the special key that was made by, the Wizard of Oz.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I went to Blue States. And I went to Target, and I'm like, I would like to buy, I don't remember what it was, like a deodorant or something. And they're like, the person working there didn't have the key. They had to call the special fucking guy to get the key to open the shit for the thing. Are we being serious, man?
To open it up for me to get a Reese's peanut.
I've been in California when I was like actually branching out about this. But to unlock special doors for the fucking underwear aisle, like there is an issue, man.
No, I don't think so, guys. And before you say, oh, well, they're stealing because they're poor.
Not an excuse. Sorry, we are the richest we've ever been in all of human history. Don't care. Shut up. No one's dying of hunger. That's one. And two, literally, and I mean this with love in my heart, it's not an excuse, because stealing is inherently immoral, and I don't care about how many Hassan Pikers talk about how stealing is actually good and awesome because of social murder or whatever the fuck. No, get out of here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't eat makeup, all right? No, they're not. They're stealing because they can and because they're getting away with it.
Also true.
And so we have a world where we have enabled and allowed this completely destructive behavior because people have been mentally guilt-tripped and emotionally manipulated into thinking that this is somehow the only outcome that a person can have. Well, I had things hard as a kid. That means I steal Kias and I drive them down the highway at 150 miles an hour. Well, you know what? My dad wasn't around, so that means I get to burn down the 7-Eleven.
That's right.
I don't fucking think so, guys.
That's right. That's because the victim culture that exists is like, it's this oppressor versus oppressed narrative that the neo-Marxists keep trying to push literally everywhere. And it's evil because it's not moral, because its morality is founded on preferences and subjective bullshit, and there is no such thing as subjective morality. Period. All right, morality is objective. If you don't like it, lump it and move to Africa. True. Exactly. There you can have your subjective morality. Okay? Move to a PvP server if you want your subjective morality.
I don't. And I don't think anybody else likes this either. I have what I call the 7-Eleven Eclair Index. Let me explain what that is.
All right, let's go.
We all know 7-Eleven Eclairs, right?
Yeah.
Right? I think we all... hopefully I'm not the only fat piece of shit here. I'm not fat, I'm trans fat, but it's the same thing. And you go to 7-Eleven, and they have the Eclairs in the little bakery goods thing. Well, I've found that if you want to go late at night and you want to get one of those Eclairs, you have to go to a 7-Eleven that doesn't have any hobos or anybody around, like any of these random, somebody's talking to their knife. There's not going to be any Eclairs in that 7-Eleven. Let me tell you that.
That's true.
And so nobody wants to be around this shit. Nobody wants to deal with this, but nobody wants to say it because they've created this sort of like, some sort of moral cachet in complete societal dysfunction.
That's right.
And I think that it's reaching a fever pitch.
I think it's toxic femininity, honestly. I think it's this hyper-feminized worldview about how actually you're the oppressed one, so therefore you deserve to rape me. And I don't believe in that at all.
I think if they ever succeed, oh, let's say you shoot Trump. Oh, yeah, all your problems are going to go away now with President J.D. Vance. Yeah, oh, you should shoot him. Oh, well, now you've got Marco Rubio. It's not going to work, right? You're going to have to shoot a lot more people than that, right? And my opinion...
Half the country.
You know, this is let's not shoot anybody. How about just bring a better candidate next time and get more of your guys out to vote, and maybe something will happen that's in your favor. But, oh, well, we can't do that. And so anyway...
Well, you understand that in the leftist mind, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy and he's a dictator, right? Like, understand that, right? Understand that they think he's immortal, right? Listen, everyone's like, oh, the MAGA people, they worship Trump. No. It's the leftists that think he's God and that he's somehow, like, infallible and this transcendental being that could just exist for eternity to destroy our country. They're the people that believe that, which is why they think they have some sort of moral obligation to stop it.
This is what I think things are going, is that we are reaching a position where there is so much just day-to-day societal dysfunction, just average dysfunction. Like, you go to the store. Like, I went to Walmart. and I went to buy a pack of underwear. Now I'm a 35-year-old man. This doesn't embarrass me anymore because, you know, I've got a few gray hairs. But if I was 18, I would have been mortified by this. The woman had to unlock the underwear case.
Yeah.
Pull out the underwear, and I said, okay, can I have them? She says, yes, you can have them. I have to walk them up to the fucking register.
No.
And of course, you know, you have like 17 different registers at the Walmart.
Oh my God, bro, Texas. This happened to Texas? I mean, I know he's in like Austin, right? That's like blue Texas, but that's a knife in the heart.
3 of them, no, that's not true. 1 of them is open. And so I have to go there. I'm sitting in this long line. And she says, yeah, he's buying underwear. These underwear are for him. And it's like, oh my God, this is, it's mortifying. It's embarrassing, right? And again, like, it's the kind of thing that, you know, you get old enough and you just laugh at it. But whenever you're younger, it's ridiculous. And I still laugh at it. But it's for a different fucking reason. I'm mortified for a different reason. I'm mortified that I'm living in a minimum security prison. The entire world is being turned into a minimum security prison so we can accommodate the bottom 2% of the bad actors in our society. Everybody has to live in this because we don't want to put them in it. It drives me fucking crazy. It makes me so angry. And I think people are getting tired of this.
True.
I think eventually what's going to happen...
The Law and Order candidate's going to win the next election. And I don't know who it is. I don't know. Because obviously you're going to have the leftists that are saying we're going to jail the corruption on Trump's side. You're going to have the right-wing people saying that actually stabbing people in public is not a very nice thing to do. All right. And then ultimately, it's the Law and Order candidate that's going to win the next election.
There's going to be somebody that runs for government, somebody that runs for office.
That's right. We're going to get ourselves a Bukele or something that's going to finally fucking obliterate the judge cartel. It's going to happen. A lot of people think that, oh my God, I'm so black-pilled, the left wants to kill us. True, they do. Absolutely, that's not a lie. However, don't get too black-pilled, all right? The white pill is that we are waking the fuck up in droves and we're tired of this shit and we're going to tear this shit down. We're going to elect radical fucking retards that are going to do this, all right? And don't get me wrong, it's going to happen.
Says, I'm going to stop this. And they will.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be a good...
He's going to cry, and they're going to call him a dictator, and he's going to say, I don't care what you call me. Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. And he's going to put them in jail, and it's going to be great.
Thing. And the thing is that, and everybody will be happy for this, because you have to remember, it was Benjamin Franklin that said, the people who desire safety over freedom deserve neither, right? Or something, some variation of that, right? Well, this is the problem with what Benjamin Franklin said. Back then, they didn't have universal suffrage. Now they do. And everybody can vote. But most people are going to choose safety every single fucking time. So we have a society of people that will, I think, whenever the time is right, willingly and beg for minority report. And not, I don't mean...
Yeah, we are going to eventually, and this is going to be one of the biggest cataclysmic shifts in the country, and we'll never go back after this. We are going to vote out democracy at some point. And I'm excited for it, because democracy is kind of bullshit.
Reporting a black person. I mean the movie. I'm talking about somebody going and actually having, you know, like databases on them, like eye tracking. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they're now mandating, you know, cameras in cars now to be able to detect and turn on and turn off cars at will.
And by the way, a ton of Republicans voted for that shit.
able to detect things like drowsiness and other types of inattentive driving behavior. So this is where things are going. And the problem is that if you have enough drunk driving, and if you have enough texting and driving, and you have enough of everything in between, you're going to have people that are asking for that. And I think that's the world that we're going towards. And I think this is a very sad thing. I don't want to live in 1984. I don't want to live in, I mean, honestly, in some cases, and I think a lot of people, like I was say, I don't want to live in China. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, if you look at Dubai, if you look at China, you look at Singapore, and you look at El
Up on crime.
Salvador now, you go Google Maps, and I'm not saying everywhere, but many of these places, they're very nice, and there's not shit everywhere.
Because they fucking obliterate crime. That's it. They actually have law and order, and they've turned society into paradise.
And there aren't a bunch of people sitting around, having a fire with plastic and tires. And so this isn't happening, and they're like passed out like fent zombies. And so I think that what's happening is that this is either a colossal amount of mismanagement that is so bad that it will be seen historically as like an age of decline, or it is being done intentionally. This dysfunction, this unrest.
I think so for sure. Of course it's... What are we even talking about? This could get solved. We could do things, actually. The fact that we're deciding not to do things is very obvious, and it's because the left wants power. So they import infinite retards, they turn up the temperature forever, all right, kill your opponents and stuff like that. They have no moral grounding, so they're more than happy to do that. And then you're going to have this entire gaggle of dipshits that are brought in from third world countries that are all going to vote for leftists, that are going to bring in more of their cousins from third world countries. All the criminals are going to vote for leftists because they want the free shit, so the criminals want to be able to vote. The criminals don't want to go to jail. The drug addicts want more drugs. The poor people that don't want to get a job, they want to get free shit from the rich people, right? So they are literally pandering to the lowest forms of society possible in order to rig elections, to win and to gain power. So of course it's done on purpose. Every single person that gets away with a crime is gonna vote left. All of them.
All of these problems are being done intentionally so they can manifest the reality of the next police state, the Patriot Act 2,
that's happening.
The furthering of the reduction in privacy. Do you want to be texting your friend? And
look, man, England is starting to jail people for emojis that could be constituted as hate speech. All right, it's gonna happen here. We let the left keep doing its shit.
And you make a joke, and it's about something blowing something up, and then immediately you have the police coming, and they're shutting down your service because it's been AI parsed, and they have like a complete apparatus, and they're using telemetry, and they're trying to figure out, oh, wait a minute, this guy, I think he's the one. This could be Al Qaeda. He could be radicalized. It could be one of those incels.
I love Al Qaeda.
Bomb. And then before you know it, you're on a list and you can't use an airplane.
Look, we're making these jokes. They're arresting people in England for like making jokes and shit in private too. Like private WhatsApp messages got people in jail already in England. Like, this is so inevitable.
And no,
if we let the left keep winning.
I don't want to be in that world. I don't want to live in that world. It's ridiculous. But the problem is that because we're not taking reasonable countermeasures to solve this, I think that the only outcome is that we will have an unreasonable consequence for not solving it because it will be solved in a more extreme way. Fundamentally, this type of lifestyle cannot continue. This level of dysfunction cannot continue. You can't have people that are just stealing things wantonly out of every store. Stores are going to be closing, and they already do. And then what happens when that happens? Well, people lose their jobs. What happens when they lose their jobs? Well, they're stealing from the remaining stores. So then the remaining, you see how this happens. You see, this is the third worldism that I'm talking about. We can't live in this world. This isn't...
And we're importing people with that ideology. And of course it affects people. And colleges teach it. And communism is this.
...to work. And so my plea and my ask for so many people, and these are people in the government, people that listen to me and everybody, is that please stop allowing our culture to be colonized by absolute fucking savages. Why are we allowing ourselves to be totally ruled over by the bottom 2% of people that should be locked in a box for the rest of their life? At least. And this is the thing. I think that this is the most reasonable and the most acceptable way to do this. And the reason why is because if we don't have that, those people rule over you. They rule over you.
Of course they do.
I don't think you're going to have some big mass...
and the entire culture will get together, patting each other on the back. This is the toxic feminine bullshit about how, you know, the one girl, you know, sleeps with somebody, and then the rest of the class all calls her a whore, even though they're all also sleeping with people, and they're all patting each other on the back for calling her a whore. And then one person doesn't want to sleep with people, and they're all laughing at her for being a prude. It's the same shit, and we're dealing with this on a cultural level because we have unchecked female, toxic, feminine garbage polluting everything, right? And then too, by the way, we have these feminized manlets, these beta cucks wandering around, hucking around as much as they possibly can to basically please their overlords. Maybe they will give them some attention or something to make them feel not completely pathetic and miserable.
Class awakening. You're not going to have the communist revolution. No, in worst case scenario, the rich people will pay half the poor people to kill the other half. So I'm not really getting excited, and I don't think you should either. I always see all these people on TikTok and stuff like that. I get this stuff sent to me, and they're saying, well, I can't wait for the revolution. And somebody has a, you know, like a 9mm gun and a Kevlar vest that they got off of Temu. Oh, yeah, you're definitely ready for the revolution, buddy. So we have this overwhelming just sense of just complete hubris and bravado that people have on these social media apps. Like, this is going to be anything other than a complete crime against humanity. And all I'm saying is that I would rather this problem be a page in the history books instead of an entire chapter. And I think we're moving towards the chapter. Please, can we please just fucking... Can we get these crazy people under control before we all have to be under...
For the love of God, we have laws. Enforce them. Please. Please! But the left doesn't believe in it, because they actually don't believe in law and order, because they don't believe in some sort of objective moral framework. So they completely reject the notion of laws being applied equally to everybody. If they claim they're for equality, they're not. It's all a manipulation, and so many people are falling for it. They're like, oh, we need to unite. It's an ideology that needs to be destroyed. It needs to be eradicated from this entire country. Completely. Shamed and humiliated.
Control, can we please do this? And I had to make a video and talk about this because it's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous what's going on and how we've allowed this to happen. And I want to make this is a plea to everybody. This is a very important value system that I have. I think this is the core tenet of Western civilization. What is Western civilization? Roman law, Greek philosophy, Christian morality. That's what it is. Is there deviation? Absolutely. Is that the rule? Yes, it is. And I would like to go back to that.
Well, we're importing people that don't believe in that at all.
I would. I would like to go back to that, and I'd like to live in a place where I don't have to go through checks and balances to purchase underwear at Walmart. So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video in light of the recent assassination and the other amounts of just complete and total unrest that I've seen recently.
Yeah, and one thing that he's not saying, which obviously is true, everyone's getting death threats. Maybe on the left also, I don't know, I doubt it. But everyone on the right is, and everyone I speak to is, all right? I know I am. Nick Shirley just made a video of people, you know, trying to kill him. Asmongold is talking about this because he probably sees it firsthand, the amount of death threats he gets. I see them, they're public. Absolutely nothing's getting done about any of this. It is not protected by freedom of speech, and it's honestly, it's an insane environment to exist in. It's like we're living underground, taught by an entire civilization that there is no such thing as sky. And if you question that, you're a fascist Nazi that's morally acceptable to kill. Now, the solution to this, ironically, I think, is a lot more straightforward than everyone's saying. All right, you know, we need infant voting and policies and radical politicians. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. There is a very fundamental solution to this, which, in my opinion, is we need to become strong men. We need to actually become powerful fucking people. We need to actually become moral, good, thought out, intelligent people that are successful, that get married, that have children, that raise them well, with good values and good ideologies. You know, it's funny watching everyone crap all over religion, but if you actually follow the words of God in the Bible, it will lead you to the best lifestyle you could possibly imagine. Criminals go to jail, people get married and have families. It's honestly incredible stuff. And it's this generation of strong men that will save Western civilization, inevitably, because the alternative is war. And I'd really rather that not happen. Look, I look over the pond at England, and I really don't want to become England. I really don't want to become England, man. We do not want to live like this, and we won't. We will change things, and we will win. And I'm very confident of that, because honestly, I have faith in my my fellow Americans. I have faith in my fellow God-fearing American patriots that love our country and aren't willing to just sacrifice it on the altar of infinite mayhem, abortions, and chaos. Because we're better. We are the best civilization in the history of the world, and we're gonna prove it. Lock in. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. They're gonna keep trying to kill you. But hey, at least we're not England. This is Hassan Piker, the largest leftist political commentator in America. Large live streamer. This is a video of him shocking his dog and then blaming Israel. Now, I covered this in the previous video on the Hassan Dog Watch. Hassan abusing his pets. No one is surprised. Again, not trying to take this to a racial place, but a Turk abusing dogs. Bro, the Young Turks literally took 60,000 dogs and put them on an island to starve. This is a known historical fact that happened less than 100 years ago. So, like, no one was surprised. No one was surprised. No one was shocked. Well, except for the dog. No one was shocked. Now, he's been getting a lot of hate because obviously leftists are violent. I saw a leftist kill Charlie Kirk, and then I saw leftists celebrating that. But don't worry, because the leftoids are not done yet. I saw this tweet from Grums on the timeline. Leftists with wish absurdly tragic misfortune on Nux Taku and Asmongold. The greater, the funnier. Let's not miss words. They want death they can laugh at like they did with Charlie's disgusting people. This is a tweet. This guy's total scum, and one of the few people for whom I'd laugh at any level of misfortune, doesn't matter how absurd. This is saying go kill Nux. Look, man, I get a lot of them. This isn't surprising. I saw another one that was kind of going, they gonna murk Nux Taku, and there's gonna be AI videos of him walking with Jesus played in Jumbotrons in Tel Aviv. I mean, I do appreciate you guys praying and begging. Bro responds, bro has the empathy flags in the bio. That's how you know he's based. He's gonna join his IOF cousin in hell. Live Nux Taku cousin reaction in hell because a Hamas terrorist murdered a family member of mine in Israel on October 7th. Yeah, no, this doesn't give off the empathy vibes that I've been told so much about the Democratic Party and about the leftoids. Now, anyway, I get lots of death threats, so I didn't really want to make this about me. However, Asmongold also has been getting a lot of death threats. Hassan Piker apparently was so mad he tattletaled to his uncle to go shit on Asmongold on the Young Turks, which we're going to be looking at in just a minute. And then I have a really special segment at the end of this video where I prove that the Young Turks directly inspired someone to murder police officers. Yeah, I'm not saying allegedly. No, that guy was inspired by the Young Turks to murder police officers. So, definitely, I don't know if Asmongold's here in the audience, but my homie, my Baldo, if you're getting death threats, it means you're doing something right. That's been my metric of late. So lock in, boys and girls. It's going to be a beautiful time. A great video of leftoids threatening the lives of random people. All right, first, I want to see this video where he posted they're trying to get me killed. All right, so let's see what this is. Then we'll look at attacking him, apparently. And then I'm going to show you evidence that the Young Turks inspired someone, allegedly, to kill police officers. And I'll have a little special segment at the end. If Asmongold just wants to look at the one at the end, he could just skip to that timestamp. My editor will put it on the screen if Asmongold wants to go there. So that's great. Obviously, I don't expect him to watch this on stream or anything, but I just think it's important for him to know who he's dealing with.
Streamer Asmongold Zach Rawr on Twitch doubles down after controversial using live ammo on protester statement further dehumanizes the left.
Oh my
Quote,
God.
I don't really view them as people, I view them as animals. Let's go ahead.
Classic. Dude, do you know the I don't view them as people, I view them as animals? That is a quote from the Quran for non-Muslims. The Quran says non-Muslims are treated like animals. This was repeated by Mehdi Hassan. By the way, one of the largest leftist political journalist people. Like, dude, bro, you're using this ammo on the wrong side here.
And let's see how this is clipped and how it's cut together, okay? You guys ready? Sorry the left is so toxic. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. Like, I really, I don't, this is gonna sound really bad.
The thing is, like, I feel like, holy shit, there's me! I didn't notice! Oh my God, the jump scare.
I don't really view them as people.
It's me.
I don't. Nope. I view them as like animals. So basically, the person posts this clip.
I view them as very retarded people, so we are not the same, all right?
because they were saying I was dehumanizing people, and I was dehumanizing a person who was trying to weaponize the death of my father.
So let's add some context.
Dude, I love how the context just changes everything or something. It's kind of crazy. No, I saw someone posted a clip out of context on me on Twitter. People were shitting on me about it. Also out of context. It's insane how they do this. They'll like take a clip of you, alter it, and be like, wow, we should kill this guy now.
People are pushing this like crazy to get Asmund deplatformed.
And sorry, the left is so toxic. No, it doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. I don't even really view them as people.
They completely cut out the previous part.
You know, if you go back and you watch the VOD, Spinzagger comes back even more toxic. Oh God, people are trying to use like my dad dying against me. Well, that's so weird.
And also a few minutes.
Wow, people using a death in the family to attack you. Wow, I would never expect something like that. All right, I never experienced something like that. Using the death in the family to attack you? What? The leftoids, they wouldn't do something like this.
For that too.
As we go, by the way, had a living human being, his own mother living in filth to gang rats. Years later, she was suffering from respiratory illness. We're going to make up stories about dogs. Might as well talk about real things done to real people. That is absolutely true because she chose to, and I wasn't able to get it fixed because she refused to leave the house. She wouldn't get a COVID vaccine, so I couldn't let anybody come into the house to help fix it. But that was her choice. It was her life, and she did it. Tweeting about me constantly, talking about my dead parents. No, it's very, very weird for somebody like this to bring it up.
And so now you understand why the chat has
So context obviously changes like everything, kind of weird how that happens.
And sorry, the left is so toxic. No,
they'll clip you out of context. They do with Charlie Kirk, by the way. I've seen so many Charlie Kirk out of context clips where they're like, oh, Charlie Kirk thinks that black people shouldn't be able to be pilots or something, where he's literally just criticizing DEI affirmation programs that literally hire people based on race instead of skill, which he's completely correct about. And like, they'll take these out of context clips to justify his murder. Like, out of context clips are a really fun way to shit on people on the internet. Right, guys? Right, everybody? All you need to do is slander somebody and then get your entire audience riled up to want to kill them. But we've really moved into like this really dangerous space where people are starting to take out of context clips in the most disgusting ways. Like, to justify murder, because that's what the leftoids are doing here. Like, never forget who your enemy is. Never forget what your enemy would do to destroy you.
It doesn't bother me. Like, there's plenty of people that use that kind of stuff against me. So I'm specifically talking about people that, you know, use the death of your parents to weaponize it against you, to try to, like, emotionally attack you. It's embarrassing. And you can have a clip like this that's cut intentionally to misrepresent what I said, and it's very sad for me to see. The troll that sits around his own feces is calling the left animal. It seems like this would violate Twitch's TOS. Fundamentally, what are they doing here? They're fundamentally defending a person who's trying to use my father's death as a way to delegitimize my opinion on the topic. It's sad to see it happen, but unfortunately, that's the world that we live in. What I find to be funny is that every single time that Hassan or one of the people that's in Hassan's orbit gets in trouble, the way that basically people in that community deal with it is that they instantly try to blame and bring up things that other people did in order to, like, somehow in one way or another try to...
Yeah, he shocks his dog, but you have a house with cockroaches. Got him, cooked, destroyed.
Distract or try to, you know, turn it into something else.
I mean, to be honest, that's what the whole Palestine movement's about. Literally, the Palestine movement in America is screaming and crying about some nebulous thing that's happening across the world, people losing a war that they started, and innocent people tragically dying after they lost the war that they started. Yeah, somehow now you can't criticize people. Hold on, I need to find this clip because I saw someone take an out-of-context clip of me, putting it on the timeline, and using it to wish on my death also. Hold up. Okay, I found it, and I can't even believe it's the same guy. It's the same guy that was wishing death on me is posting this clip of me out of context. All right, so let's watch the clip. Obviously, he doesn't show what I'm reacting to. He just starts off with me talking.
We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving.
Leaving? All right, so now he plays my commentary, but he doesn't even actually play, what I'm actually reacting to, which is essentially that people knew about the fact that different COVID mandates caused actual verifiable damage and deaths to like thousands of people potentially. So they knew that was happening. They refused to release that information, and they let these children die because they wanted to push an agenda. All right, so for context, that's what I'm reacting to. So this guy says, why do fat, autistic, middle-aged men like Nux Taco feel so confident calling for violence from behind the avatar of a cartoon child. All right, so cartoon child, fat autistic man here, the fat autistic child over here, and let's see me calling for violence, right? Because again, calling for violence, it's pretty bad. I'm very against calling for illegal violence. Fucking kill those motherfuckers! Leaving in a body bag, string them up Nuremberg style. They fucked a generation. Oh my God. Dude, I have people that work in, I have relatives that work in, like, as doctors. There were piles of bodies of people that got vaxxed. All right, unbelievable. Right, so turns out that they knew that they were pushing poison on people and they were dying, and they refused to tell people there were side effects anyway, and they essentially poisoned thousands of people. So what I'm saying is, I literally say Nuremberg style. They fucked a generation. String them up Nuremberg style. Nuremberg style, that is literally a court case. That is a court case where they judged Nazis for war crimes and gave them the death penalty for it. I am calling for 100% legal violence where they get executed for crimes against humanity. And I even clarify that a few seconds later in this very clip. I'm not going to look for it in the actual video, but I literally specify and say that I want legal violence. I fully support the death penalty. If anyone was asking questions, I'm not alone. So does God in the Bible. All right, so this is not alone. So people that directly poison a generation and knowingly caused thousands of deaths because they refused to talk about side effects for vaccines when they knew that people were gonna die because of it just to push their fucking agenda. Yeah, I think that's crimes against humanity. So if you're gonna take this out of context and make it look like I'm calling for violence because I'm calling for people to be given the death penalty in a trial for crimes against humanity, you're retarded. So this out of context clip, again, it's another reason for people to, I'm shocked, I can't believe it's the same guy. The same guy that was laughing at my any level of misfortune. But anyway, whatever, I get lots of death threats. This is not news. Leftoids calling for violence. It's the old thing, but it's also the new thing because now they actually kill people. So I wanted to see Asmongold, as you can see, made a video over here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. Then a video here about Hassan Piker abusing his dog. So Hassan Piker probably tattled to his uncle, and the Young Turks apparently crashed out on Asmongold. So I'm very excited to see what this is all about. The Leftoids, they're riled up. They want us dead. It's a good day. It means we're doing something right. If they didn't want you dead, you wouldn't be effective. Think about it from that perspective. All right? If terrorists want to kill you, that means you're on the right side of history. And I am never dropping that bloody microphone, no matter how many of these retards scream at me on the internet. Anywho, let's see what the Young Turks is, and then I'm going to show you the really epic clip that I have special for you from like a 8-year-old video of the Young Turks. Oh, you are so not ready.
The Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, had an
chunky yogurt is what we call him on the channel.
Asmongold related meltdown. So this is the title of the video here. Asmongold says protesters should be used for slave labor.
Wait a sec. Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa! You're gonna literally make Asmongold sound even better than he does in normal context. Base. Look, I fully support throwing rioters, violent protesters, or members of terrorist organizations in prison, but why should they be sitting in prison, literally eating up our tax dollars, when they can be put to work? Based?
Now, this isn't...
Remember, this is pro-Islamic extremist Cenk Uygur, who actually supports the Islamic-style governments that literally have slave laborers. Like, you have to put this into perspective, because every single time one of these guys scream and cry, it's always projection.
Completely wrong, but it's certainly not completely right. And so anyway, let's go back. We're going to watch the clip, and we're going to see how they approach it, okay? How about that? Let's go ahead and let's listen to it and see what was said.
Wait, do they not? If they don't play the actual Asmongold clip and they just... Dude, I hate the fucking hearsay that the Leftoids do every single time. It's like every time Hassan Piker addresses something I say or something, like he'll say, "Oh, that one guy, he's like a pedophile rapist guy, and he said that all Muslims are bad and should die." Wow, classic pro-genocide. It's like they'll quote you wrong, misrepresent you without ever showing the original clip, and then attack you based on the straw man that they build of you in their fucking head to justify to their audience that they should kill you. Yeah, there's a problem on the left in America. There really is.
That's not defamation. Well, no, I'll watch it. It's okay.
Criticizing the right wing.
Yes.
Think about it if the shoe was on the other foot. Now, this brother comes along. I don't know who Assman is.
Assman! Oh, that's a good name. Sorry, Chunk Yogurt. Assman's pretty good.
I mean, people say maybe that he's got a following, but I've never heard of him, right?
Okay.
And his brother and his...
Holy moly. Yeah, my asshole, you never heard of him. Bro, everyone likes doing that as like a epic gotcha moment. It's like, I never heard of this guy who was literally one of the biggest... Dude, you wanna... You know what? I'm gonna fucking cook for a second. All right. So this is Asmongold's clip channel. All right, let's go to Asmongold. So this is Asmongold's clip channel. As you can see, he gets over 1 million views every single video. This is just on one channel. As you can see, Asmongold has another channel also. Generic Asmongold over here. He gets almost 1 million views every single video. As you can see, millions and millions of views. All right, very famous guy. Now let's look at the Young Turks. Let's look at their fucking dying career. All right, so let's look at the Young Turks over here. When they talk about Israel as well, because essentially this is just Islamic Caliphate media channel. All right, so can't break 10,000 views on a bunch of videos. Can't break 10,000 views. Hard time breaking 10,000 views. Very hard time. Israel, 200,000 views. All right, so and now we know why these people support the genocide in Gaza. Not that there's a genocide in Gaza, but they support it anyway. They support it immensely because if Palestinians wouldn't be dying, they would be irrelevant. So yeah, this is them barely break. Yeah, so obviously they heard of Asmongold. So anyway, nice coat. Or Assman, as I call it.
The Jägermeister or whatever, right?
I don't even know I don't even know who Jägermeister is. Actually, I do. He was a guy in my guild. He was a Death Knight in my guild in World of Warcraft. And you definitely don't know who he is. So I don't know I don't know which Jägermeister he's talking about.
He's probably talking about one of the animals that he was trying so hard to have sex with. Actually, a lot of people don't know this about Chunk Yogurt, Hassan Piker's uncle, but he is pro-animal rape. This is a weird position that most people don't have, but he does.
This guy's talking about, oh yeah.
I'm not joking. That is an actual position of his.
Over protesters. I don't mind it, he said.
Yes.
So you don't mind extreme violence running over somebody with a car, okay?
Bro, it's not just any protester. It's not like you see a protester on the sidewalk being polite with a sign and you just go and run him over. It's specifically talking about people that are being violent towards you. Like, again, show the clip. Like, why don't you just show the clip you're referring to? It's insane that you need to do this.
Okay.
Well, yeah, if they block your road, yeah, absolutely. If they don't let you try to get by and they crowd your car, I think you absolutely should be able to run them over. And you can see how, and this is what I think is very funny about this, is that people like this always like misrepresenting. This is why I don't debate with people. It's because they're just liars. Like, you can't debate and argue and, have a conversation with a person whenever they're not operating on the same wavelength as you are. So when you have somebody like Jink who's saying like, oh, well, you're just trying to run over protesters, etc., you're not even trying to engage with the conversation. You're not even trying to understand the point of view that I'm putting forward. You're intentionally misunderstanding it in order to make an argument, which is like, that's fine. You want to do that, go ahead.
But that's the whole left at this point. The left can't debate. They can't talk. That's why they killed Charlie Kirk, because he was talking to the left and he was destroying them, so they killed him. So the left can't actually engage in a discussion without tantrums and crying because they actually don't really have anything to say. I remember, I think this was such a telling moment. There was a debate on Piers Morgan with Destiny. When Destiny was talking about how Charlie Kirk, he refused to condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk. And someone basically said, a leftist shot Charlie Kirk and wrote anti-fascist, hate fascist patch on the bullet. And Destiny freaked out and said, you're wrong, it wasn't on the bullet, it was on a different bullet, and the bullet that actually got shot was a different bullet. The bullet where he wrote hate fascist catch, that was a bullet that wasn't fired yet. As if that debunks literally anything. And it was like, yeah, that's the most dishonest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, it's insane that you need to play this game.
Go ahead and do that, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to take it seriously, okay? So let's go back, moving goalposts. Yeah, I clearly was not talking about any protester. Why would I think that?
Obviously not.
I mean, like...
Obviously not, but that's what Chunky Yogurt is trying to do here. That's the strategy every single time. It's misrepresent, slander, and then hopefully someone in your audience goes to kill him.
What is the logic here?
But you know what? Why don't we instead arrest them for exercising one of the most fundamental American rights, freedom of speech. The one
I hate when everyone does this. Like, especially Chunky, because like he supports Hamas and he believes that they do freedom of speech and they murder their own people in Gaza when they disagree with them. But like again, and it's every single one of these terrorist supporters. Every time I hear a terrorist supporter like Chank, like Hassan, yelling and screaming about freedom of speech every single time, it's like, holy fuck, you're retarded. You don't care about freedom of speech. you want to use and cry about freedom of speech in order to make it a weapon to destroy us. A lot of Islamist expansionism says we want to use your freedoms against you. This is a very popular phrase in Islamist expansionism, and they literally do it in front of us. They want to use our freedoms against us. They're like, wow, America has freedom of speech. That's great. So now I am going to throw rocks at police officers and light cars on fire. That's freedom of speech. It's peaceful protesting, guys.
Remember that you guys freedom of speech pretended you were in favor of?
Yes. The freedom of speech, it's about, religion, being able